My dad, thinking my mech talent too low, dumped a shabby mech repair shop on me and left me 1,000,000 star coins before he took off with my mom. When they returned, they were stunned by the transformation. The once decrepit warehouse had turned into the strongest mech repair shop on the planet, all because I had awakened the interstellar battle armor system. I spent 900,000 star coins for 90 interstellar points to overhaul that junky warehouse. After a series of system operations, the repair shop could easily pass for the most advanced interstellar shelter. Meanwhile, the system assigned me a task, and within 24 hours, it had already attracted the first customer. Sunhan E, a terrestrial mech master, drove his 3-star Earth mech, Red Moon, which had been accidentally hit by a nuclear ray, piercing the mech skeleton. When he heard I could fix it, but for a whopping 1.5 million star coins, Sunhan E was dumbstruck. To put it in perspective, buying a new 3-star Earth mech would only cost 150,000 star coins, and even upgrading it to 4 stars would only cost about 200,000. However, out of love for Red Moon, and since no other shop in Yanhai could repair it, Sunhan E gritted his teeth and agreed, though he suspected I was swindling him. What he didn't know was that when Red Moon was repaired, he was so thrilled he nearly flew. After receiving Sunhan E's payment, I asked him to wait outside. I summoned the system, exchanged 100,000 star coins for 10 interstellar points, and then applied a first-level enhancement. With a thought, a flash of white light instantly enveloped Red Moon, filling the entire workshop, followed by a thunderous roar as if thunder from 9 heavens had struck, revealing a touch of purple, shaking the entire shop. Sunhan E, waiting in a lobby, felt the shake and tensed up, wondering if I had dismantled Red Moon. This unexpected turn of events tempered his expectations greatly, and anger surged within him. If I really had destroyed Red Moon, he was ready to make me pay. Sunhan Yi's gaze turned icy, his teeth nearly shattering. Being able to shell out 1.5 million star coins on a whim to repair a 3-star Earth mech was proof enough of his genuine love for Red Moon, and also hinted at his identity. Only a few families in Yunhai could afford such an amount as pocket money. Sunhan E was indeed one of the members of the Sun family, whose father was the current head, their business spanning all over Yunhai, their power reaching the 5-star breaking star level. While not the pinnacle in Xia country, he was definitely a top-tier figure in Yunhai. As Sunhan E brooded, my voice came from inside the workshop. You can come in now. Containing his emotions, which were on the verge of erupting like a volcano, Sunhan E stepped inside and was taken aback by the sight of the completely transformed Red Moon. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, his previous grievances instantly dissipating. The Red Moon's blue armor had changed slightly. It was still crimson, but now a deeper hue that conveyed a sense of high quality. Purple thunder patterns adorned the once plain chassis, enhancing Red Moon's domineering presence. The once shocking hollow was nowhere to be seen, and through the gaps in the blue armor, the carbon black metallic luster was clearly visible. Very familiar with Red Moon, Sunhan E immediately noticed that it had grown 2 meters taller, from 12 to 14 meters. If not for the unique markings at the cockpit, he would have suspected that I had swapped out the frame entirely. Even though he already knew the answer, Sunhan E instinctively asked me, "Boss, is this Red Moon?" I simply smiled lightly and said, "Of course, you can go up and try." Sunhan Yi's eyes lit up instantly. He leapt up and headed to the cockpit. It had been too long since he last piloted his Red Moon, and he needed to resolve his longing. The moment he jumped into the cockpit, his hands landed on the central control, a spherical crystal. As soon as Sunhan Yi's hands touched it, the cockpit's lid closed. Almost instantly, as wires connected behind him from the interior of the cockpit, his consciousness merged with the mech. Red Moon's eyes glimmered with a brilliant red light, and its growth potential soared. Sunhan Yi's voice, though mechanically altered, carried an undertone of awe. Just then, Sunhan Yi closed his eyes as if sensing something, then suddenly opened them and placed his hands in front of him. A faint electric arc instantly wrapped around Red Moon's palms, swirling and gathering in the air to form a thunderball. Purple electric arcs flashed and thunder roared, emitting the cries of 1,000 birds. Through Red Moon's eyes, seeing the thunderball in his hands, Sunhan Yi's voice trembled. "How is this possible? Red Moon has actually awakened its talent." After the shock, his admiration for me grew immensely. A terrestrial mech possessing a talent was unheard of, sparking his curiosity about me. "All right, you can put away now. If you damage my equipment, you'll have to pay," I said, waking Sunhan E from his daydreams. He quickly withdrew the thunderball and stepped out of Red Moon, then approached me and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, mustering the courage to ask for my contact details. I blinked, momentarily puzzled by his request. Seeing my expression, Sunhan E hurriedly explained, "I'm worried Red Moon might have issues later. I need your contact to make sure you're in the shop. His cheeks flushed, making his explanation seem somewhat feeble. I didn't think much of it and agreed after a brief consideration. Sunhan E, having obtained my contact details, quickly stowed Red Moon back into his wristband and waved goodbye to me. Watching his retreating figure, I smiled faintly and then promptly closed the shop's large door, my lips curling up, a hint of excitement in my demeanor. I couldn't help feeling a bit thrilled as I chose to claim my reward. A surge of power suddenly flowed into Su Bai's body. His brain felt a sharp pain at that moment. In an instant, everything before his eyes seemed to fade into nothingness, as if he stood upon a desolate land. Faced with this sudden change, Su Bai clenched his fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, pieces of metal began to rush towards his body, covering him and continuously devouring and merging with him. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening SSS level talent. All things merge. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Bai's pupils constricted. A flash of brilliance sparkled in them. SSS level talent. All things merge. Through previous experiences, he understood the function of all things merge, which allowed him to control and merge with the surrounding metal materials to strengthen his mecha. In other words, as long as he was in a place with metal elements, he could strengthen himself infinitely. The way of nature, all things merge. The universe is one. Life is endless, cycling, infinite. Suddenly, the strange scene before Su Bai vanished, and he found himself back in his mecha repair shop. At this moment, countless points of light had begun to gather around him, points he had previously been unable to see. Stellar power? Almost immediately, Su Bai guessed what these light points were. It was indeed the source of a mecha master's power, stellar power. However, the stellar power before him was sparse, seeming a little thin. Moreover, it wasn't well-behaved, continuously surging toward Su Bai. Ding! Detected that the host has awakened talent. Store promotion has begun. Would you like to spend 100 stellar points to exchange for the truth level breathing method? Star Whale, breathing method level 1. Su Bai. Seeing this system prompt, bad memories surged in Su Bai's mind. It was just like the common trap in games for first-time payments. Is it just trying to trick him into spending money? Damn, Su Bai will absolutely not be fooled. Ding, exchange successful. Now issuing Star Whale, breathing method level 1. There was no choice. This was the truth level breathing method. Who could withstand such a test as a mecha master? Looking at his 1.5 million star coins instantly reduced to 500,000, Su Bai shed tears of regret. Hope you won't let me down. This money really doesn't stretch far. He calmed his somewhat aching heart. As things suddenly hit Su Bai's mind again. Coming again? Boom! A loud bang shook the scene before Su Bai once more. His body arrived within a grand universe, where the starry rivers sparkled. Suddenly, a massive figure resembling a galaxy came into view. Its body was covered in starry light, with a huge head and a slender body, waving a colossal tail like a star. Its mouth opened, and a strong suction power emanated from it. The moment a star before the giant whale was swallowed whole. The star whale devoured stars and galaxies, as if the star was merely an appetizer. With a flick of its tail, the stars shifted positions. Su Bai found himself back in the mecha repair shop, but at this moment, a new breathing method had already appeared in his mind. Star Whale, breathing method level 1. Su Bai hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and began operating his strength according to the breathing method in his mind to absorb the surrounding stellar power. Boom! As the Star Whale breathing method operated, the originally scattered light points around him began to rapidly grow, and countless light points instantly surged in, forming a tide of stellar power. And Su Bai stood right at the center of this tide of stellar power. The stellar power surged, strengthening his body. Under the nourishment of the stellar power tide, Su Bai's realm began to rise rapidly. Earth 1 star, Earth 2 stars, Sky 1 star. Having absorbed all the surrounding stellar power, Su Bai leaped right over the Earth Mecha Master stage, becoming a Sky Mecha Master. This news, if spread, would surely cause a stir, considering he was just over 18 years old and freshly graduated. In the recently concluded mecha examination, the strongest one in Blue Star was only at Earth 9 stars. Even if one went to Mecha University for further studies, their realm wouldn't be much higher than Su Bai's at this moment. Moreover, the other party reached this level after years of hard cultivation. Su Bai only spent a few minutes in total. Patting his pants, Su Bai was somewhat satisfied with his current strength. I never thought I would become a Sky Mech Master, but what should I do without a mech? Although he became a Sky Mech Master, another problem appeared before Su Bai. He had no mech. His card only had 500,000 star coins, which wasn't enough to buy a starry mech. Moreover, there was the issue of finding a mech that matched his talent for merging with everything, which made things even harder. Sigh. I still need to make money. Feeling his current poverty, Su Bai's desire to make money grew stronger than ever. As for the price of the star whale breathing technique for future exchanges, he hadn't looked at it yet. For now, it was enough. Looking at it would only add to his worries. Anyway, he couldn't afford it. At the same time as Su Bai was breaking through, at the center of Yanhai City, in a tall building, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly frowned and looked towards the location of the star mech repair shop, his gaze suspicious. What's going on? Star power turbulence? Star beasts arriving? Impossible. The star guards haven't issued any warning. The star power turbulence disappeared. It should be caused by a brief change in the star power tide. After a simple analysis, the man withdrew his gaze and looked at a document in front of him. His right index finger continuously tapped the table. See core rays? What is the CF family trying to do? Chapter 7, Talent Skill. Thunder Serpent's Fawn. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the man's study was pushed open, and Sun Han entered excitedly. Dad, I have good news. Seeing his precious daughter arrive, Sun Yu immediately put away the cold expression from before and replaced it with a warm smile. Ani, was the Red Moon repaired? He had noticed his daughter's attachment to the Red Moon and had considered sending it for repairs. But they had heavy schoolwork now and had to focus on training for the upcoming mech exam, so sending it back and forth would cause delays. He also suggested that Sun Han replace her mech, leaving less time for the Red Moon. Seeing his daughter's dimmed eyes these past few days made Sun Yu feel distressed. Now, seeing Sun Han Yi smile again, he immediately knew that the Red Moon must have been repaired. While happy for his daughter, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. I wonder which master came to Yanhai. The Red Moon was pierced through the bones by the C-core rays, and under the influence of radiation and bone injuries, many mecha repairers were powerless to help. Only a star-level mecha repairer could fix it. It was truly lucky for his daughter to encounter such a mecha repair master. It's not just repaired. It's something more, Sun Han Yi smiled proudly. Her Red Moon had been completely refurbished and even renamed to Wanjun Hanyu. Not only had its base level been raised by 1 star, but it also gained a talent skill, making her Red Moon the only one of its kind in the world. Most importantly, the Red Moon's talent skill was incredibly compatible with her own talent, which made Sun Han Yi wonder if Su Bai had done it on purpose. Oh, did its potential increase? Seeing his daughter's excited expression, Sun Yu immediately voiced his guess. As a broken star mech master and one of the top figures in Yanhai, he knew that some powerful mecha repairers had the ability to enhance a mech's potential. However, using such methods on a land mech seemed a bit of a waste. Sun Yu picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and shook his head regretfully. The repair cost must be quite expensive, right? Not expensive. Only 1.5 million. Sun Han, he said excitedly. Sun Yu spat out the tea he had just sipped. San, you said how much? Sun Yu wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth, looking at his daughter in disbelief, wanting to confirm if he had misheard. 1,500,000 star coins. Sun Han crossed her arms, lifting her head, looking just like a princess. Sun Yu, Pita, have you been tricked? Even a star-level mechanic wouldn't charge 1,500,000 star coins to repair the Red Moon. Come on, take me to find him. How dare he deceive the daughter of Sun Yu? Even a star-level mechanic must give an explanation. Sun Yu's anger surged. A ground-level 3-star mech sold for only 150,000 star coins, yet charged 1.5 million for repairs. Isn't this pure exploitation? Even if the star-level mechanic holds a high status, he, as a Boshinger, is not so easily fooled. Who knew that after hearing Sun Yu's words, a shocked voice suddenly came from outside. What? 1,500,000 star coins? Where are you two hiding from me? A woman, resembling Sun Han with 7 parts of resemblance, entered the study urgently, her charm still lingering. Her gaze kept scrutinizing the father and daughter inside, bearing an expression of interrogation. Sun Han, ex-winky face. Sun Yu, ex-winky face. Seeing Zhong Yi come in, the father and daughter tacitly closed their mouths. Both of them understood the nature of their wife, mother. No matter what the reason, if it involves such a huge expense, she would go crazy. Silence is the best answer. After a long while, Sun Yu finally chuckled and signaled to Sun Han with his eyes. No, we were just saying that Lu Ran, that little girl, spent 1,500,000 to get a qualification for early examination at the Flying Star Academy. Yeah, that's right. Sun Han immediately grasped Sun Yu's meaning and nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, although Zhong was still a bit confused, her emotions calmed down a lot, glaring at the two. All right, don't discuss other people's business carelessly. Dinner is almost ready. Let's eat. After saying that, she left the study. Seeing Zhong Yi leave, the father and daughter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yu lowered his voice. After dinner, take me to find that scammer. Sun Han shook her head. Boss Su is not a scammer. He even awakened my Red Moon's special power. Sun Yu, upon hearing this, looked shocked and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. It seems he has been tricked badly. She has even started talking nonsense. Ground mechs waking up special powers? Preposterous. Dad, please believe me. After dinner, let's go to the training field. I'll show you. Sun Han's lips curled up slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing his daughter like this, Sun Yu fondly ruffled Sun Han's hair. Haha. Okay, then Dad will wait for your display. Let's go. First eat. If we don't hurry, your mom will blow up. Mentioning Mrs. Zhong Yi, Sun Han became very obedient, hurriedly following Sun Yu to the living room. After finishing dinner, the father and daughter headed to their training ground. Though called a training ground, it wasn't much different from an ordinary playground. The only difference was that a circle of electromagnetic barriers surrounded the training area. This was to prevent the shock waves from mech battles from causing damage to the outside. As a Bua Xing Jijasur, Sun Yu naturally wouldn't use his mech to fight. He chose a training machine from the warehouse. This mass-produced training machine was quite different from a real mech, in both material and equipment. But as a Bua Xing Jijasur, it was no problem for Sun Yu to spar with a ground-level mech master using this. Seeing his father on the training machine, Sun Han was a bit dissatisfied. Dad, do you look down on me? Why use a training machine? Sun Han's pouting expression was noticed by Sun Yu, who smiled mildly. It's fine. Aren't we trying to see how much your Red Moon has improved? It's not a real battle. The maintenance cost of my Canglong is pretty high. Upon hearing this, Sun Han's anger slightly dissipated. Indeed, the maintenance cost of Gashida is very high, and if it's a training machine. Hee, you should be careful. Sun Yu didn't catch his daughter's hidden meaning and waved his hand while piloting the training machine. Come on. Sun Han lightly touched the bracelet on her wrist, and white light flashed. The Wanjun Red Moon instantly appeared in the training ground. Then it leaped into the Wanjun Red Moon, a bright red and purple glow dancing. The eyes of Wanjun Red Moon shining brightly. Seeing the change in the Red Moon, Sun Yu in the training machine raised his eyebrows. It seems that technician really has some skills. The potential level of the Red Moon has at least reached the star-breaking level. Just the increase in potential is worth 500,000 star coins. But a price of 1.5 million is still a bit high. At this moment, Sun Yu's words suddenly stopped, his gaze dazed as he looked at the hands of Wanjun Red Moon. ZZ. Electric arcs intertwined, rushing like dragons, thunder orbs gathered, making the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Boom! With a push of both hands, the thunder orbs slowly floated out, forming a beam of lightning in an instant. The beam slithering through the air like a lightning snake. With the force of thunder, it struck down onto the training machine piloted by Sun Yu. Boom! The lightning fell, instantly enveloping the training machine, dense currents suddenly sweeping through Sun Yu's entire body. Even this star-breaking mecha master felt a bit numb at this moment. The might of this thunder far surpassed that of the electromagnetic gun. It could probably be compared to a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. This was the awakened talent skill of Wanjun Red Moon. Thunder Snake's Fong. Chapter 8 Star-Breaking Mecha. The middle-aged man's desire to win. As the lightning dissipated, the original training machine had turned into a charred heap. Thin black smoke wafted from the machine, like a burnt piece of charcoal. The machine fell apart, revealing Sun Yu inside, enveloped by star energy. This star-breaking mecha master was now staring blankly at the red and purple Wanjun Red Moon in front of him. His heart was in turmoil, beating endlessly. Finally, he chuckled awkwardly. My daughter is truly my pride. So how about it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the talent skill that Boss Su awakened for the Wanjun Red Moon. How powerful is it? A teasing voice came through the mechanical sound, and Sun Han was now smiling brightly. Let you look down on me. Now you understand, right? Sun Yu had long since felt a sense of awe towards the boss, Su, his daughter mentioned. He couldn't imagine what kind of extraordinary person could awaken the talent skill in a terrestrial mech. Could it be a descendant of those supreme technicians deep in the starry sky? His daughter actually knew such a high person. What an incredible fortune. Even with complex feelings surging in his heart, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile awkwardly at his daughter's words. Indeed, but the training machine is still just a training machine. It cannot showcase the strength of your talent skill. How about this? I'll switch to my own mech, and we'll go again. It will also be a good test of the power of your talent skill. At these words, Sun Han's proud face turned dark. Oh, Fan Yin, oh. Is this the desire to win of a middle-aged man? He was previously unwilling to use his own mech. He really changes his mind quickly. Thoughts aside, Sun Han naturally wouldn't refuse. Even she didn't often get to see her father's mech, let alone fight against him. This was also an opportunity for her. She immediately nodded in agreement. All right. Sun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. if word got out that a dignified star-breaking mecha master was defeated by a terrestrial mecha master. Even if it was by his own daughter, he would still lose face. At the same time, he really wanted to know just how powerful that Thundersnake's Fang was. His right hand gently stroked the wrist guard, a black light flickering with dark thunder. Boom! In an instant, a holy azure mech appeared, covered in flame patterns, with faint blue metallic brilliance at the joints and bones, made of rare materials forged from dense steel, the head resembling a wolf, but not quite. About 50 meters tall, standing high above the training ground. The only power-type star-breaking mech, the Azure Wolf. It stands 50 meters tall, weighs 1,600 tons, has an engine power of 44 million kilowatts, and boasts a propulsion force of 3.6 billion kilograms. Talent skill. Azure Flame. The flame of the sky, burning desolation under heaven. It burns endlessly. Before the Azure Wolf, even the 14-meter-tall June Red Moon appears like a child, not even reaching its waist. Even with prior mental preparation, the moment Sunhani saw the star-breaking mech, longing appeared in her eyes. This is how a mech should look, truly capable of traversing the stars. Seeing June Red Moon looking up, Sun, you couldn't help but smile, speaking cheerfully. Don't worry, you have a level talent. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will definitely become a star-breaking mech master in the future, maybe even reach a higher realm. Understand. A mechanical voice emerged from June Red Moon, revealing the determination within. After seeing the star-breaking mech with her own eyes, Sun Hani's goal became even clearer. She would definitely become a star-breaking mech master, even striving for the star-falling and even higher-level constant sky mech master. At that time, she would pilot the mech through the galaxy, destroying star beasts with one hand and stepping on the strong with her feet. Come, unleash your talent skill. Let me see its true power. Sun Yu's voice came from within the Azure Wolf, filled with a hint of expectation. The practice mech from before was of such poor quality that its destruction couldn't show the true power of the Thunder Serpent's tooth. Okay. June Red Moon swiftly retreated, raising both hands high above her head. Zzz. Lightning crackles, arcs of electricity flashing, a lightning sphere forming instantly at the top of June Red Moon, larger than before by double. June Red Moon swung her arms, and sparks flew from the light armor as she exerted herself. Thunder erupted, lightning danced, swirling up into the air, like a lightning serpent opening its blood-soaked mouth, two sharp lightning fangs aiming directly at the armor on the neck of the Azure Wolf. Boom! Thunder roared to life, lightning instantly covering the Azure Wolf's body, arcs of electricity penetrating down to its bones beneath the armor. Bang! Feeling the tingling sensation brought by the electric current, the Azure Wolf gently waved its arms. Waves of air surged, instantly bouncing that arc of electricity away. The strong wind had the ground trembling. Even June Red Moon was swayed by this powerful wind. This is the power of a star-breaking mech. With just a casual strike, it easily neutralized the Earth mech's talent skill and caused it to wobble. This was also the reason why Sun Yu did not set his sights on June Red Moon. A wave of defeat washed over, and Sun Hani inside June Red Moon silently lowered her head. I lost. Inside the Azure Wolf, Sun Yu was not calm either. The power of the Thunder Serpent's tooth far exceeded his expectations. June Red Moon was merely a 3-star Earth mech, yet this strike possessed the power of a 6-star Earth mech. This indicates that the Thunder Serpent's tooth is extremely compatible with Sun Hani's innate talent of thunder. Though both are thunder-type attacks, not all can match with Sun Hani to this degree. This is a coincidence, or suddenly, a bold guess arose in Sun Yu's mind, making his heart race. He suspected that the Thunder Serpent's tooth was specially tailored by that boss Su for Sun Hani after learning about her talent. Not only could it awaken the talent skill of the Earth mech, but it could also perfectly align the talent skill with the mech master. What level of mech repair capability does that boss Su possess? Sun Yu could no longer fathom. He lowered his head to comfort the somewhat dejected Sun Hani. Your strike was very strong, at least reaching the power of a 6-star Earth mech. This strength is something I didn't have when I was a 3-star Earth mech. You must grasp this strength well. When your star power level rises, you will surely make a name for yourself. Perhaps you can compete with those true talents of the Blue Star Alliance. Having left June Red Moon, Sun Hani was shocked to hear this, her expression trembling. 自己父亲的性格她很清楚. She knows her father's character very well. 对方虽然很宠爱自己，但在这件事上不会开玩笑. Although he spoils her, he will not joke about this matter. 也就是说，自己的雷蛇之牙真的拥有了大地6星的实力. So, her razor tooth really has the strength of a 6-star ground warrior. 之前的阴霾彻底消散，他的心中再度充满了希望。The previous gloom had completely vanished, and her heart was once again filled with hope. 没错，有苏老板在，我一定可以的。That's right. With Basu here, I can definitely do it. 万军红月升阶的时候，我一定要去找他帮忙升阶。When the Wanjun Red Moon levels up, I must go to him for help. 想到这里，孙寒一的眸中闪过一抹慌乱。但是苏老板应该很贵吧？ At this thought, a hint of panic flashed in Sun Hani's eyes. But Boss Su must be very expensive, right? 嗨，得去多赚点外快才行了。Sai, I need to earn some extra money. 孙宇不知道孙寒义所想，只是对苏白产生了浓烈的兴趣，但他没有让孙寒一带自己去见苏白。Sun Yu didn't know what Sun Hani was thinking. He was just intensely interested in Su Bai, but didn't let Sun Hani take him to meet Su Bai. 在他想来，拥有这等手段的机修师一定是超凡脱俗之辈。In his opinion, a mechanic with such skills must be extraordinary. 自己若是利用一的关系去接近对方，难免对方不会迁怒一。If he used Hani's relationship to get close to that person, it was likely that the person would blame Hani. 不能因为一己私欲影响自己闺女的前途。He couldn't let his own selfish desires affect his daughter's future. 第9章，星级机修师传承。Dinger Xiao Mu Bao Chapter 9. Star Level Mechanic Legacy? Set a small goal. 阿 T 星际机修店内，正翘着二郎腿打着圆魔的苏白突然打了个喷嚏。Achoo! In the interstellar mechanic shop, Su Bai, who was lounging and playing with the original magic, suddenly sneezed. 在孙寒一那一单之后，今天的机修店显得格外冷清。After Sun Hani's order, the mechanic shop seemed particularly empty today. 无聊之下，他也打开手机玩起了游戏。Out of boredom, he opened his phone and started playing games. 谁叫他没有机甲呢？不然他也很想练习机甲驾驶技术的啊。If only he had a mech. Otherwise, he would really like to practice mech driving skills. 在成为天空机甲师后，苏白快速浏览了一番各大星空机甲的详细参数和价格。After becoming a Sky Mech Master, Subai quickly browsed through the detailed parameters and prices of various star mechs. 但却没有发现契合他万物相容天赋的机甲。But he didn't find a mech that matched his talent for integrating all things. 苏白的要求也不高，就是颜值拉满，性能均衡，最好是六芒星战士，最重要的当然是兼容性强。只有这样才能发挥出万物相容真正的力量。Subai's requirements were not high. It must look stunning, have balanced performance, ideally be a 6-point star warrior, and most importantly, have strong compatibility, so he could unleash the true power of integrating all things. 至于天赋技不天赋技的嘛，不重要，反正都可以强化。As for whether it has a talent skill or not, it's not important, because they can all be strengthened anyway. 然而，即便如此 ，however, even so, 在数以万计的天空机甲中，他依旧没有找到心仪的那款。Among tens of thousands of sky mechs, he still couldn't find the one he liked. 难不成真要自己造一台？在干完今日日常之后，苏白也收起了手机。Could it be that I really have to build one myself? After finishing his daily task today, Su Bai put away his phone. 开始思索起来。He began to ponder. 自家是自家清楚，自己虽然拥有系统，并且能让大地机甲觉醒天赋技。He knows his own situation, although he has a system that can awaken the talent skills of Earth mechs. 但造机甲这种事，凭他一名初级机修师的能力是远远不够的。But building a mech is far beyond the abilities of a junior mechanic like him. 更何况还是造一台天空机甲 ，let alone making a sky mech. 那至少都要3星以上的星级机修师才能办到。That would at least require a 3-star or higher mechanic to accomplish. 感知到宿主燕网现颁发随机任务，亲手打造一台自身使用的机甲。限时1周。Perceiving the host's wish, a random task is now issued. Personally build a mech for personal use. Deadline 1 week. Runwu Zhengli, Xingji Shu Dang, Juedori Kongzhu Chen, Heng Tianji, Fangyer, Jijit. Task reward. Absolute control of the interstellar mechanic shop. Celestial level defensive barrier. 任务辅助，开放3星级机修师以下传承技艺供宿主学习。Task assistance. Open learning of inherited skills below, 3-star mechanics for the host. 请问是否接受？是否 Do you accept? Yes/no. 卧槽 What the? 在系统提示出现的刹那，苏白直接一个鲤鱼打挺，站了起来。The moment the system notification appeared, Su Bai sprang up like a fish leaping out of water. 任务又来了。A task has come again. 奖励是星际机修店绝对控制权。Is the reward absolute control of the interstellar mechanic shop? 看到这个苏白倒是没啥感觉，虽然他现在有些器械还不能使用，但机修店内大部分前线他还是拥有的。这绝对控制权似乎有些鸡肋。Seeing this, Su Bai didn't feel much. Although there were some devices he could not yet use, he still had most of the permissions in the mechanic shop. So this absolute control seemed a bit useless. 不过那横天级防御结界倒是个好东西啊。However, that celestial level defensive barrier is a good thing. 在蓝星联盟中最强的存在估计也就是横天机甲师，那样的存在一只手都能数得过来。In the Blue Star Alliance, the strongest existence is probably the celestial mech masters, and there are only a handful of such beings. 若是在自己的星际机修店内拥有了这种级别的防御结界，无论是谁都得掂量掂量。If he had such a level of defensive barrier in his interstellar mechanic shop, everyone would have to think twice. 只是包不住火的，即便现在的客人不多。Paper can't wrap fire, even though there aren't many customers now. 但苏白相信，一旦自己能够使机甲获得觉醒技，并使其潜力升阶的消息传递出去，星际机修店瞬间便会门庭若市。But Su Bai believes that once he can awaken the skills of mechs and elevate their potential, the interstellar mechanic shop will immediately be bustling with customers. 这样也同样会吸引一些有心人的注意力，难免会有亡命之徒将主意打到自己身上。This will also attract the attention of some interested people, and it is inevitable that some desperate individuals would set their sights on him. 有了这样一个结界，这个星际技术店内，With such a barrier, he could be fearless inside the interstellar mechanic shop. Not to worry, I could just move over. After all, he is all alone now, and Mom and Dad are frolicking somewhere in the galaxy. And when he saw the last task assistants, Su Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. He was in the maintenance shop. Even though he had powerful interstellar enhancements, there were still clients who needed ordinary maintenance services. What this maintenance required was a solid foundation of mechanical knowledge. Moreover, it was the knowledge of a star-level mechanic. In the outside world, any one of these would cost a fortune. Now he could learn for free. What a great benefit. Without any hesitation, Su Bai immediately chose to accept this task. At the moment he accepted the task, a brand new option opened up on the system panel. Task assistance, skills passed down from mechanics below, 3 stars. He placed his finger on the passed down skills. A dazzling array of passed down skills appeared before Su Bai. 1-star mechanic passed down skill, mecha exoskeleton switch. 2-star mechanic passed down skill, armor reflective film. 3-star mechanic passed down skill, core power explosion. Looking at the various skills before him, tears rolled down from the corners of Su Bai's mouth. He chose the one at the very bottom first. Mechanical master from beginner to advanced. There was no way around it. He was just a junior mechanic now, and he couldn't understand any advanced techniques. He could only learn from the most basic content with tears in his eyes. The moment he selected it, a thick book appeared in his hands. This was no different from the upgrade manual for mechanics that cost 100,000 star coins outside. Su Bai. Okay, well, the names are the same. Who knows what he was fantasizing about? Looking at it from another angle, this also saved him 100,000 star coins. Silently, he opened the book, skipping over the knowledge he had already mastered and quickly reading from the intermediate level. He didn't know if it was because he had awakened his SSS level talent and become a Sky Mecha master. The knowledge Su Bai had struggled to grasp before was now easily within reach. In just 2 hours, he completely mastered the technology of an intermediate mechanic, becoming a qualified intermediate mechanic. Looking at the sky outside, Su Bai closed the book and left the interstellar maintenance shop. Back at home, looking at the somewhat empty living room, Su Bai shook his head helplessly. Sai, why clean it up so much? Maybe this is the growing pain. Saying this, he immediately opened the interstellar computer in the living room. Then he opened several live streaming channels and turned the volume up to the max. Su Bai's home was in a top-notch community in Yanhai City, emphasizing 1 household per floor, and the soundproofing was excellent, not disturbing the neighbors at all. In the past, when his parents were home, Su Bai wouldn't dare to act this way. Now, well, he was free. The sky is high, and the birds fly free. The sea is wide, and the fish leap freely. After a busy day today, he needed to relax. On an interstellar spaceship flying out from the Blue Star Alliance, Su Nantian, who was meditating, suddenly jolted awake. A chill slowly crawled up his spine, making him puzzled. What's going on? Why do I have this ominous premonition? Zhou Mayun was awakened by his movement, grabbing the soft flesh at his waist and doing a 180-degree spin. Are you sleeping? No need to be so jumpy. Su Nantian stifled his laughter. I'm sensitive to the bed, sensitive to the bed. Let's keep sleeping. On the next clear morning, Su Bai, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, headed to the interstellar maintenance shop. He yawned on the way. Having gained freedom last night, he had lost control for a moment. He stayed up all night. Even though he was already a sky mecha master now, he still felt a bit tired. I was too indulgent. No, I must be disciplined. Today's goal is to become a high-level mechanic. At the door of the shop, Su Bai entered sage mode, filled with disgust for his actions yesterday. Deciding to turn over a new leaf, I set a small goal to definitely become an interstellar mechanic today. Chapter 10, New Customer? It's actually her. As soon as I entered the shop, I laid out from beginner to advanced mechanic on my desk, ready to start today's study. Ding! Your shop has received a 5-star review. Please check it out. Just as I settled down, my phone buzzed with this notification. I opened it and saw an added review in the 5-star section of my store on StarNet. Queen of Lightning. The boss is nice, handsome, and super skilled. It was my best experience ever. Hope everyone tries it out. I knew without reading that this was from Sun Hani. Last night, she messaged me to express her thanks and mentioned how the Razor Tooth could boost the Wanjun Red Moon by 3 stars. Unfortunately, I was in a carefree phase and didn't reply to Sun Hani. Now seeing this 5-star review, I smiled lightly. With this good review, business should slowly get better, right? I actually thought about promoting the awakening of mech talents directly. But, is there anyone who would believe me if I said out loud? Didn't someone just claim I was a fraud for uploading pictures of an interstellar mechanic shop? Saying I could make their mechs awaken talent skills might just get me sued for false advertising. I can only rely on slowly building a good reputation. But at least I have the first good review, so the haters should quiet down, right? Thinking this, I continued to look at the comment section. I saw that underneath Sun Hani's comment, there were already 100 replies piled up. Hee, the original poster must be a shill. Exactly, how can a clearly fake mechanic shop get good reviews? Come on, how much for a shill comment? Let's cash in together. Haha, I'm dying. What kind of person is so handsome and skilled? Are you talking about mechanic skills? Smug smiled at JPG. I really don't want to be that one who understands instantly. It's true. Nothing can stop these keyboard warriors from typing. So I decided not to look at the comments anymore to avoid torturing myself. I needed to improve my mechanic skills first. After all, there's still so many star-level mechanic techniques waiting for me. Ding dong. Just as I sat down, the doorbell rang, and with the automatic doors opening, a not very tall but very wealthy-looking girl appeared at the entrance of the mechanic's shop. The girl wore a beret pulled low and a pink mask, looking like she was afraid of being recognized. As soon as she saw me, Xiao Mingyan asked gently, "Excuse me? Are you Boss Su?" I nodded and responded with a bright smile. "Yes. How can I help you?" I knew it. He said the most handsome one in the shop is the boss. Xiao Mingyan took off her beret, revealing a dazzling smile, and her black hair draped softly over her shoulders. I felt the girl in front of me looked a bit familiar, but I couldn't place where I had seen her. "Hello, boss. I'm Xiao Mingyan. I came here after Yi's introduction. You're really amazing for being able to fix the Red Moon." Xiao Mingyan looked at me with a hint of admiration in her eyes, but quickly, her gaze landed on the book from beginner to advanced mechanic on the table. Xiao Mingyan, CBQ. No? Didn't he say that Boss Su has extraordinary skills and is probably a very strong interstellar mechanic? Why is he reading such a beginner's book? Did he trick me? No, that girl wouldn't be joking about the Red Moon. Suddenly, I clapped my hands together, startling Xiao Mingyan, who instinctively shrank back, making waves surge. I remember now. You are that famous internet celebrity? I said. I was sure Xiao Mingyan looked familiar. I had come across her live stream yesterday. This adorable yet majestic girl drew my attention for a few extra glances. "Oh, boss, you know me too?" Just after experiencing a small jolt to her heart, causing a quake, Xiao Mingyan spoke with a hint of surprise. She cast aside her guesses about Su Bai. "Since he's a fan of mine, he can't be a scammer. I came to find Boss Su for promotion, may I?" Xiao Mingyan's tone was a bit uncertain. She had heard that Boss Su's skills were truly unmatched. Although the charges were high, it was reasonable for a stellar mech mechanic to charge more. What worried her was that she had heard all stellar mech mechanics had their own tempers. If the other party wasn't willing, she would have no way out. Money is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Su Bai hesitated a bit. After all, he didn't know how many star points were needed for the promotion. Please take out your mech for me to have a look. As he spoke, he walked toward the first repair room. Xiao Mingyan hurriedly followed, taking it as if Su Bai had already agreed, feeling quite excited. Indeed, learning never stops. Boss Su is ready to help me level up without even asking my requirements. Xiao Mingyan was indeed an internet celebrity, but she also had another identity, the top student of the first year at Star Sea University. Star Sea University, located in Cloud City, the capital of Nanjiang Province, ranks among the top 100 prestigious schools in the entire Star Alliance. There are countless mech universities within the Star Alliance, conservatively estimated to be over 10,000, and being in the top 100 shows its outstanding quality. Among the Blue Star Alliance, there are only 8 prestigious schools in the top 100. Of those, Huaxiao alone has 4. Xiao Mingyan's rise at Star Sea University relied on her S-class talent, Golden Flame Burning Void. Golden Flame, of a quality surpassing Azure Flame, harnesses the power of the sun and moon, collecting the essence of heaven and earth, being one of the world's great powers. Golden Flame bears a trace of the sun's fiery breath and possesses an extremely high temperature, turning anything it touches into nothingness. Upon entering the repair room, Xiao Mingyan wasted no time, touching her wristband, shining brilliantly with golden light. A mech appeared in the repair room, draped in golden armor, resembling a Valkyrie, with mechanical wings ending in sharp tips, clearly defined layers, and ion thrusters glowing faintly in gold. BR 23 Series, a limited edition Earth mech, golden armored Valkyrie. Standing 16 meters tall, weighing 32 tons, with 880,000 kilowatts of horsepower and a thrust of 90 million kilograms. Though an Earth mech, due to its special core material, it has a possibility of breaking through the sky mech level, becoming a Starwalker mech. Looking at the art-like, golden armored Valkyrie before him, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh that internet celebrities really earn a lot. Though an Earth mech, this golden armor Valkyrie is at least twice the price of the Red Moon. But thankfully, being an Earth mech, the required star points shouldn't be too high, right? Slowly walking up to the golden armored Valkyrie, Su Bai extended his right arm and lightly touched the golden armor on it. Detected 9-star Earth mech meets interstellar enhancement conditions. Since the mech level reaches upgrade requirements, second level enhancement is needed, requiring 100 interstellar points. Would you like to enhance? Second level enhancement can upgrade the target mech while boosting its equipment level by 1 tier, core by 1 tier, and awaken mid-level talent skills, randomly awakening specialty attributes. Chapter 11. Just the two of us in the mech repair shop. Does he want to? Specialty skills? Is this the difference between second and first levels? The talent skill also upgrades from low to high level. Su Bai couldn't help but furrow his brow in thought. According to what Sun Han said, the so-called low-level talent skills provided by the system seem to be different from the external ones. The adaptability and power provided far exceed the so-called low-level, likely reaching mid-level standards. Then, isn't this mid-level talent skill comparable to high-level? High-level talent skills are exclusive to mechs above the star-shattering level. After examining for a while, Su Bai turned to look at Xiao Mingyan. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyan immediately tensed up. She always felt that Boss Su's gaze upon her was like that of a hunter watching its prey, sending chills down her spine and raising goosebumps all over her skin. Boss Su, what does he want? In the machine repair shop, there were only the two of us. Does he really want to? No way. Being this handsome shouldn't mean he's a beast in human clothing. But if he really wants to do something, what should I do? As an internet celebrity, Xiaominjian would occasionally check the barrage and comments from her audience, which contained all sorts of foul language. She was also a bit unsure about this. If she were outside, with her newly promoted Sky Mecha Master skills, she wouldn't be afraid, but now she had no mecha. And the Bossu in front of her looked very strong. She had no confidence. Promotion is possible, but the price might be a tad expensive. Su Bai's magnetic voice pulled Xiaominjian back to reality from her wild thoughts. Seeing his gaze returning to normal, Xiaominjian realized she had been overthinking and immediately turned beet red. Upon hearing him say the price was high, she also breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, I have money. Not to mention her family situation, just the money she earned from live streaming this past year was already tens of millions. She was a little rich lady. As long as she could level up, money was just a sprinkle. That's good. The cost for leveling up is about 20 million star coins. Su Bai stated the price directly, seeing Xiaominjian's confident appearance. This price was quite reasonable. After all, besides awakening a talent skill comparable to a high-level one, there was also the possibility of awakening a characteristic specialty. A cost of 1 million to charge 20 million is no problem, right? If this were to get out, it would probably be snatched up. No problem. Isn't it just 20 how much? Xiaominjian, who was about to blurt it out, suddenly felt a bit dazed. She had heard that Boss Su's repair fee for the Red Moon was about 10 times the market price. How did it change to 40 times just for leveling up? Isn't this bullying honest people? It seems I don't have that much money. Can it be cheaper? Xiaominjian directly used a cute attack, trying to take advantage of the fact that Su Bai was her fan to win him over. Oh, then there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes narrowed into a line. His attitude changed completely. He to a mom said not to believe the words of beautiful women. She had just promised to have money, but now wants a discount. How disappointing. Xiaominjian, underscore? Wasn't it said that he was her fan? Why is he so indifferent? Wait, what's with his gaze? Is he looking down on me? Su Bai's gaze pierced Xiaominjian's heart deeply. She never thought she would be looked down upon one day. Since her birth, Xiaominjian had always been the center of attention, cherished by her family. Even though she became an internet celebrity out of interest, most of her fans called her princess, which she loved. But today, she was actually looked down upon by a male peer who claimed to be her fan. Straight man. Deserves to have no girlfriend. All right, 20 million it is. My requirement is that the talent skill must awaken, and the potential of the Golden Armor Valkyrie must be raised to star step. If you can do that, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Xiaominjian was fueled with anger and directly stated her demands. If Su Bai could really do that, what's wrong with being this foolish spender once? Although she had only earned 10 million star coins from live streaming, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family from Nanjing. Moreover, she was the first talent of this generation. Adding up the pocket money given by her family, it was also around 10 million star coins. She could just go all in. The girl's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Since Xiaominjian said so, Su Bai naturally was happy. Okay, let's sign a contract. Maybe I can even give you some little surprises. Saying this, he drafted up a contract and handed it to Xiaominjian. There was no choice. He needed to collect the money through the contract first. Not enough Starlight points to upgrade his own. Xiao Mingyin's requirement for a second-tier enhancement could easily be met, but regarding the special traits, he did not include them in the contract since he wasn't sure about their occurrence probability. Xiao Mingyin took the contract and reviewed it carefully. After all, she was a working person and paid much more attention to these details than Sun Han did. After confirming that everything was fine, she signed her name and transferred the amount to Su Bai. Starry Treasure received 20 million star coins. Seeing the single-digit balance left in her card, Xiao Mingyin was speechless and choked up. This was the result of a whole year's effort. And just like that, it was gone. As expected, it's easier to spend money than to earn it. Su Bai and Xiao Mingyin formed a stark contrast. This was the first time in his life that he received so much money. He was thrilled inside, wearing a radiant smile. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing such a dramatic change in Su Bai, Xiao Mingyin was dumbfounded. How could this person change his face so quickly? Scumbag. Naturally, Su Bai had no idea what Xiao Mingyin was thinking. He happily walked in the maintenance room with the star coins he had just received. Looking at the golden armored Valkyrie before him, he felt a sense of attachment. It was this darling that brought him 20 million star coins, and he had to make it awaken a great talent skill. S-grade talent, Golden Flame Burn Sky. Su Bai stroked his chin with his left hand and placed his right hand on the golden armor of the Valkyrie. A burst of white light erupted. Recharge successful. Now beginning second-tier enhancement. As the system notifications sounded, the temperature in the entire room began to rise, and a wave of heat swept over, followed by dazzling golden light that burst forth, making it hard to look directly at. The change in temperature made Xiao Mingyin outside the maintenance room freeze for a moment. She quickly looked toward the maintenance room and murmured, "This is a fire attribute talent skill?" It really did awaken a talent skill. Looks like this money was well spent. Although she spent 20 million star coins, the usual market price for enhancing a special Earth mecha like the Valkyrie to a Sky mecha already costs double compared to normal. About 1 million star coins, and if it possesses a talent skill, that price would shoot up several times. 20 million star coins was still considered reasonable. Although the small money was gone, her strength could be improved, which lifted Xiao Mingyin's spirits significantly. With great anticipation, she watched the maintenance room door ready to open. Chapter 12. Scumbag. Creak. The mechanical door opened, and a wave of even stronger heat rushed toward her. Even with the golden flame talent, Xiao Mingyin felt a little discomfort in this scorching aura. Fortunately, she quickly adapted, her eyes shining with starlight. "Boss Su?" she tentatively inquired, slowly stepping into the maintenance room. The scene before her made her eyes widen, her breath quickened. The golden-armored Valkyrie. No, it should now be called the Platinum Valkyrie. Its originally golden battle armor had been refreshed to a more low-key platinum color. the golden flame patterns vivid, and almost as if they were dancing in flames. The mecha's height had also soared from 16 meters to 22 meters, even stronger than a typical Sky 2-star mecha. The most important change was its core. Earth mecha generally used helium stones, but the Valkyrie's core was special, using a variant of helium stone combined with about 30% luminous stone. But now its core had completely transformed into a grain of light. This was an energy source beyond luminous stones, typically used by star-treading mechas, with the potential to become a star-breaking mecha. This means that the current Platinum Valkyrie possesses the possibility of becoming a star-breaking mecha upon entering the Sky Mecha tier. Just this change alone, Xiao Mingyan felt that her 20 million star coins were well spent. On the market, even a broken star mech costs over 100 million. Moreover, the aura just now had already proven that her Platinum Valkyrie had awakened a powerful special ability. This is simply a blood prophet. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan looked at Su Bai with a gaze that was no longer filled with resentment, but instead with immense respect. Her already beautiful eyes now sparkled with a hint of water, looking enchanting. "Thank you, Boss Su, can I try it out now?" Xiao Mingyan could hardly wait to personally experience the changes in the Platinum Valkyrie. Su Bai looked at the eager Xiao Mingyan and teased a bit. "Then go and feel the small surprise I mentioned earlier." Xiao Mingyan was completely shocked. Sigma. Isn't this what Boss Su called a surprise? She thought that enhancing the core and materials of the Platinum Valkyrie this much was the surprise Su Bai mentioned before. But unexpectedly, the other party had more surprises for her. This is simply a treasure, boy. The way Xiao Mingyan looked at Su Bai had completely changed. How to say? It felt somewhat strange and wonderful. This made Su Bai freeze for a moment, the smile on his face stiffening. Miss Xiao. Wipe it off." He kindly touched the corner of his mouth, signaling Xiao Mingyan to wipe her drool. He didn't expect this huge internet celebrity to look like a love-struck girl. Does she really like mechs so much? Xiao Mingyan felt so awkward that she could have dug 3 rooms and a hall under her feet. She didn't know how to explain it, so she quickly jumped up and directly entered the Platinum Valkyrie to hide. Swish! As Xiao Mingyan entered, the eyes of the Platinum Valkyrie lit up, and the mechanical wings behind it spread open, like an angel unfurling its wings. After moving the mech body a bit, Xiao Mingyan raised her brow. Swish! The Platinum Valkyrie, which was still in front of Su Bai, instantly appeared behind him, the shockwave blowing the surrounding equipment, creating a clanging sound. Xiao Mingyan was so excited that her voice trembled. Is this a special skill? A blink step? Even though she had already regarded Su Bai as a god, she never imagined that the small surprise he mentioned was actually a special skill. Moreover, it was the blink step, a skill that was almost divine. Is this what Boss Su called a small surprise? You call this a small surprise? Which good person's small surprise is a special skill? Sure, the talent skill is strong, but compared to the special skills, it's like a minor character facing a major one. The use of talent skills is directly related to the mech master's strength. Only a strong mech master can unleash enough talent skills. But special skills are different. This is a characteristic of the exclusive mech, almost without expending too much star power to drive it. Some literature has calculated that the star power required to use special skills is only 1/3 of that for talent skills. This means that under the same star power conditions, one can use more than 3 times the special skills compared to talent skills. And the blink step she possesses, as the name suggests, allows the mech to accelerate instantly, achieving an almost teleportation effect. This can completely be used as a killer move. Now, Su Bai in Xiao Mingyan's heart was no longer just a divine person. He was a god. Be careful. If you break the equipment, you'll have to compensate. Su Bai's cold voice sounded, splashing cold water on Xiao Mingyan's fiery heart. Xiao Mingyan. S2T. Compensation. 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 So stingy. Scumbag. Sometimes when girls get angry, it's just so unreasonable. However, she still had the sense not to say these words out loud. After witnessing Su Bai's mechanic skills, she could no longer think of finding other mechanics. What if she made Su Bai angry and he stopped maintaining and supporting her in the future? This strong support, she, Xiao Mingyan, was determined to cling to it, and no one could pry her away. That's what she said. You can feel whether the talent skill is suitable. Seeing that the Platinum Valkyrie stood still, Su Bai reminded her, but soon thought of something. Let's go outside to try. It seems like we can't unleash it here. The Platinum Valkyrie nodded, her voice mingled with mechanical sounds. Okay, I'll try when I get back. It seems like there isn't a training ground nearby. With her special traits, she wasn't looking forward to the talent skill anymore, and left the Platinum Valkyrie, storing it in her wristband. Boss Su, let's add Doshin. I'll come again next time. Xiao Mingyan took out her phone first, opened the QR code. hoping to exchange contact details with Subai. Subai didn't refuse. After all, she was a major client who just spent 20 million star coins, and there might be more opportunities in the future. Boss Su, see you next time. After getting Doshin, Xiao Mingyan put on her beret and mask again, waved goodbye to Subai, and left the repair shop. Once her figure completely disappeared from the workshop, Subai returned to his seat. He glanced at the book beside him, From Beginner to Advanced in Mechanics. He quickly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot the main thing. Today is the day to become an advanced mechanic. Time to study. Once I learn the techniques of these star-level mechanics, I can start looking for materials. Looking at his account balance of 19.5 million star coins, Subai felt very happy. While studying mechanics, he pondered how to build his mecha. Chapter 13. Come, fight me. So that's how the bearing connections and joints work. He saw that the advanced content had already involved the design of popular mechas. Bones, joints, armor, core power, and bias types. These 5 elements are the core elements of mechas on the market. Among them, the key parts that connect the mecha core with the joints are the most important components besides the core itself. Joints are the basics for mechas to mimic and perform difficult movements. If the joints are not sturdy enough, the mecha may fall apart. As for armor and bias types, they are mainly the original intent of design, with more theoretical significance. Bias types include speed, power, armament, and balance. However, both of the first 2 enhancements Subai had made were for speed-type mechas, characterized by light armor and stronger mobility. The power and armament types are both heavy armor, with armament leaning more towards the number of equipment, akin to a heavy artillery operator. Balance is the most expensive type, combining light and heavy armor while also utilizing many pieces of equipment, and not many can control it. It is also the target type for Subai. This is tricky. I always feel like something is missing. As he delved deeper into understanding mechas, Subai increasingly felt that these mechas didn't match his talents very well. Everything merges, integrating the surrounding metallic substances and energies into himself. Both power types and speed types were denied. Power types would significantly exceed the weight limit after obtaining these metals, while speed types simply couldn't bear these materials. He was even unsure about the balance type. At that moment, Subai saw a line of small text in the corner of the book. Theoretically, the most perfect balanced mecha is the close combat mecha, but its limitations are too great, and the difference in size inevitably leads to insufficient power. Seeing this, Subai's eyes lit up. He quickly clapped his hands. Yes, the close combat mecha. This is the most suitable for me. At that moment, he finally found his direction. The close combat mecha, also known as the mecha weapon, has limitations due to the size differences that prevent it from having the normal power of typical mechas, even when using the same core power. But this limitation doesn't exist in Subai's eyes. He possesses the talent of integrating everything, allowing him to temporarily manipulate nearby metallic elements to create new weapons and armor. The power is no different from normal mechs. It can even take the mech armament as its core and integrate a new mech on the outside. Thinking of this, his eyes grew hot, constantly moving, but I still need to find suitable materials first. The quality doesn't need to be too high. After all, I have the ability to enhance in the starry sky, and I can totally improve bit by bit. The decision is you. With a goal in mind, Subai's reading speed doubled. He was only a step away from achieving what he bragged about today and joining the ranks of high-level mech mechanics. Nanjing Province, Yendu, Xinghai University. Xiao Mingyan had just left Subai and went straight back to school. She had tried to find Sun Han, but it seemed that the other party had extra classes, so she could only give up. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, countless gazes gathered on her. There was no way around it, since Xiao Mingyan was not only the top student of Xinghai University. She was also the school beauty of Xinghai University. Almost wherever she went, there was no shortage of admiring looks around her. Feeling these gazes, Xiao Mingyan managed to regain the confidence she had lost with Subai. It seems my charm hasn't diminished. It really is Su's problem. Little shorty, come and fight me. A cheerful female voice suddenly rang in Xiao Mingyan's ears while she criticized Subai's misdeeds in her heart. Turning her head, she saw a girl with ice-blue long hair dancing in the sunset glow. With skin as smooth as cream, delicate features, and a height of about 1.7 meters, she stood tall, pointing her slender finger at Xiao Mingyan. The smile on her lips was very pleasant. If there was anything lacking in beauty, it would probably be this girl's slightly flat chest, which formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Mingyan's curves. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyan felt a bit helpless. Airport. You're here again? Just a defeated opponent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyan's smile did not waver at all. On the contrary, she seemed a bit disdainful. We fought 108 times. I have 25 wins, 58 draws, and 25 losses. Is that called a defeated opponent? And now I'm a sky mech master. If you obediently admit defeat, I might let you off. Zhao Meng's smile grew wider as she said this. She and Xiao Mengyan were childhood friends. They had been compared since they were little, and she really had been working hard. Even with only an A-class talent, severe cold ice soul, she could still hold her own against Xiao Mengyan in their battles. In this regard, Xiao Mengyan admired her a lot, but the fact that she liked to call her little shorty made her very annoyed. Oh really? Then I'd like to see how you teach me a lesson. Hearing that Zhao Meng had also become a sky mech master, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Mengyan's lips. No matter how advanced Zhao Meng's mech had become, it could never be compared to her platinum Valkyrie. Just right, there was a talent skill that hadn't been tested yet. Since you came to my door, then I will not be polite. The conversation between the two girls drew the attention of surrounding students. These two were the top and second place of Shanghai University this year, and they were both ranked as school beauties. One was heroic and spirited, while the other was cute and petite. Each had their own strengths and dedicated fan bases. They had never seen the two officially battle, only heard that they had previously reached a draw. Xiao Mengyan's position at the top was mainly due to her S-class talent, Golden Flame Burning Sky. However, Zhao Meng's severe cold ice soul was not bad. It was praised as the A-class talent closest to S-class in ice capabilities. Are the two goddesses going to fight? Wow, how exciting. Quick, quick, let's hurry to the martial arts arena. If we're late, there probably won't be any seats left. Haha, this is not just a competition for the top spot. It's also a school beauty contest. What does this have to do with the school beauty contest? Aren't they fighting mechs? Where are we? This is Shanghai University. How could the school beauty only have looks without strength? You seem to have a point. As soon as the news of the two girls about to compete in mech battles broke out, Shanghai University was ignited in an instant. The large competition arena was nearly filled to capacity in an instant. It wasn't just this year's freshmen who came, but also many senior students from previous years. Even quite a few teachers arrived in the audience as well. Bingyu, isn't Zhao Meng your student? How come she's clashing with my student? At the top of the audience, a stunningly made-up woman looked over at Wang Bingyu, her tone filled with provocation. The elegant and cold Wang Bingyu merely glanced at her and said, Li Min Gran, this is a matter between students. We could just watch. Boring. Seeing that Wang Bingyu did not accept her provocation, Li Min Gran felt a bit disappointed. She could only turn her gaze to the arena below. The main characters of this martial arts competition, Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Meng, were already positioned at two ends of the arena. Chapter 14, All Eyes on Them. The battle for the top of Shanghai University. The mecha martial arts arena of Shanghai University occupies an area of about 10,000 square meters, making it the largest mecha competition ground in all of South Jiang Province. This arena, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, was currently packed as students and teachers from Shanghai University and nearby schools rushed to witness the battle between the two young girls in the center. As the two competitors entered, a round, chubby object appeared on a large screen in the center, but this object surprisingly had eyes and a mouth, looking like some kind of creature. It was Pierre, the AI referee, who could assess the wear and tear on the mechas using the stellar force sensors in the arena. When one side suffered a fatal blow or the wear accumulated to 70%, it would declare the other side the winner. This was also advanced technology designed to maximize the safety of the students while allowing them to fight with fervor. Welcome everyone to the Shanghai University Martial Arts Arena. I am the referee for this mecha competition, Pierre Shanghai. Now please have both contestants on board. A somewhat silly, synthesized voice echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Meng almost simultaneously touched the star rings on their wrists. Light in pale blue and platinum colors illuminated the entire venue. The Platinum Valkyrie and another mecha with a body of icy blue armor, covered in mechanical bone spines at the lower half, armed with a heavy icy blue blade, and adorned with snowflake patterns, its shoulders resembling two ice blades, and crowned by a formidable samurai helmet. IC-235, the power-type Sky Mecha, Ice Sword Master, standing 20 meters tall, weighing 120 tons, with an engine power of 8 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 120 million kilograms. Among typical Sky Mechas, the Ice Sword Master boasted outstanding thrust, allowing it to propel its heavy armored body. Is this the Ice Sword Master? I heard Zhao Meng paid a huge sum to acquire it. Yeah, it seems to be about 1 million star coins. So envious, that prize could buy 2 Sky Mechas. Is this the world of the wealthy? It's a bit of a shame. If only the Ice Sword Master had a talent skill, the price could have skyrocketed tenfold. So cool. Oh wait, what is that mecha that Xiao Mengyan has? With an exclamation, the audience outside finally noticed Xiao Mengyan's Platinum Valkyrie. Unlike the flashy golden Valkyrie before, the platinum Valkyrie showcased low-key luxury, its entire body exuding a platinum shine that felt understated yet profound. More importantly, compared to the grandeur of the Ice Sword Master, the platinum Valkyrie was equally impressive, with its platinum skirt and golden flame patterns, plus a body that towered 2 meters higher than the Ice Sword Master, making it difficult to believe this was a speed-type mecha. Even more importantly, the mechanical wings behind the platinum Valkyrie had fully spread out, looking angelic and elegant. Has Xiao Mingyan's golden Valkyrie evolved? What should we call this one? It seems even cooler than before. Oh my god, are those wings behind it for real? Why do they look so harmonious? Within 5 minutes, tell me all the information about this mecha. At once, everyone changed their praise from the Ice Sword Master to the Platinum Valkyrie. There was no choice. This appearance clearly showed that the Platinum Valkyrie was superior. Seemingly responding to the crowd, Pierre made a reply after a brief silence. Unknown sequence, Platinum Valkyrie. Height 22 meters, weight 150 tons, engine power 100,000 kilowatts, thrust 2 million kilograms. As this information was listed out, the once noisy audience suddenly fell silent. After a long time, someone finally reacted. What the hell? Is this for real? A speed-type mecha has this kind of weight, power, and thrust? Are you kidding me? Is this still a speed-type mecha? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could there be an error in the parameters? Also, what the hell does unknown sequence mean? Could this be an unreleased mecha? Everything happening now was beyond their understanding. Not just these ordinary students and onlookers. Even the teachers from Starcy University were a bit bewildered. Li Mangran looked at her disciple's mecha, her head filled with big question marks. Underscore? What is this? What kind of advancement could evolve a mecha to such a degree? Outsiders watch the drama. Insiders see the essence. As a mentor from Starcy University, Li Mangran could tell at a glance that this Platinum Valkyrie was completely different from the previous Golden Valkyrie. Wang Bingyu beside her also recognized the extraordinary nature of this mecha. Her pupils narrowing and the usually stoic expression on her face showed a hint of emotion as she asked Li Mangran, "Did you get her a star-level mechanic?" In her view, only a star-level mechanic could cause such a drastic change in the Golden Valkyrie. It probably wasn't a low-star level. No. Who knows about her, but this girl did give me a surprise. It seems your girl is going to lose. Li Mingran directly denied Wang Bingyu's guess. And while she didn't know how Xiao Mingyan had advanced, the outcome of this battle was already clear, making her feel very pleased. Wang Bingyu didn't refute, as she wasn't the type to like to boast. She could only look down with a serious expression. Driving the Ice Sword Master, Zhao Meng was similarly dazed upon seeing the Platinum Valkyrie. She originally thought that as she advanced to a Sky Mecha Master, she would definitely defeat Xiao Mingyan. Who would have thought? Her opponent had produced such a surprise. If anyone could feel the Platinum Valkyrie's extraordinary nature, it was her. At this moment, looking at the mecha before her with wings spread like an angel, a sense of crisis rose strongly. I can't believe it. You actually have this up your sleeve? No wonder it's you, Shorty. Still so scheming. Zhao Meng's gritted teeth echoed from the Ice Sword Master. Let's not say who. Just ask. Was this contest your idea? Now you're blaming me? Just obediently take a beating from me. Xiao Mingyan's tone was quite comfortable, once again thanking Su Bai in her heart. The contest begins. At this moment, Pierre officially announced the start of the contest. As his words fell, the Ice Sword Master was the first to activate. The leg particle accelerators opened, and a light blue beam erupted, leaving a shadow in the air, while both hands tightly gripped the great sword, raised overhead, and forcefully slashed down at a 45-degree angle. While chopping, the left and right feet displayed a fragmented lateral movement as shoulder power was exerted, causing the wrist joint to slightly lift during the chopping moment. The Mecha Master's intermediate skill of slashing. Particles flickered on the great sword, like two light sabers splicing together. The pressure from the Platinum Valkyrie was too strong. To win, she had to strike first. If this strike hit, even if the opponent's armor was strong, it would surely suffer severe damage. The great sword came crashing down like a mountain. The razor-sharp light blade was about to fall upon the Platinum Valkyrie. Chapter 15. The Scorching Sun Falls. Instant seconds. Boom. A loud sound erupted, and then dust rose. The tiles of the arena shattered into a spiderweb pattern under this blow, along with the fierce wind, instantly forming a yellow mist that obscured the arena. At this moment, the audience became a bit anxious. Don't. It's all blocked. We can't see anything. Did that hit or not? Don't keep us in suspense. We're anxious. Just now, the Ice Swordsman's strike was powerful and heavy. If it truly landed, at least it could reduce the Platinum Valkyrie's mobility. They were also very curious about the result of this blow. Soon, the smoke began to clear. Unfortunately, the ice swordsman remained in the stance of a great sword strike, while the Platinum Valkyrie was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where's the Platinum Valkyrie? Could she have vanished after one hit? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, look up to the sky. At this moment, the audience finally looked up to the sky. They hadn't realized that the Platinum Valkyrie had already appeared at a height of 100 meters, overlooking everyone. With mechanical wings behind her emitting faint particle beams, she stood with her arms crossed, detached from the world. Suddenly, she extended her right hand. Boom! Flames burned. A golden flame suddenly appeared, taking shape in her palm. Even against the sunlight, the heat waves above the golden flames were still clear to discern. The high temperature made those outside the protective shield feel a sense of heat. Many felt unbearably thirsty and hurried to drink water. Soon, the golden flame transformed into a golden spear. At this moment, the Platinum Valkyrie, holding the spear, truly embodied a warrior. The spear tip pointed to the ground, and the particle accelerator behind her propelled her forward. She descended from the sky. Bang! As she rapidly fell, the sound of breaking air accompanied the sweltering heat, sweeping down like a golden meteor. The golden flames on the spear burst out in an instant due to high-speed friction, instantly enveloping the Platinum Valkyrie. Holding the spear, clad in platinum armor, she was covered in flames that reached towards the heavens. Talent skill. The scorching sun falls. As the Platinum Valkyrie approached, Zhao Meng, among the ice swordsmen, was already drenched in sweat. With a dazed gaze, she watched the figure, radiant like the sun, rapidly flying towards her. She wanted to dodge, but in her immense shock, she momentarily forgot to let go of the great sword embedded in the ground. Thus, she couldn't evade in time. Hiss! At this moment, the tiles of the arena beneath her feet began to gradually melt. They embedded the ice swordsman's feet, making it utterly impossible to avoid. She never expected that her old rival would, without her noticing, leave her far behind. She didn't even have a bit of strength left to counterattack. Looking back at their previous battles, this had never happened before. Who did she take her advancement from? This was the last question in Zhao Meng's mind. Boom! The scorching sun fell to the ground, flames burning, instantly turning the arena into a sea of fire. The overwhelming heat waves relentlessly crashed against the barrier outside the arena, startling the front-row audience. The duel is over. The winner is the Platinum Valkyrie. As countless water columns extinguished the golden flames in the arena, Pierce announced the outcome of this mech duel. As the golden flames dissipated, only the figure of the Platinum Valkyrie stood firmly in the arena. Outside the arena, the ice swordsman's armor was burned black. Unlike her previous valiant warrior image, the ice swordsman now appeared somewhat disheveled. Zhao Meng walked out from the ice swordsman, looking at her beloved mech turned into such a state, feeling heartbroken. This was also because Pierce intervened and forcibly moved her out of the arena before the scorching sun officially struck her. A fatal strike? I didn't expect I couldn't even withstand one hit from the little dwarf. Zhao Meng chuckled at herself. The originally confident expression faded to a dullness. Her ice blue hair, damp with sweat, clung to her back, creating a sense of desolation. Raising her head to gaze at the Platinum Valkyrie in the arena, towering like a mountain, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. From the blazing sun directly overhead to Pierre announcing the end of the match, it was merely a matter of seconds. The audience, after a brief silence, instantly erupted into an uproar. Damn, we are the champions! Goddess Xiao is indeed the top of our Shanghai University this year. As expected, now I announce, Xiao Mingyan officially becomes the first school flower of Shanghai University. No objections allowed. Goddess, I love you, but, to be honest, that just now, could it be a talent skill? Don't say it, really don't say it. Goddess Zhao's Platinum Valkyrie actually awakened a talent skill. Zhao Goddess lost without a doubt. I thought the Ice Sword Master was the pinnacle of sky mechs. Who would have thought Goddess Xiao actually has a talent skill? Wait a minute. I remember the previous Golden Valkyrie didn't have a talent skill, right? How did this upgrade bring out a talent skill? Damn, it's true. Where exactly did Goddess Xiao upgrade? Could it be she sought a 6-star mechanic? Wake up. What kind of person is a 6-star mechanic? That's a being comparable to a celestial mech master. Do we have such a person in the Blue Star Alliance? The Blue Star Alliance doesn't have, but it doesn't mean the Starry Sky Alliance doesn't have, right? Do you think a big shot like that would specialize in upgrading someone from Earth to Sky? Then what do you think this is about? I don't know either. Originally, it was a victory that belonged to Xiao Mingyan, but at this moment, everyone's focus was on the mechanic who helped her upgrade. Xiao Mingyan didn't mind this at all. She directly left the Platinum Valkyrie and came to the sidelines, looking at Zhao Meng with a smile. Hee now, it's 26 wins. Zhao Meng tightened her fair hands and took a deep breath. Shorty, I will win it back. Haha, I'll be waiting for you by the way. If you need to repair the Ice Sword Master, I suggest you go to the Interstellar Repair Shop on Shanghai Road in Yanhai City. After saying that, Xiao Mingyan turned and left. For her childhood friend, she actually had very deep feelings, and she secretly admired her. After all, the other party could compete with her for so many years thanks to her ill-level talent, which was a struggle that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Just like that slicing blow before, Xiao Mingyan asked herself if she could do it. This victory mainly came from Boss Su's powerful upgrade, giving her a head start. But this wasn't the victory she wanted. She, Xiao Mingyan, an S-level talent awakener, wanted to win fairly. Therefore, she decided to recommend Su Bai's repair shop to Zhao Meng, hoping she could gain something too. Watching Xiao Mingyan gradually walk away, Zhao Meng had a complicated expression, finally smiling faintly. An interstellar repair shop? Thanks, Shorty. The audience didn't know about the dialogue between the two. As the protagonists left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Wang Bingyu and Li Minggran quickly found their students. Chapter 16. Goodness, you're really stubborn, aren't you? Wang Bingyu was the first to approach Zhao Meng, wanting to say something. But in the end, she simply gently patted Zhao Meng's shoulder. The injury of the Ice Sword Master is serious. Let me introduce you to a high-level mechanic for repairs. You still have a chance. After you upgrade to a Star Master, the Ice Sword Master's potential will hit its limit. Then you can just change to a mech with a talent skill to fight back. She didn't say for Zhao Meng to get revenge during the Sky Mech stage, as that was unrealistic. Even though Zhao Meng had extremely high mech driving talent and even mastered the slicing blow technique in her freshman year. But that only allowed her to level the talent gap. To defeat Xiao Mingyan, she needed a talent skill. This point was obviously unrealistic at the Sky Mech stage. Zhao Meng looked at her teacher's comforting but forced smile, feeling a warmth in her heart. My teacher is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, yet she can never control her expressions, which, medically speaking, seems like a slight facial paralysis. It must be very difficult for her to muster a smile. I cannot let my teacher down. Cheering myself up, Zhao Meng raised her head to look at Wang Bingyu. Teacher, it's okay. I want to try going to Yanhai. Yanhai? Wang Bingyu was a bit startled to hear Zhao Meng suddenly mention going to Yanhai for repairs. She naturally knew Yanhai. It was just a small place in Nanjing. She didn't understand why her student wanted to go there to fix a mech. Maybe she's familiar with a mechanic there? Though somewhat puzzled, Wang Bingyu wasn't the type of teacher who liked to forcefully interfere with her students. She would respect Zhao Meng's thoughts, and she believed the other party wouldn't joke about mechs. This time, it was an intra-school competition. At most, there would just be injuries. But on the interstellar battlefield, it would be a different matter. Those interstellar pirates and wandering star beasts wouldn't show mercy, and no one would interrupt the fight. The most reliable partner for a mech engineer in the field is their own mech. All right, but if you can't get it fixed, remember to come find me. You must not delay, Wang Bingyu advised before she turned and left. Zhao Meng didn't delay either and left Star Sea University directly. This scene made many onlookers begin to fantasize. A generation of prodigies has fallen, leaving the school in sorrow. Goddess, don't be discouraged. We'll always support you. What do you think? If I give the goddess a warm hug now, will she fall in love with me? I think she would kill you. I wonder where Goddess Zhao is going. Probably wants to be alone. After all, she lost to her old rival, and it was a crushing defeat. Sigh. Every rise of a prodigy will lead to countless talents falling. Is our generation doomed to be stepping stones for Xiao Mingyan? What are you, a tail end of Earth 6 stars, saying what stepping stone nonsense? I could step on you twice, all right? In 30 years, the river flows east. In 30 years, the river flows west. Okay, enough. If we keep going, it'll be too much. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Zhao Meng felt very hopeful. Since Xiao Mingyan specifically let her go to that mechanic shop, it meant her Platinum Valkyrie must have received a transformation there. This time, she must also become stronger. At least, she can't be worse than the Platinum Valkyrie. Stepping out of the school gate, Zhao Meng regained her heroic appearance. She is Zhao Meng, the ever-unyielding Zhao Meng. With A-class talent, she stands shoulder to shoulder with S-class talent Zhao Meng. On the other side, Li Minggran found Xiao Mingyan and hugged her tightly. Their action could only be described as a peak meeting. Rubbing Xiao Mingyan's hair vigorously, Li Minggran laughed beautifully. Haha, good apprentice, you really are impressive. I was wondering why you ran so far to advance. Turns out you have a great master helping you. Very good. Now Wang Bingyu can't brag about her disciples' driving talent anymore. At least in the phase of Sky Mech Engineers, with your talent skills, You can definitely overshadow her. Held tightly in Wang Bingyu's arms, Xiao Mingyan felt somewhat helpless and always felt a dull ache in her heart. After much effort, she finally pushed her mentor away, looking helpless. Teacher, how many times do I have to say this? Don't keep messing with my hair. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an internet celebrity. Do you understand? Xiao Mingyan puffed her cheeks like a little bun, which increased her cuteness level by a notch. Li Mingran pretended to attack again, and Xiao Mingyan immediately turned and ran. As for what the teacher said, that she could firmly overshadow Zhao Meng at the stage of Sky Mech Engineers, she didn't pay attention. The reason she recommended the Interstellar Mechanic Shop to Zhao Meng was partly to see if the other party could awaken her talent skills. On the other hand, she also wanted to attract some business for Subai. Clearly, they were such amazing mechanics. But that repair shop didn't seem to be doing very well. It's no surprise. After all, it really is expensive. Many people will probably leave when they hear the price. I need to help him promote it well. Maybe next time I can get a discount. My advertising fee is pretty high. Thinking this, Xiao Mingyan felt delighted and hurriedly bounced back to her place. She directly opened her camera and recorded a video. Then she posted it on her social circle. After doing all this, Xiao Mingyan nodded in satisfaction and directly sent Su by a message. Boss Su, I've helped you a lot. Next time, don't charge so much for repairs. Asterisk? Asterisk. However, as soon as this message was sent, it seemed to sink into the sea. There was no reply at all. Xiao Mingyan. Duh? He must be busy. After all, a star-level mechanic has a lot to learn, not to mention he's so young. That must be it. After self-soothing for a while, Xiao Mingyan pushed down her resentment and began to review today's battle. To be honest, if it weren't for her special ability, Instant Step, the outcome of today's fight would still be uncertain. Even Xiao Mingyan had to admit that Zhao Meng's talent in mecha driving was indeed above her own. If you set aside all the mecha and talent reasons, she definitely wasn't Zhao Meng's match. But, so what? The S-level talent is her advantage, just like the mecha driving talent is Zhao Meng's talent. The two are fairly matched. She just didn't want to win relying solely on the advantage of the mecha. While reflecting and summarizing, Xiao Mingyan occasionally checked her phone. After a long wait, she finally received Su Bai's reply. Our shop is honest, and the prices are fair. There's no such thing as discounts. Xiao Mingyan. Goodness, not listening at all. Heh, scumbag. Fuming, she turned off her phone and threw it aside, starting her meditation and training to enhance her star power. Chapter 17, Zhao Meng's terrifying background. Inside the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su Bai had just completed his little goal for today, successfully promoting to a high-level mechanic. That book, Mechanics from Beginner to Advanced, could finally be considered a successful completion of his journey. Just as he took out his phone, he saw the message from Xiao Mingyan, leaving him puzzled. Without thinking, he replied with the earlier remarks. Want a discount? No way. After sending the message, Su Bai stretched happily. Now he had the blueprint for his mecha, and the direction was very clear. He had even decided on the initial materials, using a new type of nanometal. Although its strength was somewhat lacking, it could be quickly assembled. As for the strength issue, he could use interstellar enhancement to boost it. The current problem is where to get nanometal. Previously, Su Bai had checked the system mall, and there were no low-tier materials like nanometal there. This left Su Bai in a bit of a dilemma. Looks like I have to go to the market to take a look. Su Bai rubbed his chin. To get nanometal, he would probably have to visit the metal market. Ding dong. Just as he was deep in thought, the doorbell of the repair shop suddenly rang. This surprised Su Bai. He thought having Xiao Mingyan around today was already the limit. Now another guest? Turning around, he saw Zhao Meng standing at the door of the repair shop. Her expression was fiery, making Su Bai a bit overwhelmed. Excuse me, are you the boss? I need to get my mecha repaired. Zhao Meng went straight to the point, directly stating her request. Upon arriving at the Interstellar Repair Shop and seeing the walls made of vibranium, she understood that the boss here must be the one who helped Xiao Mingyan awaken her talent skill. However, she was also somewhat unsure. After all, Xiao Mingyan awakened her talent skill through advancement, but she was just here for repairs. Come in. Su Bai didn't say much, directly walking toward the repair area, gesturing for Zhao Meng to follow. Carrying a nervous heart, Zhao Meng followed Su Bai into the maintenance room, directly taking out the burnt ice sword mech. Seeing the damage on the ice sword mech, and thinking about Xiao Mingyan's previous shivers, Su Bai instantly understood. This was done by Xiao Mingyan, right? Yes, that's right. So boss, can you fix it? Zhao Meng asked tentatively. Haha. Su Bai smiled and said directly, what you're really asking isn't whether I can fix it, but if it's for a talent skill. Seeing that her little secret was revealed, Zhao Meng felt a bit embarrassed. However, being straightforward by nature, she didn't beat around the bush and openly admitted, That's right. I'm here for the talent skill. Can you do it? Subai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Zhao Meng to be so bold. But boldness is good. He liked doing business with straightforward people like her. He raised 2 fingers, 20 million star coins, and I will meet your needs. Hearing Subai's price, Zhao Meng gasped. She had thought Subai's price would not be cheap, but she didn't expect it to be this high. Generally, the market price for mechs with talent skills is 10 million, but auction prices vary. They're hard to come by. The price of 20 million star coins was hard for her to accept, but giving up just like this made her feel somewhat unwilling. Please wait. I'll go get the money. Zhao Meng struggled for a moment, but made her decision. Spending 20 million on a mech might be more than that, but this involves her duel with Xiao Mengyan. She didn't want to wait until she stepped into the star level to get revenge. Moreover, who knows if she would reach the star level? Training as a mech master isn't that easy. No problem. Subai could tell Zhao Meng was struggling, but he couldn't possibly lower the price for her. Appreciation is one thing, but the money must not be less. He had plenty of places to spend money in the future. Zhao Meng greeted Subai and headed to the hall, her voice intermittently ringing out. It's true. It really is a talent skill. I didn't lie to you. I don't care, I just want to buy. Just tell me if the money can be transferred. Listening to this conversation, Subai could guess that Zhao Meng must have told her family about this, and they didn't believe her. After all, the sudden awakening of a mech's talent skill is almost unheard of. Okay, but you have to go home for a visit. Your grandfather's health isn't good and wants to see you. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line ultimately couldn't refuse his daughter and reluctantly agreed. 20 million is a lot for Zhao Meng, but for him, it wasn't much. If his daughter wanted to give it, then so be it. He was just worried that his daughter, being inexperienced and straightforward, might easily be deceived. All right, I've sent it to you. Remember to go home. I know. After receiving the money, Zhao Meng's tone was somewhat low. It seemed she was very resistant to the idea of going home. After saying the last sentence, she hung up the phone directly. Beep, beep, beep. The middle-aged man on the other end heard the sound of the call being hung up and couldn't help but sigh. This girl. After Zhao Meng hung up, the man quickly dialed another number, his tone filled with a murderous intent. Go find out who the owner of the Interstellar Repair Shop in Yunhai City is. Whose asset is that? I want to see who dares to deceive the daughter of Zhao Tiansheng. The person on the other end of the line quickly responded, still curious about who would dare to provoke this one. Had they eaten the guts of a bear and heart of a leopard? Across the entire Blue Star, and even the Star Alliance, the name Zhao Tiansheng is prestigious. This person is a peak Starfall mech master, one step away from entering the ranks of the Eternal Sky mech masters. Don't mention a little Yunhai. Even in the Imperial capital, there are very few people who can provoke him. Subai naturally had no idea that he had already been targeted, and it was the father of the girl in front of him. Of course, knowing is no big deal. He's not a fraud. Subai does business with honesty, whether it's with the young or the old. Not only can he awaken a talent skill and enhance the mecha's potential, but there's even a chance to gain a special trait. With these conditions, 20 million star coins really aren't too expensive. Zhao Meng walked up to Subai, and he directly handed over the contract in his hand. He has principles in business. Sign the contract first, then take the money. Zhao Meng looked at the contract in his hand and immediately signed it, then transferred the money to Subai. Ding! 20 million star coins received from Starry Sky Treasure. Please wait outside, Subai said after receiving the transfer and escorted Zhao Meng out of the repair room. Turning back, he looked at the slightly charred Ice Sword Master. He noticed that apart from the burnt armor, the great sword and legs were also severely damaged. He reached out to touch the Ice Sword Master's leg armor. Murmuring, Cold Frost Soul, the weapon is a great sword. This talent skill is really suitable for her. Second tier enhancement activated. Chapter 18. Where the sword points, frost covers all. Spending another 100 star points, the second tier enhancement began. A faint blue glow flickered, and a white mist spread out, bringing with it waves of severe cold. Wherever it passed, a layer of white frost covered everything, as if draped in silver armor. The cold spread out, seeping through the cracks of the repair room into the external hall. Zhao Meng, sitting in the hall, instantly stood up when she felt the cold. Her eyes fixed on the repair room. Awakened to the cold frost soul, she was highly sensitive to cold. Even though the white frost had already covered her jeans, she wasn't afraid of the cold at all. Her heart was now warm. Talent skill. It really awakened a talent skill. This boss Su truly has godly skills. With Zhao Meng's status, she had dealt with some star-level mecha repairmen. Previously, under pressure, she didn't think much about it. But now, as she calmed down, she realized how impulsive she had been. The reason a talent skill is called a talent skill is because it awakens when a mecha is successfully built. Although it's not impossible for a talent skill to awaken later, it's something only high-star mecha repairmen can do, and requires at least 6 stars to accomplish. Boss Su, is he a high-star mecha repairman? How is that possible? He's still so young. The more she knew, the more she realized how terrifying Su Bai was. If Sun Han and Su Mingyan only admired him, then Zhao Meng now felt a sense of awe. A high-star mecha repairman was someone even her father wouldn't dare to provoke. I hope my attitude was okay earlier, right? Zhao Meng began to think if she had offended Su Bai in any way. After all, since entering the interstellar mecha shop, she had been rather swift and decisive, and hadn't exchanged many words with Su Bai from the transaction to now. After recalling carefully, Zhao Meng felt relieved. It's good that I didn't offend him. She then became extremely excited, eager to rush directly into the repair room. It was just at this moment that the repair room door opened wide. Cold air burst out, instantly enveloping the entire hall. Snowflakes filled the air, and the entire hall was draped in a silver coat. Zhao Meng's ice blue hair now had a hint of silver, adding an extra touch of heroism to her look. At this moment, she didn't care about the cold at all and directly rushed into the repair room. Like lovers who hadn't seen each other in years, she immediately pounced in front of her Ice Sword Master. The burnt parts of the Ice Sword Master had completely disappeared, replaced by pristine white heavy armor. The ice blue body became even more translucent, and snowflakes adorned it. The bone spurs on its lower body had also changed. Originally more bone-like, they had now fully transformed into ice crystals. What caught Zhao Meng's attention most was the great sword held by the Ice Sword Master. The previously damaged broadsword had now fully recovered, but the light beam channels on both sides of the blade had been completely replaced by ice crystals. The sword body had turned into an entire light beam array. It looked far more advanced than before, at least a whole grade above. Can I try it out? Zhao Meng stuttered with excitement, quickly asking Su Bai for his opinion. Su Bai smiled faintly. Of course, this is your mech. Almost as soon as Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Meng leaped into the Ice Sword Master like the wind. The Ice Sword Master's eyes sparkled with light. With both hands grasping the sword, she swung it around. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts. She even performed a flourish with the broadsword. The beam in the center of the broad sword gradually changed in length under her control, while the ice crystals on both sides emitted a chill. This is amazing, really amazing. I feel like the Ice Sword Master's potential has broken through to the Starbreaker level. By the way, is this the talent skill? Zhao Meng's tone was very cheerful as she raised the broadsword above her head. Slash! The beam sword instantly stabbed towards the ceiling of the maintenance room, sparking wildly and emitting a sound of metal friction. I'm sorry, Boss Su. Zhao Meng quickly apologized like a child who had made a mistake. Su Bai waved his hand helplessly. It's okay, just control your strength. Su Bai was also curious about the talent skill awakened by the Ice Sword Master. He wondered how powerful it truly was. A breath that mixed with mechanical sounds echoed out. Zhao Meng held the broad sword high above her head, and then swung it behind her. The blue light in the Ice Sword Master's eyes surged. At the same time, the broadsword was gently swung out in an instant. Boom! Frost erupted. A sword aura, as thick as a finger, instantly slashed down from the broadsword. Where the sword aura reached, it turned into frozen earth. Wherever the sword pointed, it was all covered in frost. The white mist dragging behind even condensed the moisture in the air into ice particles, slowly falling. Talent skill. Winter Sword Technique. This was the talent skill Su Bai specially crafted for Zhao Meng based on her abilities, able to slash out winter sword energy with just a bit of power. The sword energy soared through the air, rapidly slashing towards Su Bai. However, as it reached Su Bai, it suddenly froze in place, as if it had hit an invisible wall. This is a characteristic specialty. Energy control. Zhao Meng's startled voice came from within the Ice Sword Master as she reached out her left arm in a claw-like manner. Just before the winter sword energy was about to reach Su Bai, she panicked and tried to retract the sword energy. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. As her left hand moved, the winter sword energy freely changed direction based on her hand's movement. This is not a characteristic specialty. So what is energy control? Energy control meant that she could manipulate the energy material emitted by her own mech. For Zhao Meng, who had a high talent for operation, this was simply a divine skill. With energy control and the winter sword technique, her tactical options instantly expanded. The biggest drawback of a power-type mech, its weak long-range attack capability, was completely overcome. Boom! Zhao Meng dropped from the Ice Sword Master and immediately stood straight in front of Su Bai, bowing her head and shouting, "Thank you, Boss Su, for the rebirth." That's right, Su Bai's enhancement of the Ice Sword Master could be called Rebirth. He completely changed the output environment of the Ice Sword Master. With this Ice Sword Master, she believes she should be able to win when facing Xiao Mingyan. The reason why it should was because she wasn't sure what Xiao Mingyan's characteristic specialty was. Coming from Su Bai's hands as well, she didn't believe that Xiao Mingyan wouldn't have a characteristic specialty. As if thinking of something, Zhao Meng spoke directly. Please, Boss Su, give the Ice Sword Master a name. In her eyes, the Ice Sword Master that had been transformed by Su Bai could no longer be called the Ice Sword Master. Its name should be given by Su Bai. Su Bai raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. This was the first time someone had asked him to name something. Whose subordinate is this to be so bold? After thinking for a moment, Su Bai directly said, How about Winter Sword Master? In his opinion, since the talent skill was the Winter Sword technique, it was reasonable to be called Winter Sword Master. Zhao Ming was very satisfied with the name Su Bai gave and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. Thank you, Boss Su. If you ever need help in the future. Despite the appeal, hearing this, Su Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Zhao Ming. Chapter 19. Rising Undercurrents, a crowd coming for a name? Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback by his words. Although she was sincere, typically isn't this the time to politely decline? Or shouldn't they wait for another opportunity to make a request? Why did it take effect immediately? However, after just a brief moment of confusion, she directly spoke up. Boss Su, please go ahead. Though she was a bit blunt, she was not foolish. Having a high-rank mechanic like Su Bai willingly do her a favor was a huge opportunity. Who knows, she might need to ask for his help to level up or for maintenance in the future. Su Bai was not polite and directly asked, Do you know where I can buy nanometal recently? The fact that she could bring in 20 million star coins with one phone call showed that her background was definitely not simple. Instead of searching for a needle in a haystack at the metal market by himself, he might as well ask Zhao Ming for a small favor. Zhao Ming. For the third time, Zhao Ming was left speechless by Su Bai. He had already thought of what major request it would be, and she was even considering how to go back and tell her father about it. But, just asking if there's nanometal for sale. If she remembered correctly, while the quantity of nanometal wasn't much, it wasn't particularly rare either, right? Could it be that Boss Su was testing her? May I ask, how much nanometal do you need? Zhao Ming tentatively inquired, somewhat uncertain. She was worried that if Su Bai needed hundreds of tons of nanometal, she truly wouldn't be able to manage that. About 10 tons, I guess. Su Bai pondered for a moment and gave a specific number. Actually, according to his estimation, his mech outfit would need at most 5 tons of nanometal. The 10 tons were mainly to add margin for error. After all, with his innate talent of blending everything together, he could just store it all inside his star ring and replenish it in time if there were any damages. Zhao Ming. This was already her third moment of silence. 10 tons? She didn't expect that Su Bai only wanted this little bit of nanometal, and she could easily get it from Star Sea University without needing her family's influence. Is it too much? Then it can be less. How much can you manage? Su Bai thought Zhao Ming's reaction meant he was asking for too much. No, it's not much. 10 tons, right? I will get it for Boss Su tomorrow. Hearing Su Bai's request, Zhao Ming hurriedly waved her hand. This was the first task Su Bai entrusted her with, and 10 tons was easy for her to acquire. Should it be delivered here? Yes, I am available after 10 a.m. Any time after that is fine. Seeing Zhao Ming agree, Su Bai's mood brightened significantly. By the way, let me know how much it costs later. No need for money. 10 tons of nanometal isn't expensive. Hearing that Su Bai wanted to pay her, Zhao Ming hurriedly refused. But Su Bai was very firm, paying for goods upon delivery. Fair trade. This is my principle. Just calculate it at market price at that time. If someone is willing to help you, it is a kindness. If you let someone give it for free, that would be too much. This is Su Bai's principle. Seeing Su Bai like this, Zhao Ming could only hurriedly agree. Okay, I will come again tomorrow. By the way, that contact information? Before she could finish, Su Bai had already opened his Doshin QR code. Once was an accident, twice was preparation. He had been ready since he had asked for Doshin twice. Moreover, Zhao Ming was still going to help him find nanometal. No room for ambiguity. As if recalling something, Su Bai continued. By the way, if you have some kryptonite, you can also bring some. About 5 pieces would be good. Kryptonite? Zhao Ming was somewhat puzzled. Kryptonite was the lightest core material, generally used in flying vehicles like hover cars. She didn't understand what Su Bai wanted kryptonite for. However, she didn't ask much and directly agreed. No problem. After saying that, she left the interstellar repair shop. Watching Zhao Ming leave, Su Bai's lips curved slightly upwards. Today is really a good day. He looked at his star currency balance. deducting the 2 million star coins spent. There are still 38.5 million star coins left. This amount of money is enough for an ordinary person to live a luxurious life. Of course, that is if the person is ordinary. If they are a mecha engineer, then it's a bit not enough. After all, just a random star-stepping mech on the market can probably sell for 10 million star coins. Plus the daily maintenance and upkeep costs. It's simply astronomical. Mecha engineers really have a lot of money. Fortunately, there is no existence above the heavenly mecha engineer in Huaxia. Otherwise, they might not be able to afford it. As Su Bai delved deeper into the world of mecha repair, he increasingly agreed with the title of mechas as money-eating beasts. He remembered when he used to spend money freely, tipping a pretty girl several thousand star coins whenever he was happy. Now, compared to mecha engineers, that was nothing. Keep working hard. Eventually, I will go see what the Blue Star has to offer. Tomorrow, the mecha will be settled, and I will no longer just be a mecha engineer with star power, but no mecha. Driving a mecha has always been Su Bai's dream. Now, he was only a step away from realizing that dream. After simply removing the frost inside the interstellar repair shop, he went home. In a good mood, he walked with a spring in his step. After Su Bai left, a man in black stood outside the interstellar repair shop for a long time. He then circled around the repair shop twice. His eyes showed a hint of surprise. Walls made of vibrating gold? So extravagant. I heard the Sun family's girl had her mecha repaired here. This damned repairman dares to ruin our plans. He must be eliminated. Using vibrating gold for walls, he must have considerable wealth. The man's eyes revealed a greedy gleam. If looked closely, one would notice his pupils were different from Blue Star people, being slitted. Go back and prepare. After saying that, the man in black disappeared from the spot. Almost at the moment he vanished, a group of young people flooded to the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. They stared at the vibrating gold walls, all dumbfounded. Wow, it's actually real. It's not an online pic. We actually have such a high-end repair shop in Yanhai. Of course. Didn't you see that Xiao Mengyan recommended this repair shop? It can't be fake. But, alright, hurry in and take a look. I've never been to such a high-end repair shop. Wow, it's actually closed? Which good-hearted repair shop closes at 5 in the afternoon? Does this boss even know how to do business? Forget it, let's come back tomorrow. I definitely need to get my mecha maintained. The next big exam isn't far off. In the hands of these people, a video was playing. The screen showed Xiao Mengyan with a sweet smile, vigorously promoting the Interstellar Mecha Store's quality. However, the costs at the Interstellar Mecha Store are quite high, so I hope everyone considers their budget. Of course, it's definitely worth every penny. Chapter 20, Mecha Blueprint, Child Engagement. Back home, Su Bai was completely unaware of what had happened after he left the Interstellar Repair Shop. At this moment, he could only think about immediately sketching out the prototype of a mecha weapon. Although he had seen similar designs before, he was not very satisfied. Especially one mecha with a bald head image made him feel it lacked something. Adding hair is unrealistic. How about designing the whole head to be transparent? No, that seems a bit dangerous. Oh, the Winter Swordmaster's helmet looks pretty good. Maybe I should make something similar. Let's refine this part. If the core uses kryptonite, then the gaps in the isolation layer and the neural connection components should be a bit farther apart. About 40 centimeters? That distance should be enough. Soon, Su Bai's pen danced across the paper, bringing his imagination to life. Finally, a mecha armed in armor, topped with a warrior helmet, resembling the Huaxia General Lu Fengxian, was designed. He removed the long red tassel at the back of the armor as he thought it was too long. That should be it. The specifics will have to wait until tomorrow when the materials arrive. After all this was done, the sky had turned dark, and after yesterday's madness, today was spent learning mech knowledge again. Su Bai did not rush to learn the heritage skills of the star-level mechanics. He understood the saying about greedy bites leading to choking. Anyway, there was still plenty of time, so he decided to rest well tonight before making any further plans. He kicked off his shoes, climbed into bed, and covered himself with a blanket. Su Bai fell straight into a deep sleep. Outside Yanhai, at the CF family mansion, the black-clothed man had returned to the CF family, kneeling in front of a man wearing a half-human, half-demon mask and draped in a black robe. Beside the man, there was a middle-aged man with graying hair. His gaze was somewhat vacant, as if he were a puppet on a string. Master, we have found a repair shop that affects our plan. What should we do? Duan Han asked the man in the black robe, seeking his orders. That little girl from the Sun family has recovered her mech, and our puppet has been exposed. The hope of entering the Interstellar University through the big exam is slim. Since that person likes to meddle so much, let him understand that all actions will come with a cost. However, let's not rush to act for now. First, we should confirm the other party's strength. There are strong mechanics among them. The man in the black robe spoke slowly after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Duan Han's slit pupils shrank. But if we delay, we may change the situation. If the Blue Star Alliance reacts, I fear. The black-robed man's slit pupils glinted coldly beneath the mask. Did you not understand? Hastily, Duan Han shook his head, feeling anxious. I dare not. You may leave. The black-robed man retracted his imposing presence and slowly turned around. The Blue Star Alliance is likely too preoccupied with their own issues. Duan Han's expression shifted slightly. He did not ask further and directly left. Before leaving, he cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man, who resembled a puppet. The Yunhai Xie family. This is what happens when you resist us. Indeed, that middle-aged man with gray-streaked hair and hollow eyes was the patriarch of the Yunhai Xie family, Xie Zhihao. His power was that of a 9-star mech master, just one step away from becoming a breaking star mech master. Such a strong figure was enough to be ranked among the top 10 in Yunhai. However, now he had become a puppet, showcasing the terror of the black-robed man. After Duan Han left, the black-robed man's expression became somewhat conflicted. Blue Star Alliance. In 6 months, you will surely pay for your past decisions. His slit pupils were filled with flames of hatred, burning fiercely. It seemed he had a deep-seated resentment towards the Blue Star Alliance. After a while, he regained his composure. The black robe waved lightly. Go check on the status of number 1. Yes, sir. The nearby Xie Zhihao responded tonelessly and left the hall. In Jiangnan province, at the central residence of Yundu, Zhao Tianming looked at the information in his hand, his expression complex. His right index finger tapped repeatedly on the table. I didn't expect. He is actually his son. I said that old fool has been missing for years. Turns out he hid in Yunhai. Forget it, forget it. Since he is the son of an old friend, if he gets scammed out of some money, so be it. This young lad isn't learning well, just like his father. No, I need to tell HH to stay away from that kid. At first, Zhao Tianming was furious upon seeing that Su Bai was only 19, about the same age as his daughter. He nearly ordered his mech team to destroy the interstellar repair shop, until he saw Su Bai's parents' details. Father, Su Nantian, 48, classified. Mother, Zhou Meiyun, 45, classified. These two pieces of information instantly extinguished Zhao Tianming's anger and replaced it with some excitement. The joy wasn't because of the classification, but because of the name Su Nantian. No one knew it better than him. Once upon a time, they shared a bond like brothers. They had even considered an arranged marriage for their children, but alas, Su Nantian had rejected it. Zhao Tianming still remembered when he brought it up with Su Nantian. The other had a defiant look. How my Su Nantian's son? How could one hang oneself on a tree? I have to admit, when Su Nantian said this, he indeed looked very handsome. But when Zhou Meiyun found out and beat him until he was rolling on the ground, it was truly embarrassing. The child engagement can only be set aside. Fortunately, we didn't arrange the engagement back then. This kid obviously isn't any good. Now, Zhao Tianming is extremely thankful for what happened back then. Good thing Su Nantian thought highly of himself. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble now. Hee, Su Nantian, did you expect this? You've been a carefree wanderer all these years, but your son is so high profile. Thinking of Su Nantian's expression upon discovering that his whereabouts were exposed by Su Bai, Zhao Tianming felt very pleased. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Zhao Tianming quickly adjusted his expression and tucked Su Bai's information into the desk. Come in. Chief. Not good. We found traces of the Tao Wu beast near Starry Sky number 1. The number is estimated to be over 1,000. A member of the mobile squad, wearing a uniform with the Blue Star Alliance flag on his head, reported urgently to Zhao Tianming. Hearing this, Zhao Tianming's face darkened, his tone low. I understand. Continue to observe. If they approach Starry Sky number 1, engage directly. Understood. The team member replied, and then left directly. Once the others had left, Zhao Tianming wore a bittersweet smile as he glanced at an old photo on the desk. You're quite carefree. I'm the only one shouldering everything. Over 1,000 Tao Wu beasts. How many years has it been since the Blue Star encountered such a massive beast tide? Life is destined to be restless. Chapter 21. Is this the fire? Dawn broke. Su Bai was awakened by the vibration of his phone today. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. This series of comment sounds jolted him from his slumber. Su Bai sat up at the head of the bed, still in a half-dreaming state, picked up his phone, and stared at the 99 plus red, bewildered. What's going on? Didn't I block the bad review notifications? No way. It's been 3 days, and these little trolls are still at it. I, Su Bai, am not getting angry. Do they think of me as an easy target? Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone Su Bai, and it's still morning. Everyone knows how powerful morning anger can be. Subai rolled up his sleeves, ready to battle these little trolls to the end. However, the moment he opened his phone, he froze. What greeted his eyes was not the various negative reviews he expected. Instead, it was all praise and more curious comments. Brothers, huge news. The Interstellar Repair Shop is actually real. That's right, guided by Goddess Mingyan yesterday, I went to the Interstellar Repair Shop, and it really opened my eyes. I can testify. We in Yunhai have never been this impressive. There's this high-end repair shop. Is this true? Yesterday, I was busy playing original magic at home. Couldn't go to check it out. Absolutely true. At least dozens of us went together. There's no way we could be lying to you, right? Furthermore, scammers wouldn't invite Xiao Mingyan. She wouldn't risk doing advertising for him, right? That makes sense. I'm going to check it out today. Hee, can you really afford the maintenance fees at such a high-end repair shop? Who said I had to spend money? Didn't I say I'm just going to take a look? Wow, you really have guts. Seeing these comments, Subai felt a mix of laughter and tears. He initially thought that when Xiao Mingyan said she helped him, it was just about having Zhao Meng come to his shop for repairs. Unexpectedly, there was this. Her advertising for him, even though she advertised for me, giving a discount is still impossible. Subai thought for a moment and gave up on the idea of offering discounts. At most, he would slightly lower the price. Once he opened the door to discounts, what would he do if old customers came back wanting discounts? If everyone wanted a discount, how can he still make money? He can, of course he can. But this will affect his progress speed. I have to say, the star whale breathing technique is truly a legendary technique. Apart from the explosive improvement on the first day, he gained more progress yesterday. Now, he's already a Sky 3-star mecha master, although he doesn't have a mecha. But today, he does. This kind of improvement speed, if told to others, no one would believe it. On the contrary, he needs more resources. The first layer of the star whale breathing technique can only raise him to Sky 9-star, and at this speed, it will only take a few more days to reach the limit. As for the price of the second layer, he has already checked it. Not too much, not too little. Exactly 5,000 star points. Converted to star coins, that's 50 million star coins, and even if he used all his assets, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention, he still needs to upgrade his mecha, and the price for a 1-level upgrade is 10 times the normal cost. Forget it, just thinking about it makes me feel like a poor person. Sigh. Mecha Master's so expensive. Subai shook his head helplessly. Maybe this is the price of achieving dreams? At that moment, his message notification suddenly lit up. It was from her like a goddess. How's it going, Boss Su? I've done you a huge favor, right? Looking at it, it was sent by Xiao Mingyan. Who could have guessed that sweet and cute Xiao Mingyan in front of others would be so self-absorbed behind their backs? Subai thought for a moment. Thanks, but no discount. Inside Xiao Mingyan's home in Yundu, her two fair little legs were lifted and gently swaying, her hands holding her phone, eagerly waiting for Subai's reply. The result was just this message. Xiao Mingyan. P. She snapped. She immediately threw her phone away, fell on the bed, and kept pounding the mattress with her fists. Bang, bang, bang. Pa, scumbag. She had planned to catch up on sleep, but now she was wide awake. She could only get up and meditate, turning her anger into effort. She spent the whole day yesterday studying the slash technique, but she realized it wasn't suitable for her. Combining instant step and solar drop, she was more suited to gunplay. She could focus on this direction. Last night, the airport lady provoked me. Looks like she gained quite a lot. Can't accept her challenge until I've mastered intermediate skills. Anyway, now the whole school knows I'm the real winner. Thinking of Xiao Meng, Xiao Mingyan's mood improved a lot. After adjusting her mood, she started today's meditation. After replying to Xiao Mingyan, Subai didn't check his phone again. By now, it was already 9 o'clock, and he had told Zhao Meng to open the door at 10. If he was late, that wouldn't be good. After a simple breakfast, he went to the Interstellar Mecha repair shop. I thought being a boss would make things easier, but I didn't expect I still have to work on time, Subai sighed as he walked down the road. Luckily, thinking about his mecha helped him adjust his mood. Humming a tune, he directly arrived at the entrance of the Interstellar Mecha repair shop. However, when he was about 500 meters away from the shop, he froze. In front of him, there were dense crowds of people. They even spontaneously formed a line. A rough estimate showed there were at least 500 people. Ezubai, Sigma, E. What's going on? On the third day of opening, having only received 3 orders in total, he had never seen such a scene. Let's not even talk about it. If all these people really came for repairs, he would need 10 hands just to serve them, wouldn't he? Gulyalu. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down, and quietly moved towards the front of the line. But halfway through, he was stopped by someone. Bro, I'm not saying you, but haven't you seen everyone is in line? If you want to go in, go to the back of the line. Yeah, don't try to cut in line. I've always despised people who cut in line. We've got hundreds of eyes on you, be honest. Go to the back, or I'll beat you up. Subai. Today, he really was learning a lot. Wasn't it the people buying pigs who chased the pig sellers away? I'm not going. Who's going to open the door for you then? Subai spread his hands, looking helpless. Ah, little thing, this excuse has already been used by 108 people. Subai, you're so amazing, so noble. In the end, he still ignored these people's obstruction. Continued to move forward. Seeing Subai ignore their interception, everyone glared angrily at him. A burly young man stepped forward, glaring at Subai. Hey, get in line. Subai glanced at him casually. His star power erupted, belonging to the sky, 3-star, bursting forth and instantly stunning those around him. The sky 3-star, although it doesn't sound too strong. But one must know, even Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mengyi, leaders from one of the interstellar top 100 schools, are only sky 1-star. And Subai is the same age as them. Such strength can already be called a genius. Sure enough, after he released his star power, the burly young man scratched his head, looking into the distance. Ha! What a nice day today. He stepped back and returned to the line. What a joke. Most of them were just here to watch the fun. Even the best mecha masters were only Earth mecha masters. To stop a sky mecha master with their heads. The role of star power isn't just to control mechas. It greatly enhances the mecha master's strength and physical fitness. After the other party stepped back, Subai shook his head helplessly and continued walking towards the interstellar mecha repair shop. Feeling very helpless inside. What is this all about? Chapter 22. Rounding up, I'm also a star-level mecha repair master, right? Finally, after tireless effort, Subai stood at the door of the interstellar mecha repair shop. He vowed, this is the most tiring day of his entire life running a shop. Oh, no, he has only been running the shop for 3 days. Standing at the entrance of the interstellar mecha shop, Subai faced the retinal recognition lock. Click, a sound. The mechanical door opened. The onlookers who had previously doubted Subai were immediately stunned. Sigma, he really is the owner? Wow, the owner of such a magnificent shop is actually so young. This young man is so handsome and so rich. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A girl in the crowd looked at Subai, her face blushing, instantly provoking an attack from other girls around. Pah, shameless, what are you thinking? Exactly. So what if he has a girlfriend? He isn't married. Sister will care for my brother more than you. Everyone, you understand T-Art. As the store door opened, those at the front of the crowd rushed in, instantly surrounding the interstellar mecha repair shop tightly. Seeing the shop's interior environment was exactly as in the picture. They were in an uproar. Wow, this place is even more amazing inside. These are all the latest equipment, right? Light screen projection, thermal sensing tracking, light beam thermal knife, complete body support. They even use vibration gold for the desks. Are they treating vibration gold like iron blocks? This is worth a fortune. Vibration gold. At least it's material from mechas above star level. And here it is, directly used for the desk. What a waste, truly wasteful. What kind of background does this owner have? Is he some young master from somewhere? Should be, right? Only they would have money to burn. What a pity the store owner is so young. His repair level probably won't be high. Goddess Mingyan is ultimately blinded by money. Sigh. Hearing these words made Subai's mouth twitch. What's worse in the chaos, some even touched him a few times. Subai finally couldn't hold back. All right, maintain order. Those in need of maintenance services, come in. Those unrelated, stay outside. At the same time, his star power dispersed outward, pushing back those who were close to him. Inside the mecha repair shop, it finally quieted down a bit. Most of the onlookers had left the repair shop and come outside. But there were still quite a few mecha masters remaining, surprisingly over 30. Boss, how much does it cost for maintenance of an Earth mecha here? The first young man with bright eyes asked. He mainly wanted to experience how effective this cutting-edge technology maintenance really was. Subai gave him a casual glance. 100,000 star coins. This time he didn't randomly quote, but quoted according to the standard for star-level mecha repair masters. Taking care of them does not require interstellar enhancement. What? You say Subai is not a star-level mechanic yet? He'll be one soon. He has many skills passed down from 1 to 3 star-level mechanics, you know? Upon hearing Subai's quote, it indeed caused quite a stir. What? It's so expensive for just one maintenance. I remember that a high-tier mechanic charges only 10,000 star coins for one maintenance of a ground mech, right? You directly increased it by 10 times. Yeah, could it be that the advanced equipment allows for random pricing? Exactly. If you do this, we will have to report you. You better not claim to be a star-level mechanic. Bah, crook, let's go report him. Subai felt no disturbance in his heart, even wanting to laugh a little. Those who said such things usually weren't really there for maintenance. Otherwise, why would they start complaining without asking details? Thus, another wave of people left. There were still about 10 people left in the store. Subai raised an eyebrow. Clearly, there were more people remaining than he had expected, and the bespectacled youth who asked earlier didn't leave either. He adjusted his glasses and, after thinking for a moment, asked, "I wonder what maintenance services the boss offers here." "Oh, look at this, someone who knows the trade." Upon hearing the bespectacled youth's question, Subai instantly became interested, directly selecting 2 maintenance skills from the 1-star inheritance skills in front of him: mech skeleton, unblocking, and outer armor coating. Since the other party asked sincerely, he naturally had to provide some substantial information. Sure enough, after hearing Subai's maintenance items, the remaining 10 people, including the bespectacled youth, had their eyes light up. The bespectacled youth, Zhou Yunzheng, didn't think twice and directly pulled out his phone to scan the nearby QR code. Ding! Star coins received, 100,000 star coins. Could you please perform the maintenance for me, store manager? After hearing the skills Subai introduced, Zhou Yunzheng realized that the person in front of him was indeed a star-level mechanic, and the other party was so young. His future was simply limitless. He had to hold on tight to this big shot. After Zhou Yunzheng, the others also came forward one after another to scan the QR code. In just a short while, Subai received another 1 million star coins. They didn't doubt Subai's words at all. Just based on the store's decoration, he couldn't possibly be a scammer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant. Once they confirmed this, their thoughts were naturally the same as Zhou Yunzheng's. An opportunity must not be missed. It will not come again. After receiving the payment, Subai led Zhou Yunzheng to the first maintenance room, while asking the other few people to wait in other maintenance rooms. Perfectly, the Interstellar Mechanic Shop has 10 maintenance rooms. He can manage them at the same time. Upon hearing Subai's words, everyone took their mechs in the maintenance room. Besides Zhou Yunzheng, the others' mechs were quite ordinary. 3 were universal type, CC, 104 power type ground mechs, mixed bones. Height, 10 meters, body weight, 15 tons, engine power, 360,000 kilowatts, thrust, 35 million kilograms. 2 were universal type, BA, 101 speed type ground mechs, turbine. Height, 11 meters, body weight, 10 tons, engine power, 370,000 kilowatts, thrust, 37 million kilograms. 4 universal type, DH, 102 arm type ground mechs, green kai. Height, 10 meters, body weight, 15 tons, engine power, 370,000 kilowatts, thrust, 36 million kilograms. Finally, there was Zhou Yunjing's mech. In the first maintenance room, a mech, entirely purple-green with a combination of light and heavy armor, its upper torso resembling a shrimp shape and countless scales attached to the lower body, with a snake-like head, was displayed inside. FE 255 balance type ground mech, Abyss King Snake. Height, 12 meters, body weight, 26 tons, engine power, 730,000 kilowatts, thrust, 62 million kilograms. And this Abyss King Snake is also a 3-star ground mech. Is at the same level as Sun Han's Red Moon. This was the first time Subai had seen a balanced type mech, and unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary bespectacled youth turned out to be a little genius. The other's talent now appeared in his eyes. A-level talent, Poison of Desire. Chapter 23, it's time to show true skills. Poison-type talent? No wonder he chose the balanced-type mech, the Belly King Snake. Poison talents do not match well with strength or speed types, because his talent mainly relies on diffusion attacks. What's suitable are arm types and balance types. However, in arm types, there are too few weapons that can use poison attacks. Using other weapons would seem a bit counterproductive. Of course, the so-called poison here is not targeted at mech operators, but more like an electronic virus for mechs. By penetrating the mech's skeletal joints, it disrupts internal circuits, causing the mech to go haywire and stall. But the toxins that can truly threaten living beings are not strong. Mech operators like Zhou Yunxing typically use them in mech battles or interstellar wars. Against our beasts, it's a bit lacking. Besides him, others have body enhancement talents. This is also why they choose universal mechs. In this world, most mech operators actually have body enhancement, while those with special means are a minority. Having simply confirmed their information, Subai arrived at the control panel. Maintenance doesn't need him to personally handle each one. With the equipment of the Interstellar Repair Shop, he can completely operate in multi-threaded mode. The others had no objections. After all, in their hearts, Subai is a star-level repair master. He must have his own reasons for doing this. However, when Subai really started multi-threaded operations from the control panel, they were still shocked by his skillful techniques. First, in the number 1 maintenance room, where the Belly King Snake was located. Subai used the inherited skills he gained in his mind to directly control the mechanical arms, instantly removing the entire outer armor of the belly king snake. Unlike universal types, or even speed or strength types, balanced mechs focus on precision. Almost every light or heavy armor dismantling must be extremely meticulous. Otherwise, it simply cannot be removed. As a result, Subai completed all of this with just the mechanical arms. This made everyone present begin to quietly discuss. Is this the power of star-level repair master? He actually removed the armor of the belly king snake with mechanical arms. If this were in battle, could he easily remove our mechs too? That's definitely possible. But ordinary repair masters don't have mech talents, so we don't need to worry too much. True, after all, they're the ones who know the weaknesses of mechs best. If they all had mech talents, they would simply be unstoppable weapons. While the few were discussing, Zhou Yunqing was staring intently at Subai's operation. He knew best how special the belly king snake was. Even among balanced mechs, it was an extremely unique existence. The reason is the special body structure of the belly king snake. Its upper body arches like a shrimp, primarily for flexibility. The belly king snake is one of the few mechs capable of doing a half-body rotation. This is also why he chose it. A sudden half-body rotation can make his poison attacks more unexpected. At the same time, because of this, the structure of the belly king snake is more complex and precise. If Subai were only using one mechanical arm to control armor removal, that would be fine. The key is, right now he is controlling 10 at once. What level of repair master is he? That's right. While removing the armor of the belly king snake, Subai had already removed the outer armor of Xiaogu, Turbo, and Green Kai. All of this was completed in mere seconds. This made everyone exclaim in, "Oh wow, this is really amazing. This $100,000 was truly worth it. Haha, those who left early must be regretting it now. Having seen such operations in this lifetime, it's truly worth it. This boss Su is probably at least a 2-star repair master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such operational skill." They guessed this point wrong. Although he quickly learned 2 inherited skills with assistance, Subai was at best a 1-star mechanic, still lacking in proficiency. The reason he could multitask was mainly due to the integration of all things and the understanding he gained from using the star whale breathing technique to create star power tides. The integration of all things allowed him to completely control the mechanical arms. Even 10 of them could be maneuvered with ease. As for the disassembly, it was through observing the operation of star power that Subai became extremely sensitive to the link between him and the mech star power, enabling him to grasp it accurately and avoid mishaps. Of course, he would not say any of this. Let them continue to misunderstand. After all, he would soon become a 3-star mechanic. At this moment, Subai was fully focused on the 10 mechs displayed on the light screen. Next, it was time for a true test of skills. He saw the 10 mechanical arms. He was operating slowly, moving over the 10 mechs. From top to bottom, pushing, pulling, kneading, and pinching gradually. The 10 heavy mechanical arms now moved with the dexterity akin to that of an old massage therapist's hands. In just a few minutes, he kneaded each mech from top to bottom. This was not simple massage. While pushing and pulling, the mechanical arms reinforced the neurons of the mech's skeletal parts with electronic pulses, increasing their sensitivity and tightness. The kneading and pinching process removed dust and accidentally dropped metal fragments from the mech skeleton. Once completed, the flexibility and lifespan of these mechs would elevate to a whole new level. The metal scraps on the ground were the best evidence of this. After cleaning the mech skeletons, the mechanical arms moved onto the disassembled armor. Kaz! The fingers of the mechanical arms instantly closed, transforming into a nozzle shape. A dazzling array of sprays erupted from it, like a rainbow falling. As these sprays touched the outer armor, they instantly transformed into their original colors. The rainbow colors turned into transparent coatings. The outer armor coating was made using PIA material, adjustable camouflage that was dust-proof, waterproof, and heat-resistant. It not only improved the mech's durability in extreme environments, but also allowed for disguise as needed. After finishing all this, Subai then operated the mechanical arms to reinstall the outer armor. Mission accomplished. At this moment, everyone, including Zhou Yunzheng, looked at Subai with completely changed expressions. They had thought that simultaneously disassembling the outer parts of 10 mechs was Subai's limit. Little did they know, he had just presented them with such an amazing performance. Indeed, it was a performance. This was no longer just maintenance. It was pure art. Is this really what we get for spending 100,000? One man exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment. I don't know, but this 100,000 was worth it. Oh no, how could I not record a video to capture all this? I recorded it. At this point, the boy who filmed the video nervously asked Su Bai, "Boss Su, can we upload these videos?" Chapter 24. Eagerly awaiting, the materials finally arrive. At this moment, several young men felt a bit tense, as star mechanics like Su Bai usually had their own temperaments and rules. They didn't dare to upload the maintenance video without caution. They couldn't afford to offend such big shots. Oh, go ahead. They never expected Su Bai to be so indifferent. In his eyes, he was just doing a little maintenance, not worth mentioning at all. There was nothing involving any core skills. The real craftsmanship was something they couldn't see, hidden in every detail. Moreover, what they saw through the light screen was not everything. The more microscopic operations could not be recorded by the screen. Once this video was released, an expert sees no tricks, but a novice can enjoy the show. Add a bit of heat, and it's good to filter out some real customers. All right, if there's nothing else, please leave. Su Bai issued the eviction order. Just then, Zhao Meng sent him a message saying she was almost there. Nothing is more important than one's own mech. Under Su Bai's order, the few people dared not disobey. Even if Zhou Yunjin wanted to say something, she could only give up. "Thank you, Boss Su. I'll come again next time." After thanking Su Bai, they left the interstellar repair shop. Today was quite a boost for them. Spending 100,000 star coins was worth it. Although it didn't result in a qualitative change like interstellar enhancement, through the upkeep skills passed down from 2-star level mechanics, their mech's attributes were at least improved by 30%. It may not sound like much, but once in operation, the enhancements will be significant. At least in the upcoming big exam, they would gain the upper hand. After the few left, the interstellar repair shop returned to quietness. Su Bai sat quietly at his desk, patiently waiting for Zhao Meng to arrive. His occasionally trembling legs expressed his excitement at this moment. Ding dong. Soon, the doorbell rang, and Su Bai quickly got up to greet her. Zhao Meng was surprised to see Su Bai come out to welcome her. "Boss Su, you don't need to be so polite. Hurry, give me the stuff." Su Bai really didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Zhao Meng. Well, I thought too much. I felt that Boss Su would come out to greet me." With a helpless shake of her head, Zhao Meng said, "It can't fit here, right?" "Oh, let's go to the repair room." Su Bai was so eager to have his own mech that he forgot they were in the hall. Even if he wanted high-density, high-quality nanometal, he couldn't help but damage the tiles. The hall floor wasn't reinforced with vibration gold, which is the weakest point of the entire interstellar repair shop. Led by Su Bai, the two quickly entered the repair room. Zhao Meng reached out to touch the star ring on her hand. Bang, bang. After 2 loud bangs, 2 2-meter-high, transparent metal masses appeared in the repair room. Unlike traditional nanotechnology, the density of nanometal is higher, which causes changes in its internal structure. The initially almost invisible nanometal transformed into this visible metal substance. But its essence was largely the same, especially in terms of strength comparable to before the change. This is also the current limit of technology. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 more loud bangs, 5 blocks of rock, radiating dark green light, were placed by Zhao Meng on the table. "These are what you need, right?" After taking out everything Su Bai needed, Zhao Meng looked at him proudly, seemingly waiting for his praise. She had put a lot of effort and connections into obtaining these items, especially the nanometal. She didn't expect the inventory at Star Sea University to be insufficient. It was through her family connections that she managed to gather these 10 tons for Su Bai. Su Bai naturally understood that if there was enough time, getting these items would not be difficult, but the other party managed to gather them overnight. This must have cost her quite a bit of effort. "Thank you." Su Bai sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Zhou Min, Sigma, eh." This left Zhao Meng a bit dumbfounded. From their 2 exchanges, she thought Su Bai was that kind of aloof man. She didn't expect him to thank her so sincerely. This made her a bit embarrassed as she touched her ear. You don't have to be so polite. How much are these in total?" After thanking her, Su Bai directly asked for the price. Zhao Meng. Boss Su's changes in rhythm are always so hard to decipher. The total is 250,000 star coins. A piece of keystone is 10,000 star coins, and nanometal is 20,000 star coins per ton. She didn't hesitate in her quote. After all, Su Bai had made it very clear before that fair trade was the principle of the other party. These are all market prices. She had no need to lie. Su Bai nodded when she heard this. "All right, it's transferred to you." Soon, Zhao Meng's phone rang with a notification. Starry Sky token received 300,000 star coins. "Boss Su?" Zhao Meng was a bit confused about Su Bai's meaning. Su Bai simply smiled lightly. "What you said just now is all market price. Gathering these things in such a short time must have a premium." I said, "Fair trade is my principle." Unexpectedly, she was still discovered by Su Bai. Indeed, she reported all at market prices and followed Su Bai's principle. But for the premium part, Zhao Meng chose to bear it herself. After all, She promised Su-bai that if she needed anything, she could tell her. Now that she was found out, she could only helplessly stick out her tongue, a bit of a cute gesture. If this scene were seen by those who knew Zhao Ming well, they would surely be astonished. Zhao Ming always appeared as a cool girl in their eyes. With a straightforward personality, doing things quite like a boy, no one expected her to show such a little girl side. Boss Su, are you planning to use these materials to make equipment? Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask while watching Su-bai inspecting the nanometal. Pretty much. Su-bai, touching the nanometal, had no intention of hiding. I plan to use these to build mechas. Mechas? As if recalling something, Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. Is Boss Su planning to build mech weapons? Having grown up in a family influenced by mechas, Zhao Ming's understanding of mechas was stronger than that of the average mech engineer. Materials like nanometal aren't suitable for making standard mechas, and kryptonite, as a core, doesn't provide enough power and propulsion to support the needs of large mechas. So the mechas Su-bai was building would obviously be mech weapons. Can I watch here? Zhao Ming asked a bit nervously. She had never seen mech weapons before. Not to mention her, there were very few who had seen mech weapons on Blue Star. Most mech weapons were merely conceptual, due to technological limitations. What could be produced were only some auxiliary mechas for regular tasks. She had witnessed Su-bai's repair skills. She didn't believe that he would make such small things. She didn't want to miss the moment of witnessing the birth of mech weapons. Chapter 25. 5 Nucleus Co-Burning. Extreme Forging. Okay. After Zhao Ming requested to watch, Su-bai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, it might take a while, and it's not convenient for you to enter the repair room. You can only stay in the hall. After all, the other party had helped him. This small request to see the mech weapons was something Su-bai could fulfill. He didn't plan to keep the mech weapons hidden. They would have to be seen sooner or later. As long as she didn't see the production process and the enhancement process, there would be no problem. Okay, I promised to stay obediently in the hall without moving. Almost as soon as Su-bai finished speaking, Zhao Ming nodded frantically in agreement. Such a rare opportunity. Let alone waiting in the hall, she would be willing to wait outside the door. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced. Hee little guy, you have no idea what you've missed. Sneeze at this moment, Xiao Mingyan, who was meditating, suddenly sneezed and felt somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Caught a cold? That shouldn't be. Although she felt a bit surprised, Xiao Mingyan didn't pay much attention and continued her meditation work. Inside the interstellar repair shop, at Su-bai's gesture, Zhao Ming closed the big door of the interstellar repair shop. Now, only she and Su-bai remained in the vast repair shop, although one was in the hall and the other was in the repair room. The reason Su-bai closed the door was simple. He didn't know how much time he would need to build the mecha. If a guest arrived midway and left him waiting, that wouldn't be good. So he simply decided to close the door. That's right, it was that casual. Click. He closed the door of the workshop. Su-bai first approached the 2 clumps of nanometal, stroking his chin with his right hand, his eyes moving. Let's try this clump first. Let me think. I'll draw a bone out from the middle. I'll use the biomimetic bone-making method. This was a 3-star mechanic skill he had selected from the inheritance of a star-level mechanic. At Su-bai's current level, practicing this technique was still a bit awkward, but he had task assistance. The true function of the task assistance was now revealed. As long as the skills were within the task assistance, Su-bai could quickly master them, and his proficiency would be just like that of the inheritor. With a wave of his right hand, one of the clumps of nanometal moved closer to him. Under the effect of everything merging together, the nanometal began to change shape continuously along his right hand and meld together. The solid metal felt like a lump of clay, molded by Su-bai's hands. While his right hand controlled the nanometal, Su-bai's left hand was also busy, continuously carving the nanometal with a thermal beam knife. Crackle. An hour and a half later, a lot of fallen nanometal scraps lay on the ground, and in front of Su-bai stood a 2-meter-tall, semi-transparent metal skeleton rising before him. Limbs, torso, neck bones, and skull were all naturally formed lifelike. He reached out and rotated the right arm of the metal skeleton. It moved smoothly without any hesitation. Seeing this, Su-bai nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a 3-star mechanic's inherited skill, this mecha-skeleton is comparable to the human body in every aspect. The fit must be excellent. The mecha connects to the mechanic's body through neuron components, forming a unique link through the flow of star power. But humans and mechas are fundamentally different. Due to different skeletal structures, even the most intricately designed large mechas can only approximate the human structure, making some unique movements difficult to perform. This is why there is a difference in the difficulty of mecha operation techniques. However, Su-bai's mecha armament did not have this problem. The almost identical structure made it much easier for him to operate. Next, it's the joints and outer armor. Subai was very satisfied with his masterpiece, but this was only the first step. With a wave of his right hand, the nanometal scraps on the ground instantly rose into the air and then fused back together. Everything merging together truly lived up to its SSS-level talent. This waste utilization with no loss was simply a miraculous skill, and this was just one of its abilities. For the outer armor, I'll use the light-heavy armor golden ratio. For the choice of outer armor, Subai used a 2-star mechanics inherited skill, the light-heavy armor golden ratio. Using his own skills, he controlled the ratio of light and heavy armor on the mecha, allowing both to achieve optimal performance. The key to this skill was precision. A slight error could lead to a complete failure. Even Subai had to take it seriously. His right hand controlled the nanometal to change its general shape, while his left hand used a thermal beam knife to carve patterns and details. As sparks flew, beads of sweat began to appear on Subai's forehead. 3.5 hours later, looking at the mecha covered with outer armor and joint connections, a slight smile appeared on Subai's lips. Not bad. Almost no difference from the blueprints. The mecha armament before him had basically taken shape, and Subai ultimately chose to paint it in a red and black design, looking just like ancient warrior armor. With a perfect ratio of light and heavy armor, the helmet he selected was one he particularly liked. The mecha, only 2 meters tall, visually appeared no less impressive than larger mechas. On the contrary, it exuded even more intimidation. Next up is the core power. Subai looked at the nearby kryptonite, eager to try. This time, he was using a 3-star mechanic skill, 5 cores ignited together. This was the reason he needed 5 pieces of kryptonite. From the very first time he watched the task assistance, he discovered this skill, but too strong a power source would lead to energy eruptions, even causing explosions, and Subai was not confident he could control it. Not to mention Subai, even higher-rank mechanics could hardly achieve this. They could only choose relatively weaker power sources to attempt. Thus, even possessing incredible abilities, this skill was rated only as a 3-star mechanic skill. Its practicality was weak, but Subai had interstellar enhancement. With the effect of interstellar enhancement, it was very likely to upgrade the originally low-tier power source. Then he could achieve 5 cores ignited with the output of a high-energy power source. He would create the strongest power mecha. Oh, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, wiping away the fine sweat on his forehead. Standing before the 5 dark green krypton stones, he spread his hands wide. The 5 krypton stones immediately floated up into the air. Arranged in a pentagon, they formed 5 different positions. Then they gradually drew closer. As the 5 krypton stones came nearer, suddenly an energy net formed between them. The energy net connected the cores of the 5 krypton stones, gathering their energy, green light flickering. At this moment, the energy on the energy net had already far exceeded the energy of the krypton stones themselves, even tripled, comparable to the total energy of 2 helium stones. Boom! With a loud bang, Subai's eyes narrowed, his hands pushing forcefully sideways. In an instant, he embedded it into the mecha armor. At the moment the power source entered the mecha, all the linkages of the mecha armor were activated. A terrifying wave of energy burst forth, shaking the entire interstellar mechanics shop. Chapter 26. The prototype is complete. Strengthening begins. The tremor startled Zhao Meng, who was meditating in the hall, and she quickly stood up, looking around anxiously. What is this noise? Zhao Meng had stayed behind to witness the birth of the combat mecha armor. But she clearly remembered that the materials she had given Subai were just krypton stones. Even with 5 krypton stones, it shouldn't cause such a huge commotion. What on earth is Boss Su doing? Now Zhao Meng's heart was like a cat scratching, extremely curious about everything happening in the repair room. It had already been 5 hours since Subai entered the repair room. She had come at noon, and it was now approaching evening. Zhao Meng wasn't impatient. After all, witnessing history, what was the harm in waiting a few days? The key was that she knew very well that a one-of-a-kind mecha armor was about to be born not far from her. What kind of temptation could withstand the test for any mecha enthusiast? Should I sneak a look? Zhao Meng even had the thought of spying, but as soon as the thought came up, she quickly shook her head. No, if I get caught, it would be terrible if Boss Su gets angry. Sigh, I wish time would pass quickly. Forcing herself to suppress her restless heart, Zhao Meng found it hard to meditate and could only practice mecha skills in the hall. Of course, she wasn't practicing in an actual mecha, but rather offline practice. Such effects were not as good as practicing on a real machine, but they could still improve skill proficiency. Taking a lightsaber from the star ring, with soft blue light flickering, Zhao Meng held the blade upright before her. Her eyes closed tightly. As her left foot moved forward, the right foot remained still, and then she quickly rotated while the sword in her hand danced along with her. Intermediate mecha skill, circular cut slash. A seamless execution. Aside from Zhao Meng's anxious waiting, the interstellar mechanic shop outside was also restless. In the distance, Duan Han watched the comings and goings outside the interstellar mechanic shop. The emotions were very heavy. I didn't expect the business of this repair shop to be so good. If I act rashly, I will definitely be noticed by the enforcement team. But what is that kid doing? He only operates for 1 hour a day before closing. On this point, not only Duan Han was puzzled, even more puzzled were those customers who came after watching Su Bai's maintenance video. What the hell? Is this for real? They just closed? Is this the place in the video? Is there really a star-level mechanic here? It should be right. After all, a repair shop of this scale is rare not just in Yanhai, but in all of Huaxia. We just came too late. Damn, is this the arrogance of a star-level mechanic? Which good person closes their shop at 11 a.m.? What can we do? He's a star-level mechanic. A super expert who can operate with 10 threads. The key is the price is affordable. That's true. 100,000 star coins is the average price for maintenance by a star-level mechanic, but that is just for maintenance. Here it's directly 2 for 1, so affordable. Anyway, I'm not leaving today. I'll wait right here until the store manager opens tomorrow. It's this intense. Then I'm not leaving either. Well said, if you're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. Now, Zhou Yunjia and others had already uploaded the video of Su by simultaneously maintaining 10 mechas online, thanks to the previous hype by Xiao Mengyan. Currently, the topic of the interstellar repair shop was quite hot. As soon as the video was published, it instantly garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Just as Su Bai had guessed, insiders couldn't find the tricks, but outsiders found it very exciting. Almost immediately after publication, there were 10,000 comments. Is this for real? Does Yanhai have a star-level mechanic now? What the hell? This operation, even an average star-level mechanic probably can't do, right? Let's not even talk about it. Just this performance is worth the ticket price, okay? Let's go. It seems like Yanhai is a must-visit. To be honest, I've already arrived, but the boss is closed. Is this a hunger marketing tactic? Right? Damn it. Which good person closes their shop at noon? I really miss the years past when chrysanthemum was just a flower and the young phoenix and the young dragon was still a compliment. People were simple, and there weren't so many deep tricks. I really can't stand this old six. I'm glad I didn't go. Now they're dumbfounded, right? They didn't even think about it. Can you meet a star-level mechanic whenever you want? He just finished 10 orders. Doesn't he need a rest? Damn, you make a good point. Among them, those mecha technicians who had been queuing but left because Su Bai's fees were too high were the ones who regretted the most. Just because of a moment's hesitation, they missed such a great opportunity. No need to think. Tomorrow the price for getting 2 maintenance services will definitely be more than 100,000 star coins. Sigh. Why didn't I hold on a little longer? This was almost their common voice. Su Bai naturally did not know what was happening online, nor did he know that his interstellar repair shop had exploded in popularity once again. His attention was fully captured by the mecha armor in front of him. The originally red and black color scheme, coupled with the ink green infiltration, added a touch of the bizarre. Like the king of the dark night, the ruler of the night. Not bad, just a bit low in quality. Now comes the main event. Su Bai propped his chin with one hand, looking at his masterpiece. Then he lowered his right hand and slowly walked in front of the mecha armor. He stretched out his right arm and directly touched the mecha armor. Ding! Target mecha detected. Current mecha level is too low. Can use stage 1 interstellar enhancement. Start enhancement. Almost the moment the prompt appeared, Su Bai chose enhancement. Brilliant lights burst forth, then dissipated. The mecha armor in front of Su Bai underwent a transformation after the initial interstellar enhancement. The overall color was still the red and black scheme, but the previously somewhat stiff nanometal now looked completely new. Even without touching it, Su Bai could feel a new level of toughness, and the hardness had significantly increased. As he expected, interstellar enhancement could strengthen the materials of any mecha itself. However, the change in the nanometal did not overly excite Su Bai. He remained calm. What he needed to confirm next was crucial. His right hand lightly touched the mecha weaponry. Click! With a sound, its chest opened, and blue light flickered inside. It was like a swirling nebula. At this moment, Su Bai couldn't help but clench his fist and swing it with force. Indeed, it works. That's right. The core structure, which should have been a dark green kryptonite, had now completely been replaced by helium stone, along with the special features of the 5-core combustion. Though it was still a terrestrial mecha, Su Bai's mecha weaponry now had the power source comparable to an aerial mecha. Chapter 27, Terrifying Impact, Growing Intent to Kill. No, it's still not enough. Looking at the mecha weaponry in front of him, Su Bai stroked his chin. Though the improvement was significant, it was still only a terrestrial mecha. It couldn't keep up with his star power realm. According to theory, after the first level of enhancement, a talent skill should awaken. I wonder what the awakened talent skill is now. Thinking of the talent skill, Su-bai hesitated slightly. Theoretically, the first level of enhancement would awaken a terrestrial talent skill, and he pondered whether to try it first. In the end, Su-bai rejected this idea. Better to wait for the second level of enhancement to see. If this first level talent skill is strong but gets washed away, that would be truly painful. A talent skill, generally speaking, a mecha could only possess one. In Su-bai's mind, even with interstellar enhancement, it shouldn't break this limitation. If he gained a decent talent skill now, but lost it during the second level of enhancement, that would be too unbearable. It was better to wait until everything was enhanced before taking a look. Continue enhancing. His right hand touched the mecha weaponry, and 100 interstellar points were successfully paid. Second level enhancement starting. Accompanied by the system prompt, a golden light burst forth from the mecha weaponry. This power far exceeded the previous first level enhancement, and even the place where the mechanical armament stood began to exhibit a pulling force, as if a small black hole wanted to swallow all surrounding metallic substances. Seeing this, Su-bai frowned slightly and hurriedly used his ability of integration with all things to counterbalance it. This situation had never occurred before. In the past, the awakening of talent skills was chosen from a variety of options, but now, when it came to his mecha weaponry, there were no options appearing. He didn't know if this was because his talent was too special or if this level of battle-type mecha weaponry was debuting for the first time and was somewhat unique. Soon, Su-bai's integration with all things and the pulling force generated by the talent skill of the mecha weaponry reached a subtle balance and dissipated together. Bang! Almost at the instant the pulling force vanished, a wave of energy erupted, spreading from Su-bai to the entire cloud sea. The first to be caught in the blast was Zhao Meng in the hall. Fortunately, after experiencing the awakening of a talent skill once, she was prepared when she felt the tremor. She cast her chilling ice spirit assistance on the light shield in her hand, forming a buffering barrier. Even so, in the face of this impact, the ice layer on the buffering barrier continuously fell, and almost in an instant, it scattered all over the ground. Moreover, the barrier was teetering, causing Zhao Meng to hurriedly increase her star power to resist. Zhao Meng's face was filled with fear, and she was extremely frightened. Boss Su, what kind of talent skill has been awakened? Just a bit of aftershock, and there's such powerful force. Is this really the power a mecha weapon can exhibit? What level of mecha weaponry is this? Stellar Step or Starbreak? Boom boom. The shockwave continued, expanding outward, instantly toppling all the guests waiting outside the door. Fortunately, there was vibranium as a buffer. Otherwise, with just this one blow, many among them would have suffered severe injuries. Most of these people are just high school students who have awakened their talents for less than a year. Even the troublesome power of Zhao Meng, they cannot resist at all. After being tossed around, they slowly got up. Their little heads were filled with big question marks. Underscore. After a long time, someone finally regained their composure. What happened? I don't know. I just felt my head empty. Such a powerful impact. It actually knocked us over even through the vibrating gold. What exactly is that person inside doing? Is this the strength of a star-level mechanic? Just messing around causes such a big commotion? I don't care. I'm definitely staying at this interstellar repair shop. I'm staying here tonight. I mean it. You think you could be the only one? I'm staying here too. Let's fight for it. If we miss this opportunity, this boss might leave. I have to wait until he opens for business. Amidst their shock, they increasingly yearned for the interstellar repair shop. Now, Su-bai was no longer just an ordinary star-level mechanic in their hearts. He might even be of a very high level, someone who could help them stand out. For them, this was simply an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. It was not just them who felt the shock. Not far from the interstellar repair shop, Duan Han, sensing the shockwave, suddenly narrowed his vertical pupils, his tone full of suspicion. The power of Star Step? Did the girl who entered the repair shop before advance to a Star Step mechanic? Looking at her age, she can't be that old. To step into Star Step at such a young age? No way. She must be eliminated. Even if it exposes me, I have to keep these two people here. Duan Han made an accurate judgment about this power. It was likely the power of Star Step 1, which could even threaten him. Recalling Zhao Meng, who entered the repair shop before, he instinctively assumed this was the commotion caused by Zhao Meng's mecha advancement. He had previously felt Su-bai's star power, which was only at the level of Sky 3. It was impossible to break through to Star Step in the blink of an eye. The only explanation left was Zhao Meng. Now, Duan Han's expression was somewhat excited. I didn't expect. I can actually slay such a talent with my own hands. This can be considered a contribution to the Han Guang civilization. Plus, with a mysterious and unpredictable genius mechanic, even if the master gets angry, the higher-ups should protect me. Let's do it. Duan Han stared at the interstellar repair shop, his vertical pupils flashing constantly, his fists clenched, clearly entering a state of readiness. Boom! The impact dissipated. Only then did Su Bai lower his right arm that had been blocking his vision. The shockwave had even caused slight cracks in his goggles. For safety's sake, he raised his hand to protect his eyes. As soon as his right arm was lowered, the scene before him made Su Bai's mouth crazy with a smile. In front of him, a red and black mecha armor stood tall. Compared to before, at this moment, the armor was more precise. Even the slightest touch would cause a rebound. This was a demonstration of extreme toughness. The exterior armor was fully tensioned. Furthermore, at this moment, the appearance of the mecha armor had changed. It was about 2 meters tall before. Now it had reached 3 meters. In terms of mechas, this size is not much, but this is mecha armor. With the internal space remaining unchanged, the height changing means the amount of metal materials piled inside has increased exponentially, and this was indeed the case. The mecha armor that should have only weighed 10 tons now showed a weight of up to 100 tons on the repair shop equipment. This weight was comparable to an ordinary sky-level mecha. What made Su Bai most satisfied was the core power source position of the mecha armor. 5 azure light spheres floated at the core power source, and energy streams flowed between them, forming a network. Moreover, this energy network was continuously contracting and expanding, like a heart beating. The key is, their material is not the lightstone that Su Bai had guessed. Instead, it is the higher-level Mangzhong. The 5 cores formed by 5 Mangzhong are burning together. Chapter 28, named Chaos. Dual talent skills. It actually strengthened to the Mangzhong stage. Su Bai was a bit surprised by this. Not every second stage enhancement will necessarily elevate the mecha core power source to the Mangzhong stage. For example, Zhao Ming is Winter Sword Master. Her power source is still at half Mangzhong and half Lightstone stage. Moreover, her Winter Sword Master only has 1 core power source. But I am using 5. The gap between us is not a simple matter of quantity that can be easily explained. Perhaps it was that special state before? The talent skill resonated with the talent, causing a reinforcing mutation, resulting in an overcore power source. After thinking, Su Bai offered his guess. This is the only explanation for how my results from a second stage enhancement are much stronger than Zhao Ming and Xiao Mingyan's. To say it's because of my system makes no sense because the first stage enhancement has no differences. Alright, never mind that. Let's give it a name. With the ability to swallow everything and the talent to merge all things, let's call it Chaos. A Chaos mecha that possesses all possibilities. Su Bai quickly named his mecha Chaos. It seemed that at the moment the mecha was named, its head flickered for a moment, but this detail went unnoticed by Su Bai, who was examining Chaos. Let's try this out. Finally having his own mecha, Su Bai rubbed his hands. He had resisted for a long time, not entering immediately after it was built. Now that the 2 enhancements are finished, Chaos has reached a Sky 3 level. He naturally had no reason to hold back any longer. With 1 step forward, it was almost as if he merged with Chaos. Su Bai was enveloped by Chaos without any obstruction. In an instant, numerous neural connectors extended from within Chaos, making contact with Su Bai's body. The first touch brought a slight pain, but to Su Bai this was nothing. Bang! Connection complete, confirming DNA sequence. Welcome, Sky Mecha Engineer Su Bai. The neural connection was successful, and a mechanical voice rang in Su Bai's mind. He understood that this was the autonomous AI of the Chaos Mecha. Almost every mecha has its own autonomous AI, but the help these AIs provide is not much. The most they do is disconnect the pain sensory link between the mecha engineer and the mecha before a heavy blow to avoid feeling the agony of being bisected or losing an arm too realistically. Just like before, when Sun Han's Red Moon was pierced by the C-core ray, if her neurons were still connected, that blow could likely leave her in shock and with lasting effects. That kind of pain is extremely hard to bear. However, this seems unnecessary for Su Bai. His Chaos is a mecha weapon. It is a close combat mecha. If he were truly bisected or lost an arm, he could hardly guarantee his own safety. Careless. Upon thinking of this, Su Bai realized that he had only considered using his abilities at first, but lacked some safety measures. But it doesn't matter if a mecha gets damaged in battle, the survival rate is less than 1%. As for usual combat, why would I want to fight? I am a mecha repair engineer, okay. That's right. Even after obtaining a mecha, Su Bai's self-positioning is still very accurate. He is a mecha repair engineer. He enjoys piloting mechas, that is to fulfill his dream. At the same time, is also to have the power of self-preservation. But you want him to use the mecha to seek out challengers? Isn't that foolish? Working hard to earn money and improve strength is much sweeter, isn't it? Money is power, my friend. This point. It is particularly evident in Subai. As long as there is enough money, he can not only step into the legendary realm of truth, he can even create a fleet of truth-class ships. He knows clearly what is important and what is not. Huh? This is... Subai's exclamation came from a chaos. Then he saw the chaotic eyes instantly change from blue to crimson. Boom! A black beam erupted from his body. The black beam wreaked havoc in the repair bay, wrapping everything metallic that it touched. Soon, the black beam came into contact with another mass of nanometal on the ground, rapidly devouring it as if a hunter discovered its prey. After a moment, the black beam dissipated, and in the hand of chaos appeared a 5-meter-long, 50-centimeter caliber translucent beam cannon. Buzzing. The cannon barrel continuously absorbed the surrounding heat, causing the temperature to drop sharply. And through its translucent body, one could see a mass of black material continuously gathering at its core, and even though it was only a small mass, the power contained within seemed capable of easily destroying a starship. Talent skill. Dark energy beam cannon. This, after personally confirming his talent skill, Subai dismissed the beam cannon in his hand. He dared not easily use such power here. I didn't expect it to be a dark energy beam cannon. The power that is completely opposite to gravity can actually merge with everything. Subai was curious about the talent of merging with all things at this moment. Could it be that the true power of this talent is much stronger than he thought? Dark energy can produce a repulsive force that is opposite to gravity, which was once thought to be the reason for the expansion of the universe. Such energy can actually be controlled by mechas. Even if he only possessed pseudo-dark energy, or just a bit of it, it would still be terrifying. What's more, after the beam cannon in Subai's hand disappeared, he waved his right hand. A crimson long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. If the previous dark energy beam cannon had a terrifying repulsive force that repelled everything, then this crimson long sword possessed the exact opposite, a gravitational pull. Talent skill, the sword of attraction. It has a powerful attraction that draws all metallic materials within range towards it. This means that, as long as something is within the ability range of the sword of attraction, all mechas, starships, metallic materials, or life forms will automatically collide with its blade. To put it simply, standing still could let him kill someone. I didn't expect. I actually awakened dual talent skills. Does that mean? After confirming that his chaos had awakened dual talent skills, Subai had a bold idea. Maybe every enhancement could give birth to a new talent skill. Not just for myself. It might also work for other mechas. This thought, once it arose, swarmed Subai's mind like locusts. He really wanted to try and see if it would work. Unfortunately, it seems I can't test it for now. There are two ways to test it. One is to enhance the mechas that have been enhanced before, but those 3 previous enhancements are still far from being reforged. The other option is to find a mecha with a talent skill to try. Chapter 29, All Permissions Open. Interstellar Logistics. He silently remembered this. Subai activated the wrist of chaos, confirming no difference from himself, and nodded in satisfaction. Good. But this particular specialization seems a bit useless. The specialization of chaos seems rather unimpressive compared to Xiao Mingyin's instant step and Zhao Meng's energy manipulation. Specialization, Heavenly Eye. After using it, he can have extremely strong dynamic vision for a specific time and has the ability to see through the opponent's flaws. If this were applied to an ordinary mecha master, it could be regarded as a divine skill. But for a mechanic, they're already the most knowledgeable about mechas. Almost seeing the opponent's mech makes it easy to roughly judge where the weak points are. At best, it only has a little effect when facing star beasts. I was a bit greedy. Subai self-mockingly smiled, already possessing 2 terrifying talent skills, along with a power source and armor that surpass ordinary star-piercing mechs. Wanting even stronger specialized traits indeed seems a bit greedy. Overall, he was very satisfied with this harvest. More importantly, as chaos takes shape, the system prompt arrived as scheduled. Ding, the host has successfully crafted a mech of their own. Time taken, 2 days. Now, granting rewards, complete control of the interstellar repair shop. 1 level 1 eternal sky defense barrier. The moment the mechanical voice fell, all the lights in the repair room suddenly turned on. At the same time, a lively female voice came from the control panel. Congratulations, shop owner Subai, for obtaining complete control of the store. Now activating the virtual construction warehouse. Store expansion permission. Detection shows that the store supplies are severely lacking. Now opening the interstellar logistics purchase channel. Please check it out. A series of prompts made Su-bai take a moment to organize his thoughts, feeling somewhat puzzled. Virtual construction warehouse. The time inside the virtual construction warehouse is different from the outside world, with a flow rate determined by the level. Based on the host's current store level, a level 1 virtual construction warehouse can be used, with a time flow rate of 1 to 3. As Su-bai asked, the control panel provided an answer. The host can practice mech repairs in the virtual construction warehouse and craft unknown mechs. The level of intelligence displayed amazed Su-bai, but what delighted him even more was this virtual construction warehouse. A dedicated space for him to practice mech repair skills, and the time flow rate is just 1/3 of the outside world. This means that if he stays in the virtual construction warehouse for 3 days, only 1 day passes outside. In this way, he could completely become a master of time management, and now he already has the preliminary skill to build mechs. Using the virtual construction warehouse to create mechs for his exclusive interstellar repair shop and then selling them. It seems like he could earn even more. Realizing this, Su-bai's eyes shone brightly, eager to try it out right now. But in the end, he still held back. Expansion rights are understandable. But does that mean I didn't qualify for shop expansion before? Expansion rights, after all, are just literal meaning. He can expand the area of the interstellar repair shop, but shouldn't that be permissible without rights? Yes. Before the host obtained complete rights to the interstellar repair shop, they were merely a worker and could not decide whether to expand the shop, and even blind expansions would not receive support. Hearing the control panel's explanation, Su-bai understood. Expansion is indeed possible for him, but he cannot have the advanced equipment and top-notch defenses of the interstellar repair shop, which would be classified as unauthorized construction. Of course, now he isn't in a hurry to expand, right? He looked at the current 10 repair rooms, thought for a moment, and still decided not to expand for now. With his abilities, he could operate 10 threads simultaneously, but any more would be a bit strenuous, affecting precision and quality. He would wait until his strength increased to discuss it again. Soon, Su-bai shifted his focus to what he was most interested in besides the virtual construction warehouse. The Interstellar Logistics Purchase Channel. What is the Interstellar Logistics Purchase Channel? Su-bai was eager to know if this purchase channel was the same as he imagined. The Interstellar Logistics Purchase Channel is a shopping channel exclusively for the interstellar repair shop, allowing the purchase of metal materials, core materials, etc., needed for the interstellar repair shop through the interstellar network. No matter the distance, items can arrive within a day, and the price is 20% off market price. As expected, after receiving the affirmative answer, Su-bai couldn't help but pump his fist, joy radiating from his face without restraint. In order to build chaos this time, he owed Zhao Meng a personal favor. The reason is that he, despite being a machine repair shop manager, didn't have his own shopping channel. Now, with the complete opening of the interstellar repair shop's permissions, this problem has finally been solved. From now on, he can directly purchase any materials he needs on the interstellar network. The most important thing is, the central control said it includes all metal materials and core materials. Regardless of distance, they can arrive within a day, which means that as long as he has enough star coins, he can obtain countless rare materials. Although interstellar enhancement can improve the quality of mechs, there will inevitably be special maintenance that requires special materials. He can't use interstellar enhancement for even slight wear and tear, right? That's something he can accept, but customers definitely won't accept it. Previously, Su-bai was not interested in all the permissions of the interstellar repair shop. Now it seems he was just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. This task reward is even comparable to the talent he obtained. At least on the level of the repair shop, it has already reached perfection. Su-bai is very satisfied with this. At the same time, a golden light burst from his feet, then spread like a spider web throughout the entire interstellar repair shop. Boom! A violent shock wave swept through the entire interstellar repair shop. It startled Zhao Meng, who was in the hall. What's happening now? It's just building a mech. Does it need to be this scary? After the constant shakes, Zhao Meng had become numb. She was really shocked into inaction. In her view, everything Su-bai did had completely exceeded her understanding. Whether it was combat-type mech armaments or the series of loud noises. Even now, the golden patterns on the ground made her feel even more terrified than facing her father. Were you kidding? Her father is Zhao Tianming, a peak meteor mech master. Isn't the level above him the cosmic level? Does this golden pattern have cosmic level power? Zhao Meng. No way, my scalp is itchy. It feels like I'm gonna grow a brain. Whoosh. As Zhao Meng racked her brain, the golden patterns had already covered the entire interstellar repair shop. Then a terrifying aura erupted, making it hard for her to move. Fortunately, in just an instant, this aura completely dissipated, as if everything before was a dream. Only her pale, slightly painful hand reminded Zhao Ming that this was not a dream. Just now, she really felt the cosmic-level power. Chapter 30. Can you let me take a look? Such a change occurred in the interstellar repair shop. Strangely, the outside world remained peaceful. Unlike the noise Su Bai made before, this time the construction of the cosmic-level defense barrier did not stir even a ripple outside. Customers waiting for Su Bai to open at the door were now pulling out their phones in small groups. Some teamed up to enter the mech canyon. Some started live streaming. Even Duan Han, who had been watching the interstellar repair shop, didn't notice anything unusual. He was still fully focused on observing the situation in the repair shop. This kid is really ridiculous. Does it really need this long? Doesn't he worry about people getting uncomfortable? It had already been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Ming entered the interstellar repair shop. A lonely man and a woman sharing a room for this long. It just feels wrong. What a beast. Killing this pair of dog men and women would count as helping the public. As a single dog, Duan Han didn't expect that just by tailing them, he would end up with a mouthful of dog food. He wouldn't admit that he envied Su Bai's endurance. Every second that passed made his murderous intent grow stronger. In the repair shop, Su Bai approached the wall of the repair area and touched it. It felt no different from before. Is this the defense barrier? It doesn't feel any different. Su Bai found it strange, if not for the prior terrifying power that had dissipated somewhat. He always doubted if he was being tricked by the system. It seemed that the central control sensed Su Bai's doubt and emitted a prompt again. The interstellar repair shop has deployed a Hung Tian-level defense barrier. Please rest assured, shop owner. Su Bai, // He had the right to question what the central control said. Bang! At that moment, a faint golden glow burst from his palm, and the same aura wafted out, startling Su Bai to quickly retract his right hand. Now, the shop owner should believe it, right? He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but Su Bai felt that there was a hint of sulkiness in the tone of the central control. He could only awkwardly smile. Haha, just kidding, you do your job. I trust you. Central control. All right, let me see what's going on with the interstellar network. Just interrupted by the defense barrier, Su Bai hadn't had the chance to check the interstellar network yet. He directly asked the central control to open it. Whoosh! As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, a light screen suddenly rose in front of him, displaying a dazzling array of various metal materials and core materials. He was so amazed that his eyes went wide. Krypton stone, helium stone, and even star mist stone. Seeing the first row of core power source materials, he was a bit shocked to find an irregular, pitch-black stone. Star mist stone, above the harvest period, is generally used as a high-energy material for the core power source of star-falling mechas, and its rarity is equal to that of star-falling mecha masters. If you want to buy a piece of Star Mist Stone in the Blue Star Alliance, you must first prove that you have a qualification of 4-star mecha repair or above, and also provide a commission letter from a star-falling mecha master for constructing or upgrading mechas. This is to prevent some people from maliciously purchasing Star Mist Stone for profit. Star-falling mecha masters are absolute powerhouses throughout the Blue Star Alliance. In the Interstellar Alliance, they are also a pivotal existence. Above them is Hung Tian. Hung Tian is the ceiling of the Blue Star Alliance, while those above Hung Tian have long entered deep space, being legendary existences. Materials of that level can only be obtained in deep space. I really didn't expect this interstellar logistics to be so powerful. Star Mist Stone can actually be bought at an 80% discount. Seeing the price of Star Mist Stone, Su Bai couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. He was almost considering to simply buy Star Mist Stone through interstellar logistics and then sell it. Even with just a 20% profit, it would be enough to make him rich. It's like doing 100 interstellar enhancements for others. 2 billion star coins in profit. To actually use this to test the staff. Su Bai's eyes reddened a bit, and he took deep breaths to calm himself down. There's no way he had to stay calm. If he really did that, he would definitely be targeted by the Interstellar Alliance. How would he explain where this Star Mist Stone came from? Unable to explain? All right, tears behind bars. Able to explain clearly? All right, the Research Institute. No matter what he did, the result would be the same. Losing his freedom. At least not now. I'm still too weak. After calming down, Su Bai shifted his gaze away and began to scan the metal materials below. Sure enough, there's a lot of nanometals. Easily purchasable, what a pity. Vibranium, illusion gold, magic gold, all available? Not bad. Not bad. This means I can consider building mechas for auction from time to time. After browsing the interstellar network, Su Bai's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. On the current interstellar network, he could almost buy all materials beneath Hung Tian. This means as long as he improves his mecha repair skills, he wouldn't need interstellar enhancement and could directly build star-falling mechas to auction. Great! Today is indeed a good day. Su Bai felt very happy. After checking the time, he left the repair room. Creak, in the hall. Zhao Ming heard the door of the repair room open. She quickly stepped forward to Su Bai. This action almost got her a slap from Su Bai. Fortunately, seeing that the person was Zhao Ming, he hurriedly retracted his outstretched hand. Zhao Ming, though, Su Bai, Cautiously taking 2 steps back, Zhao Ming felt a bit scared. Boss Su, did you just want to hit me? Su Bai chuckled. Haha no, you're thinking too much. He had been too engrossed and surprised earlier, completely forgetting that Zhao Ming was waiting for him in the lobby. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, with one slap, that lovely face might not be saved. Luckily, Zhao Ming wasn't the type to nitpick, and it was indeed her suddenness that startled him. Can I take a look at it? What? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Ming's eager gaze. I mean that. Zhao Ming, excited and a bit flustered, just pointed at Su Bai's right hand resting at his side. Su Bai, following Zhao Ming's gaze, Su Bai looked down at his leg. That might not be good. Su Bai looked at Zhao Ming. She was indeed pretty, and her personality was nice too. But this was too fast. It didn't match his persona. Zhao Ming, didn't you promise to show me the mech armor? Are you going back on your word? Zhao Ming was so focused on the mech armor that she didn't catch Su Bai's implications. Su Bai? Oh? Ooh. So is that. All right. Chapter 31. You could never guess what you missed. Having made a funny blunder, Su Bai quickly changed the subject. Isn't she just wanting to see the chaos? Since it was something he had promised, he directly reached for the star ring. Whoosh! Unlike how ordinary mechs appear, at the moment Su Bai touched the star ring, a white light instantly enveloped it. He leaned back slightly, and in an instant, he merged into the chaos. This was something he had specially designed to save time when entering a mech. In his view, this would help him respond more conveniently to emergencies. Ordinary mechs couldn't do this. They required a certain boarding time. With the eternal sky-level protective barrier, even if chaos had great weight, he wouldn't need to worry about it damaging the lobby. As the white light faded, a black and red mech appeared. With blue light shining through its mighty helmet, Chaos slightly bowed its head to look at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming looked up at this 3-meter-high Chaos, feeling an excitement she couldn't express. To her, Chaos was simply a work of art, second only to her Winter Swordmaster. There was nothing she could do. In her heart, her child would always be the most beautiful. No matter how perfectly crafted Chaos was, it couldn't compare to her Winter Swordmaster. But aside from the Winter Swordmaster, she was willing to call it the strongest. With proportions almost identical to a human, Chaos didn't look stiff like ordinary mechs, but the power it radiated made Zhao Ming realize that this small body contained strength that was not inferior to an ordinary mech. At least, in terms of power, her Winter Swordmaster was far behind. I didn't expect. Boss Su, you're actually a mech master. Zhao Ming guessed that the other person was piloting Chaos after not spotting Zhou Yunzheng. Is this mech armor? No boarding time. It could be equipped directly? This is so convenient, Boss Su. What's the name of your mech? Zhao Ming fired off questions like a machine gun, not stopping at all. Chaos. Su Bai's magnetic voice came directly from the mouth of Chaos, leaving Zhao Ming stunned again. Wait, this is your original voice, Boss Su? Why can you maintain your voice in the mech? Zhao Ming was thoroughly puzzled. Generally, there would be mechanical noises mixed in when piloting a mech, which was something many female mech masters were dissatisfied with. Even if their voices were like heavenly music, once transmitted through the mech, it would leave much to be desired, especially for someone like Xiao Mingyan, who was extremely confident in her voice. This was a thorn in her heart. If Xiao Mingyan knew that Su Bai could maintain his original voice through the mech, that girl might go crazy. Although not as wild as Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Ming cared a lot about this. Her eyes stared intensely at Han Yuan, hoping Su Bai could give her an explanation. It should be the size and structural fit of the mech, right? Su Bai thought for a moment in Han Yuan before giving this answer. Han Yuan uses bionic skeletons, and the position of the oral sound amplification is very close, allowing the voice to be perfectly restored while amplifying. If it were an ordinary mech, it wouldn't be able to do this, as the weight of the sound collection and speaker in the mech is not large, and during transmission through electricity, it inevitably alters. Hearing Su Bai's explanation, Zhao Ming suddenly understood but felt a bit disappointed. She understood the reasoning, but she thought that Su Bai must have made some special modification to Han Yuan to keep the original voice. She didn't expect it was just due to the distance. If that's the reason, then there really isn't a way around it. Ordinary mechs can never achieve the same thing as the mech armament. What a pity. Putting down the issue of sound quality, Zhao Ming walked around Han Yuan a few more times, satisfied after a thorough study. Thank you, Boss Su. I can consider myself the second person in the world to see combat mecha armament. I am honored. She didn't ask Su Bai if he could continue to build mech armaments. She already had the Winter Sword Master. And even though Hunyuan was right in front of her, she didn't think Su Bai could replicate a mech armament suitable for her. Everyone's talent is different. Indeed, Hunyuan is strong, but its size does limit it. Just by comparing, Zhao Ming could judge that even with the same materials, Hunyuan's power is not as good as an ordinary mech of the same level. Sacrificing strength for appearance does not align with their mech designer's principles. As for why Su Bai chose mech armament, Zhao Ming thought for a moment and concluded that he is a brilliant mechanic with endless potential. And for him, the mech is just a decoration, so there is no need to put too much emphasis on combat power. Her deduction was almost correct, but one thing was wrong. That is, the reason Su Bai chose mech armament is because of his own talent. To others, Hunyuan's power is insufficient. That's because they do not have the enhancement of the unity of all things. With the unity of all things, Su Bai can instantly unleash strength far beyond that of ordinary mechs, and at that moment, Hunyuan's high mobility can provide him with countless tactical changes. It can be said that in this world, only Su Bai has the qualification to use mech armament. No one else can. All right, thank you, Boss Su, for fulfilling my small wish. I will come again. If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Having waited here for several hours, just to see the mech armament with her own eyes, Zhao Ming's wish was fulfilled, and with the sky getting darker, she felt it wasn't convenient to stay long. Su Bai smiled when he heard this. The successful construction of Hunyuan owes a lot to your help. Zhao Ming shook her head. What I gave Boss Su was just ordinary nanometal and kryptonite. It's still Boss Su's incredible skills that built such a powerful mech. This statement came from the heart. She no longer knew how to describe Su Bai's terror. Should she say he turned waste into treasure, or that he could turn stones into gold? It was simply magical. Although Hunyuan in front of her still faintly showed some traces of nanometal, its strength was simply incomparable. At least it was several times stronger. And the core is even more needless to say. Although she did not know what source of power Hunyuan's core had, Zhao Ming could judge it was certainly incomparable to kryptonite. The more she witnessed Su Bai's mechanical skills, the more determined she was to continue advancing and repairing under Su Bai. Now, even if there were other star-level mechanics for her to choose from, she would also choose Su Bai without hesitation, even though it seemed that Su Bai's repair fees were very expensive. After experiencing it, one would find it utterly conscientious. Just as Zhao Ming was about to leave the mech shop, her douyin suddenly rang. She seemed like a goddess. Airplane field. Where are you? I looked for you at school all day and couldn't find you. Unexpectedly, it was sent by Xiao Mingyan. Seeing that familiar address, Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and she waved her fingers mischievously. A generation of Swordmaster. I'm a course here with Boss Su, you little dwarf. You can never guess what you missed out on. Chapter 32 finally takes action. Alpha 36 Electronic Cannon. After sending this message, without waiting for Xiao Mingyan to reply, Zhao Ming directly turned off her phone. At this moment, having just finished meditating and training, Xiao Mingyan looked at her phone, her mouth slightly open, her eyes full of disbelief. This airplane field actually sneaked away. What did I miss? Could it be that Boss Su launched some new activity? It shouldn't be. He didn't post anything on the Doushin's circle. Just because of Zhao Ming's casual comment, Xiao Mingyan's good mood for the entire day was ruined. She just wanted to rush to the interstellar repair shop to see what was going on. However, glancing at the sky, Xiao Mingyan gave up this idea, constantly sending Doushin messages to Zhao Ming. She seemed like a queen. What's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Hey. Reply my message. Did you die? Damn airplane field. You really need to wash. Do you know how disgusting it is to leave things half said? However, no matter how many messages she sent, Zhao Ming did not reply. This made Xiao Mingyan grind her teeth in anger. If you won't tell me, I'll just ask Boss Su myself. Finally, Xiao Mingyan had a brilliant idea and went directly to inquire with Su Bai. She seemed like a queen. Boss Su, are you there? I heard Zhao Ming came to see you today. Did she have something to discuss? Su Bai glanced at Zhao Ming in front of him, then at the Doushin message sent by Xiao Mingyan, somewhat bewildered. He simply replied to her directly. It's nothing. She just helped me with something big. Xiao Mingyan, Sigma. Seeing Su Bai's reply, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. After a long while, she let out a wail. Ooh, airplane field. I will not share a sky with you. Almost instantly, Xiao Mingyan recalled that yesterday, Zhao Ming seemed to be crazily purchasing nanometal. At first, she just thought it was a bit strange, but now, she completely understood what Zhao Ming wanted those nanometals for. I didn't expect it. The airplane field, who usually seems straightforward, is actually so scheming. In the end, It was my carelessness, and I missed an opportunity to gain favor, didn't I? Xiao Mingyan even felt regretful now. She shouldn't have just told Zhao Ming that Su Bai's repair shop was amazing. She should have accompanied her there. Gaining favor might have ended up benefiting herself. No, airplane field, you wait for me. Once I master this move, I will definitely make you find your teeth all over the ground. Xiao Mingyan clenched her pale fist, gritting her teeth, wishing she could swallow Zhao Ming whole. She didn't specifically ask Su Bai what he needed the nanometals for. After all, in her view, with Su Bai's skills, needing metal materials would most likely be for repairs. In the interstellar repair shop, Zhao Ming showed a satisfied smile. It had always been Xiao Mingyan who annoyed her. That scheming little dwarf finally had a day of suffering. This joy was almost comparable to witnessing a mech being armed. Today is really a good day. Zhao Ming's tone was cheerful as she waved her hand, ready to bid farewell to Su Bai. Boss Su, goodbye. However, just as her right foot stepped over the door of the interstellar repair shop, a man in a black robe blocked her way. This caused extreme dissatisfaction from the people behind who were still in line. Hey. What are you doing? Is it okay to cut in line? How long have we been waiting? Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Exactly. Hurry to the back of the line. Otherwise, we won't be polite. Duan Han, hearing this, revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, his tone icy and indifferent. Noise. Boom. At the same time, he unleashed his star power. The power of the Starwalker Mecha Master was on full display at this moment. Terrifying star power enveloped the crowd behind him, instantly rendering them unable to move. Because this star power was directed towards them, those in the front were overwhelmed by this immense force. The strongest among them was merely an Earth 3-star Mecha Master. How could they withstand the power of a Starwalker? Thud! The sound of people falling to the ground rang out one after another. At this moment, Zhao Ming also changed her expression, entering a battle-ready state, her right hand lightly touching her star ring, ready to summon the Winter Sword Master to fight. This scene did not faze Duan Han in the slightest. You can try whether your mech is released faster or my Alpha 36 electronic cannon. At this moment, a completely black cannon, with a muzzle approximately 20 centimeters wide and a bluish glow flickering within, making a sizzling electric sound, was already pointed at Zhao Ming. Alpha 36 electronic cannon? Are you from the Cold Light Star? Zhao Ming, born into a special family, remained calm even with the cannon pointed at her. In the first moment, she guessed the man's identity. Such weapons from the old era are only still used by the Cold Light Star people. The power of the electronic cannon was not too great, but at such a close distance, even a Starwalker Mecha Master would have a hard time escaping. So what? Soon, you and that mech repairer inside will go to hell. As he spoke, his expression became twisted, and with his finger bearing sharp nails, he directly pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Ming knew she couldn't escape this disaster. In such a short time, she couldn't make any self-rescue measures. Moreover, her life-saving item might not be effective against such an old-era attack. Sigh, I didn't expect. Before she died, she glanced back. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. Swish. At this moment, Su Bai had arrived behind her, directly pulling her into the interstellar repair store. Bang! At the same time, the electronic cannon had fired. A massive red electric arc shot towards Zhao Ming with a roaring sound. The sizzling electric arcs sounding like a death whistle. Duan Han's smile had already risen high. Today, he could personally end the strongest prodigy of the Blue Planet. A prodigy who had broken through to be a Starwalker Mecha Master at such a young age. Now he began to fantasize about the rewards he would receive after returning. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, the electronic cannon striking the interstellar repair store. However, once he saw the scene before him, Duan Han's smile instantly froze. The imagined scene of Zhao Ming's fall did not happen. At this moment, a still frightened Zhao Ming was staring blankly at Su Bai, who had slightly raised an eyebrow beside her. Boss Su, this. Soon, she realized, this was the golden pattern she had seen before, the constant sky-level defensive barrier. Indeed, she had not misfelt. The interstellar repair store actually possessed constant sky-level power. This Boss Su, truly unfathomable. It is known that across the entire Blue Planet Alliance, and even within the Interstellar Alliance, there are very few places that have constant sky-level defensive means. Either there are constant sky mecha masters guarding interstellar fortresses, or there are experimental bases with powerful mech repairers present. And now, this seemingly ordinary, no, it can't be said to be ordinary, this mysterious repair store actually has such defensive power. Chapter 33. The Eerie Duan Han Fleet Exclusive Mecha? If Zhao Ming felt surprised, then Duan Han, whose robes were blown away, was horrified. He was the one who directly felt the terror of the defensive barrier, his pale and somewhat distorted face continuously dripping beads of sweat the size of mung beans. The chest kept rising and falling, trying to escape from the terrifying emotions of before. Zhao Meng, seeing the other's appearance, instantly reacted and hurriedly informed Su Bai, "This Cold Light Star person is not right. He should be a modified human. Cold Light Star people can't use star power." That's right. Earlier, when facing the life and death crisis, she had felt a slight sense of dissonance but didn't think much about it. Now, seeing the other's appearance for real, combined with the Alpha 36 electronic cannon he was using, she immediately noticed the clue. This is a Cold Light Star person who can use star power. To be more precise, it should be a modified human who has combined the star power core. Such a dehumanizing act is strictly forbidden throughout the entire Interstellar Alliance. Has the Cold Light Star gone mad? Zhao Meng immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, quickly opened her phone, and found the emergency communication option. At this moment, Duan Han also recovered from the aftermath of the Hung Tian-level defensive barrier. He looked at Su Bai in front of him, his face twisted with fury. "You, what kind of person are you?" He really couldn't understand how a mere Yunhai could possess this level of power. The identity of this young man in front of him must not be simple. At this moment, his mind was in constant turmoil. In his view, using Hung Tian-level power definitely requires a vast amount of energy, and there was no way Su Bai could activate it a second time in a short period. If he were to enter the Interstellar Mechanic Shop now, he would surely be able to kill him, but he hesitated, realizing that he had missed the first opportunity. Even if he did kill Su Bai, he would definitely be held accountable by the incoming law enforcement team. Forget it. For my master's great cause, I must kill him today. In the end, Duan Han made his decision. He stretched out his pale, withered right arm and lightly touched the star ring with skull-like patterns. An ominous purple glow erupted instantly. Then, a huge, hunched, almost ground-touching, bone-covered mechanical armor with a face resembling a decayed monster appeared at the entrance of the Interstellar Mechanic Shop, emitting a faint purple aura. "What is this?" Upon seeing the mechanical armor, the customers who had been lying on the ground were all shocked. They had not seen the reason behind Duan Han's previous attack, because their star power was still being suppressed. Now that Duan Han had entered the mecha, and their star power had been reclaimed, they could finally lift their heads and clearly see the scene before them. But this only added to the fear in their hearts. "I have never seen such a strange mecha. The purple aura coming from this mecha makes me feel very uncomfortable. No, this can't even be considered a mecha anymore, can it?" The mecha before them was beyond their understanding. Upon closer inspection, they noticed it didn't have that metallic feel, but instead, it was covered in bones. And its hunched shape didn't fit the mainstream skeletal design of mechs. Even armored mechas rarely looked this special. Even the previous Belly King serpent had its upper body arched, but it still maintained a mostly upright shape. But this one was almost touching the ground. This is... Not only did they not recognize it, but even Zhao Meng had some doubts. What on Cold Light Star happened? This shouldn't be considered a mecha anymore. Saying that, she looked at Su Bai beside her. He was a skilled mechanic. Maybe he could recognize the true nature of this mecha. Unfortunately, Su Bai was equally surprised at this moment. He indeed did not recognize the mecha before him, but he could see some traces of a certain mecha style within it. XR 584 Universal Star Strider Mecha. Field Tiger? Field Tiger? Boss Su, you say this is a Field Tiger? The problem is, it doesn't look like one at all. Zhao Meng seemed a bit surprised when she heard the name Field Tiger. Moreover, the Field Tiger is generally a war mecha equipped by the Interstellar Fleet, and ordinary people can't even get their hands on it. Her astonishment came from this point. If the mecha in front of them was really a Field Tiger, then the problem would be serious. This indicates that a traitor has appeared in the Blue Star Alliance. The enemy even has the ability to acquire the Field Tiger, a mech exclusive to the fleet. At this moment, Zhao Meng's heart was filled with an icy chill. This was not just a matter of a Cold Light Star modified person. There was likely a greater conspiracy hiding behind it. While she was pondering, Duan Han had already piloted the Field Tiger towards the Interstellar Repair Shop. With a titanium greatsword in hand, he swung it directly. The strange purple aura on it wildly swept toward the vibrating gold wall of the repair shop, attempting to corrode it. His hunched body twisted at this moment, and the titanium greatsword in his hand simultaneously swept towards the repair shop's entrance. Just as it was about to touch the wall, his joints twisted at an unnatural 90-degree angle. It directly stabbed toward Zhao Meng and Su Bai inside the Interstellar Repair Shop. Boom! Golden light flashed. The Field Tiger, piloted by Duan Han, was instantly sent flying out. The terrifying recoil caused the mech's fierce right arm to become empty, and the entire mech flew backward. Customers on the ground saw the massive object about to fall and panically fled. Boom! The field tiger landed, and the hundreds of ton mech instantly left a large crater on the ground. At this moment, Duan Han inside the mech was completely dazed. The enormous force from earlier had thrown him off balance, and his internal organs had been badly shaken and injured. Cough, cough, he spat out a mouthful of green blood, and his gaze toward the interstellar repair shop was filled with despair. Impossible, impossible. This level of energy can actually be used continuously. How could it be? His eyes turned red, blood vessels filled his gaze, and he forced the field tiger to stand up. Frantic laughter came from within. "You're not coming out, huh? Then I'll flatten this area today." As soon as his words fell, the purple aura on his body burst out. It swept in all directions. As the purple aura touched the ground, it immediately corroded the ground like termites, creating massive pits. He was preparing for a last-ditch effort. He wanted to drag everyone down with him. Zhao Meng watched Duan Han, who had fallen into madness, clenching her fists so tightly that bruises formed from the force. Her silver teeth clenched as she took one step forward. Stop! In her eyes, Duan Han was coming for her. She could not stand by and watch him harm innocent people, especially since most of them were this year's examinees. They were the hope of the Blue Star Alliance, the future of China. However, just as she was about to bravely face death, a hand pressed onto her shoulder. Su Bai's magnetic voice rang out. "Let me do it." Boss Su, upon hearing Su Bai's words, Zhao Meng was just about to stop him. But unfortunately, Su Bai had already taken a step forward, his eyes flashing with cold light. He was truly angry. Duan Han's actions had already crossed Su Bai's bottom line. Originally, Duan Han had come for the interstellar repair shop, and Su Bai had no intention of letting him go. What's more, now he was even going to harm his customers and causing chaos at the entrance of his repair shop. If this matter spreads, will anyone still dare to come here for upgrades and repairs in the future? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Not to mention, the repair shop's revenue was the source of Su Bai's strength. Duan Han is doomed to die. Seeing Su Bai's expression, Zhao Meng couldn't help but shrink her head. She didn't dare to advise him further, but she felt a warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected. Boss Su was such a person, one who led by example, with a noble heart, willing to shed blood and sacrifice for the future of China. At this moment, Su Bai in her eyes seemed to have a special glow, and she even felt a strange affection for him. Even Zhao Meng, such a bold woman, could not help but imagine the hero saving the damsel in distress. Her hero piloting an unparalleled mech, stepping across the vast starry sky, rescuing her from danger, saving all of humanity. Su Bai naturally did not know that Zhao Meng had added so much drama for him. To be honest, he is not that great. He would act because he is confident. If he really encounters an unstoppable strong enemy, what choice will he make? We will only know then. The moment Su Bai stepped out of the mecha shop, in Duan Han's eyes, a red light flashed, and the one-armed field tiger charged straight at Su Bai, its back once again entwined by that strange purple aura. Duan Han's lips curled into a cold smile. "You are really naive. The lives of these ants are not worth as much as yours." At this moment, he was happy. If he really let himself and those customers perish together, Duan Han would definitely consider it a bad deal. His main tactic was to use these people to force Su Bai out, but he was also uncertain in his heart. Fortunately, Su Bai really came out. This time, he used all his strength. His remaining left arm squeezed hard inside the bone armor behind him. In an instant, a bone sickle appeared in his left hand. Almost as soon as the bone sickle appeared, the purple aura behind him instantly covered it. The purple aura that could corrode metal and the ground did not cause any damage when it touched this bone sickle. Instead, it directly merged into it, transforming into a fierce tiger shadow. Talent skill: purple demonic tiger sickle. Roar! The tiger's shadow roared, carrying tremendous might, rushing towards Su Bai like thunder. Boom! With a loud bang, smoke filled the air, and Duan Han stopped his advance, laughing maniacally at the sky. This time, it's worth it. He knew that he could not escape after making such a big commotion. But before dying, being able to slay Su Bai, he could be considered to have made a great contribution. Oh, what is worth it? A magnetic voice interrupted his laughter. Duan Han found it hard to confidently turn Field Tiger around. Before him, an imposing mecha armed in red and dark patterns had appeared out of nowhere. Mecha armor? Upon realizing the chaos, Duan Han was first stunned, then disdainful. I thought it was something extraordinary, just relying on the flexibility of the mecha armor to dodge an attack. But, with such a tiny thing, what can you do to me? In Duan Han's view, the mecha armor in front of him, which stood only about 3 meters tall and was even smaller than his head, could not stir up any storm. At most, it was just fast, making a little troublesome to deal with. As long as he aimed well, he could send it on its way with one strike. Is that so? However, responding to him was Su Bai's cold voice. Soon, Duan Han noticed the blue light flashing in the chaotic eyes, that terrifying energy fluctuation. It made him tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Field Tiger's information also appeared in Su Bai's view. Mutated skeletal body, corrupt tiger. Body length, 31 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Engine power, 15 million kilowatts. Thrust, 500 million kilograms. The original mecha Field Tiger was transformed by special energy, distorting the mecha skeleton and enhancing its corrosion power. Its weak point is the junction of the upper and lower limbs with the lumbar spine. This mutated mecha, which almost no one had seen before, was fully revealed under the characteristics of the Heavenly Eye. Unlike retrieving mecha information through a database, Heavenly Eye felt more like a giant search tool directly connected to the entire starry sky. Every mecha manufactured, even if it's not in the Starry Sky Alliance's database, as long as there's a trace of it, it could be identified by Heavenly Eye. Previously, Su Bai thought this talent was somewhat useless. He didn't expect to use it so quickly. Corrupt Tiger? Su Bai spoke softly. However, this sentence struck Duan Han like thunder. The attack he was about to launch was halted, staring in surprise at Su Bai. You? How do you know the name Corrupt Tiger? This is a mecha created by my lord. Even the Blue Star Alliance cannot obtain a single bit of information about it. Who are you really? Could it be that you are also one of the organization? Duan Han began to doubt Su Bai's identity, suspecting he might be one of their own. After all, the name Corrupt Tiger, if not known by someone from their organization, would. It is absolutely impossible to know. Then isn't that just a big flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? If I really killed the genius mechanic secretly nurtured by the organization, the result is obvious. At that moment, as Duan Han stiffened, Su Bai's emotionless voice rang out. The one who will kill you. At the same time, in his hand, a pitch-black great sword shimmered with a faint metallic sheen, standing in the air. The instant this giant sword appeared, it seemed as if all the metallic substances around lost control and rushed towards the giant sword at high speed. Those customers' phones, the severed right arm of the corrupt tiger, and the shattered titanium great sword powder. As the metallic substances gathered, that originally 10-meter black sword began to constantly expand. In the sky above, clouds swirled like an inverted tornado, while on the ground, debris soared as if it had lost gravity. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, until it reached 40 meters. Duan Han was horrified to find that his corrupt tiger was actually out of control. It kept rushing towards the direction pointed by the sword's edge. Talent skill. Sword of attraction. No, impossible. You can't do this. Duan Han was now completely terrified by Su Bai's methods. Whether it was the previous level of Hung Tian's defense array or avoiding his deadly strike with mech armor, he could easily recognize the corrupt tiger mech he was piloting. And now, this 40-meter sword piercing through the air, pointing towards the gates of heaven. Endless regret surged in his heart. Duan Han thought about why he became blinded by greed. Why he did not follow his leader's orders. Why provoke such a killer? But it was too late. Rip. The sword of attraction easily split the corrupt tiger in two, as if cutting through tofu. Naturally, Duan Han inside was split in two as well. Bang! In an instant, an explosion occurred, flames scattered, and a firework from the mecha explosion lit up the sky above the intergalactic mech shop. Chapter 35. Fleet Arrivals, South River's Mightiest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Duan Han's fall, Su Bai stepped out from the chaos. Looking at the figure in white, pure and untainted, the crowd who had retreated far back couldn't help but swallow hard. What was that move just now? A talent skill? How can there be such a talent skill? Wait a minute, isn't this Su Boss a mechanic? Why does he have such powerful combat strength? That's a Starpath mecha master being killed by a mechanic? This Su Boss doesn't look much older than us. How on earth did he elevate both the mechanic level and mecha level to such heights? No way. It seems he used mech armor. Has battle mecha armor really come into existence? How can mech armor have such terrifying power? I don't understand. Not understanding is just right. Before I came here, I didn't understand anything, and now I understand even less. You are just full of nonsense. Sure enough, I just came here to make up the numbers. Having survived a great disaster, the people's mood lightened a lot. Just as they were previously filled with oppressive fear, now they felt much more relaxed as they looked at Su Bai ahead, their hearts filled with gratitude. Although Duan Han was targeting Su Bai, they were the innocent victims, but if Su Bai had not acted just now, they would surely have fallen at Duan Han's hands. This was undoubtedly a life-saving grace. Zhao Ming watched as Su Bai slowly walked towards her, her heart racing due to the filter effect. At the same time, she felt a bit ashamed for underestimating Su Bai's strength. She never thought that mech armor could possess such power. This was cutting down a Star Path mecha by crossing a huge level. Even if Duan Han was severely injured by the defense array, that was not something the Sky Mecha could match. Is this Su boss's talent skill? It seems to have the power to attract all surrounding metallic substances. If on the interstellar battlefield, this move might become a massive killing weapon. Zhao Ming, who has been extremely interested in various fleet formations and mecha techniques since childhood, almost immediately saw the terrifying aspects of the Sword of Attraction. This move may not be the strongest in a 1v1, but its true terror lies in chaotic battles. Whether it disrupts enemy deployment or possesses group damage capabilities, it is outstanding. Now, Su Bai is still just a Sky Mecha master. What if he grows to Starfall or even Eternal Sky? That would be a strategic level of combat power. One person could rival at least 30 people in an interstellar fleet. Boss Su. Seeing Su Bai so close, Zhao Ming didn't know what to say at first. 1,000 words ultimately turned into one thank you. Thanks a lot for your help this time, but there are a lot of witnesses today. At that time, we may not avoid questioning. In Zhao Ming's eyes, Su Bai's talent is at least SS level or above, and the fact that he hasn't entered a mecha university shows he has his own ideas. But today's matter should not be kept hidden. She just doesn't know what Su Bai plans to do about it. Su Bai, upon hearing this, didn't seem to care. It's fine. Just answer truthfully at that time. Since the other party can get a tiger, it's almost impossible for him to hide what happened today. Rather than that, it would be better to rely on the power of the enforcers and the fleet, at least to deter those small-time criminals from going too far. Su Bai is already prepared to live in the interstellar repair shop. As long as he's in the repair shop, he fears no one. He currently has expansion rights, so making a room is easy. He well understands a principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Just then, several sounds of breaking air echoed in the sky. Boom! Boom! 3 Starwalker mechas almost simultaneously appeared above the interstellar repair shop. Seeing these 3 mechas, Su Bai raised his eyebrows. At the forefront was a mecha covered with light blue light armor. Its legs were different from the usual particle thrusters and had swirling circular thrusters, with the same devices on its arms. DS-584, a speed-type Starwalker mecha whirlwind, standing 32 meters tall, weighing 540 tons, with an engine power of 22 million kilowatts and a thrust of 620 million kilograms. Behind it was a mecha covered in red and yellow, with a red titanium long knife in its left hand, a yellow beam sword in its right arm, all wrapped in heavy armor, with a headscarf on its head. Fu 574, a power-type Starwalker mecha, twin ninja, standing 30 meters tall, weighing 600 tons, with an engine power of 21 million kilowatts and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. Beside the twin ninja stood a slender, snow-white mecha, equipped with various beam cannon ports, plasma guns, and precise electronic pulse cannons. BC 623, an arm-type Starwalker mecha, snow cannon, standing 30 meters tall, weighing 480 tons, with external armor weighing 120 tons, an engine power of 24 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. As these 3 mechas appeared above the interstellar repair shop, the customers who were originally discussing suddenly fell silent. The chatter instantly ceased. Zhao Ming's gaze shifted slightly as she recognized the newcomers. Cloud Dragon Squad, Whirlwind, Twin Ninja, Snow Cannon. These 3 mechas are so identifiable. They are owned by the Cloud Dragon Squad, acclaimed as the strongest Starwalker squad in Nanjing. But I didn't expect the Cloud Dragon Squad to appear in Yanhai. Shouldn't they be defending the starry sky? Hearing Zhao Ming mention the name of the Cloud Dragon Squad, Su Bai was also a bit surprised. That strongest squad in Nanjing? Yes, that's right. They shouldn't be here. Zhao Ming also thought that this might be Zhao Tianming's doing, but quickly dismissed this guess. She was clear that the visitors are just a wounded first star cold light star transformer. There is absolutely no need for the Cloud Dragon Squad to personally intervene. As she pondered this, the mechs in the sky had already landed. Then 3 figures emerged, with the leader being a young man with a cold expression. Behind him, a curious young man with slightly yellow hair was looking around, while a stunning girl with silver hair and a great figure was glancing back and forth between Su Bai and Zhao Ming. Did you do this? Cloud Dragon Squad's captain, Xing Yunlong, came to Su Bai and directly asked. He completely ignored Zhao Ming beside him and fixed his gaze squarely on Su Bai. Old Xing, don't be so serious. You might scare the kids. Huang Lin behind him patted Xing Yunlong on the shoulder and smiled at Su Bai and Zhao Ming. I'm Huang Lin. Old Xing is just like that. Don't take it personally. All right, you two stop joking. We are here on a mission. The last member, in Shui, rolled her eyes at them and then smiled at Su Bai and Zhao Ming. Let's first ask the two of you what actually happened. Chapter 36. Can you please say that again? Hearing in Shui's question, Zhao Ming glanced at Su Bai with her eyes. After Su Bai slightly nodded, she directly informed them about what had happened earlier. Of course, she didn't mention the existence of the Hung Tian-level defense barrier in the interstellar repair shop. She only talked about Duan Han's situation and the process of how Su Bai killed him. When Zhao Ming said that Duan Han was a modified person from the Cold Light Star, she could clearly feel the expressions of Xing Yunlong and the others weren't looking good. And when she mentioned that the mech used by the opponent was a Tiger-class modification, the explosive sound shook the air. Xing Yunlong's star power erupted, causing a wave of energy to surge, clearly furious. As expected, there are traitors among the fleet. Have the rats from the modifying Holy See infiltrated this deeply? Hey, old Xing. Huang Lin quickly interrupted as soon as Xing Yunlong mentioned the name of the modifying Holy See. Clearly, this name wasn't suitable to mention in front of outsiders. Xing Yunlong didn't care about that, and Shui then turned to Zhao Ming and Su Bai to remind them, "You too. You must not leak what you just heard, otherwise it could end up in interstellar court." Su Bai felt indifferent about it, but Zhao Ming's heart sank. "Is it a cult? Huh, you actually know about cults? Who are you?" Upon hearing Zhao Ming mention the term cult, and Shui and the others were somewhat surprised. This term is generally unknown to regular mech university students. Zhao Ming, first-year student at Star Sea University. Zhao Ming simply introduced herself. After hearing that she was from Star Sea University, the expressions of the three relaxed a bit. "So, you are a student from Star Sea, then it's not surprising you know about cults." "That's right. The Modifying Holy See is a cult organization that has been very active recently. We are here because of them," and Shui said blandly. At this point, Zhao Ming finally understood why the strongest team in Nanjiang, the Cloud Dragon Squad, was here. They came because they were tracking the Modifying Holy See. It sounded like they had been keeping an eye on this Modifying Holy See for a long time. "Okay, we've got a general idea of the situation. May I ask how this young brother is called?" After learning about what happened, Xing Yunlong turned his gaze to Su Bai, who had been silent. According to Zhao Ming, it was he who killed Duan Han. Although Duan Han, a modified person from Cold Light Star, wasn't that strong, he was still a Starwalker mech engineer, and the young man before them, Su Bai, had such strength, which surprised the three of them a bit. Su Bai, the owner of the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai smiled and pointed to the interstellar repair shop behind him. Only then did Xing Yunlong and the others notice the interstellar repair shop behind them, stunned for a moment. The wall of the repair shop, seems to be made of vibration gold? No way. You are the owner? So that means you are a repairman? They never expected that the one who could kill a Starwalker mech engineer. He turns out to be a mechanic, and his repair shop even has walls made of vibrating metal. Even Xing Yunlong is now intensely interested in Su Bai. Huang Lin directly approached Su Bai, grabbing his hands. "Little brother, how good is your repair skill? My double ninja just had a small issue. Can you help me check it out?" Huang Lin seems to be nonchalant, but he's actually quite sharp. When he saw the appearance of the interstellar repair shop and thought of Su Bai's strength, he immediately sensed that Su Bai was extraordinary. Perhaps this young man in front of him is a star mechanic. After Huang Lin spoke, Xing Yunlong and Shui also reacted, looking at Su Bai with keen interest. They seemed to want to know if he was exactly what they thought he was. Su Bai looked at the excited Huang Lin, thought for a moment, and replied lightly, "Skill level, it's okay." "That's good. How about you help me check it out?" Huang Lin took Su Bai's modesty as an invitation and directly pulled him into the interstellar repair shop. Seeing Huang Lin being so enthusiastic and not intending to return today, Su Bai decided to help him have a look. But as he stepped into the repair shop, Su Bai kindly reminded him, "My repairs aren't cheap." "No worries. I have money." Huang Lin thought his double ninja just had a little trouble. At most it would cost 1 million star coins to fix it. Watching Huang Lin and Su Bai go in, Xing Yunlong and Shui exchanged glances and followed closely behind. They were also curious about what kind of skill this shop owner Su Bai actually had. Zhao Ming, initially wanting to go in and watch, realized it was getting late and she had to return to school. Moreover, the person Zhao Tianming arranged to protect her was already waiting outside the interstellar repair shop. "Forget it. I'll come again next time." Shaking her head slightly, Zhao Ming walked towards the woman in uniform with a smile. "Aunt Zhang, I didn't expect it to be you." Aunt Zhang looked at Zhao Ming with a helpless smile and tapped her smooth forehead. "You don't know, you just scared your dad half to death. He hurriedly contacted me to check on the situation." "I know." Zhao Ming smiled wryly. Indeed, her relationship with her dad is quite good. After all, they are father and daughter, but she really doesn't want to go back to the Zhao family. Sigh. All right, let's send you back. How did you find this repair shop? It looks pretty good. Aunt Zhang understood Zhao Ming's thoughts and didn't say any more. Instead, she asked about the interstellar repair shop situation. Hearing this question, Zhao Ming perked up and began to chatter excitedly about Su Bai's wonders. Aunt Zhang was stunned. Is this Su Bai really as amazing as you say? She had never seen Zhao Ming praise a man of similar age like this. Her tone also contained a hint of teasing. Of course. Zhao Ming didn't catch Aunt Zhang's undertone and nodded vigorously, her tone firm. Little HH has grown up. Aunt Zhang sighed and thought about whether to tell Zhao Tianming about this. Forget it. They say that the more a father looks at his son-in-law, the more angry he gets. It's better not to give the commander more trouble. Considering that person's temper, if he really found out that his daughter was taken away, he could very well use an interstellar cruise missile. It wouldn't be surprising if he sent his personal bodyguard team to Su Bai for severe interrogation. Don't be fooled by how indifferent Zhao Tianming seems. Those familiar with him know he's completely a daughter control freak. When the day comes that he discovers it himself, we'll see. Aunt Zhang smiled lightly and stopped talking about Su Bai, instead starting to chat about daily life. At the same time, she drove her floating car towards Yundu. Not long after Zhao Ming and Aunt Zhang left the interstellar repair shop, suddenly, Huang Lin's exclamation echoed in the repair shop. Hey, how much did you say? Haha, Su little brother. My ears have not been good recently. Could you please say it again? Huang Lin's gaze towards Su Bai was somewhat complicated at this moment. It was really Su Bai's recent quote that made him unable to hold back. Oh, there are actually two options. The price of the highest level one is 180 million star coins. Su Bai repeated his words again. At this moment, not only Huang Lin, but even Shui and Xing Yunlong looked at Su Bai with strange expressions. Young man, don't be too absurd. No matter how you look at it, the dual ninja in front of them was only slightly worn, and even using the most expensive materials could definitely not exceed 10 million star coins. And Su Bai opened his mouth to demand 180 million star coins. This price is almost the equivalent of a dual ninja's cost. It should be known that the dual ninja is a star machine with innate skills. You just casually repaired some worn-out spots and are asking for a price of a mecha? What? Are you using Hung Tian alloy for your repair materials? Chapter 37. Guess realized. Dual innate skills possible. Ahem. Then what about the other option? Huang Lin finally swallowed hard, preparing to hear what Su Bai said about the price of the other repair method. The quoted price from the other side would determine whether he would label him as a swindler. The other one is actually much cheaper, just 1 million star coins. Su Bai directly stated the second option, which was to repair the worn-out areas. With his current abilities, he could easily do this, and as for the metal materials, they could be purchased through the interstellar network without much effort. Upon hearing the second price, Huang Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was the normal price he had previously determined. While quietly peeling off the swindler label from Su Bai, he felt some confusion. Why? Is the price difference between the two options so huge? Not only Huang Lin, but Xing Yunlong and Shui were also curious after hearing Su Bai's second quote. The other party obviously knew what the normal repair cost was for slight wear. So, why did he say a sky-high repair fee of 180 million star coins? Could there be some clue in this? Su Bai did not keep them in suspense. 180 million can allow the dual ninja to awaken a second innate skill and possess a characteristic specialty. As for the 1 million star coins, that is simply to restore the worn areas of the dual ninja. When he was checking the dual ninja, just now, the system prompt appeared before him. Ding. Detected stepping star machine mecha. Current mecha qualifies for level 3 enhancement. After enhancement, mecha potential increases and can obtain intermediate innate skill and characteristic specialty. Su Bai was previously wondering if a mecha with an innate skill could awaken a second innate skill. Now he got the answer. It is possible. Level 3 interstellar enhancement requires 1,000 interstellar points, which is equivalent to 10 million star coins. Asking for 180 million is not expensive at all. Mainly, he was worried that asking too high might make it hard for many people to afford. Not counting this dual ninja, a typical stepping star mech is about 10 million. Multiplying by 18, most people would find it difficult to bear. Even mecha masters, those with innate skills and those without, have a substantial difference. Their ability to obtain star coins is completely different. Su Bai's words were like thunder, leaving the three people present in a daze. The large repair room instantly fell into dead silence. Especially Huang Lin. After hearing Su Bai mention awakening the second innate skill and characteristic specialty, he could no longer take in Su Bai's words. His mind was filled with the phrases second innate skill and characteristic specialty. His gaze became increasingly hot. and his heart began to speed up uncontrollably. 180 million star coins, he clenched his teeth and felt he could manage to come up with that amount, although it would be quite painful. That was nearly all his savings from these years. But if it could really give the dual ninja such a huge enhancement, he believed it was worth it. With dual innate skills, he could even challenge Xing Yunlong, become the captain of the Yunlong squad. Is that true? The first to speak was not Huang Lin. It was Xing Yunlong who jumped in to ask before him. There was no way around it. Su Bai's words were too tempting, and almost no mecha engineer could resist such a lure. A second talent skill? Such things exist, but they're extremely rare. Only some exceptionally strong mechas, those above the Broken Star level, have a 1 in a million chance of possessing a second talent skill. Now, this young boy in front of him claimed that for 180 million star coins, a mecha could have a second talent skill, even with specific specialties. Xing Yunlong had seen many grand scenes, but he had truly never encountered something like this before. It was simply unfathomable. Of course, he did not fully believe Su Bai's words, as doubt lingered in his eyes. That's right, we can sign a contract. Su Bai continued to use the power of the contract. At this point, the three of them couldn't sit still any longer. They knew the binding power of a contract was strong. If it was violated, they would have to pay tenfold compensation. What if they couldn't afford the compensation? Simple. They would end up in the star prison or become a border laborer. This was something they were familiar with. Great. Just the 180 million version. I'll sign a contract with you right now. Huang Lin was completely restless now. He quickly accepted Su Bai's terms, fearing that this opportunity would only come once. If Xing Yunlong and Shui got there first, he would cry to death. Indeed, upon hearing Huang Lin speak, Shui and Xing Yunlong couldn't help but sigh. Too late. They had been teammates for years. Even if this temptation was great, they wouldn't compete for the price. Moreover, this was Huang Lin's chance after all. Only a slight bitterness lingered in their hearts, lamenting that they might have missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, just a moment. Seeing Huang Lin choose the first option, Su Bai wasn't surprised. Since he could have a dual ninja mecha and was a member of the strongest squad in Nanjiang, he had to have some resources, right? His fingers tapped on the central control panel, and a contract appeared in his hands, which he directly handed to Huang Lin. Huang Lin quickly scanned the contract after receiving it and without hesitation signed his name. Ding! 180 million star coins have been deposited into the account. With the arrival of these 180 million star coins, Su Bai's account now held 200 million. Even if he closed the shop and did nothing now, he could live a rich life, having everything he wanted. Indeed, mechas really cost a lot of money. Sighing slightly, Su Bai let the three of them leave the maintenance room. Looking at the dual ninja before him and recalling Huang Lin's talents, Su Bai stroked his chin. Can you do golden fire? It's actually the first time I've seen someone with dual attribute talents. Indeed, Huang Lin, who possessed dual ninja, was a rare dual attribute talent holder, with both gold and fire elements. However, it was a pity that both his gold and fire attributes were not high, only C-level talent, and combined, they only raised his talent to B-level. But it was truly rare. To some extent, the rarity of dual attributes was not inferior to S-level. The first talent skill is the Gongjin Blade, then the second talent skill is indeed very suitable. With a choice in mind, Su Bai directly touched the dual ninja with his right hand. Third level interstellar enhancement starting. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, Huang Lin kept peering into the maintenance room. Unfortunately, Su Bai always chose to seal the maintenance room while enhancing or repairing. Even if he strained his eyes, he couldn't see anything inside. Seeing Huang Lin like this, and Shui couldn't help but giggle. You've already paid the money and signed a contract. Worrying won't help. Ha ha ha. And Shui, don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. If it were you, wouldn't you be excited? Don't you want to see what's really going on? Huang Lin rolled his eyes at Shui. Thinking of being able to obtain a second talent skill the next day made the tone a bit high. I'm not excited after all. It's not my mecha. At this point, Shui also puffed her cheeks, then her gaze shifted. But, do you really think this is possible? I don't know, but I believe in him. Huang Lin paused for a moment before nodding. For some reason, I feel this boss Su is very mysterious. Though he's quite young, I have this feeling that he is unfathomable. Your feeling is not wrong. Even I can't see through this boss Su. Xing Yunlong took over the conversation. Moreover, he was able to crush the mutated field tiger and kill Duan Han, which is enough to prove that his strength is on par with ours. I'm really looking forward to it. If he can really make the double ninja gain a dual talent skill, then we can say we witnessed history. After Xing Yunlong finished speaking, he crossed his arms over his chest, quietly staring in the direction of the maintenance room. and Shui and Huang Lin also fell silent, eagerly anticipating Su Bai's masterpiece. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion sounded, followed by a wave of heat sweeping towards the three through the door of the maintenance room. The blazing hot breath swept in, stirring up waves of heat. As the heat wave rolled in, Xing Yunlong and the others quickly activated their star power to resist. With the effect of the star power, this wave of heat bypassed the three and crashed into the vibrating gold wall, the temperature high enough to cause the wall to turn slightly red. What's going on? Seeing this situation, Huang Lin was the most anxious, knowing that his double ninja was still in the maintenance room. Now, with this explosion noise coming from inside, even with high-temperature air waves bursting out, he couldn't help but worry about whether his double ninja was okay. Could it have exploded? And Shui noticed Huang Lin's anxiety and couldn't help but joke, although she had her doubts too. After all, it's just a maintenance mecha. Even if it awakened a talent skill, it shouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Only Xing Yunlong remained calm, his gaze fixed firmly on the door of the maintenance room. Crack! At that moment, the door of the maintenance room swung open, and Xing Yunlong even rushed in directly before Huang Lin could react. Seeing this, Huang Lin suddenly exclaimed, "Old Xing, you're not following the rules. That's my double ninja." The thought of not being the first to see his double ninja was even more painful than being killed. He who told you to be too slow. And Shui took advantage of Huang Lin's distress, stepping forward in long strides, also heading straight for the maintenance room. Now Huang Lin could no longer hold back. "You two, don't go too far. Stop right now." Not only was it bad enough that he wasn't the first one to see his mecha, but he had even dropped to the third position. How could he accept that? Using his star power, flames wrapped around his legs, and with a burst, he dashed toward the maintenance room. Bang! However, as soon as he entered the maintenance room, he collided directly with Xing Yunlong, who was wearing armor. It was no exaggeration to say he slammed into a metal wall. "Ouch, ouch, ouch! Old Xing, what are you doing? Why don't you just stand aside?" Huang Lin's voice abruptly stopped as he raised his head to see the double ninja in front of him. At that moment, the headscarf of the double ninja had changed from its previous yellow-red color to a brilliant gold color, the whole body resembling a suit of glazed armor, with a quality that had improved considerably compared to before. Not only that, but even a mecha had reached a height of 35 meters. The height of a stepping star mecha is generally between 30 and 50 meters, and anything above that is a breaking star mecha. Originally, the double ninja was just a stepping star 1-star mecha, and its height was only 30 meters. Now it actually rivals the height of a breaking star 3-star mecha. The left titanium long knife in the double ninja's hand had vanished, replaced by a completely black blade, while the beam sword in its right hand had also changed. The beam sword that originally radiated a yellow light now shone with bursts of white light. Black gold? Energy sword? And Shui immediately recognized the two newly refreshed blades in front of her. As a mecha engineer specialized in armed mechs, her ability to identify weapons and materials far exceeded Huang Lin's. In contrast, she was even more astonished by this. She couldn't understand how Su Bai could enhance Huang Lin's twin blades to such an extent in such a short time. Whether it was black gold or an energy sword, both were top-notch among materials of the star-treading level, and their quantities were extremely rare. Just the enhancement of these two weapons, and Shui estimated, was worth at least 50 million star coins. In contrast, at that moment, Huang Lin looked at the twin ninjas in front of him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Not to mention anything else. Just based on appearance, it was worth at least 80 million. Now, he believed Su Bai's words completely. In such a short time, Su Bai had actually transformed the twin ninjas drastically. "Boss Su, can I give it a try?" Huang Lin momentarily lost his speech, forgetting that the mech actually belonged to him. Su Bai smiled and nodded. "Of course, this is your mech after all." With Su Bai's permission, Huang Lin could no longer contain his excited heart and leaped into the twin ninjas. As the neural link was successfully connected, the glass-like armor on the twin ninjas instantly sparkled with fiery light, making the mech even more extraordinary. Huang Lin moved his arms and legs, feeling that his movements were not only effortless but even easier than before. Then he discovered the reason. Half star cloud stone, half blaze seed. Upon seeing his core power source, Huang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation was naturally heard by Xing Yunlong and Shui, both of whom were now filled with regret. If they had known Su Bai's mechanical skills were so extraordinary, they should have rushed to speak first. But such enhancement could probably only be done this once, right? Just the materials might not be enough. "Huang Lin, you've really struck it rich." Xing Yunlong sighed helplessly, and Shui nodded as well, her tone somewhat sour. "That's just how lucky fools have their blessings. How could this not be sour? Thinking about how the twin ninjas used to be, Now look at them. Not to mention their appearance, their weapons, even the core power source have been changed to half-star cloudstone, half-blaze seed. The star cloudstone is the core power source material for breaking star mechs. Although it is only half, its power source still far exceeds that of a star-treading mech's limit. Even if Su Bai hadn't allowed the twin ninjas to awaken their talent skills, Huang Lin would still come out ahead. But, is this even possible? Could a top-notch mech engineer who can modify a mech to such an extent in a short time really let it go to waste? For hours. Su Bai accomplished all of this in just 4 hours. What could an average star-level mech engineer do in 4 hours? At most, they could just change the paint job, right? Now, their gazes towards Su Bai were filled with respect. Not to mention that he possessed combat power rivaling their own at such a young age. Just this mechanical skill of his was enough to make them look up in admiration. Unbelievably, it really is a dual talent skill. Soon, Huang Lin's voice sounded again. Even through the mech, they could hear his voice breaking. Hold on, let's find another place to try. Su Bai looked at the eager Huang Lin and directly led the 3 outside to test. After all, this place had become a mess after the earlier battle, so it was better to test it here. Open hatch. Su Bai spoke casually, and the ceiling of the maintenance room immediately opened up to both sides. This was something he discovered after obtaining full permissions. It turned out that every maintenance room could directly open up, making it convenient for mechs to go out. The 3 of Xing Yunlong were not surprised by this. Many mech repair shops had similar setups. And now, their hearts were all on Shuangren's newly awakened talent skill. Xing Yunlong and Shui were both curious about what second talent skill Huang Lin had obtained. You have to understand, this came from Su Bai's hands. After witnessing the opponent's methods, what kind of power did this talent skill truly possess? It really made people curious. Chapter 39. Gung Jin Red Flame Slash. Did it cause an earthquake? Buzz. Soon, the Shuangren left the repair room and arrived at the entrance. But due to the previous incident, those who were waiting in line had already left. What happened today had scared them. With Yunlong's team present, it didn't make much sense for them to wait at the door, and everything would just have to wait for tomorrow's news. Outside the interstellar repair shop, it was still a scene of chaos. Xing Yunlong and the others didn't contact logistics right away, looking at the surrounding scene, and Shui patted her smooth forehead. Oh no, I forgot to inform the Yunhai enforcement team. I should have had them send someone to tidy up the scene. They had indeed informed the Yunhai enforcement team when they arrived, and the other side wouldn't take action without a reply from the 3 of them. But after seeing Su Bai, Huang Lin chose to repair the mecha, and unknowingly, this matter was forgotten. No matter. This is just right, as it allows Huang Lin to unleash his skills without reservation. Otherwise, he would have to make adjustments later. Xing Yunlong didn't mind this. Instead, it was more convenient for Huang Lin to act this way. Shuangren inside. Huang Lin could no longer suppress his excited heart. In his left hand, the black gold long blade was held high, and the moonlight fell upon the black gold, making the originally transparent black blade appear as if covered by a layer of white veil, with brilliant golden light shining from underneath, instantly enveloping the entire blade surface. Swish! At the same time, in his right hand, the energy sword was suddenly drawn, erupting into a bright white beam, instantly changing to a pattern like a flame wolf, and at the same time, the red flames ignited. The fiery air surged up into the sky. Almost at the moment the red flames ignited, Shuangren violently swung his right arm, causing the energy sword to instantly slash down on the black gold long blade. This scene made Shui exclaim in surprise. Is this kid Huang Lin crazy? Is he trying to break the energy sword? He has already unleashed Gung Jin's blade. Why would he use the energy sword to strike the black gold long blade? Conversely, Xing Yunlong said nothing. Just his gaze moved slightly, seeming to be in thought. Boom! A loud noise instantly shattered in Shui's doubts. When the energy sword made contact with the black gold long blade, it actually instantly covered it. The red flames wrapped around the Gung Jin blade, shining with the fiery red of gold, and a huge cross rose into the sky. This cross was about 100 meters long, shooting directly into the sky, as if wanting to split the heavens apart. The winds changed, and the surrounding air currents instantly became chaotic under the impact of this cross, forming swirling vortices. Boom! Boom! As the cross rose into the sky, explosions sounded continuously, and countless air masses burst in the air. When the cross reached its highest point, the high temperature scorched the clouds, rapidly evaporating the mist and turning the originally pitch-black night sky as bright as dawn. A mushroom cloud erupted terrifyingly in the sky, and the resulting shock wave instantly covered the entire Yunhai. The whole Yunhai trembled in that moment. Now it was midnight, and many people who were asleep were jolted awake by the tremor. their drowsy eyes instantly cleared. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? It shouldn't be. How long has it been since we've had an earthquake? Since entering the interstellar era? Could it be that the fleet is testing a new type of weapon? This weapon scale is almost comparable to a nuclear bomb, right? Whose family is testing weapons in the middle of the night? Please have a heart. Fortunately, this tremor was brief. After waiting for a long time without a second occurrence, everyone slowly returned to their dreams. And at this moment, Xing Yunlong and Shui at the scene were completely stunned. They were heart-shaken, naturally feeling more vividly. Because of this, they found it even harder to believe. You must understand, Huang Lin's attack was aimed at the sky, and its explosion occurred 1,000 meters high. Even so, it displayed such great power. One can only imagine, if it were truly used against mechas or star beasts, how powerful this strike would be. Based on their judgment, this blow was almost comparable to a full-force strike from a high-level star step, and they were only at the first level of star step. Is it really necessary to be this absurd? Regret. Right now, both of them only felt regret. If they had known this talent technique was so powerful, they would never have simply let Huang Lin have it. Xing Yunlong rubbed his forehead hard. He was feeling a bit of a headache. With Huang Lin's personality, after gaining such a killing technique, he would probably be continually challenged. And Shui puffed up her cheeks. She and Huang Lin were originally on equal footing, but now, she felt left behind. How about my move, the Gung Jin Shiyin slash? Dual Ninja raised the double blades in his hands, looking down at Xing Yunlong and Shui, his tone very smug. He didn't expect that the second talent technique awakened by Su Bai would be this powerful. Even more importantly, it perfectly matched his first talent technique. It was truly miraculous. This 180 million was truly worth it. His strength was directly elevated by several levels. This isn't over yet, as if sensing that Xing Yunlong and Shui had turned red with envy. Huang Lin's slightly mocking voice came from Dual Ninja, and then his hands came together. The double blades in his hands instantly merged into one. Light energy wrapped around the black gold blade, making its original sharpness even stronger, and with the infusion of energy, it could also achieve energy impact effects. Specialty talent, dual blades combined. At this moment, Shui could no longer hold back. What the hell? Is this ever going to end? In her eyes, this ability to merge weapons into one, combining the strengths of both, was simply a dream come true. She was piloting an ARM-type mecha. The essence was having enough weapons. If this specialty talent were given her, she could probably play around with it to great effect. If Huang Lin's second talent technique had already made her envious, now with the emergence of this specialty talent, she was no longer envious but openly jealous. Even though the three were old friends at this moment, and Shui wished she could replace Huang Lin, it was simply infuriating. Xing Yunlong saw this scene and felt a sudden pang in his heart. Oh no! It seemed his position as team leader was not secure. Swish! Swish! The two almost simultaneously turned their gaze to Su Bai, although they both knew the chances were slim. But they still tentatively asked, Su Boss, is there a way to continue this kind of enhancement? Xing Yunlong was polite for the first time, but he had to maintain a respectful attitude toward Su Bai. This person was a truly talented mecha master. Due to his identity, Xing Yunlong had seen quite a few star-level mecha masters, but he could guarantee no one could do what Su Bai did, raising a mecha to this level in such a short time. If it weren't for Huang Lin being able to operate it skillfully the first time, and there being some similarities between the two, he would have doubted if Su Bai had given him a completely new mecha. Hearing Xing Yunlong speak, and Shui quickly added, Don't worry, money is not a problem. 180 million. At worst, they could just take on more missions and save for a few more years. As long as they could enhance it, anything was negotiable. The two looked eagerly, waiting for Su Bai's response. Chapter 40. The law enforcement team arrives. When did this mecha shop open? Seeing this, Su Bai shook his head. The hope in Shui's eyes instantly shattered, and she could only reveal a bitter smile. Yeah, how could such a level of enhancement possibly have a second time? We were just thinking too much. Xing Yunlong said nothing, only shaking his head and smiling wryly. Indeed, for such a miracle to happen once was already incredible. He actually still foolishly fantasizes about a second miracle appearing. I can only say that Huang Lin's luck is truly amazing. It's too late today, come back tomorrow. However, Su Bai's next words left them once again in a daze. Their originally blank expressions turned into confusion, followed by ecstatic joy. Boss Su, you mean is it possible to strengthen like this again? In her excitement, and Shui even bit her own tongue, but she didn't care about the pain and hurriedly asked. Of course. Su Bai looked at the two with some confusion. He thought he had made himself very clear. All right, no problem. We'll come first thing tomorrow morning. No, tonight we will wait right outside. Xing Yunlong also changed from his usual calm demeanor, saying this. Having missed once, he did not want to miss a second time. At this moment, Huang Lin had already left double endurance and was genuinely happy for the two, even though the captain's strengthened state shattered his dream of being a captain. But they were a team, a whole, and by raising their overall strength, they could complete higher difficulty tasks, which would allow them to earn more money for the next strengthening. After this strengthening, Huang Lin was already convinced by Su Bai. He could not imagine how to go on without Su Bai's enhancements. You all take your time. I'm going to rest first. Without caring for the three, Su Bai went directly back into the starship repair shop. It was almost midnight, so he definitely needed to rest. As the door of the starship repair shop closed, only Xing Yunlong and the other two were stationed outside. Who would have thought that the Yunlong team, hailed as the strongest team in Nanxiong, would be willing to stand guard outside a repair shop just for a chance to pay for enhancements? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Not long after Su Bai closed the shop, several hovercars appeared outside the starship repair shop. They were the Yunhai law enforcement team, always keeping an eye on the place. Once they saw the Gung Jin Qian slash, they could no longer wait and immediately came to check the situation. These hovercars were all equipped with excellent gear, ready to start a brutal battle at any moment. A middle-aged man stepped down from one of the hovercars, looking somewhat surprised at the three standing at the door. Yunlong, are you all okay? Why didn't you notify us? Xing Yunlong looked at him and forced a smile. Captain Zhang, weren't we just about to notify you when you arrived? The captain of the Yunhai law enforcement team, Zhang Lei, looked at the three, frowning. He sensed that things were not simple. Do you know what that attack was about? Oh, that? It was my new skill just recently learned. I want to give it a try. My bad. Huang Lin spoke directly. After all, you can't hide fire with just paper, so it was better to admit it. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did Yunhai get such a repair shop? The chief negotiator of the Yunlong team, and Shui, showed a sweet smile, wanting to pry some information from Zhang Lei. They were somewhat annoyed. After all, they were all from Nanxiong. Though organizations and cities were different, a starship repair shop should be a treasure not just for Nanxiong, but for the entire Star Alliance. How could they not make it known? What? You mean the one behind you? Zhang Lei finally looked toward the starship repair shop behind them. Even someone used to big scenes like him was amazed by the shop built entirely of vibrating gold. Holy cow! Since when does Yunhai have such a repair shop? Seeing his expression, which didn't seem fake, the anger in Xing Yunlong's heart gradually dissipated, though they felt a bit disdainful. This Zhang Lei was truly incompetent. To have such a treasure within his jurisdiction, and he didn't even know about it. He even let the scum of a cult launch an attack on it. It was simply a serious dereliction of duty. Zhang Lei's mood at this moment was also not pleasant. Although I do not know Su Bai's mechanical repair skills, I can't believe there is such a repair shop in my jurisdiction that I am unaware of. No matter what, this is a high-standard repair shop. Shouldn't it be reported? Little Li, this is your area. You tell me what happened. Zhang Lei's tone was somewhat cold, and Little Li, called over, subconsciously shrank his neck, carefully stepping out of the line. Captain Zhang, this was an abandoned warehouse a few days ago. They said they were going to open a repair shop. I didn't expect it turned into this in just a few days. Useless. How many times have I told you that whenever you take matters into your own hands, you must confirm it with your own eyes and report it truthfully? You're just going by your feelings. Zhang Lei was clearly angry. Their enforcement team always demanded facts be based on the truth. No matter how others did, in his jurisdiction, it had to be this way. Little Li had touched his nerve. Hearing this, Little Li quickly bowed and apologized. Sorry, Captain, this was indeed my negligence. I am willing to accept punishment. I will deduct 2 months' salary from you. You have no objections, right? Zhang Lei instantly decided on the punishment for Little Li. Though Little Li felt a bit pained, he had no words to say, only hastily responding, I have no objections. He also understood that if he made such a mistake normally, he would probably only get half a month's salary deducted. But now, with the members of the Yunlong squad present, he had lost the face of the Yunhai enforcement team. It was understandable to be heavily punished. He could only accept his misfortune and silently resolve to conduct personal inspections in the future. All right, the attacker has been dealt with, but the damage around is significant. You can start the repairs now. Xing Yunlong quietly watched Zhang Lei perform, then moved on from the topic. It should be like this. Zhang Lei looked at the surrounding devastation, feeling shocked by the previous battle. Luckily, this was not the center of Yunhai City, where the losses would be unimaginable. Although the ground had suffered considerable damage, at least there were no casualties. Repairs like this could be completed quickly. This is also the benefit of entering the interstellar era. Generally, ground or building repair times have been greatly shortened. There would no longer be problems with not being able to deliver on time. Zhang immediately arranged for people to begin repairs. By the way, the area within 100 meters in front of this repair shop should all be transformed into training ground materials, Xing Yunlong suddenly said. This left Zhang Lei a bit confused. Why is that? Zhang Lei indeed did not understand Xing Yunlong's intention. To build a training ground with materials in a 100-meter radius outside the repair shop? Could it be that after fixing the mech, they needed to test if it was done? That could be done when the repairs were completed. Why need to create a 100-meter training ground? He did not understand, completely did not understand. In fact, Xing Yunlong had his own motives. Now that the surroundings were being repaired, it wouldn't be so convenient for him to test his skills tomorrow. This is the price you pay for your negligence. Of course, you need to discuss specific compensation with the shop owner. Xing Yunlong stated the most reasonable reason, one that no one could find fault with. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Zhang Lei fell into contemplation. No matter what, Su Bai was the victim of this matter. To be attacked by the renovation church is something that generally ends in disaster for an ordinary person. Furthermore, it was indeed his negligence that allowed the petty miscreant from the renovation church to stage this attack. Offering some compensation is quite normal. First, fix up the outside to express his apology. Then it would be easier to talk about compensation. This is also fine. In the end, Zhang Lei chose to compromise. Using training ground materials for the 100-meter area outside the interstellar repair shop wasn't too expensive and was a nice way to express his apologies. With the decision made, the Yunhai law enforcement team immediately began construction. An hour later, the outside of the interstellar repair shop had returned to its original state. No, it should be said that it was even more exquisite than before. 100 meters extending from the entrance of the repair shop were all replaced with training ground materials, a type of heat-sensitive metal that could also generate a defensive barrier around it, offering extremely strong protection. With this construction, they could freely unleash the power of their mechs. Looking at the scene before him, Xing Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lei looked at the three who were still standing in place with some doubt. Aren't you three going to leave? Logically speaking, Yunlong's team should be very busy, yet the three looked completely unhurried, even taking the time to watch them restore everything. This made Zhang Lei very confused, and Shui smiled upon hearing this. It's fine. We will wait here for another night to prevent the scum of the Transformation Church from exploiting any gaps. That's not necessary. We will station people here. You three are usually busy, and you should rest well today. This is already a disaster faced by Yunhai. I don't want to trouble you further. Zhang Lei picked up on a hint of conspiracy in Shui's words. He did not believe that they would specifically guard outside an ordinary repair shop. There must be something hidden in this. It's all right, it's all right. We are all part of the Huaxia Law Enforcement Department and from Nanjiang. So why split between us? We're not that busy. Huang Lin chimed in. Wanting them to leave? No way. Since that's the case, then I won't persuade you any further, but since you are so dedicated, we certainly cannot fall behind. I will also stay here to guard today. Zhang Lei finally showed a meaningful smile, choosing not to engage them. No matter what their purpose was, he would stay here too. The expressions of other law enforcement team members darkened instantly. Having to work overtime for no reason was truly exhausting. But Zhang Lei wasn't leaving, so how would they dare to go? In this regard, Xing Yunlong had no objections. It was impossible to let them go anyway. Since this interstellar repair shop was in Yunhai, and they were all colleagues, if they were willing to wait, then let them wait. Thus, a strange scene appeared outside the interstellar repair shop. 4-star mech engineers and 20 members of the Yunhai law enforcement team waited right at the shop's door until dawn. Yunhai CF family. Bang. In the reception room of the CF family, a man in a black robe was filled with murderous energy. With a wave of his right hand, he shattered the antique vase nearby. Through the black robe and mask, it could be seen that he was now seething with rage. Trash. Truly trash. We told him not to act rashly, yet he dared to defy orders. The most crucial part is that he was killed by someone else. Since when did our Transformation Church take in such trash? Damn. Truly damn. Now not only the law enforcement team, but even the Yunlong team has noticed the situation in Yunhai. Is he planning to summon the interstellar fleet? Hoo-hoo, the man in the black robe continued to gasp for breath. Beside him, Xie Zhihao could only lower his head, as no one dared to provoke this ominous figure. Next to him, a red-haired woman dressed in a black leather-tight vest, with her long, fair legs accentuated by black leather shorts, couldn't help but shake her head. Master, I feel that Duan Han likely doesn't know who he is. He might even have been brainwashed by someone else. If one observed closely, it would be evident that the red-haired woman was different from Duan Han and the man in black. Her eyes were not vertical pupils. She was not from the Han light race, but rather looked more like a blue star person. Is that so? The tone of the man in the black robe revealed no emotion. as he gazed deeply at the red-haired woman. Of course, I am willing to replace him to keep an eye on that interstellar repair shop for you, master. The red-haired woman continued, staring directly at the man in black. Boom! Suddenly, a force of attraction surged, pulling her in front of the black-robed man. His pale neck was instantly gripped by the black-robed man's hand. In terror, she looked at the black-robed man, whose gaze was like an abyss, icy cold. Humph. You're not in a better position either. Why are you still watching that interstellar repair shop? Are you hoping the noise from this mess isn't big enough? Do you want us to be completely exposed? You need to know your own identity. As he spoke, the black-robed man's fingers tightened, making the red-haired woman feel suffocated. Bang! Finally, the black-robed man released his right hand, and the red-haired woman fell to the ground in an instant. Escaping with her life, she gasped for breath, a wave of fear washing over her. Hastily kneeling on the ground, exposing her graceful curves, she lowered her head. My lord, it was Yu Meng's recklessness, but Yu Meng guarantees that everything is for the greatness of my lord, with no other intentions. Please punish me, my lord. The black-robed man snorted coldly upon hearing this. Forget about the interstellar repair shop for now. First, go to Yanhai No. 1 Middle School and make contact with that girl from the Sun family. If you don't handle this well, you know what that means. Understood, Yu Meng quickly replied, hurriedly leaving the Sief family. Outside, she reached for her neck where the marks were, her gaze cold. Still haven't seen his true form. After her departure, the black-robed man looked at the silent Xiejihao. Go, send someone to watch her. Those not of our kind are sure to have different hearts. Even if she joins the Transformation Church, I still don't trust her. Yes, Xiejihao replied, and then left, leaving only the black-robed man standing alone. He looked down at his right hand, a hint of disgust appearing in his vertical pupils. Then he swung it hard. So dirty. Chapter 42. The captain of the punishment team is confused. The sky was clear, clouds were everywhere. An array of sunlight unveiled the dawn's curtain. At this moment, outside the interstellar repair shop, 2 rows of law enforcement team members stood, each with dark circles under their eyes, yawning constantly. It's already 10 o'clock. Why is this repair shop still not open? I really will get sick. Which good shop doesn't open until 10? That's ridiculous. Exactly. Some shops open as early as 7, and even the ones opening later are at 9. Is this repair shop running a wellness center? If it can open, then open it. If not, then just close it. Don't be so willful. I thought it was before the interstellar age. Back then, you could open at 2 in the afternoon, and no one would care. Now, with so many repair shops around, you're still being willful. They were just ordinary law enforcement members who hadn't had a break yesterday and stayed up all night. Their mental states were breaking down, mainly because you might excuse it if they were on a mission, but they were actually waiting for someone to open a store. It was unbearable. Captain Zhang, if it's not working, just go back and rest. We're fine here, Huang Lin said with an awkward smile as he looked at Zhang Lei. The physical fitness of the Star Machine armor makers was strong, but obviously ordinary members couldn't handle it. Yeah, these comrades have worked hard. It's not good for them to just wait like this. What if something unexpected happens? And how can they enforce the law then? And Xue chimed in beside him. This whole night, the 2 of them had been trying to persuade Zhang Lei to leave, mainly because they were worried that when the shop opened, these people would occupy Su Bai's time. They couldn't wait even a moment. Right now, they just wanted Su Bai to strengthen them. Xing Yunlong quietly watched the 2 of them perform their little act, neither stopping nor helping, just silently giving them a thumbs up in his heart. Well done, go back and add some chicken legs. Zhang Lei looked at the poorly acted duo, forcing himself to hold back a laugh. After this night, he was certain that there must be a huge secret in this interstellar repair shop. Otherwise, why would Huang Lin and Xue go to great lengths to try to send him away? Are you kidding? This is my territory. Even if you're the Yunlong team, you can't just send me away. If this gets out, would I lose face, Zhang Lei? At first, Zhang Lei would argue with the 2. Now, he just smiled in response. I won't leave, what can you do? Like sticky candy, Huang Lin and Meng could only give up. Crack! At that moment, the door of the interstellar repair shop finally opened wide. As Su Bai opened the door, he saw the scene before him. Su Bai, underscore? What's going on? I shouldn't have done anything wrong. Why are so many law enforcement members guarding my shop door? Could it be that the old man bought illegal assets at first? Now they want to recover them? He immediately thought it was his unreliable dad who had gotten him into trouble. However, at the moment he opened the door, and Xue, who was still pulling with Zhang Lei, dashed straight into the repair shop. Unfortunately, in front of her, Xing Yunlong had already arrived before Su Bai. Captain, this is not fair. Seeing the captain in front of her, and Xue's pretty face instantly fell. She had worked hard to persuade Zhang Lei to leave, but her captain, without saying a word, had quietly taken the first place. Ahem. Anyway, it was agreed that you just wait a little longer. Xing Yunlong didn't care at all. First come, first served. He didn't pressure anyone, just relied on his quick reflexes. This scene left Zhang Lei dumbfounded. The moment he saw Su Bai, he had only one feeling. Young. The owner of this interstellar repair shop was surprisingly so young. And then came doubt. How could such a young shop owner have made Xing Yunlong and Shui wait all night? And judging by Shui's expression, she didn't seem satisfied that Xing Yunlong was ahead of her. What on earth is going on? Zhang Lei had truly never seen a scene like this. He thought the interstellar repair shop was extraordinary, but he never imagined it was this bizarre. What kind of repair skills could a young person have? Could it be that Xing Yunlong was hit in the head by that scum from the modified chapel yesterday? Or could it be that the other party had some confusing means, causing Xing Yunlong to mistake Su Bai for a powerful mechanic? Not only him, but the law enforcement team members behind them were also left blank-minded. No way. Yunlong's team waited all night just to see this young man. This young man looks like he's not much older than my daughter. Are they crazy? They made us wait all night too. Crazy, all crazy. Those who were already unhappy were now close to a breakdown, unable to accept it. Boss Su, I still want to reinforce what we agreed on yesterday. Xing Yunlong didn't have time to care about them and spoke directly to Su Bai. Su Bai nodded and handed him a contract. Here, sign it. Xing Yunlong took the contract and signed his name without even looking at it. This made Zhang Lei stunned again. What's going on? He signed it without even looking at it? Is it because it's too cheap? Starry Sky Treasure deposited 180 million star coins. However, Su Bai's transfer reminder rang at the perfect moment. What? How much? Yunlong, are you crazy? Such a large amount of contract money. You didn't even glance at it when you signed it? Are you going to buy a mecha here, or what? Captain Xing is confused. Zhang Lei completely exploded. Everything before him had exceeded his understanding. Unable to help, but urged Xing Yunlong to reconsider. After all, they, the law enforcement team of the Star Fleet and Special Operations team, were just starting mecha masters. Making money was not easy. It was likely that several years of savings would be lost in one go. Unfortunately, Xing Yunlong turned a deaf ear to his words and instead smiled widely. So can we start now? Come in. All right, there are too many people. Just a few of you in the hall will do. Su Bai said as he led Xing Yunlong to the repair area. Then Huang Lin and Shui followed him in. Zhang Lei looked at the three of them, gritted his teeth. You all wait here. I'm going in to take a look. Saying this, he entered the interstellar repair shop as well, only leaving many confused law enforcement team members behind, all with blank faces. Oh well, what does this mean? Still have to wait. This life is unbearable. As he entered the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up at the sight of the facilities inside. He never expected to find such a top-notch repair shop quietly opened in his own territory. There are hardly any shops of this level in all of Huaxia. Yanai definitely has some face. At the same time, his curiosity grew even stronger. What could Xing Yunlong be planning to spend a staggering 180 million star coins on? I really want to see what secrets this interstellar repair shop hides. That must interest the Yunlong squad so much. Chapter 43. The clown is actually me? At this moment, Xing Yunlong had already arrived at the maintenance room, gently touching the star ring with his right hand, and the vortex instantly appeared within the repair room. Boss Su, I beg you. Xing Yunlong clasped his hands together in a bow to Su Bai and then left the maintenance room, returning to the hall. After he left, Su Bai stroked his chin with his right hand. An S-level talent, Star Leap? To his surprise, the second S-level talent owner he met was the captain of the Yunlong squad. After all, if it weren't for this, the other party couldn't possibly become the captain of the strongest squad in Nanjing at such a young age. However, the Star Leap talent is quite special. It is a unique variant of body enhancement talents. It allows for a leap based on one star power, somewhat similar to space-related talents in some novels. No wonder the structure of the vortex is so unique. The vortex-shaped particle thrusters on the limbs must have been specially made for the mech to perform leap actions. The first talent skill of vortex is very simple. It is Starry Leap. It allows the mech to perform leaps. This talent skill can be incredibly effective in battles, but it does not have direct attack capabilities. Since that's the case, this skill should suit him well. After thinking for a moment, Su Bai found a direction for enhancement. He gently touched the right leg of the vortex with his right hand. Third-level enhancement initiated. A faint blue glow accompanied by star brilliance instantly enveloped the vortex. In the hall, seeing Xing Yunlong return, Zhang Lei couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you supervising in person? This is a huge order of 180 million star coins. You're really willing. If it were me, I definitely couldn't bear to use such a large sum to enhance it. This is enough to buy another mech, one with a talent skill." Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Xing Yunlong remained silent. This left Zhang Lei quite helpless. Seeing Zhang Lei's persistence, Huang Lin patted his shoulder. Captain Zhang, old Xing is just that kind of person. Don't take it to heart. We've come this far, and I won't hide it from you. I advise you to get your money ready. Don't find yourself in a rush later. Zhang Lei didn't believe a single word Huang Lin said. He was known as the infamous big talker of the Yunlong squad. He had previously tried every possible means to trick him away, and now he was advising him to prepare money? Zhang Lei even suspected this was an act with Su Bai, aimed at punishing him for his negligence yesterday. No matter, I'll just take a look. Zhang Lei's calm demeanor left Huang Lin exasperated. This person really is invulnerable to reason. Let him leave. He insists on staying. Now that he has waited so long to prepare money, he says he will just look. And Shui couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine. You all chat, you all chat. She certainly didn't want Zhang Lei to get his money ready right now. Otherwise, what would happen to the formation? Letting the captain enhance before her made Shui feel uncomfortable already. Zhang Lei had no chance of following suit. Seeing Shui laugh, Zhang Lei grew even more convinced of his guess. They definitely had set a trap for him. Hey, I won't fall for it. I'm just messing around. While they discussed in the hall, the members of the law enforcement team outside were quite miserable. Some members had even nodded off while standing. Others kept a mental note of Zhang Lei's actions in their heads. Captain Zhang, this matter is indeed unfair. I must report it when the time comes. Exactly. This seriously delays our work time, and we must have an explanation. You better make sure. I have confidence in you. But what magic does this interstellar repair shop really have? I saw the captain of the criminal division almost without hesitation transfer 180 million star coins. That's 180 million. I would have to work a lifetime to earn that much. That's indeed a huge sum for us, but for those star mech masters, they can earn it back in just a few years. In this world, strength is the way. So what can we do? At most, we could become sky-level mech masters. The star mech masters are beyond our reach. They earn a lot, but it's dangerous too. This time, when a modification church appeared, they were the ones leading the way. You could say that risk and reward go hand in hand. That's true. We're doing fine too. At least we have no worries about food and shelter. Life is quite comfortable. Of course, except for now, most of these law enforcement team members are around Earth level 7 mech masters, with 1 or 2 being Sky level 1 mech masters. Their strength is still inferior to Zhao Meng and Xiao Mengyan. However, this is the reality for ordinary people. Not everyone possesses such high talent, nor can everyone become a strong person. They can awaken E-level and D-level talents and can pilot mechs, which already exceeds many talentless individuals. Consider the problems at the stage you are in. That way you can find contentment and joy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was chatting, suddenly a roar came from the repair shop in front of them. This roaring sound startled many members of the enforcement team who had dozed off. What's going on? Enemy attack. This noise. Could it be that the captain and the others are fighting? Impossible, right? What would the captain be fighting with the Cloud Dragon team for? Meanwhile, in the hall, Xing Yulong was so excited that he clenched his fists. At this moment, the fluctuations coming from the repair room felt incredibly familiar to him, even sparking a sense of longing. He understood. This is the power of space. It seems Boss Su has successfully reinforced it. This time, the reinforcement took a bit longer than Huang Lin's dual ninja reinforcement yesterday. It's almost been 5 hours now. Yet Xing Yulong had no impatience at all. He knew the special nature of his vortex. To reinforce, it is naturally more challenging than dual ninja. Feeling this fluctuation, he believed that all the waiting was worth it. Huang Lin and Meng, after experiencing yesterday's aftermath, also understood what this meant, casting congratulatory glances at Xing Yulong. Only Zhang Lei was still in a fog. The power that just seeped from the repair room made him feel a thrum in his heart. His peripheral vision caught the scrap paper under the table actually distorting under that force, and then the piece in the middle vanished. This is undoubtedly the power of space. This change left him anxious, wanted to understand what exactly had happened. Creak. At that moment, the door of the repair room swung open. Xing Yulong didn't hesitate at all. Directly using Star Leap, he jumped into the repair room, and Shui and Huang Lin quickly followed. Zhang Lei also refused to fall behind. Upon entering the repair room, Zhang Lei couldn't help but rub his eyes. The scene before him was hard to believe. How much time has passed? What on earth did this young man do? Is this the reason why Xing Yulong is willing to spend 180 million huge coins? In that moment, Zhang Lei instantly understood the previous intentions of the others, why they had gone to great lengths to trick him into leaving. Why Xing Yulong would transfer such a huge sum without hesitation. Why Huang Lin would persuade him to get ready with the money. The fool was actually myself? Chapter 44 Zhang Lei. Hurry up and transfer the money. What came into view was a completely transparent, deep blue light armor adorned with sparkles of starlight beneath it. The particle thrusters at the back of its legs, compared to the previous vortex, looked more like a river of stars at this moment. The same went for its arms. Outside the starry river stretched two transparent blades, giving the vortex an even more murderous aura. Zhonglei stared at the newly refreshed vortex, his eyes widening in disbelief. Envy was written all over their faces. Just from the visual effects, the vortex had more than just a slight enhancement. Is this the enhancement worth 180 million? It really has something. Zhonglei couldn't help but exclaim. But it's not just that. Hearing Zhonglei's words, Huang Lin involuntarily added a comment, since the other party didn't listen to him and prepare the money ahead of time. Now was a good chance to strike. Zhonglei was somewhat puzzled. This isn't over yet. The overall materials have been upgraded. Even the core has been improved. It should be nearly the same, right? Could it possibly even awaken a talent skill? Zhonglei refused to back down, directly countering, looking at Huang Lin with a smiling face, eager to hear how he would explain. You guessed this too? Huang Lin smiled faintly, hands placed behind his back. You just watch. Zhonglei. Why was he so confident? It couldn't be, could it? The vortex already had a talent skill. He had never heard of anyone who could let a mecha with a talent skill awaken a second one. Even awakening a single talent skill was already extremely difficult. Some high-star mecha repairers could indeed make mechas without talent skills awaken one. This was because the mechas themselves had never awakened. They just aided in completing that awakening process. But how could a mecha that had already awakened give birth to a second talent skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhonglei was very sure Huang Lin was just messing with him, so he simply chose not to engage further. Buzz. However, at that moment, the ceiling of the repair shop suddenly opened up. In an instant, Xing Yunlong flashed in, connected the nerve links, and the vortex sparkled with starlight in its eyes. Suddenly, the vortex shot up into the sky, directly leaving the repair shop. Zhonglei. It's leaving just like that. What's going on? What kind of madness is Xing Yunlong on? Driving off immediately? It shouldn't be. He had already paid. This operation completely left Zhonglei confused. However, after exchanging glances, Huang Lin and Shui headed straight for the door. Especially Shui. Her eyes were already filled with anticipation. After all, it was her turn next. Now, let's see what talent skill the captain has awakened. Xing Yunlong, as the captain, relied on the special skill of Stellar Leap, allowing him to unexpectedly complete various high-difficulty moves. But the lack of attack power had always been a point of criticism for Xing Yunlong. They had all felt the spatial fluctuation moments ago, and if nothing unexpected happened, Xing Yunlong was very likely to have awakened an attack-type talent skill. This was a significant boost for their Yunlong team. What's going on? What is this? The members of the law enforcement team outside the interstellar repair shop were chatting when they suddenly saw the vortex descending from above, instantly standing at attention. Enemy attack? Has the modification church's courage grown this large? No, wait. That seems to be Xing team's vortex? How is that possible? I've seen Xing team's vortex. It doesn't look like this. Huh. Don't say that. Although the materials look different, the structure seems the same. Stop wasting time. Move aside. It's about to land. As they spoke, everyone scattered, clearing out the area in front of the interstellar repair shop. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone moved aside, the vortex had already landed at the entrance of the shop. Looking at the suddenly arriving vortex, everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Huang Lin and Shui and Zhonglei appeared before everyone. The law enforcement members finally found a backbone. Team Zhong. This unfamiliar mecha suddenly appeared here. What should we do? Zhonglei glanced at everyone. This is Xing Yunlong's vortex. When the others heard Zhonglei's words, those who initially recognized the vortex quickly placed their hands on their hips and lifted their heads proudly. See? I told you this is the vortex. What the heck? It really is the vortex. What on earth happened? I remember the vortex didn't look like this. Could it be? Is this the enhancement worth 180 million? It really looks like it. Indeed, just looking at the appearance, it's not cheap, but 180 million is still a bit too much. At this moment, they like Zhonglei no longer felt that Xing Yunlong had exaggerated earlier. From just the material upgrade and core upgrade, it was worth at least 50 million. If we add a little more to the appearance, it could probably reach 80 million star coins. But there's still a small target for the premium. Suddenly, a voice came from the vortex, "Stay back." Although they didn't know why he said this, everyone still obeyed and exited the training ground. When they saw that no one was around, the starlight flickered above the vortex. The nebula on its limbs began to slowly rotate, resembling a river of stars shining in the training ground. Boom! At the same time, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and the stones on the ground suddenly shattered, causing the training ground's barrier to rise urgently. With arms crossed over its chest, the vortex then pushed forward with force. Rip! An invisible force seemed to tear apart the surrounding space, with black cracks swirling in the training ground. This terrifying wave crashed against the barrier, and the barrier, which could withstand the full force of a star-breaking mech master, began to show spiderweb-like cracks. Talent skill. Dimensional rupture. Using the power of Star Leap to hit the surrounding space at high speed, creating a cutting effect. At that instant, Zhonglei had his mouth agape, as if it could fit a fist. The members of the enforcement team thought they were seeing illusions because they hadn't rested well. Am I dreaming? It really doesn't hurt. It must be a dream. Get lost. Of course it doesn't hurt. You're pinching me. No way. Has the vortex changed its talent skill? I've never heard of a talent skill being able to change. This was also what Zhonglei thought. He still didn't believe that the vortex had awakened a second talent skill. Is this the strength of Boss Su? Can he really change the talent skill? Zhonglei asked Huang Lin cautiously. Huang Lin returned him a meaningful look. You'll know if you keep watching. Soon, the vortex suddenly disappeared from before them and instantly appeared behind them. Star Space Leap? How? How is this possible? Upon seeing the vortex still able to use Star Space Leap, Zhonglei completely lost it. He directly dialed the phone number. Wife. Hurry, transfer me 180 million. A fierce voice came from the other end of the line. Say that again. I don't have time to explain, hurry. 180 million, not a cent less. Quickly send the money. Chapter 45. Starlight Domain. Totally crazy. When the vortex truly revealed its second talent skill, Zhonglei understood that Huang Lin was telling the truth. This Boss Su was truly extraordinary. The other party was not a scammer. Rather, he had an extremely good heart. A mere 180 million could not only get the entire mech and core strengthened, but also gain a second talent skill. If he told others about this, they would think he was crazy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Moreover, Boss Su was still so young. He couldn't imagine what terrifying existence was behind this person. Only someone like a legendary mecha master, renowned across the stars, could train such a terrifying disciple. Right? Are you crazy, Zhonglei? Are you itching for a beating? While Zhonglei was still daydreaming, a voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the phone. Before he could explain, the vortex moved again, and the nebula on its limbs suddenly changed, transforming into starlight that instantly enveloped everything around them. Under the starlight, everyone's line of sight was blocked. A massive pressure suddenly pressed down on everyone in the field, making their bodies feel even heavier. This is the unique specialty of the vortex, the starlight domain. As long as one was within this domain, they would endure 5 times their own gravity, and the visible range would decrease. Combined with star space leap and dimensional rupture, Xing Yunlong was akin to a god of death in the starlight domain. Hurry, transfer the money. If you don't transfer it to me, then I'll divorce you. Zhonglei was now truly mad. The next day, he found out that Xing Yunlong actually obtained a special domain ability. Such special abilities, even among special skills, are extremely precious. He absolutely cannot miss this chance. A deep sense of regret arose within him. All he felt now was regret. Regret for not thinking carefully at the first moment about why Xing Yunlong would spend a lot of money for enhancement. Regret for being unmoved even after Huang Lin reminded him. The tone on the other end of the phone gradually turned cold. Do you have the guts to say it again? I'll say it again. Transfer the money, or we get a divorce. Zhonglei changed from being timid to being assertive for the first time with his wife, regardless of the beating he might receive later on. Fine. Wait for me at home. Hearing his words, the person on the other end of the line scoffed, but still transferred the money to Zhonglei. She understood that whatever made Zhonglei so agitated must be significant. She could give him money, but this matter couldn't just be left unresolved. Being assertive comes with a price to pay. Zhonglei didn't care about the consequences and rushed towards Su Bai eagerly after receiving the money. Unfortunately, a graceful figure blocked his way, and Xue looked at Su Bai expectantly. Boss Su, is it my turn now? Her tone was so gentle that it made people feel a bit tingly. Huang Lin, on the other hand, was covered in goosebumps. And Xue, can you please speak properly? Get lost. What followed was a fierce roar, as if that soft and sweet girl had never existed. Huang Lin, oh, ini, oh. After chiding Huang Lin, and Xue once again transformed into her soft girl persona, staring intently at Su Bai, her hot curves almost overwhelming him. No problem. It was agreed upon yesterday, Su Bai said, pulling out a contract that he had prepared the day before. Today, he was ready to take on the enhancements for both Xing Yunlong and Shui. Although the actual time of interstellar enhancement only lasts a moment. But he couldn't take it lightly. Reaching this level of enhancement was already astonishing. If completed in just a moment, anyone could see something was off. Being able to complete it in several hours could be called a genius mechanic, but in just a few seconds? That would be a huge secret. Even someone would think whether they could do the same after learning this secret. At this moment, Zhang Lei was unaware of Su Bai's intentions and chose not to argue with Shui. Once Shui finished her enhancement, it should be his turn, right? Thinking this, Zhang Lei sneakily glanced at Huang Lin beside him. Wait, there's this little guy. They must be planning to enhance everyone in Team Yunlong. I can't let him go first. In Zhang Lei's view, since Team Yunlong had waited all night, naturally everyone would get enhanced, as no one would want to miss such an opportunity. However, most members of the enforcement team could only silently sigh. Sigh? If only I had money. Yeah, but it also depends on strength, right? Without being a Starpath mech technician, money is useless. I'm so envious. Who would have thought we could witness such a sight today? I don't know. Can Boss Su help enhance the Sky Mech too? This sentence opened Pandora's box. Some talented Sky Mech technicians in the enforcement team began to calculate. Shouldn't be possible, right? Exactly. Sky Mech are unnecessary. All right. One by one, they claimed it was unnecessary and impossible. But in reality, they all quietly sent messages to get their money ready. From their estimates, even if the Sky Mech were to undergo enhancement, it would still cost at least several million. Better to be prepared than sorry. At the center of attention, Xing Yunlong had now retracted his vortex. He approached Su Bai. A respectful greeting was given. Thank you, Boss Su, for your help. This kindness will be remembered forever. Xing Yunlong was the owner of an S-grade talent, and he was also an S-grade in the space system. All along, relying on Stellar Leap, he successfully built the Yunlong team into the strongest team in Nanjing. But it stopped there. If he wanted to reach a higher stage, his lack of powerful attacking means would stand out and be grasped by others. The situation was fine when there was a power gap, but once he encountered someone of similar strength, this shortcoming would be magnified infinitely. But now, not only did he possess powerful attacking means, he even had the specialty of domain-type characteristics. As he made up for his shortcomings, he even underwent epic reinforcement. In addition to the reinforcement from Huang Lin and soon from Shui, Xing Yunlong was confident that in the upcoming time, he would not only become the strongest in Nanjing, they could even become the strongest in the south, the strongest in Huaxia, the strongest in the Blue Star Alliance. All of this was thanks to the young man in front of him, who gave him the capital to chase his dreams. Su Bai waved his hand, dismissing the gratitude. Perhaps to Xing Yunlong, they felt they were given cheap help. But it's their own business, they know it well. This time, his capital for reinforcement was only 10 million star coins, but he exchanged it for 180 million. A fair trade, there's no debt between them. Captain Xing, you're too polite. And Shui, let's go, Su Bai said, walking toward the maintenance room. Zhang Lei, driven by mischief, stepped forward to talk to Huang Lin. Huang, brother, did you know about this earlier? You didn't even tell me. I'm so sad. Looking at the tearful Zhang Lei in front of him, Huang Lin was completely bewildered. Underscore? Did I not tell you? Wasn't it you who didn't believe me? Chapter 46, such a big matter, yet kept hidden? Huang Lin was completely speechless. He clearly saw that Zhang Lei was very persistent and prepared for it. Now, he turned around on him, quietly taking a step back, trying to stay away from such people. Zhang Lei saw Huang Lin's movement and knew that his plan had worked. He smiled knowingly. No need to be so polite. As if he thought of something, he turned to the law enforcement team. You all go back and rest, there's nothing to do here. He didn't want to be seen in a moment of weakness. He also cared about his image. The law enforcement team members, underscore. They knew exactly what Zhang Lei was thinking. After the recent excitement, their sleepiness faded significantly, except for a few mech engineers who couldn't hold on anymore and left. There were still more than 10 members of the law enforcement team waiting outside the repair shop. Most of those left were just watching the fun. Only a few Sky Mech engineers exchanged glances, each reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Since that's the case, then it all depends on our own abilities. One of the Sky Mech engineers smiled faintly, confidence overflowing. Just now, he had used many connections and finally gathered 50 million star coins. He thought he wouldn't miss this opportunity for reinforcement. Same. Another one was unwilling to lose. His family was wealthy, and with some exaggeration and promotion, he immediately obtained 60 million startup funds, determined to seize this chance for reinforcement. You too. Sometimes it's not just about having more money. I estimate Boss Su will also choose people. The third, although not as prepared with funds as the first two, was an owner of B-grade talent, his mech quality higher than theirs. In his view, even if Su Bai chose for mech reinforcement, he would definitely choose the easier ones. Tsi. The eyes of the three met in the air, instantly igniting sparks, causing the watching crowd to shake their heads. Just now they were saying it was impossible. Now they're at odds. Indeed, real fragrance is humanity's most primal instinct. Alas, to be honest, I'm a bit envious of them. They are sky mech engineers. There's still a bit of hope. Us, the Earth Mecha Masters, have no chance now. Forget it. Being able to see the scene of the second talent awakening today makes it all worth it. We didn't waste this night. True, that moment just now completely woke me up. It was truly shocking. But, have we delayed for so long? Did Captain Zhang report the intelligence from yesterday? About that. That's right. After Zhang Lei and the law enforcement team went on duty yesterday, they had been staying at the interstellar repair shop. Although the intelligence had been sorted out, without Zhang Lei's order, they didn't dare to report it at a higher level. Now, the intelligence still lay in the hands of the Yunhai law enforcement team. Nanjing Fleet Headquarters. Xiaoping, tell me what's going on. Zhao Tianming was sitting at the command platform, his right index finger continuously tapping on the command table in front of him. When you arrived there yesterday, hadn't the battle already ended? Zhao Tianming's tone was full of confusion. Zhang Xiaoping was sent by him to protect Zhao Ming, and he had also arranged for her to assist the Yunlong team and the Yunhai law enforcement team if the battle was still ongoing. But the reply he got was clearly that the battle had long been over. So why has he still not received any intelligence until now? Let's not talk about the Yunlong team. Their main task is combat, and sorting out intelligence is a bit amateurish for them. But the Yunhai law enforcement team is professional in this area. How could such a major oversight happen within their jurisdiction? Not a single person reported the situation to him. You go ask that brat Sun Yu. Does he no longer want to be the captain of Yunhai? How does he usually teach his subordinates? If he can't do it, just change him out for me. Zhao Tianming was clearly furious. Based on the intelligence Zhang Xiaoping got from Zhao Ming, this matter even involved military mechas within the fleet. The scum of the Reformation cult wasn't just making trouble in Yunhai. They had even corrupted their internal affairs. How could they dare to keep such an important matter under wraps? When Zhao Tianming was enraged, the entire Nanjing seemed like it would tremble in fear. Zhang Xiaoping almost instantly responded, I will inform Captain Sun about this matter and let him handle it seriously. Please calm down first. After saying this, Zhang Xiaoping left the commander's office. She quickly organized a notice to send to Sun Yu. Yunhai Fleet Department, Captain's Office. Sun Yu was reviewing documents. Recently, Sun Hani's one Jun Hongyue had performed excellently. It was said that it had completely taken the first position in Yunhai 1. Besides feeling pleased, Sun Yu was increasingly curious about Su Bai. But for such a high-level mechanic, it was indeed inappropriate for him to visit rashly. I wonder if that mysterious boss Su can strengthen his skills to break the star mecha. Even though there was such a formidable mechanic right under his nose, Sun Yu couldn't get close. Who could understand this pain? Beep. Suddenly, the light screen in front of him flickered with a red glow. Sun Yu understood that this was a direct document sent from above. He instantly became tense. Director Zhao is looking for me? Without hesitation, Sun Yu began to check the contents of the notice. As he delved deeper, his fists had already clenched tight and veins bulged on his forehead. Bang! He slammed the table hard, scattering the documents from above everywhere. Yu Zhonglei, how could you not tell me about such a big matter? Are you itching for a punishment? Is there anyone from the Cold Light Star people in the Reformation cult? Didn't the last one, Jun Hongyue, get pierced by a C-nuclear ray? Was it related to them? No, wait. Why does the name of this interstellar repair shop sound so familiar? Due to the overwhelming amount of information, Sun Yu, in his anger, couldn't respond in time. Upon calming down, he realized that this was the very repair shop where Sun Hani obtained one Jun Hongyue. With this thought, Sun Yu became even angrier. This Zhang Lei, wait until I punish him by cutting a year's salary. It concerns that mysterious boss Su. It must be taken seriously. The other party actually found the interstellar repair shop and even launched an attack. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yu sent a message to Zhang Lei. You brat, are you not planning to work anymore? Something so big happens and you didn't report it? Have you grown wings? Now, immediately right now, come back and see me. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei was still feeling smug about his successful scheme. Ding, you have a new message. Ding, you have a new message. Ding, you have a new message. The 3 notifications made him frown. Could it be a message from my wife? No way. I can't look. I'll act like I don't know. Shut down. Shut off immediately. Chapter 47. And Shui is winning big. In the office, Sun Yu was getting impatient, waiting for a reply after 10 minutes. His darkened face was visibly scary. So, not responding, huh? That brat has really grown wings. Ooh, trying to calm himself down. Sun Yu directly dialed Zhang Lei's phone. A cold female voice came through the phone. Hello, the phone you dialed has been turned off. Please call again later. Bang! The desk was hit again. Sun Yu's lips slightly curled up, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze burning with fury, as if it could set the world ablaze. Turning off during work hours. It seems just cutting his salary for a year is too light. 2 years' salary, including performance. This brat will get not a cent. Having decided on Zhang Lei's punishment, Sun Yu propped himself up with both hands, constantly rubbing his forehead. President Zhao is urging me very urgently. It looks like I have to go myself. Once that thought arose, Sun Yu's eyes brightened instantly. This is a great idea. I can also meet that mysterious boss Su. All right, let's do it this way. Xiao Wang, come in and sort these documents. I'll look at them when I return. Hearing Sun Yu's call, his secretary Xiao Wang pushed the door open and looked at the mess in the office, feeling somewhat puzzled. Captain, what's going on here? Sun Yu was completely focused on how to meet Su Bai. Casually brushed off. Nothing, just a bit upset earlier. Xiao Wang. When did the captain become so impulsive? But she didn't dare to say more and quietly tidied up the documents on the floor. Watching Sun Yu leave. Outside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei just turned off his phone, completely focused on staring at the repair room. Now, nearly 4 hours had passed since Su Bai helped in Shui with her enhancement. They had been waiting from morning until evening. Why isn't it finished yet? Zhang Lei's right foot kept shaking, showing his extreme anxiety. And Shui looked at Zhang Lei's eager expression and felt speechless. If she remembered correctly, wasn't her mech the one being enhanced? Why was Zhang Lei even more anxious than her? Of course, she was anxious too, but she understood that this wait was for a stunning transformation later. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Only by enduring this painful wait can there be a brand new experience later on. Kacha! The sound of the repair room's door opening suddenly rang out. To Shui, this noise sounded like heavenly music. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and rushed into the repair room. Right behind her was Zhang Lei. As for Huang Lin and Xing Yunlong, after receiving their enhancements, they had entered a sage's time. They were just there to watch the excitement. Slowly, they entered the repair room, even though it was already the third time seeing it. The scene before them still left them in shock. What came into view was a set of pure white and translucent, yet shining silver, snow cannon, as if draped in silver armor. The originally slender body had become more solid, and most importantly, all the various beam cannon holes on the snow cannon had disappeared. The previously heavy feeling had transformed into agility and restraint, making one doubt whether this was still an armed mech. Although Shui was also puzzled. She believed in Su Bai without hesitation and entered the snow cannon immediately. The moment her neural link connected, she discovered its secret. Excited voices came from the snow cannon. Boss Su, this. Su Bai smiled faintly when he saw this. Calm down, go outside and try it out. The snow cannon nodded vigorously, then flew out through the open sunroof. It arrived at the training field outside the repair shop. After the earlier lesson, the remaining members of the law enforcement team had already stayed far away from the training ground. Watching the transformed snow cannon, they began to whisper in low voices. Is this the snow cannon? How did it become like this? Where's the cannon? Did it fail? This looks a bit like reverse enhancement. Yeah, the armed mecha's weapons are gone. How is it supposed to fight? This 180 million is wasted. Seeing their disappointment, they weren't too surprised. After all, having one enhancement like that was enough. You can't expect it every time. It's just a pity for Shui. Although the appearance of this snow cannon was stronger than before, it still could only be looked at. Without weapons, it was nothing. Boom. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, the armor on the snow cannon began to separate, and from beneath those armors, various advanced beam cannons suddenly emerged. Plasma guns, covering electronic pulse cannons, horizontal light energy cannons. Seeing these sudden appearance of deadly weapons, everyone immediately fell silent, their eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how so many weapons were hidden under the mecha of the snow cannon. What the hell? Who said reverse enhancement? Come out. Damn. It's my fault for being uneducated. One word, damn, can travel the world. Can someone tell me how the slender body of the snow cannon managed to hold these huge weapons? It's my fault. I actually doubted Boss Su's abilities. Indeed, a bit ungrateful. Boss Su? Call him Su God. Su God above, please accept my bow. This time I'm completely convinced. With just this move, it's worth a small target. And Shui really hit the jackpot. Do you guys think, will a second talent skill appear this time? Don't ask me, I don't know anything. In theory, this kind of thing is impossible, but that's Su God. When Su God strikes, you know if it's real. I want to get stronger. I want to become a star-stepping mecha master. I want to find Su God for enhancement. Wake up. Your talent won't allow it. If the vortex earlier had brought them an intuitive shock, now the snow cannon gave them a shocking twist. They thought it had failed, but then came this surprise. Who could withstand this? Not just them. At this moment, Zhang Lei and his two companions who had just walked out of the repair shop also witnessed this scene. Huang Lin immediately felt sour. Damn. How can it transform too? It's unfair. So my enhancement is the most ordinary. Xing Yunlong's vortex enhanced space-based powers, which were already rare abilities. And now in Shui's snow cannon had the ability to transform. In comparison, his double ninja was the most ordinary. Zhang Lei, shocked, didn't even hear Huang Lin's words, fully immersed in the snow cannon, panting heavily. Hoo-hoo. It's almost my turn. I can have it too. I can definitely do it. However, at this moment, a pair of somewhat large hands patted him on the shoulder. Oh, what can you do? Suddenly startled by the unexpected touch, Zhang Lei jumped up in anger. Without even looking, he snapped. Do you want to die? You scared me? Do you know who I am? Dead silence. After Zhang Lei said this, the scene immediately fell into dead silence. All the law enforcement team members silently took 2 steps back, hands together in front of their chests, making a prayer gesture at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt something was strange, then turned to look behind him and was instantly petrified. Sun Yu's cold eyes stared at Zhang Lei like an abyss. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, tell me who you are. Chapter 48. Shattering Barriers. Star Cannon. Thud. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Zhang Lei's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall. He hurriedly forced a smile and touched his head. Captain, why are you here? I am your little calamity. I am the captain's most loyal supporter. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, Zhang Lei quickly began his usual routine of flattering him. Sun Yu, hearing this, indeed looked at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze chilling. Oh, really? I wouldn't dare have a supporter like you. You didn't reply to messages, your phone was off, and even with such a big event, you dared to keep it a secret. Boom! These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly petrifying Zhang Lei. Then he recalled the purpose of his visit to the interstellar repair shop. He wasn't here for enhancement, but to transform the church. Yet, due to Su Bai's incredible skills, he had forgotten this matter. It's over, it's all over. In an instant, the light faded from Zhang Lei's eyes. Having followed Sun Yu for many years, he knew well what this person's temper was like. His mistake this time was already a face-saving measure by Sun Yu. Without a doubt, his salary would definitely be cut. He was about to spend a huge sum to enhance his mech, and now was losing his salary. The consequences at home were obvious. Zhang Lei instantly felt a dark future ahead, even unsure if he would see tomorrow's sun. Buzz! Suddenly, the roar of the engine erupted, pulling Zhang Lei out from the gloomy world, as he hurriedly looked at the snow cannon. But when he saw all the cannon openings on the snow cannon beginning to charge up, Zhang Lei's eyes regained their light, and he clenched his teeth. Whatever. Let's enhance it first. Sorry, Captain. This time it was my fault. I willingly accept punishment, but please wait a moment. Sun Yu. Underscore? What is this guy saying? Let me wait a moment. The enforcement team, Sigma A. Whose subordinate is this? How can he be so brave? You're not the Zhang team we know. Bring back the real Zhang team. Actually, I've always known Zhang team is super brave. The Zhang team, who used to be timid in front of Captain Sun, is now acting like a real man, asking the captain to wait. It makes one marvel at the charm of mechs. Bang! Sun Yu had more to say, but suddenly a loud noise caught his eye. At this moment, the snow cannon had finished charging, and countless light particles gathered at its cannon openings. Suddenly, these light particles surged forward, gathering in front of the snow cannon to form a starry cannon shadow. The mouth of the cannon was as large as twice that of the snow cannon, with a diameter exceeding 60 meters. Talent skill. Star power cannon. Even Sun Yu couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw this giant cannon. He murmured to himself, no wonder it's Boss Su. Every time he takes action, it's this astonishing. Thinking of the wand, June Red Moon, and the Thunder Serpent's Fong, Sun Yu was not surprised at Su Bai's transformation of the snow cannon's talent skill. He was just curious about this cannon's power. As if sensing his thoughts, the starry giant cannon instantly gathered energy. Boom! A scorching beam erupted instantly, sweeping with the force to crush armies, striking the training ground's barrier. Bang! Finally, the barrier that could withstand the full force of the broken star mech shattered under this cannon's blast. The cannon fire soared, like a light sword crossing the sky, seemingly tearing the heavens apart. Thud! 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 The cannon light shooting towards the heavens erupted, with light and shadows scattering across the sky, immense force sweeping through. A shockwave, no less than the previous double ninja, releasing the metal flame slash, reverberated through the air. The entire cloud sea trembled once more at this moment. Unlike the previous midnight, this time it was dusk, and everyone in the cloud sea clearly felt this tremor, instantly causing panic. What's happening? Another earthquake? No, why do I say that again? Can we even stay in the cloud sea? It quakes every few days? Maybe we should consider moving. These days are not peaceful. Fortunately, the tremors faded quickly, just like before. This allowed people to regain their calm. What's wrong? Just a little shake and you run? Hey, I just shook a little just playing. Are we leaving or not? Maybe they're developing weapons. Let's disperse. The same tremor naturally reached the Sief family. Through the window of the Sief family, the man in the black robe looked at the light pillar reaching the sky, his eyes flashing. Is it again in the direction of that interstellar repair shop? That's Subas. Who on earth is he? He was puzzled. How did a repairman like this appear in such a small place as Yanhai? Moreover, it seemed that the other party was always disrupting his plans repeatedly. If there is a chance, I should go and meet him. Outside the interstellar repair shop, silence reigned. Everyone was shocked by the strike of snow cannon. You see, even Xie Yunlong's dimensional collapse couldn't break through the training grounds barrier. But now Anshua did it. Xie Yunlong was also staring blankly at Anshua. When did armed mechs become so powerful? At this moment, Zhonglei's eyes were already red. His longing for enhancement had reached its peak. I also want to enhance. I must be able to have such power. It's just a little salary. It's just money. Once I become strong, won't all this come? Huang Lin was in tears. Sure enough, only his own enhancement was mediocre. This could break through the energy barrier. What kind of power is this? It's not fair. Sun Yu was pondering, suddenly revealing the secret. This is charged up, right? Yes, Captain Sunday. Anshue's voice came from Snow Cannon, her tone full of joy. Clearly, she was very satisfied with Snow Cannon's second innate ability. This is my second innate ability, Star Force Heavy Cannon, which uses the energy of my entire arm body and my star power to gather. The power is as you have just seen, but the problem is that this strike requires a long charging time. I probably started preparing it when I arrived at the training ground. Anshue finished explaining to everyone. This slightly reduced the shock. After all, this strike has its pros and cons. Gaining tremendous power also sacrifices flexibility. If interrupted midway, it could even backfire. Sure enough, I said that Stepping Star mechs shouldn't have this ability. Sun Yu nodded, accepting this explanation, but then he froze. Wait, what did you say? Second innate ability? Snow Cannon nodded. That's right. As she spoke, two phantasmal pulse guns appeared in her hands. Her talent is an A-grade talent, Armed Phantasm. She can use her own star power to materialize suitable weapons, which is also why she chose an armed mech. To others, this scene seemed quite normal. After all, they had experienced it once already. However, for Sun Yu, who was seeing the second innate ability for the first time, Captain Sun was taken aback, suddenly turning to look at Su Bai. His heart was a whirlwind of thoughts. This big leg must be hugged tightly. Chapter 49. They are back. All back. What is your specialty? Xie Yunlong did not notice Sun Yu's change, but instead asked Anshue about her specialty. Now no one doubts Su Bai's power. Since both he and Huang Lin have specialty skills, Anshue naturally wouldn't be an exception. Didn't you see it before? Anshue's voice came out from Snow Cannon, then she retracted the gun barrel on her body, and Snow Cannon returned to its normal mech form. This is infinite storage. It allows my Snow Cannon to store the weapons on my body. As for the number I can store, I'm not sure yet, but I feel like I can at least double my firepower. Saying this, Anshue became quite enthusiastic. She was not discouraged at all by her specialty. On the contrary, she was most satisfied with this specialty. Girls love beauty. Previously, all the gun barrels were directly installed on Snow Cannon's body. It was filled with pipes, looking very unattractive. But for the sake of firepower, there was no other choice. This had always made Anshue feel helpless. But now it's better. With this specialty, her Snow Cannon was finally perfect. The firepower doubled, while also being more beautiful. One could only say, as expected of Boss Su. Still a specialty? Sun Yu was completely stunned, even though he was a Starbreaker Mecha Master and the captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet. He had never seen such a scene before. With just one enhancement, the mecha not only gained a second special ability, but also awakened a specialty. Dong, dong, dong. Sun Yu could even hear his own heartbeat. It had been so many years, and once again, he felt hope. The hope that could take him to the next level. Swish! At this moment, a figure rushed out, heading straight for Subai. Who else could it be but Zhang Lei? He couldn't wait for another second. It was finally his turn. He also wanted to enhance. Not a second more could he wait. However, just as he was about to reach Subai, a hand grabbed his collar directly. Go back. Sun Yu threw him behind with a single motion. Looking at Subai, who was getting further away, Zhang Lei kept waving his arms in midair, his face filled with despair, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. No. This scream came from the heart. The pain in it was palpable, and the tragic feeling left one speechless. Thud. After flying for a few seconds, Zhang Lei fell heavily to the ground. He lay in a big X shape. Unwilling tears streamed from the corner of his eyes, and the light in his eyes went out. Sun Yu naturally didn't care about Zhang Lei. Instead, he walked directly to Subai, appearing somewhat hesitant. This scene left the law enforcement team in shock. This person was the captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet, the #1 figure of Cloud Sea. Now, he actually showed hesitation in front of a young man. Was the world crazy, or were they the crazy ones? Some even turned their heads, not daring to look at the scene, fearing Sun Yu would hold them accountable later. Subai, Mr. Su, right? Sun Yu thought for a moment and finally used this opening. Subai, straight face. What's going on with this uncle? He's calling me Mr. Su, someone of the same age as my own old man. I'm not used to it. He waved his hand. Captain Sun, please don't be polite, just call me Subai. The man in front was the boss of Cloud Sea. Even though he wasn't afraid of anything in the interstellar mecha repair shop, there was no need to make things awkward. All right, Subai, actually I just wanted to ask, can you enhance the Starbreaker mecha? Sun Yu directly expressed his request, with hope in his eyes. Yes. Subai nodded. However, it will be tomorrow. Captain Sun, how does that sound? Upon hearing that Subai said yes, Sun Yu was instantly overjoyed, but hearing it would be tomorrow, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But soon, he pushed this feeling aside. After all these years of waiting, he had finally found a chance to move forward. What was one more day? No problem. Then I'll come back tomorrow, Subai. You get back to work. After speaking, Sun Yu didn't delay and directly picked up Zhang Lei, leaving. At this moment, Zhang Lei looked hopeless, muttering repeatedly, my enhancement, my enhancement. Bang! Sun Yu gave him a slap. Enhance your hammer. Go back and report yesterday's situation. Didn't you hear Boss Su say he's not taking orders today? Looking at Zhang Lei, Sun Yu still felt a little sorry. After all, he was a subordinate who had followed him for many years. If you perform well, you can come with me tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Lei immediately sprang up from the ground, fully revitalized, and saluted Sun Yu. Rest assured, Captain, I'll make sure to complete the task. The law enforcement team, straight face. He's back. They're all back. This is the Zhang Lei we know. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment for negligence cannot. Your 2 years' salary and bonus are gone. Sun Yu said, then directly left. Zhang Lei was left standing alone in place. It's okay. They'll all come back after the enhancement. Upon learning that he had lost his salary, Zhang Lei forced himself to cheer up and turned to the enforcement team. All right, let's really disperse this time. The enforcement team looked at Zhang Lei's expression and didn't dare to say much at that moment. They could only leave quietly. After all, the interstellar machinery repair shop was right here and wouldn't be going anywhere. As for the enhancement, they could always come back next time. Unlike Zhang Lei, they weren't so worked up. There's nothing they could do. Middle-aged men have their own little pleasures, and besides family, mechs were everything to Zhang Lei. That was understandable. As the crowd dispersed, the interstellar machinery repair shop finally returned to its previous calmness. And Shuad also left Snow Cannon and come to Subai, clasping her hands. Thank you, Boss Su. It's nothing. Subai was already familiar with this business and casually waved his hand, signaling her not to mind. Thanks to Boss Su this time, we will do our best to help you fight for compensation. If there's anything you need from us in the future, just say it. Even though Subai considered it a fair trade, Xing Yunlong and the others still believed they had gained a great deal. They directly promised Subai that they would help in any way they could. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded and did not refuse. The Yunlong team was the strongest squad in Nanjing, and perhaps in the future, he might really need their help. Seeing that Subai didn't refuse, the three of them left with bright smiles after bidding farewell to him. After they left, Subai stretched lazily. Finally, everyone has left. I've been so busy these past 2 days. That's right. These past 2 days are the busiest days Subai experienced since taking over the interstellar machinery repair shop. First, he maintained 10 mechs, then constructed Chaos. Afterward, he defeated that cold light star transformer. Next was the enhancement of Xing Yunlong's mechs. He could say he was fully occupied. It's still my fault for being too excellent, enduring a busyness that isn't meant for my age. He teased himself slightly and returned to the interstellar machinery repair shop. Looking at the balance in his account, He broke into a warm smile. Chapter 50. A Thought Breaks Through Stars. 543,800,000. This is Su Bai's current savings. Such savings even most star-level mech engineers do not have. Only the outstanding ones can have this much savings. Of course, compared to Starbreak mech engineers, he was still lacking a bit. But one must know, Su Bai was merely a sky-level mech engineer now. He practiced the star whale breathing method once again yesterday, and his star power was raised to Sky Star 6. Today, he should be able to break through to the star level. Let's redeem the second layer of the star whale breathing method first. With Su Bai's current funds, he had no hesitation and directly redeemed the second layer of the star whale breathing method. After the redemption, he still had over 490 million star coins left. With the successful redemption, the content of the second layer of the star whale breathing method appeared in his mind. It was basically similar to the first layer, with the only difference being that the method of operation had some variations. The original star whale breathing method only needed to gather star power around oneself in a tides for absorption. But for the second layer, Su Bai needed to construct 2 tidal eyes of star power simultaneously, creating 2 tidal flows to multiply the star power collection. Is this double the pleasure? After a brief glance, Su Bai understood that as long as he fixed the tidal eye in his palm, he could easily achieve double tides. Unfortunately, his current star power was still insufficient to construct 2 tides. Forget it. Let's first maximize the current star power. Speaking, Su Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, drawing the surrounding star power swiftly toward him. His realm soared accordingly. Sky Star 7, Sky Star 8, peak of Sky Star 9. When his star power reached the peak of Sky Star 9, Su Bai finally felt a slight obstruction. Is this the bottleneck of breakthrough? Su Bai felt a tinge of curiosity as he experienced the so-called bottleneck for the first time since gaining his talent and making rapid progress in star power. He spread his arms and placed them on his knees. Husai. In a breath, the starlight on his body instantly spread along his arms to his palms. At the same time, the tide of star power swirling around him began to change, slowly cracking from the center as if it was about to split in 2. Rise! Su Bai shouted sharply. The starlight in his hands surged explosively. Star power rolled in like a tide, rushing towards him. The previously half tide of star power was instantly filled, becoming incredibly abundant. The moment the 2 waves of star power formed, the golden patterns on the interstellar repair shop trembled, blocking the leakage of this aura. Boom! A loud crash. Su Bai's star power realm broke through with a sound. He directly surpassed the stage of Sky Mech Master and reached the level of Star Treader Mech Master. As he broke through to Star Treader Mech Master, the amplification of the star power in his body began to slow down. The previous feeling of making rapid progress finally dissipated at this moment. It seems that the star power required for the Star Treader stage is more than 10 times that of the Sky stage. Indeed, as he carefully sensed the change in his body, Su Bai found that now, even with double the star power absorption efficiency, it would take him 5 times longer to increase a star than before. With this calculation, it was easy to deduce that the star power needed for the Star Treader stage was 10 times that of the Sky stage. No wonder many people spend their whole lives in the Star Treader stage without becoming star-breaking mech masters. At this moment, Su Bai understood how difficult cultivation was. He had SS-level talent coupled with a truth-level breathing technique, yet he still had to break through step by step. And those mech masters with C or D-level talent wanting to break through to star-breaking was undoubtedly as hard as climbing to the sky. Even B-level talent mech masters couldn't casually enter the ranks of star-breaking mech masters. The Transformation Church, the Cold Light Star people, it seems that things are not peaceful. With thoughts of the encounters over the past few days, Su Bai sighed helplessly. He originally thought he could happily earn enough star coins through interstellar enhancement and then strengthen his mech to roam the stars. But troubles came one after another. Forget it. Let them worry about these matters. Helping them strengthen is also doing my part. Su Bai slowly got up and stretched his somewhat stiff neck. Then he walked towards the maintenance room. Opened the virtual maintenance chamber. Upon entering the maintenance room, Su Bai immediately issued the command. Almost the moment his words fell, the voice from the control center sounded. Understood, owner. Now opening the virtual maintenance chamber. Boom! Suddenly, an energy instantly enveloped the maintenance room number 1. Even though the situation before him hadn't changed much, Su Bai could clearly feel a subtle difference. At this moment, everything in the maintenance room besides himself seemed to have slightly distorted. This was the time pressure created by increasing the flow rate of time to 3 times. But due to the system's influence, this pressure was minimized. As the shop owner, Su Bai didn't feel any hint of time pressure at all. Is this the 3 times time flow rate? Su Bai looked around, then took out his chaos. After breaking through to Star Treader, he didn't immediately enhance chaos for a very simple reason. Yesterday, during the battle with that cold entity, Su-bai discovered that his current chaos seemed unable to fully control its core power source. The 5 cores burning simultaneously were technically a theoretical concept. Even though the system made it a reality, the external materials couldn't withstand such a shock. Su-bai needed to slightly modify some structures. This was also the reason he entered the virtual maintenance chamber. He wanted to fully craft chaos here. The main reason is still the joint connection. Before, I focused on speed and worked hard on the bones, core, and armor, but the joints were still a bit rough. After looking around, Su-bai instantly found the reason. The main issue is that the joint connections are difficult to withstand the power of 5 nuclear co-combustions. That is the power of 5 seeds of the starry sky. For an ordinary mecha, it would be lucky not to be shattered. Fortunately, I left a few star-rated technician skills given by the task assistant earlier. Now that the character of the mecha builder has been completed, the task assistant has naturally disappeared. But before it disappeared, Su-bai chose to retain 10 exquisite 3-star technician skills, which is also the maximum allowed by the system. It's really not that he wanted to remember more. Northern Source Joint Connection Method. This is the method that Su-bai wants to use. The Northern Source technician is famous in the Interstellar Alliance, and it is said that he became a 3-star technician at the age of 20 based on his own strength. He even crossed the boundaries of technicians before the age of 30 and became a 7-star technician. Now, decades have passed, and Su-bai cannot know the extent of his technician skills. But the inherited skills left behind during his time as a 3-star technician are this Northern Source Joint Connection Method. According to the memory in his mind, Su-bai held the thermal knife in one hand while using the blending perception in the other hand to sense the changes in the surrounding metals. ZZ. As the thermal knife touched the outer armor of chaos, sparks instantly sprang out and fell. Su-bai struck the knife down at the right moment and easily removed the outer armor of chaos, revealing the skeleton inside. I didn't expect the enhanced skeleton has actually changed. Seeing the skeleton that was completely different from his initial design, Su-bai understood that this was the system's credit. But unfortunately, even the system has places it cannot attend to. After the outer armor was removed, Su-bai immediately saw the position where he felt something was off. Sure enough, Chapter 51, Remodification, Seeking Justice. Following Su-bai's gaze, there was a tiny hollow at the joint of chaos. Such hollows would not be a big deal on an ordinary mecha, as ordinary mechas have many such hollows at their joints to relieve internal pressure due to their large overall size. But chaos is a mecha weapon. The size of a mecha weapon cannot be compared to that of an ordinary mecha. It is even only about 1/10 of the size. In this case, the internal and external pressures do not need to balance, and the appearance of hollows instead causes internal imbalance, leading to energy overload that exceeds the limit the mecha itself can withstand. That is also why Su-bai felt something was off. There is indeed a problem. Seeing the problem at a glance, Su-bai breathed a sigh of relief. This will save a lot of time for maintenance. The thermal knife in his left hand was replaced with a joint device, while his right hand continued to use the blending perception to make the surrounding metal instantly attach itself to the joint. At the same time, he also used the Northern Source Joint Connection Method to melt the metal with heat and simultaneously recreate the joint with the connection method. This series of operations is very delicate, and Su-bai was fully focused, not daring to be slack for a moment. ZZ. Sparks flew, metal covered, joints flowed. Su-bai continuously repeated such operations in the virtual repair chamber, again and again, until he confirmed there were no mistakes. Star Sea University, Elite Student Dormitory. Zhao Ming had just finished a day of training, and fragrant sweat soaked her ice-blue long hair, clinging to her back, and the close-fitting training suit accentuated her figure's uplift. It's just a pity it was a bit flat. Zhao Ming gently wiped the sweat on her forehead, and the sense of pressure from Duan Han yesterday was still vivid in her mind. She once again clearly realized her insufficient strength. No, I'm still too weak. I must quickly master the next skill. The training of Star Force cannot be neglected. She didn't ask Zhao Tianming about the ins and outs of the matter. Even her father, Zhao Tianming, wouldn't tell her everything. She could only guess that the Reformed Church would probably take significant action next. If her own strength wasn't sufficient, she might very well become cannon fodder in that storm. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked at her door. A somewhat impatient, sweet voice came from outside. Airport. Open the door. Don't hide in there without making a sound. I know you're home. You managed to sneak away, but you can open the door, can't you? Yesterday, Zhao Ming hadn't replied to her message, and when she called her later, the other party directly turned off her phone. This made Xiao Mingyan explode with anger. If it weren't for her busy coursework today, she would have come knocking on Zhao Ming's door early this morning. There was nothing she could do. It was simply too infuriating. You wouldn't believe how she spent yesterday. Curling up alone in bed, Zhao Ming's words kept replaying in her mind. It was unbearable. Hearing the knocking, Zhao Ming slightly raised the corners of her mouth, slowly walked to the door, and opened it wide. What's all the noise for? Afraid to disturb the neighbors, little dwarf? If this gets out, your status as the campus beauty might be in jeopardy. However, before she could finish, Xiao Mingyan pounced on Zhao Ming like a tiger, tightly hugging her. Bang! Caught off guard, the two fell directly to the ground. Xiao Mingyan sat on Zhao Ming's body, fiercely staring at her. Quick! Come clean, what exactly did you do? What happened yesterday? If you play tricks on me, hee hee. Saying this, Xiao Mingyan reached out her wicked hands towards Zhao Ming's waist. Aha, don't go too far, haha. I'll tell you, okay? Suddenly attacked, Zhao Ming laughed so hard that tears were welling up in her eyes. As her childhood friend, Xiao Mingyan had somewhat grasped her very lifeline. She was just afraid of tickling. But the sight of the two of them, one in short skirt and the other in tight training clothes, wrestling around on the ground was actually it was hard to describe. Anyway, anyone who could type with both hands was a decent person. After a bout of playful wrestling, Xiao Mingyan finally stopped her wicked hands. Not to mention, the airport was surprisingly exquisite. So envious. Thinking about how, although her figure was still fairly good, sometimes there would inevitably be a little extra flesh, unlike Zhao Ming, who had a great physique from years of training. At that moment, Zhao Ming's face was like a peach blossom, her eyes full of shimmering autumn water, and she was completely sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Seeing her like this, Xiao Mingyan revealed a triumphant smile. Now you know how tough it is, huh? Quick, spill it. Bang. However, just as she was basking in her victory, Zhao Ming suddenly darted behind her, wrapping her arms around her waist and blowing into her ear. Weren't you curious to know? How about I tell you like this? The previously proud Xiao Mingyan suddenly trembled, legs pressing together, feeling shy. Don't. Let's talk nicely. Her ear was her lifeline. Whether it was whispering or blowing into her ear, Xiao Mingyan found it hard to resist. Of course, this lifeline could only be used between the two of them. If it were someone else, she could just unleash her star force and talents and smash them to pieces. No one could even get close to them. With the advantage, Zhao Ming wouldn't hold back, continuing to speak. Weren't you just so proud a moment ago? Look at you. Was that your tone when you were asking earlier? You seem to be enjoying this. Get ready. I'm going to start talking. Don't I was wrong. In the end, Xiao Mingyan shed reluctant tears and gave in. If Zhao Ming really told her like this, she definitely wouldn't be able to absorb a word. It was somewhat embarrassing, but intel was more important. She would settle the score with this airport later. Thump. After saying this, Zhao Ming blew a few more breaths before finally releasing her hands, letting Xiao Mingyan fall to the ground. Fortunately, after all, she was a sky mecha master, and he had not suffered any substantial harm. Xiao Mingyan quickly recovered, and this time, both of them tacitly avoided discussing what had happened before. Okay, tell me, what did you actually experience yesterday? Since Xiao Mingyan sincerely asked, Zhao Ming compassionately told her, So, like this. As Zhao Ming narrated, Xiao Mingyan kept her mouth slightly open the whole time, unable to close it at all. After Zhao Ming finished speaking, it took her a moment to react. So you mean, Boss Su asked you for help because he wants to build mech armor? Has the combat-type mech armor really been born? The Reformed Church is making moves again? Wait, Boss Su's mech armor can actually crush the Starwalker mech. Hold on. Let me catch my breath. This amount of information is just too much. She thought Zhao Ming was just helping Su by with something trivial and intentionally teasing her. She never expected that she had actually missed so much. She chatted with Su by every day, and such a huge event happened without him telling her. And he said he was my fan. Oof. Scumbag. Chapter 52. Decision in the Cloud Sea. Complete self-examination. Xiao Mingyan suddenly felt that the world was not worth it. Her cheeks puffed up, clearly furious about it. Seeing her like this, Zhao Ming was quite pleased, but soon grew serious. This matter is not a joke. You might also need to prepare in advance. Although I didn't ask too much about the reasons for this, since the Reformed Church has acted and may even have infiltrated the fleet, we must be cautious. Their motives may not be small, and with our current strength, we can only become cannon fodder if we get involved. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Xiao Mingyan put away her little temper, and with a slight motion of her eyes, nodded firmly. Indeed, we are still too weak. If the freshmen from Starsea University heard their conversation, they would surely shout, "Too amazing! You two are the top and second in the rankings. If this is considered weak, then what are we? Are we trash?" The two exchanged glances and put away their previous playful moods. Xiao Mingyan looked at Zhao Meng somewhat proudly. Airfield, I allow you to practice with me. With your level, being a sparring partner is not bad. Zhao Meng gave her a deadpan glance. Hee hee. I don't know who's the real sparring partner. Their strengths were indeed close. And the reason she lost so badly before was purely due to the difference in mechs. Now that they were back at the same starting line, Zhao Meng naturally would not concede. For a moment, a faint smell of gunpowder spread in the air. Where their gazes met, it felt like thunder and lightning. Vaguely, the aura coming from Zhao Meng's dormitory amazed those passing by. What's going on? Is Goddess Zhao angry? It feels so oppressive. Just now, I think I saw Goddess Xiao go in. Do you think it will fight again? Huh. If we're talking mechs, Goddess Xiao has already proven herself, but when it comes to close combat, even if she has S-tier talent, she wouldn't be able to beat Goddess Xiao, right? Indeed. Forget it. Let's leave quickly to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Cloud Sea Fleet Headquarters. Sun Yu looked at the intelligence in front of him. His face turned completely dark, and he looked at the lifeless Zhang Lei, squinting his eyes. Little Zhang, are you living too comfortably? Having lost his enhancement opportunity, Zhang Lei felt like a walking corpse, not even able to listen to Sun Yu's words. He had risked defending his wife just to obtain 180 million, and now he couldn't even use it? He couldn't describe that feeling. It was just that living felt quite meaningless. He could only nod dully. The captain is right. Sun Yu. Tu. Cao Min Cao. Bang. In the end, he couldn't hold back and directly punched Zhang Lei on the head. This punch was even fueled by Star Force. If it weren't for the fear that Song Yin would destroy Zhang Lei, he was even ready to use his own talents. Roar. With a heavy strike, Zhang Lei's head sank heavily, and finally, he regained his senses. Holding his head up, he stood tall, glancing left and right. Who? Who attacked me? It's me. A cold laugh came through, and upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Lei shivered all over. Captain, what brings you here? He reached up to touch the small bump on his head with an innocent expression. Seeing this kid's look, Sun Yu almost couldn't hold back, giving him another hit. Fortunately, with the bigger picture in mind, Sun Yu ultimately calmed himself. What do you think about this situation? Zhang Lei understood that Sun Yu was talking about the matter of reforming the Church of Transformation, and he changed his previously dispirited demeanor, thinking earnestly, I'm afraid it needs a thorough reckoning. After all, according to Team Yunlong and Boss Su, the Church of Transformation actually has field tigers. That means there must be a problem within us. What worries me most now is whether that field tiger came from our Yunhai, or from the Nanjing fleet, or somewhere else. It really is troublesome. Zhang Lei, now in work mode, still made Sun Yu quite satisfied. What he said was indeed the crux of the issue. Since it involved the internal fleet, it was no longer just a matter of the Church of Transformation. This indicated that someone among them was even siding with those lunatics. And as a mech of the fleet, even a standard type was still a Starwalker mech. Only a few people could pilot such mechs. At least in Yunhai, there were only him, Zhang Lei, and 2 other vice captains who had that authority. Reflecting on this, Sun Yu's gaze became deep, and his tone grew heavy. We must first confirm that this mech did not come from our Yunhai. Handle this matter discreetly. Temporarily suppress the public opinion regarding the interstellar mech repair shop. I heard that there were quite a few young people on site yesterday. Until the situation is clarified, keep the news sealed. Sun Yu quickly made a decision. The first thing to do was to self-inspect. He and Zhang Lei were definitely fine. But he couldn't guarantee about the other 2 vice captains. Those 2 were different from them, just borrowed from outside. They were not known entities. Zhang Lei received the order and immediately saluted. Understood. Then he left Sun Yu's office, and at the door, he weakly probed. Captain, if I handle this well, can you take me with you tomorrow? What time is it, and you're still bargaining? Sun Yu's tone was heavy. The whole Yunhai could be in crisis, and Zhang Lei dared to negotiate with him? However, thinking of the news he heard from the law enforcement team, and then of Miss Zhong Yi, Sun Yu instantly empathized and ultimately couldn't harden his heart. We'll talk about it after you handle it. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Zhang Lei, having received Sun Yu's approval, became energized and returned to his usual competent self, immediately starting to handle the matter. After he left, Sun Yu slowly turned around and looked out the window, watching the bustling Yunhai, hands clasped behind him. The CF family has also used sea nuclear rays before. Now that the weird people from the Church of Transformation are modified by the Cold Light Star people, there must be a connection between the 2. The CF family shouldn't be involved. Inside the interstellar mech repair shop, Subai had completely finished handling the chaos joints. After reinstalling the armor, he entered chaos to appreciate it for a moment. The previous pressure has vanished. It's really due to the hollowness. Master Beiyuan is indeed remarkable. After using his joint bearer method, the strength and flexibility of Chaos's joints have both improved a level. It seems the system is not infallible. I need to quickly improve my own mech repair skills. After this incident, Subai felt deeply that indeed the system is strong, but it is not omnipotent. As a mech repairer, I need to quickly enhance my own skills with the help of the system. After witnessing the miraculous Beiyuan joint connection technique, Subai's mindset began to change. I hope one day I can create my own legacy skill. Chapter 53, Chaotic Star Treading. 1,000 flowers and 10,000 shadows. Aspiration should be high and far-reaching. Even with the system by my side, I must keep improving myself to avoid becoming its appendage. Never mind, I'm thinking too far. After a brief moment of ambition, Subai chuckled at himself. Right now, I'm just a Star Treader mech master, and my repair skills barely reach the level of a star-level mechanic by relying on others' inherited techniques. I still need to improve my strength first. That's the way forward. Subai wasn't sure how long he could keep the system a secret, but as long as my strength is sufficient to sweep everything away, what does it matter when the system is exposed? Set a small goal. Earn 1 trillion first and directly become a true theory mech master. Saying this, Subai left the chaos, placing one hand on the mech's body. Since it has been perfected, of course it should be further enhanced. Third tier, star strengthening. With the expense of 10 million star coins, the repair room instantly lit up with starlight. A vast and powerful aura erupted from chaos. This enhancement was like gathering countless stars into one body, shining brightly and illuminating the future, while deepening the red-black mech's appearance. Starlight dotted the empty spaces on the black body, resembling a sky full of stars. Third-tier star strengthening enables the sky mech to directly enter the ranks of star-breaking mechs. The metal body was reinforced again, making it invulnerable. Most importantly, the terrifying power within its core erupted explosively. Boom! The explosive sound caused the temperature of the entire virtual repair chamber to rise instantly. Fortunately, Subai had prepared and attached star power to himself in advance. Even so, the shockwave had already blown ripples through the star power around him. The original 5-core seeds had completely changed. They were no longer the half-star cloudstone and half-seed like before. From the perspective of purity, these 5-core power sources had now completely transformed into star cloudstones. With the amplification of the 5 cores burning together, chaos and its core power even surpassed most star-breaking mechs. Looking at the newly refreshed chaos in front of him, Subai directly left the virtual repair chamber. He arrived at the training ground outside. The bright moon hung high. Due to the previous turmoil, the exterior of the star mechanic shop was almost entirely sealed off, preventing outsiders from approaching. At the far end, members of the enforcement team were on duty. Click! Hearing the doors of the star mechanic shop open, the enforcement team members instantly looked towards the entrance of the repair shop. Hey, isn't that Boss Sue? Where is he going this late? I don't know, but shouldn't we remind Boss Sue to be careful? Didn't you hear? He even took down a Star Treader mech. Does he need us to remind him? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I didn't expect Boss Sue to be so young. Not only is his repair skill impressive, but his strength is also so formidable. This is the difference between people. Boss Sue is like the bright moon compared to our tiny fireflies. Ahem, that's too much praise. Even if you say that, Boss Sue can't hear you. No way. Did Boss Sue just enter the training ground? Could it be he's going to practice? Wow, he's getting into the mech. Is this mech armed? I've never seen one before. It's so cool. At this moment, Subai had already entered chaos, naturally catching everyone's attention. These enforcement team members had heard about it, but had never seen Subai's chaos with their own eyes. After witnessing it, they could only say it was even more powerful and impressive than they had heard. Wait a minute. Wasn't it said that Boss Sue's mech weapon was only 3 meters tall? Why does it seem almost 5 meters high? Gee, it seems like it. Could it be? The same thought arose in the minds of the enforcement team members. They exchanged glances simultaneously. Then a sound of swallowing saliva echoed from the crowd. Has he been enhanced? Boss Sue has broken through to become a Starwalker Mecha Master? What the hell? This such a young Starwalker Mecha Master? And that's not all. He could kill a Skywalker Mecha Master while still a Sky Mecha Master. Now that he's broken through, won't he walk through everything? Is the gap between people really this big? Boss Sue, please spare us from your power. You're leaving no way for others to survive. As the aura of chaos spread out, everyone confirmed their guesses. Amidst the astonishment, many sighed. They were well-traveled and had seen S-Class talent before. But someone as monstrous as Subai, they truly had never seen before. Not to mention his miraculous mechanical repair skills. Just achieving the rank of Star Walker Mecha Master at such a young age was enough to shock the world. Naturally, Subai couldn't hear the discussions. He came to the training ground not to show off. He mainly came to test the new skills gained after enhancement. Ooh! He let out a breath, his gaze focused intensely. A red glow flashed in the eyes of Chaos, and the whole machine soared into the air, leaving countless afterimages in the sky. Each afterimage seemed to be identical to the real Chaos. Simultaneously, the afterimages of Chaos swung its right arm and threw a punch with all its might. Boom! 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 The punch broke through the void, like thunder, with countless afterimages creating winds of punches that exploded in the air, swift as the wind, fierce as a waterfall. Just the winds from the punches made the defense barriers rise. Even under the punch winds, barriers that could withstand a full force strike from a Starbreaker mecha began to show cracks. Specialty, 1,000 flowers and 10,000 shadows, creating seemingly real afterimages through high-speed movement. Each afterimage could be real or fake. Chaos could attack from the position of any afterimage at any time. This resulted in the current scene of thousands of punches being thrown at once. This sight left the onlookers dropping their jaws again, as they had never seen such a grand display. Especially since each afterimage seemed real. This was not an afterimage. This was a clone. Crowd, Sigma, E. What the hell? This is impossible. How could there be such skills? Is this a clone? Boss Su's mecha can actually clone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even mecha masters with clone talents can only produce up to 8 clones once. How many has Boss Su created? At least over 100 clones. How is this possible? Not even a Sky Master star power could support this many. How do you explain? The fact is right in front of us. I also don't know, but it's just impossible. This isn't mecha at all. I can only say that Boss Su has surpassed worldly understanding. Everything is possible with him. Chapter 54. Stars Exploding. Flattened? The mind was struck, causing even some law enforcement team members to waver in their conviction. Subai's display was truly shocking. But before they could recover from the shock of 1,000 flowers and 10,000 shadows, hundreds of chaos resolved back into one. Chaos stood horizontally, high in the sky, like a king of the dark night descending, gazing down at the vast living beings below. The crowd's gaze instantly shifted, landing on Chaos, standing in the sky. They were quite puzzled. What is Boss Su doing so high up? Is he looking to see the view of the cloud sea? I see you talk nonsense. Does Boss Su have the time for that? Then what is he doing? I don't know. If before they could boldly guess Subai's next move. Now, it's better to not guess. They simply couldn't figure out. Fortunately, Subai didn't keep them in doubt for too long. The starlight on Chaos flashed instantly, like brilliant stars. Terrifying waves of energy erupted from it, instantly gathering above its head. The surrounding star power was constantly flowing towards it. In an instant, a sphere shimmering with the light of stars came into being. Feeling the star power upon it, everyone immediately held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sky, without blinking. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the residual energy of this energy ball still pressed heavily upon them. Thud! Under this immense pressure, some weaker members of the enforcement team fell to one knee, struggling to hold on. Even so, they maintained their gaze upwards, afraid of missing the upcoming scene. Buzz! Once the light converged completely, the starry sphere shot straight up into the sky, forming a beam of light that pierced the clouds and broke through the heavens. Outside the beam, star points shimmered and created countless air pockets through friction, exploding in an instant. Countless star fragments fell like a meteor shower, striking the ground in an instant. Bang! 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 Countless light beams crashed down, hitting the training ground, creating pit after pit on the surface, until the last star fragment fell. The once indestructible training ground was utterly turned into a giant crater. Even the surrounding barriers were torn to pieces. Boom! The explosive shockwave swept over. The force sent the enforcement team members tumbling to the ground. The residual wave still lingered, spreading outward, crashing against the buildings of the cloud sea. Whether tall buildings or flat grounds, everything trembled under the oncoming rush. This was not like the previous Starlight Heavy Artillery or the Golden Fire Slash. This was a true quake. Even those who had fallen asleep were awakened by the tremor. What's going on? Is this really an earthquake? This feels way stronger than before. Wait, why do I feel like the building across is swaying? Run! Such chaos erupted in countless homes. It wasn't until they left their houses and stood on solid ground that the shaking finally stopped. This instantly sparked public outrage. Is this ever going to end? Every single day, when will it all stop? Don't tell me this is another new type of weapon being tested. What kind of good person develops a new weapon every single day? Where's the Cloud Sea Fleet? We need answers. Exactly. We can't live like this anymore. Many took direct action, flooding the hotline of the Cloud Sea Fleet with calls. Little Wong, as Sun Yu's secretary and head of petitions, was now in a state of panic. He rushed straight to Sun Yu's office. Captain Sun, something's wrong. Okay, you first control the situation. I already know what's happening. Sun Yu naturally felt the vibrations, and he could even pinpoint the source was the interstellar repair shop. After arranging for Little Wong, he quickly left the fleet building, heading straight to the interstellar repair shop, his face full of anxiety. Su Bai must be okay. Such a great commotion coming from the interstellar repair shop made him suspect that the modification church had gone crazy, deciding to take drastic action against Su Bai. Even he felt threatened by that blow just now, let alone Su Bai. No matter what, Su Bai must not be harmed. The opponent's repair technology is a treasure of the whole country. Sun Yu hurried towards the interstellar repair shop. Meanwhile, in the chaos, Su Bai felt a bit awkward. Looking at the completely vanished training ground below, he helplessly scratched his head. That was a bit too powerful. This was his talent skill, Starburst, gained after his third awakening. Originally thinking that using it within the training ground wouldn't cause too much of an impact. Who would have thought the training ground would be blown to pieces? Hurriedly heading to the ground, leaving the chaos, he looked at the enforcement team members lying down, still shaken. Su Bai scratched his head. Are you all okay? His appearance made the enforcement team members realize that the person in front of them was still a young boy, yet to reach adulthood. They quickly got up, brushing off the dust from themselves. We're fine. It's just that, Boss Su, you made quite a ruckus. Yeah, what was that move? I've never seen anyone blow up a training ground like that. So strong. Really so strong. Can mechas be this powerful? After all, it was just the aftermath, and they were well prepared, with some even putting up defensive weapons in front of them. So those with weaker strength only suffered minor injuries. Most of the law enforcement team members were simply knocked over and got their clothes dirty. But this still couldn't change their respect for Su Bai. You have to understand, this kind of aftermath still spread out after breaking the training ground barrier. If this move really hit them, they couldn't even imagine the consequences. This is my talent skill. Feeling guilty in his heart, Su Bai wasn't impatient at all when they asked, directly explaining. As expected, Boss Su also has 2 talent skills. The law enforcement team members nodded, then, as if remembering something, said, wait, it should be 3. And that clone before. Based on the information they received, they knew that Su Bai initially used another sword talent skill to kill Duan Han, and just now he used a clone, as well as the talent skill of Meteor Shower. It should be a total of 3. That clone is not a talent skill, and it is not actually a clone. That is my specialty. Seeing their misunderstanding, Su Bai explained again. But could it really be considered a misunderstanding? After all, he really had 3 talent skills. Only the dark energy beam cannon he hadn't demonstrated in front of others. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, they nodded, so that's how it is. At this moment, they felt that Su Bai was not so unreachable. He was easy to talk to. He was actually patient enough to explain, so much not like the coldness they imagined. They completely misunderstood. Su Bai was never a cold person, especially not after nearly harming others. He killed Duan Han because the other party deserved it, and these law enforcement team members, even though their strength was average, were people contributing their strength to protect Yunhai. He naturally wouldn't treat them coldly. The law enforcement team members briefly conversed with Su Bai and were about to report the situation here. After all, causing such a huge commotion, the fleet must be in chaos right now. Suddenly, an angry shout came from afar. Scum of the Transformation Church. You will pay. Chapter 55. Hard-hitting against stars, everyone shocked. Sun Yu, Captain Sun, arrived on the battlefield. Even from a distance, everyone could see the might of the Tsanglong. Concerned about Su Bai, Sun Yu didn't care too much and drove the Tsanglong all the way. Seeing the training ground in front of the interstellar repair shop turned into a giant pit through the Tsanglong, he was even more furious. He immediately shouted angrily, ready to take vengeance on the attackers of the Transformation Church in honor of Su Bai's spirit. Seeing the Tsanglong getting closer and closer, the law enforcement team members had dark lines on their heads. What's wrong with Captain Sun? Scum of the Transformation Church? Where is there any scum of the Transformation Church here? Oh no, he's charging over. Seeing the somewhat out of control Tsanglong, the law enforcement team members scattered, fearing they would get caught in the crossfire. This was a 5-star mecha. If hit head-on, they would really be done for. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Bai's figure vanished, and the chaos bathed in starlight appeared directly in front of the Tsanglong. Seeing the suddenly appearing mecha, Sun Yu instinctively threw a punch. That Songlong, standing at 50 meters high, was still bigger than Chaos by a bit, even with just one punch. Boom! A huge sound. Waves of air surged, and dust flew, obscuring their vision. The law enforcement team members thought it was bad. Not good. Boss Su got hit by Captain Sun. It's over. This is the full power strike of the Songlong. Boss Su is most likely in grave danger. Sigh. Captain Sun is foolish. Why is he so impulsive? If this gets out, Captain Sun might have a hard time making excuses. Quick, go find Boss Su. He can't be in any trouble. They all believe that under Sun Yu's furious strike, Subai is bound to face grave danger, even though Chaos had already demonstrated enough terrifying power. But power is one thing, and defense is another matter entirely. Not to mention that Chaos is just a mecha armor. Even if it were a normal mecha, a Starlifter mecha could never withstand a full force attack from a Starbreaker mecha. Everyone was immediately in a state of panic and dread. Captain Sun, it's all a misunderstanding. Subai's voice suddenly emerged from the smoke, easing everyone's worries while also leaving them in shock. What the hell? Is this for real? Boss Su's mecha armor actually blocked Captain Sun's Wolf of Tsang attack. Is that even reasonable? The fist of Wolf of Tsang is definitely bigger than Boss Su's Chaos. All I can say is, it's no wonder Boss Su's mecha is top-notch. Anything from him is a masterpiece, far beyond any rash judgment we could make. Everyone marveled, and naturally, the most shocked was Sun Yu. That punch he just threw was purely instinctive. Combined with his anger, he almost used 10 out of 10 of his strength. Aside from the fact he didn't attach Tsang Yen, it could be said to be Wolf of Tsang's full power strike. A punch like that was actually blocked by Subai. Subai, are you okay? Sun Yu's words had a double meaning. One was that the other party had surprisingly not been harmed by the Reconstruction Church's persecution, and the other was that he had taken his punch without any injury. It's all a misunderstanding. Hearing the double meaning in Sun Yu's words and recalling the anger he displayed upon arrival, Subai understood that there had been a misunderstanding. After confirming that Subai was unharmed, the two finally left their mecha and approached the crowd. Captain Sun. Upon seeing Sun Yu, the members of the enforcement team saluted in unison. Sun Yu waved his hand and said, "Let's hear what happened." As he spoke, he pointed to the massive pit in front of the Interstellar Repair Shop. The members of the enforcement team were at a loss for words at first. Subai then shook his head and said, "Let me explain. I just recently obtained an enhancement and was preparing to test my talent skill. And this is what happened." As he said this, he helplessly spread his hands. He truly hadn't expected such a huge commotion. Did you cause this?" Sun Yu exclaimed in surprise, his gaze continuously shifting between Subai and the giant pit. Even though Chaos had blocked his punch earlier, when compared to the complete destruction of the training ground, that was nothing at all, especially considering the shockwave that shook the entire Cloud Sea was actually formed after destroying the training ground. What level of power is this? At the very least, Sun Yu believed it would be difficult for him to achieve this. He was a 5-star Starbreaker Mecha Master, and Subai's Chaos was just a Starlifter when they fought earlier. This was not just a big realm difference. Even having witnessed Subai's mecha repair skills, Sun Yu still found it hard to believe. Before this, if anyone had told him that someone could overclock mecha performance to this extent, he would have thought they were still asleep. But the one speaking was Subai, and there were so many enforcement team members as witnesses. They couldn't be lying to themselves. Sun Yu instantly took a deep breath. Looking at Subai with completely changed eyes, his tone filled with testing. "Subai, have you considered joining the fleet to develop?" "Of course. The repair costs will still follow your rules. As long as you agree, I will ensure your absolute freedom within my capability." Previously, Sun Yu had already thought about recruiting Subai. After all, the other party's repair skills were nothing short of divine. But once he thought about the cost to be paid, he had given up on that idea. Moreover, simply repairing and strengthening mechas didn't require Subai to join the fleet. He could just come to the Interstellar Repair Shop. However, now that he had witnessed Subai's strength, he genuinely thought about doing everything possible to recruit him to the Cloud Sea fleet. This was equivalent to his own fighting power, and he was so young. Currently, Subai was just a Starlifter Mecha Master, but possessed such fighting power. What level would he reach if he became a Starbreaker? With the potential displayed by Subai, becoming a Starfaller might not even be impossible for him. There's no need for that. Unfortunately, Subai directly rejected Sun Yu. "If you need enhancements or repairs, feel free to come to the Interstellar Repair Shop to find me." Join the fleet? Not to mention that Subai had no such thoughts. Even if he did, he couldn't do that. The Interstellar Repair Shop was his foundation, and he was very clear about that. If he left the Interstellar Repair Shop, it was uncertain whether the system could still provide help. After all, the condition for triggering the system was to have his own repair shop. No matter how many promises Sun Yu made, he could not agree. Seeing Su Bai refuse so decisively, Sun Yu understood that the other party really had no thoughts of joining the fleet. Although there was a bit of regret in his heart, he didn't say much else, just sighed regretfully. Well, that means our fleet and you, Su Bai, are fated not to be. To force Su Bai to join? Are you crazy? Not to mention that the other party's strength was there. He might not even be able to please him. Just thinking about how he would have to find Su Bai for enhancements in the future made it impossible to force him. Chapter 56. Did you investigate clearly? Then enhance. But we still need to build a new training ground for you. Sun Yu rubbed his chin, thinking that he was going to enhance tomorrow, and it wouldn't work without a training ground. The primary training ground is no longer suitable for you here. After today's events, it was clear that a star-breaking level training ground was not enough to meet Su Bai's needs. Sun Yu looked at the law enforcement team member beside him. You go have someone build a high-level training ground here based on the scale of the competition venue. The training ground at the scale of the competition venue is generally used for the top geniuses of Blue Star countries to communicate. Among them, there are certainly Starbreaker Mecha Masters, and a star-breaking level training ground could hardly withstand their battles, so they would switch to stronger Starfaller level barriers. Sun Yu thought that this should be foolproof. After all, there were no Starfaller level experts in Yunhai. Not to mention Yunhai. Even in the entire Huaxia, there were not many Starfaller level experts. But, hearing Sun Yu's words, the law enforcement team member felt a bit troubled. The cost of a training ground at the scale of the competition venue was simply not comparable to a primary training ground. The main defensive barrier alone was worth billions of star coins. And, just like this, to build it for the interstellar repair shop would be unreasonable. What do you mean? This renovation is due to the invasion of the Transformation Church. Su Bai risked danger to save the citizens of Yunhai and killed the attackers for the Transformation Church on the spot. This is his due compensation. Saying this, Sun Yu looked at Su Bai, seeking his opinion. Su Bai, you have no objections, right? I have no objections. As Sun Yu asked, Su Bai readily agreed. Su Bai naturally had no objections. Building the training ground outside was also beneficial for him. If it weren't for the existence of this primary training ground, he would not have been able to personally experience the power of the acquired talent skill. Using it directly would inevitably lead to results similar to the previous sword that attracted attention. It might even cause huge losses like this time Star Flash. As for the compensation that Sun Yu mentioned, if the other party hadn't said it, he wouldn't have known or cared at all. Now he could exchange for a training ground worth billions of star coins, and that sounded pretty good. Of course, he could ask for other compensations, but compared to the training ground, the value of other compensations would definitely be greatly discounted. Su Bai thought correctly. If it were to change to other compensations, without any personal interest mixed in, Sun Yu would compensate at most tens of millions of star coins, which was already quite high in terms of compensation. This was a price that could only be given because the other party was Su Bai. However, now using a high-level training ground instead, the compensation had directly multiplied by 10 times. After all, the training ground could be said to be compensation, but could also be seen as a public facility. It's just to get Su Bai's permission. It can benefit every customer who comes to the interstellar repair shop. All right, since you have no objections, let's arrange it and get started. I still have business to attend to. See you tomorrow. On the way back, Sun Yu did not drive his Tsanglong. Before, he was anxious and had to rush. Now he was not in such a hurry. But poor Xiao Wang. At the petition office, Xiao Wang's eyes were vacant as she answered calls from the public while urging her subordinates to calm their emotions. Sai, what exactly is going on? Everything was fine. How did an earthquake happen? Even a captain just leaves when things get tough. In the end, I'm left to bear it all alone. Recently, my skin has lost its elasticity, and there are so many crow's feet now. Xiao Wang kept murmuring, initially thinking that the captain's secretary position would be relatively easy, with many things not needing her to worry. Who would have thought that apart from things she couldn't do, she was responsible for nearly everything else? Cough, cough. Chewing on someone's back is not a good habit. Sun Yu happened to hear Xiao Wang's murmurs and felt a bit embarrassed, but his expression remained unchanged. He just cleared his throat twice to remind Xiao Wang that he had arrived. Oh, Captain, you're here. Xiao Wang looked up at Sun Yu, pretending nothing had happened. Having been Sun Yu's secretary for so long, she understood that his lack of direct reprimand meant he felt guilty. And this was indeed the case. I came to inform you to draft a notice to be sent out. Just say that the recent earthquakes are due to our Yunhai fleet developing new weapons, and there won't be any more in the future. Sun Yu was very confident about this. After all, even the training ground had been upgraded to a higher level for Su Bai. Could he really shake the meteorite level barrier? That's completely impossible. Okay. Although Xiao Wang found it somewhat forced to hear Sun Yu's explanation, It was indeed the best way to stop the uproar. Xiao Wang immediately carried it out. Soon the announcement was published. They really are developing new weapons. The fleet said this. It should be correct, right? So we don't need to move? They said there won't be any more? I hope it's true. Exactly. If they're developing weapons, why disturb our dreams in the middle of the night? Maybe it's for confidentiality? However, the power of this weapon is indeed frightening. Just testing it can cause such a big stir. All right, let's trust this once. If it happens again, we will report it to the Nanjiang fleet. Support. With the announcement released, the pressure at the petition office dropped sharply. Xiao Wang and the petition staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing nothing else to do here, Sun Yu returned to his office. Today he had already reported in advance that he wouldn't be going back. After so much happened, he indeed needed to stay at the fleet. Report, Captain, there's a result. As soon as Sun Yu returned to the office, Zhang Lei rushed in, looking rather grim. According to preliminary judgment, there may have been a problem with Deputy Captain Ji. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, worried that walls might have ears. Upon hearing that there was indeed a problem within the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu's brows furrowed, his tone somber. Is there any evidence? Not at the moment, but a month ago, Deputy Captain Ji had recalled a batch of field tigers, and when they were to be recovered, 3 were missing, said to be strategically destroyed. This time, that mutated field tiger was almost completely reduced to rubble, and we have no way to determine if it was from that batch. What Zhang Lei mentioned was all speculation. Since Subai had blasted that mutated field tiger to bits, they had no clues to follow. Of course, even if that field tiger still existed, after modification, it would be hard to recognize if it was from the original batch. Since the other side had made modifications, the production sequence would naturally change as well. All right, you continue to investigate this matter, mainly focusing on Deputy Captain Ji, and I will handle the specifics as needed. Sun Yu tightly clasped his hands on the table, supporting his chin, his eyes flickering as he continually pondered the ins and outs of the matter. Borrowing Field Tiger, see nuclear rays appearing, the interstellar repair shop attacked. Is it too much of a coincidence? He did not directly conclude that this incident was related to Deputy Captain Ji and Ji Chanyan, because this clue came too easily. It was very likely a misleading tactic from the other party. Zhang Lei nodded in agreement with Sun Yu's arrangement, but still cautiously probed. Captain Sun, I wonder if tomorrow. I asked you to investigate clearly. Did you investigate clearly? Sun Yu's eyes squinted into a line, looking at Zhang Lei without any emotion. This made Zhang Lei's heart tighten. The wailing continued. Wouldn't this delay things? After a thorough investigation, when would that be finished? Now he regretted even more not listening to Huang Lin's advice back then. Sigh, why'd I have to be so petty back then? After leaving Sun Yu's office, Zhang Lei was speechless and choked up. Chapter 57 Zhao Tianming. Has that kid sprouted wings? Once Zhang Lei left, Sun Yu continued to sink into deep thought. He corresponded the materials in his hands, trying to uncover some clues from them. After a while, he discovered a problem with the most inconspicuous C-nuclear ray among the 3 matters. The report says, a hired person from the CF family critically injured the Red Moon using C-nuclear rays, and that member has been executed by the CF family. That's not right. At Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, how could the CF family allow an outsider to enter the school? There had been too many issues in Yunhai before. The situation with the CF family was not that serious, causing Sun Yu to somewhat overlook the fact that they had used C-nuclear rays and the fleet hadn't paid much attention to this point either. Now that everything was put together, it seemed that things were not that simple. It seems, I have to investigate the CF family. Sun Yu made a decision in his heart, planning to head to the CF family after strengthening tomorrow. A night passed without a word, and the Yunhai fleet was extremely busy that night. Whether in suppressing public opinion or conducting secret investigations, it was not easy. Especially Zhang Lei, who was in a delicate position, working seriously while harboring regrets in his heart. As for Su Bai, after the law enforcement team began to take action, he returned to the interstellar repair shop. Lying in his resting chair, Su Bai gazed at the cold ceiling. No, I still have to go home in a couple of days. Staying here all the time is not a solution. Originally, staying in the repair shop was for safety's sake. But now he had broken through to the star-stepping realm and could even temporarily wield the power of a star-breaking mech master. Such strength should allow him to walk horizontally in Yunhai. Even if that modified church attacked again, he could escape using the high mobility of chaos. Moreover, after breaking through the star-stepping realm, his star power had been concealed by the system. To the average person, he was just an ordinary person, unless he exposed himself actively, which could increase his chances of survival. If worse came to worst, waiting until Sun Yu arrived shouldn't be a problem. From today's events, it could be seen that this captain of Yunhai was indeed very dedicated. In the South River Fleet, Zhao Tianming had also been very busy recently due to the beast tide issue. Thousands of monsters. This was a large-scale beast tide not seen in decades. Such a beast tide occurred near Starry Sky No. 1, which was under South River's responsibility. Even this strongest figure in modern Huaxia felt a huge headache. And just as one wave subsided, another arose. First the beast tide, then the incident involving the modified church's attack. So troublesome. That kid Su Nantian is still carefree. After discovering that Su Bai had opened an interstellar repair shop and that his daughter seemed to have some connection with him, Zhao Tianming always reminisced about the past. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of that old friend who was now missing. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door of Zhao Tianming's office. Entering was Xing Yunlong. A few days ago, he had been busy enhancing his mecha and hadn't had time to report to Zhao Tianming about the Transformation Church matter, and Xing Yunlong felt a bit ashamed. After all, this should be his primary duty. General Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Tianming sitting at the desk, Xing Yunlong directly saluted. I am here to report on the situation at the interstellar repair shop. Just in time. Yinhai has also made a report. You're one of the first to arrive on site, so you should check if there are any discrepancies in their report. With that, Zhao Tianming projected the report content transmitted by Sun Yu onto the light screen in front of them, while Xing Yunlong checked it alongside him. Here there is a bit of a problem. Soon Xing Yunlong discovered there was an issue in the report sent by Sun Yu. This battle was entirely completed by the manager of the interstellar repair shop. When we arrived, the battle had already ended. Xing Yunlong pointed at a line on the report. The remnants of the Transformation Church were eradicated with the joint efforts of the Yunlong squad and the interstellar repair shop manager, Su Bai. This might have been added by the Yinhai fleet to save face for them, but he didn't need such credit. The reason the Yunlong squad could become the strongest squad was mainly due to their pursuit of truth. This was clearly Su Bai's achievement. They didn't need to share the glory. Zhao Tianming raised his eyebrows. Really? He hadn't inquired about it in detail before. Even when he saw this piece of information, he assumed the Yunlong squad took the lead while Su Bai played a supporting role in most. Unexpectedly, now Xing Yunlong said that Su Bai had single-handedly killed the remnants of the Transformation Church. If he remembered correctly, Su Bai was only as old as HH this year, and at that age, top talents were usually merely sky mecha masters. Yet that Cold Fall's power had already reached the level of a star-stepping mecha master. He single-handedly killed a star-stepping mecha master? Or was he piloting a mutated, star-stepping mecha? In shock, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but question. It was just too unbelievable. A young man who hadn't even reached adulthood, a star-stepping mecha master? Such talent, even throughout the history of Blue Planet, no one could compare. Of course, Boss Su is a genius. Xing Yunlong, though usually serious, spoke with great rigor, stating the facts as they were. Zhao Tianming. Genius? What does this mean? Could it be that the kid grew wings? I admit his father does have some strength, but that's just slightly stronger than me. His son is actually this terrifying? Zhao Tianming didn't understand, but was now very curious. He took Zhao Ming's words as mere jokes. After all, it was normal for young people to view things through a filter. But since Xing Yunlong said it, he had to take it seriously. Can you elaborate? Zhao Tianming's interest in Su Bai took up most of his thoughts, postponing the check on intelligence that he had already reviewed and assumed wouldn't have too many issues. Well, this starts with Boss Su's mechanical repair skills. Upon hearing Zhao Tianming inquire about Su Bai, Xing Yunlong's expression was full of admiration, and even his tone naturally rose a bit. You mean, he can make mechas awaken their second talent skills? And even awaken special abilities? Did your Yunlong squad all seek out that kid to enhance their mechas? And Zhang Lei from the Yinhai enforcement team even offended Sun Yu just to enhance his mecha? How is this possible? After hearing Xing Yunlong's description, Zhao Tianming's eyes widened, and his entire being fell into a daze. At this moment, he recalled the time Zhao Meng had asked him for money. Could it be? Zhao Tianming wanted to directly check with Zhao Meng again, but thought it was already late at night and dismissed the idea. All right, you take this information back to review. I need some time to think. This fleet admiral from Nanjing was overwhelmed by the news. Now he's been a bit dazed by the shock. He needs to calm down. Yes. After responding, Xing Yunlong left Zhao Tianming's office, and he was not surprised by Zhao Tianming's astonishment. After all, who would find it easy to believe that there is such a legendary mechanic in Yinhai? Chapter 58. Sun Yu, should I cut in line or not? Creak, the door of the office closed. In the large office, only Zhao Tianming was left alone. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking towards an old photograph beside him. He couldn't help but sigh. It shouldn't be. This kid, shouldn't have the talent of a mechanic. Could it be inherited from Zhou Mo Yun? That shouldn't be the case either. She is not a mechanic. Goodness, what a surprise you gave me, even after retreating for so many years. At this moment, Zhao Tianming felt a mix of emotions, and Xing Yunlong's character forced him to believe that what he said was the truth. Meanwhile, he was very confused. If it were said that Su Bai was just powerful in combat, capable of challenging star mecha masters, he could barely accept that. After all, his parents were powerful mecha masters, and a slight genetic mutation could give him powerful talent, which was not impossible. But to say that his mechanical talent surpasses all ages? This just doesn't make sense. Neither Su Nantian nor Zhou Mo Yun were mechanics, and he had never heard of any legendary mechanics being born in their family. How could he possess such strong mechanical abilities? This is truly strange. Although he thought this way, Zhao Tianming's mouth still unconsciously curled up. After all, he is the child of an old friend. Even though they had never met, he is still Zhao Tianming's junior. I heard HH has a good relationship with this kid. It just so happens that he was at the scene when the incident occurred. If nothing else works, should we rekindle that childhood engagement? How delightful. Our president, Zhao, completely forgot that he was secretly relieved back then that the childhood engagement was not established. Now he's thinking about matchmaking the two. What a fickle man. Achoo, in the starry sky. Su Nantian couldn't help but sneeze again. This action made Zhou Mo Yun very worried. What's wrong with you lately? Why do you keep sneezing? I don't know. I always feel like someone is talking about me. Su Nantian hesitated. For someone at his level, sneezing once or twice could be due to a cold. But if it continued, it was odd. Could that brat be cursing me behind my back? Puffed. Zhou Mo Yun couldn't hold back and smiled. You also know that what you do will be scolded by Xiao Bai? As she spoke, there was a hint of longing in her eyes. That was the child she carried for 10 months. Although what she did was also to make him stronger, the longer she was away, the more she inevitably missed him. I said, wouldn't it have been better to say goodbye properly? Why did it have to be a dramatic departure with a letter? And you insisted that I delete Xiao Bai's contact. You even changed your phone number. Zhou Mo Yun kept complaining to Su Nantian. Sigh. Isn't it because we had no choice? That kid, as you know, usually seems careless, but deep down, he longs to be a mech master. With us around, he can't help but pretend to be strong. What will happen if things go wrong over time? Furthermore, to say goodbye properly? Would you really have the heart to leave if we bid farewell face to face? Su Nantian took the opportunity to pull Zhou Mo Yun into his arms, comforting her. At most, we can secretly go back to see him after a while. As children grow up, they will inevitably leave their parents' shelter. You should trust him. Hearing Su Nantian's words, Zhou Mo Yun felt a little better, nodding gently, saying, haha, but we still need to hurry up and create a new account. Just a moment ago, Su Nantian was serious, but his expression suddenly changed, like a wolf eyeing a flock, winking at Zhou Mo Yun. Die. Zhou Mo Yun shot him a beautiful glare. Gently punching his chest once, there was still no excessive resistance. Su Bai was actually relieved in his heart. If these two had really behaved like this at home, he definitely couldn't handle it. Fortunately, the two had left. At their age, aren't they ashamed? It's really embarrassing to watch. On the morning of the vertical sun, Sun Yu, having stayed up all night, stood up to stretch his body at the moment he saw the rising sun. At his level, it's fine to go for a few days without sleep. Stretching is just a habit. On his desk were recent intelligence reports about the Xie family, looking quite ordinary. It seemed that a year ago, the head of the Xie family, Xie Zhihao, had left Blue Star for a while, returning to the Xie family after 3 months. That should be it. I still need to visit the Xie family. But it's more important to go to the interstellar repair shop first. Putting away the documents on the desk, Sun Yu quickly arranged his schedule for the day and headed straight to the interstellar repair shop. However, Sun Yu didn't expect that when he arrived at the interstellar repair shop, there were already quite a few people lined up outside, nearly filling the entire training ground. Sun Yu. Underscore? What's going on? Didn't I already ask someone to suppress the public opinion? How are there so many people? He slowly approached and heard people in the crowd constantly complaining. You got banned too? Me too. Sigh. I don't understand what they were thinking. Just mentioning the interstellar repair shop gets you banned. Exactly, I wanted to promote it, but I couldn't even post. I heard it's because someone attacked outside the repair shop a couple of days ago. Is there anyone here who was present to share? I was there at the scene. The attacker was a Starwalker mech master. But unfortunately, the other party didn't even take Su Boss's sword. You're joking, right? Isn't Su Boss a mechanic? A Starwalker mech master couldn't handle his sword? Watching too many novels. Really? I was there too. We almost died. Thank goodness Su Boss stepped in and saved us. Su Boss was that brave? Absolutely. It's probably because of the comments about Su Boss that got deleted, and that's why we got banned. It's fine. This is good. At least we who have seen the video can line up first. That's right. Let those who missed it cry. Hearing their words, Sun Yu stood dumbfounded in place. The Interstellar Repair Shop is actually so popular? Even with public opinion suppressed, there are still so many people paying attention? Speaking of which, Sun Yu is actually the second person to know about the Interstellar Repair Shop, since the first was his daughter. He just didn't expect that wanting to connect more naturally with his Sue boss would give others a head start. Sometimes, thinking too much ends up like this. He didn't consider that since Sue Bai opened such a repair shop, his purpose must be to make money. Where are the many rules? Looking at the young people in front of him, Sun Yu felt a little embarrassed at that moment. As the captain of the Cloud Sea, he certainly couldn't cut in line, right? If he said it out loud, he would probably be criticized. But if he didn't cut in line, looking at this queue, he would have to wait at least until tomorrow. Chapter 59. Appointment and queue. Strengthened Sanlong. Sun Yu fell into a dilemma. This was even more troublesome than investigating the transformation of the Holy Sea. Just as he didn't know what to do. Creak. The door of the Interstellar Repair Shop swung open. Sue Bai came outside, and, seeing the crowd, was also in a daze. Ow. Can this happen again? There had been a wave of customers before, but the ones who really needed maintenance were only about 10. But this time, clearly it was different. After what happened earlier, these people should all be real customers. Among them, Sue Bai also saw Shou Yunjing's figure. So many people. How long will I have to work? For the first time, Sue Bai felt the desire to expand and hire staff. He couldn't personally take care of every customer. Not to mention, not everyone could afford the price. Even if they can accept it, how long will so many people have to be busy themselves? Fortunately, he suddenly discovered Sun Yu at the back of the crowd, and Sue Bai quickly waved his hand. Captain Sun, over here. Then he turned to the crowd with a smile. This is a client who made an appointment yesterday, and our shop will also adopt an appointment system for reception in the future. I will post the specific arrangements on the Star Network. I'm very sorry, everyone. As soon as Sue Bai saw Sun Yu, he quickly thought of using a lottery system for repairs or enhancements. This way, he could think of the number of people to accommodate each day in advance. No one would have to wait in front of the door. As for today, I can only say I'm sorry. Hearing Sue Bai's words, a discussion erupted outside the Interstellar Repair Shop. Huh? Is that true? Do we really have to make an appointment? Sigh. I should have checked the Star Network first. Boss Sue, can't you be a little flexible? We've already come. Some people hoped Sue Bai would be accommodating, but Sue Bai understood that this precedent could not be set. If he made exceptions for some, what about the others? When would it end? He simply struck down decisively. Sorry, no way. If you want to come, please go back and draw lots. All right. After hearing Sue Bai's words, Zhou Yunjin was the first to agree and left the scene. He had tasted the sweetness before and understood how precious Sue Bai's enhancements were. Since the other party said so, they would just follow it. With the first person leaving, those who had been saved by Sue Bai also began to leave one after another. Boss Sue, you must pick me. They were also not very lucky, having encountered the attack of Duan Han last time, and now facing a lottery again. But they held no major grievances in their hearts. As this group of people left, those in front of the Interstellar Repair Shop gradually dispersed as well. Seeing this, Sun Yu directly walked to the front of the Interstellar Repair Shop, his expression somewhat complicated. Sue Bai, you don't have to sacrifice your clientele to help me enhance. I can wait. Sun Yu believed that Sue Bai's actions were solely to help him enhance his mech, even causing so many customers to leave. This made him feel like he was receiving a favor. Sue Bai felt a bit puzzled. No, I just think with so many people, I estimate that I won't get any rest today. Besides, helping you enhance was agreed upon ahead of time. Sun Yu, degree. All right, it was his own misunderstanding. Indeed, having strength means being willful. Other repair shops would hope to be overwhelmed with work, but Sue Bai, on the contrary, complained about having too many customers. It is also true, with his repair level, ordinary orders indeed cannot satisfy him. Even if the conditions are harsh, as long as the news spreads that Sue Bai can awaken a mech's second talent skill, the Interstellar Repair Shop will still have plenty of customers. And they would be high-end customers. This was also what Sue Bai envisioned. He had previously thought of maintaining the business relying on repairs, but now it seemed there was no need to do so. If such services were truly required, he could just hire someone to do it. Ding detected the host's thoughts. Special mission triggered. Expand the Interstellar Repair Shop and recruit a repair worker. Time limit: 3 weeks. Requirement: the employee must be at least a 1-star repair master. Mission reward: unlock 4-star repair master legacy skills, gain weapon enhancement, and starship enhancement branches. Seeing the task issued by the system, Sue Bai was taken aback. Since chaos was completed, the system had not assigned him any tasks. Now, he was just planning to hire someone, and a task was issued. Could it be? The task is issued based on what I have in mind. This point Su-bai still needed to verify, but the task requirement was indeed a bit too difficult. A 1-star repair master is also a star-level repair master. Such a person could hold down a repair shop wherever they went, yet they were asked to come work here? But this task's reward was irresistible for Su-bai, not to mention the inherent skills of a 4-star mechanic. Just the branches of weapon enhancement and starship enhancement were opportunities Su-bai couldn't miss. Having tasted the sweetness of interstellar enhancement, Su-bai understood that any system enhancement would definitely be beyond logic. If weapon enhancement and starship enhancement were added, then the speed at which he made money would be incomparable. But the starship, it doesn't seem to fit in here. Looking at the size of the interstellar repair shop, Su-bai felt that enhancing a starship here was certainly not feasible. However, that didn't stop him from accepting the task. At this moment, Sun Yu had already entered the interstellar repair shop, and seeing Su-bai standing there, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Su-bai, what's wrong with you? Su-bai waved his hand in response. It's nothing, I just thought of something. Come in. Saying that, he stepped into the repair room. This was the first time Sun Yu entered Su-bai's repair room, and even he had to admit that this was the best-equipped repair room he had ever seen. Moreover, the various tools were very advanced. Indeed, only such a repair room was worthy of Su-bai. He did not hesitate and directly placed his hand on his star ring. Azure Flame Ascends. In an instant, the 50-meter-tall Azure Wolf was on display in the repair room. Even though he had seen it once, and even fought against it, seeing the Azure Wolf again still made Su-bai feel an inevitable pressure. This is a Starbreaker mech. Indeed, compared to the previous mechs, it seems a bit childish. Looking at the Azure Wolf in front of him, he compared it to the previous mechs. Even the Vortex was insignificant in comparison. Starbreaker is Starbreaker, breaking through the stars, soaring through the universe. Only upon reaching the Starbreaker mech stage does one truly possess the ability to roam the starry sky, having the power to cross star systems. Other mechs, even stepping stone mechs, can only fight in the starry sky and maintain short-range flight. When the distance extends, they will struggle. Chapter 60. A new experience. Enhancement details revealed. Seeing Su-bai's expression, Sun Yu also felt quite proud. At this moment, Su-bai finally showed a reaction fitting for his age. Previously, his performance had been too extraordinary, making it hard to believe he was a youth barely past childhood. How is it? My Azure Wolf is not bad, right? Seeing Su-bai like this, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel proud. His Azure Wolf was a 5-star Starbreaker mech. It was the most precious thing he had, aside from his family. He normally took great care of it. In fact, he was even reluctant to use it when he initially helped Sun Han test his talent abilities. It really is impressive. It's clear that Captain Sun cherishes it a lot. Su-bai did not refute Sun Yu's words. The fact was that the Azure Wolf truly deserved to be called exquisite. If it weren't for his system, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to repair and enhance such a high-level mech right now. But this is only temporary. Su-bai's mechanic level was also steadily improving. He was nearly mastering the 10 3-star mechanic inheritance skills. If calculated by mechanic levels, he could now be considered a 3-star mechanic. The system helped him, but more importantly, it was his own hard work. Detected a mech available for enhancement. Current mech level is high. Recommend using Rank 4 enhancement, requiring 10,000 interstellar points. Rank 4 enhancement can improve the mech's core material, while gaining a high-level talent ability and awakening 2 special features. The cost to enhance Azure Wolf is 2.5 billion star coins. After confirming the effects of Rank 4 enhancement, Su-bai directly priced the Azure Wolf. For this, even though Sun Yu was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but feel a sting. Even if he took out 2.5 billion star coins all at once, he still felt some pain. But when he thought of obtaining a second talent ability and awakening a special feature, he gritted his teeth. Fine. Although previously, Xie Yunlong and the others' enhancement only cost 180 million star coins. After all, this is a broken star mecha. Its value cannot be compared to a treading star mecha. The difficulty of enhancement is also understandable. Sun Yu did not think there was any problem with Su-bai needing 2.5 billion. Seeing Sun Yu agree, Su-bai immediately took out the prepared contract template and filled in the price and mecha level. As for awakening the second special trait, he did not say directly. Let Sun Yu feel it for himself later. After signing the contract, Sun Yu directly transferred the money to Su-bai. Starry Sky Treasure has received 2.5 billion star coins. With the deposit of this 2.5 billion, Su-bai's star coin amount rose above 2.9 billion. If it weren't for previously enhancing chaos and exchanging for the second layer of the Star Whale breathing method, he could even reach 3 billion star coins with this amount. A proper little billionaire. Such wealth can match that of an ordinary broken star mecha master. After Sun Yu left the maintenance room, Subai walked over to Sangla. Looking at this giant that was nearly 50 meters tall, Subai couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it has to be big enough to have a sense of oppression. Compared to the giant in front of him, his chaos seemed a bit insignificant. It's okay. If I want to get bigger, that's not impossible. Subai comforted himself and stopped worrying about the size issue. Level 4 enhancement starting. As he lightly touched Songlong, a blue light soared into the sky. This enhancement was different from before. Subai could directly see every change on Songlong. Under the blue light, Songlong's outer armor began to be dismantled, revealing its skeleton and joints. Every detail was seen by Subai, and he naturally would not miss such an opportunity. So this is the skeleton and joints of a broken star mecha. Indeed, completely different from the previous ones. Compared to the first 3 realms of mechas, Earth, Sky, and Treading Star, broken star mechas belong to another level. If divided by 3, they could be categorized as mid-level mechas. Generally, builders are 4-star mecha repair masters, and their inherited skills are naturally stronger than the previous 3 stars. Subai could tell that even the North Source joint connection method could not compare to this. Did they use magnetic floating assembly techniques? Is this the means of a 4-star mecha repair master? Subai, now a 3-star mecha repair master, could recognize it at a glance, even if he could not use it. On Songlong's joints, the method of electromagnetic attraction was used to fix them to the skeleton. Unlike traditional welding, this method increases the flexibility of the joints without losing their stability. This is indeed a good method. Soon, the blue light spread from the joints of Songlong, extending throughout the skeleton. The materials of Songlong's skeleton and joints were all upgraded at this moment. This also made Subai see the skeletal structure more clearly. The arrangement of this skeleton is not like traditional ones. It seems denser. Animal-like bones. The number of bones was not based on the 206 of a human like in traditional biomimetics. It was clearly more numerous and more tightly packed. Moreover, many bone structures showed varying degrees of stretching, totaling 397 bones, the same number as a wolf's bones. I wonder if all broken star mechas are constructed with animal-like bones. After seeing Songlong's bones, Subai couldn't help but speculate. But he couldn't verify it. He could only compare it when he enhanced broken star mechas again in the future. In fact, it wasn't just broken star mechas. Treading star mechas and even sky and earth mechas also have different bone structures, just like the belly king snake and field tiger, whose bone counts wouldn't match traditional mechas. Before long, the blue light continued to spread, crossing the bones and joints, reaching the core power source. Subai had seen Songlong's core power source before, so he wasn't too surprised. At this moment, under the nurturing of the blue light, the star cloud stone wrapped in its core chamber began to gradually change. The energy above began to surge rapidly, soon exceeding the limit that the nebulous stone could withstand. It ultimately settled at 80% nebulous stone and 20% star-mean stone. Subai was not surprised by this. After all, the star-mean stone is a core power source material strictly controlled by the entire Star Alliance, and it contains immense energy. Even with a level 4 enhancement, it cannot completely transform the core power source of the star-treading mecha into a star-mean stone. To achieve that, according to Subai's estimation, at least a level 5 enhancement would be needed. That is the enhancement level targeted for the star-falling mecha. With the power source enhancement completed, under the cover of blue light, the heavy armor of Songlong gradually draped over its skeleton. The flame patterns on it were gradually devoured by the blue light, and the originally azure body now appeared even deeper. If before it was sky-like bright blue, now it leaned more towards a deep-sea blue. Boom! A massive roar. A raging blaze ignited atop Songlong, like an ancient emperor reigning over the world, reborn through fire. This terrifying wave made Subai's expression change. He hurriedly entered chaos. Chapter 61. A New Appearance. Sun Yu's Decision. Booming. Flames erupted, engulfing the sky with destruction. The fire surged endlessly, like something eternally indestructible. Facing this scorching flame, Subai could only drive chaos to desperately resist. It was only with the help of chaos and his own star power that he managed to barely withstand the searing heat. Subai could hold on, but the surrounding machines were not so lucky. Under this high temperature, the shell of the electronic platform was melted away. The electronic components inside crackled continuously. Even the thermal knife could not withstand such a temperature. Its blade tip began to crumble and scatter around. Just as it was about to touch the ground, a golden light surged up, triggering the celestial-level defense barrier. This finally stopped the spread of the flames. At the same time, Sun Yu outside the door felt a slight movement in his gaze. Just now, he clearly sensed a very familiar, but even more terrifying aura coming from the maintenance room. Sun Yu hesitated a bit. His talent was only B-level flame control, and using the power of Sun Yan largely relied on Song Long's power. It could be said that becoming a star-breaking mech master was almost his limit. He had hoped that through Su Bai's enhancement, Song Long could reach a new level, thus allowing himself to also achieve a breakthrough. But the current situation was somewhat beyond his imagination. That earlier wave of power even made him feel a little palpitated. After all, he was also a 5-star powerhouse of star-breaking. How could a mere trace of aura make him feel uneasy? What exactly did Su Bai do? Sun Yu couldn't wait to see the situation inside the door. If it weren't for Su Bai's rules, he would have rushed in. But for now, he could only wait. In the Cloud Sea, it was probably only Su Bai who could make him feel this way. While Sun Yu waited anxiously, crack! The door to the maintenance room burst open. Without hesitation, Sun Yu directly entered the maintenance room. Looking at Song Long before him, his eyes nearly popped out. Is this Song Long? It's no wonder Sun Yu doubted that Song Long before him, apart from the wolf-like head, showed no trace of its original self in its whole body, including the mecha's color. Especially now, Song Long, just standing there, unexpectedly emanated a slight sense of pressure. Without hesitation, Sun Yu directly leaped into Song Long. The neural link connected, and the deep blue light flickered in the eyes of Song Long, while the flames on its body seemed to come alive, constantly roaming, presenting the form of a fierce wolf. Roar! A low growl seemed to emanate from its belly. The ceiling opened at the sound, and Song Long soared into the sky. It went straight to the newly completed training ground. Sun Yu drove Song Long, constantly weaving through the training ground. When Su Bai appeared at the training ground, his excited voice came from Song Long. This, 2 specialization skills, 2 innate abilities. Su Bai, you're truly amazing. At this moment, all the praise could not express Sun Yu's admiration for Su Bai. He never expected that the other party would give him such a huge surprise. In addition to 1 innate ability and 1 specialization skill that he could guess, there was surprisingly an extra specialization skill. Initially, he felt that 2.5 billion star coins was a bit painful, but at this moment, he felt none of that. If he had to give an evaluation, it would be worth it. Super worth it. This far exceeded his expectations. Even under the influence of Song Long, Sun Yu felt that the boundary that should have been reached was loosening. Given some time, he was sure to cross the threshold of the Falling Star 5-star level and even aim to become a Starfall mech designer. One must know that before this, becoming a Starfall mech designer was a level that almost only A-ranked innate mech designers could reach. If he really used his B-ranked innate ability to reach the Starfall realm, it would be an unprecedented achievement. He originally thought of experiencing his innate abilities and specialization skills, but Sun Yu did not do so. After briefly feeling them, he left Song Long and walked in front of Su Bai, smiling as he patted Su Bai's shoulder. Haha, having you in Huaxia is truly a blessing for Huaxia. Alright, I won't say much about thanks. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. As long as it doesn't go against principles, I will definitely help you. Sun Yu's promise was serious. After all, his identity here was not just the head of the Sun family, but also the captain of the Yunhai fleet. One could say in Yunhai, he was the highest-ranking official. It is unknown how many powerful people and merchants in Yunhai racked their brains hoping to see Sun Yu just to get familiar with him. Now, he personally promised that as long as Su Bai didn't break principles, he could seek his help anytime. If this got out, many people would be shocked. After speaking, Sun Yu did not linger. After all, there was still important business to attend to. The trip to the CF family should not stir the grass to startle the snake. He planned to go alone. If there was too much commotion, if the other side was prepared, nothing would be found out. His intuition told him that this trip to the CF family would not be simple. Seeing that Sun Yu had something on his mind, Su Bai couldn't help but ask, Captain Sun, if there's anything you need help with, you can say it. Sun Yu had always treated him very well. After sensing his innate abilities, he immediately came to help. Even if Su Bai refused to join the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu didn't pressure him, and Su Bai remembered this kindness. Now that the other party seemed to be in some trouble, if he could help, Su Bai wouldn't decline. Well, it's better if you don't get involved in this matter. I'm just going to take a look. But in the future, there may really be a need for your help. Facing Su Bai's goodwill, Sun Yu also felt tempted, but in the end, he still refused. Although Su Bai had the strength to face off against the Falling Star mech designer for a short time, and was a great help, he didn't want to put Su Bai in danger. Besides, if he couldn't solve it himself, it wouldn't mean anything for Su Bai to go either. The other party was a treasure of Huaxia and absolutely must not be lost. His mechanical repair skills could even elevate the entire Blue Star Alliance to a higher level. Alright, seeing this, Su Bai didn't say much more. Although he had taken a hit from Sun Yu yesterday, he knew that he was still quite a distance away from falling star mech designer in strength. Moreover, now with Sun Long enhanced, the gap in strength between them was even greater. If even Sun Yu felt danger, going would be in vain. After saying goodbye to Su Bai, Sun Yu directly left. Watching the other party's departing figure, Su Bai sighed helplessly, still too weak. No customers today. I should focus on training. By the way, go to the central control and adjust the drawing lottery system. Let's just set 3 slots for a day. Su Bai returned to the interstellar repair shop and directly ordered the central control to set up a lottery system. He initially planned to enhance 2 machines a day, but in the end, he arranged 3 slots. Truly diligent as I am. Chapter 62. The CF family in trouble. Is he the one behind? Back at the interstellar repair shop, Su Bai immediately began his training. He sat cross-legged on the ground, placing his palms on his knees, channeling star power, using his hands as the core. 2 waves of star power naturally circulated. As the star power surged in, his star power also grew stronger, continuously absorbing external star power to strengthen himself. The star power of the first level of stepping on stars, which was somewhat unstable, instantly solidified with the influx of external star power, and it expanded outward continuously, gradually rushing toward the second level of stepping on stars. Su Bai was training while Sun Yu headed straight to the CF family after leaving the interstellar repair shop. Looking at the grand CF family estate in front of him, he frowned slightly. This house is strange. As a Starbreaker mecha master, his perception was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people, and the feeling the CF family estate gave him was one of surrounding gloom. The yard seemed to be filled with an inexplicable aura of malice. Originally just suspecting the CF family to be connected to the transformation cult, it was now almost a certainty. At this moment, he was already prepared to leave and mobilize the fleet to launch a full-scale attack. Even as a Starbreaker mecha master, he still understood the principle of not standing under a dangerous wall. Without knowing the local firepower situation, he couldn't act rashly. This was the iron rule of the fleet. It seems this is the stronghold of the transformation cult. Sun Yu's tone was extremely indifferent, as he looked at the CF family estate as if he had already sentenced it to death. Colluding with and persecuting the people of Huaxia is a serious crime. Such people are even more detestable than the transformation cult itself. Let's leave for now. Sun Yu's gaze flickered slightly as he prepared to retreat. Captain Sun, since you were here, why not come in and have a chat? Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind Sun Yu. Sun Yu quickly channeled his star power while his right hand lightly touched the star ring. Celestial glory. The Tsanglong appeared in the sky directly. Sun Yu leaped up, instantly entering the Tsanglong. The other side seemed to be fully prepared for this. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, including Xie Zhihao, 3 mechas surrounded Sun Yu. The mecha on the far left was entirely wrapped in strange black patterns, covering its originally light yellow body. The tips of its head were even broken in half, looking very eerie. IY, 45 speed type, Starbreaker mecha crowned. Height, 40 meters, weight, 1,000 tons, engine power, 23 million kilowatts, thrust, 2.5 billion kilograms. This was originally the mecha of the CF family's head, Xie Zhihao, but now crowned, looked completely different from before. What should have been mighty and grand now appeared sinister and eerie, no longer worthy of its name. The mecha on the far right was also wrapped in strange black patterns. Its once pure white body now looked like a polluted garment, muddy and filthy, with long blades on both arms that had changed from titanium to a light purple metallic material, emitting a faint and unpleasant corrosive aura. IU 48 power type, Starbreaker mecha, wave cutter. Height, 40 meters, weight, 1,100 tons, engine power, 24 million kilowatts, thrust, 2.7 billion kilograms. This was the mecha of another Starbreaker, 9-star mecha master of the CF family, Elder Xiaowen. Together with Crowned, they were the 2 peak powerhouses of the CF family, and what Wave Cutter was most famous for was its double blades that could cut through gold like mud. However, at this moment, the double blades that should have been showcased were exceptionally unappealing, with jagged edges and purple mist swirling around. And the mecha in the middle was also hidden in black mist, but no matter its momentum or overall appearance, it was incomparable to the previous Crowned and Wave Cutter, its oppressive presence making one feel extremely stifled. Even within Sanlong, Sun Yu couldn't help but frown. KK, 35 balanced star, breaking mecha, Shadow. Height 48 meters, weight 2,000 tons, engine power 40 million kilowatts, thrust 3.2 billion kilograms. The name, Shadow, comes from its ability to vanish into darkness, hiding itself completely. Because of this, Sun Yu was unable to detect it at first. However, Looking at the three mechas in front of him, Sun Yu showed disdain. You really think you can keep me? Hearing Sun Yu's words, Xie Jihao's voice came from the crown. Captain Sun, you are too confident. Your strength is indeed impressive, but even with our combined force, you will not escape. I advise you to surrender. It will save you from suffering. That's right. At your age, you should consider retirement. A hoarse voice came from within Shadow. At the sound of that voice, Sun Yu's brow tightened, a cold sneer emerging from Wolf. Huh, I can't believe it's you, Xuelin. You left the Cloud Sea Fleet years ago and chose to collude with those who rewrite the doctrine. Can you still hold your past faith and vows close? Sun Yu's tone was filled with anger. He suspected there were issues within the Cloud Sea Fleet, but the person before him was someone born and raised in Cloud Sea who had served in the fleet for many years. Until 8 years ago, when he officially stepped down as the deputy captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet. Once a comrade, now fallen to such a level, even to the point of confronting him, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. What do you know? Star power mechas should be eliminated. Just like old-fashioned mechas, these products that rank people from birth should never exist. My lords might show us a new direction. If you abandon the darkness and join us, you might just save your life. Sun Yu stared at Shadow. The information in those words was quite heavy, causing him to think deeply, finally sighing in resignation. So you really changed because of Shui Bei? Shut up. You don't deserve to mention Xiao Bei. If it weren't for you so-called gifted chosen ones, Xiao Bei would not have walked that path. You are all to be damned. Hearing the name Shui Bei, Shadow revealed fierce intent. The entire mecha seemed to tremble, revealing Xuelin's inner turmoil. Shui Bei was naturally Xuelin's son, whose dream was to be a mecha master and join the Cloud Sea Fleet, becoming a strong warrior. However, fate played tricks. Despite having a father who was a star-breaking mecha master, Shui Bei lacked the talent for mechas. In despair, he chose another irreversible path. He uploaded his consciousness into a mecha. This is called the Wisdom Life faction. The outcome can be imagined. The brain could not withstand the upload pulse of a neural link, resulting in an explosion, and Shui Bei perished. Not long after this incident, Xuelin left the Cloud Sea Fleet. Unexpectedly, he joined a faction that rewrites the doctrine. Chapter 63. 3 against 1. Will there be a counterattack? Indeed, Xuelin is a pitiful person. His only son's misfortune is quite tragic. But that was Shui Bei's own choice. It had nothing to do with the Cloud Sea Fleet, nor with Huaxia. Those with star power talent can become mecha masters. Enjoying a superior status is true. Those without star power talent still have their own opportunities, whether as mecha repair technicians or shining in other industries. They all have their own lives. To attribute everything to talent is a grave disrespect to those without talent, but still shining brightly among the crowds. Nonsense. Sun Yu understood that from the moment Xuelin stepped into the faction that rewrites the doctrine, he was no longer the comrade from the past. Now he is an enemy of his own, an enemy of Huaxia, an enemy of Blue Star. The actions of the rewriting faction are all aimed at inciting war and bring deep killings. They are not worthy of sympathy. Haha, it seems we caught up enough. Mr. Shui, don't waste your breath. Killing Sun Yu again will be a great help to our plan. Your Excellency directly approached behind Shadow, particles of light flickering at their side, ready to strike. Wave Cutter was the same. They could never let Sun Yu escape, or it would surely be a disaster for the Xie family. Since he came here alone, it must be a private mission. As long as his body is properly handled, no one should find out. Almost as soon as his words fell. Boom! Shadow instantly activated, his right hand gripping the black and gold longsword tightly, his steps moving in a Z shape, his body shifting unpredictably. At the same time, his sword dragged along the ground, making a tearing sound as it slashed upward from below, aiming to strike Song Wolf. Your Excellency and Wave Cutter were not idle either. In the instant Shadow moved, the two peak star mechas appeared on either side of Song Wolf, attacking together with Shadow. Your Excellency raised both fists, clenched into hammers, and slammed them down, as if a mountain was crashing down upon him. Wave Cutter swung his jagged blades, a dark purple aura spilling out, vaporizing into liquid, resembling an alligator's mouth ready to devour everything. The three mechas formed a triangular formation, surrounding Song Wolf within. This was the basic mecha team tactic formation, composed of a balance type, a speed type, and a power type mecha forming a triangle. This not only blocked the enemy mecha's movements, but when all three attacks came at once, it would maximize the damage. The triangular tactic seemed to be working, and the three attacks were about to land on Song Wolf. Bang! At that moment, a barrier of deep blue appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping Song Wolf. The blue flame ignited, carrying with it the intent to burn the heavens. Anyone who touched it was instantly burned into nothingness. The blue flame burned fiercely, like a never-ending flame of hope. A tragic scream echoed. Your Excellency was the first to bear the brunt. His hammering arms, upon touching the blue barrier, were instantly bounced back. The blue flames attached to them, instantly burning his arms. The once powerful arms turned to ash in an instant. Even the mecha's AI couldn't react in time, allowing Xie Zhihao inside to experience that bone-corroding, heart-burning pain firsthand. On the other side, Wave Cutter also sucked in a cold breath. His dual blades, once capable of corroding everything, now under the blue flame were completely powerless. The purple mist evaporated almost entirely, and his jagged blades turned to charcoal, slowly falling to the ground. But Shadow, who chose to face Song Wolf head-on, was in an even worse state. Even with the advanced mecha technique of the Z-shaped step and the power of rotation, his strike didn't even leave a ripple on the blue barrier. Instead, the reaction force sent through him numbed his hands, instantly making him throw away the black and gold longsword. The longsword mid-air ignited with blue flames and turned to dust. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The combined power of the three, the strike that should have been certain, ended up with such a result. As a joke, it could be said that three attacking one were instead killed by their target. Don't they know how to fight? Shui Lin and the others couldn't believe it. No, it's impossible. Even if you're a broken star 5-star mecha master, you shouldn't be able to withstand the three of us attacking at once. What did you do? The old you definitely didn't have this kind of power. Shui Lin was very familiar with Sun Yu's strength, having worked together for many years. To him, this plan seemed perfect. Logically, as long as he and Xie Zhihao acted together, they should have been able to catch him easily. To prevent any uncertainties, he even called upon Xie Wen, ensuring Sun Yu would have no chance of escape. But who would have thought? Not only did they fail to succeed, they didn't even leave a single scratch on Sun Yu. 反倒是自己这边损失惨重。那苍蓝色的火焰，在他们看来仿佛来自九幽地狱，是那所命名火。看着三人的模样，苍狼高昂着头颅，其内的孙宇嘴角微微上扬。不愧是苏白，这天赋技真给力。之前面对三人的围攻，孙宇其实也有些紧张，但避让属实来不及，这才施展出了自己获得的第二天赋技苍岩壁垒。没想到这效果居然这么逆天，若非苏白，他恐怕要吃大亏。而如今，即便面对两台踏星巅峰机甲以及几乎不弱于自己的暗影，他依旧占据上风，甚至能将其一网打尽。不知道是别三日当刮目相待，你投奔改造教廷的这些年，我也没闲着。看来你那所谓的主并不待见你，你的实力并没有得到太大的提升。孙宇的礼不饶人，淡漠地看着三人，有些阴阳怪气。谢林闻言虽心有不甘，却也无法反驳，只是他想不通，只是 B 级天赋的孙宇，为何实力能够精湛到这般地步？暗影与冕下斩浪对视了一眼，身形飞速后撤退。如今自己失去了武器，而冕下和斩浪都受到了不同程度的损伤，再鏖战下去，注定讨不到甜头。见对方要逃，孙宇嘴角露出一抹冷笑。现在想逃，晚了。听到他的话，谢林不以为意。我们确实不是你的对手，但你别忘了，暗影最强的是什么？能够潜藏在黑夜之中，遁走千里之外，这才是暗影最强的地方。即便他孙宇的苍狼再强，还能在速度上胜过自己不成？哦，是吗？然而身后传来的声音让谢林顿时身形一颤，细密的冷汗不断落下。暗影缓缓回头，只见苍狼不知何时已经出现在了自己身后。不可能！你怎么可能发现我的踪迹？谢林这下彻底绷不住了。如果说因为这些年的修炼，苍狼变得强的离谱，他还勉强能够接受，但对方不仅能发现自己的位置，甚至还能瞬间出现在自己身后，这一点就有些让人毛骨悚然了。这根本不符合苍狼力量型机甲的设定。回答他的是附着苍岩的一拳，苍狼高举右拳，其上苍岩滚滚，带着焚空之力，瞬间轰击在暗影之上。第64章谢志浩遗言真的结束了。轰！ 是大力chân, 宛若奔雷, 前锋灼热, 气上苍眼, 风击钟声。这一拳瞬间将暗影洞穿，苍眼从那黝黑的洞口蔓延，瞬间附着暗影前身。堂堂破星三星机甲，就在这一拳之下彻底化为飞灰，甚至就连其核心动力源的星陨石都彻底消散，连一丝能量都不留。杀意追踪，这是苍狼获得的两门特性专长中的一门，只要锁定目标，便能瞬间至其身后，哪怕目标使用潜藏类的天赋技，依旧无所遁形，唯有死路一条。可惜了，第一次用，力道还是没把握住。苍狼甩了甩手，其中孙宇的话音传出，语气中有些遗憾，但对击杀蝎灵之事，他没有任何的迟疑。还是那句话，从他进入改造教廷的那一刻起，他就不再是自己的同胞，甚至要比原本就是改造教廷的人更加可恨。叛徒的下场为有死，至于将其活捉，孙宇没有白费精力。改造教廷之人一旦被捕就会自爆，这也是他们被称为邪教的一大原因。不可能！逃，快逃！苍狼如同捏死蝼蚁般击杀暗影的一幕被冕下和展浪看在眼里。Fear instantly spread in his heart. They looked at the Song Wolf like a war god, with no intention to resist at all. In the end, was their death trap actually set for themselves? This was hard for the two to accept. How could he suddenly become so much stronger? The intelligence is wrong. If the Yanhai fleet or the entire South Jiang fleet is hiding their true strength. As Your Majesty hurriedly fled, Xie Zhihao was also analyzing the reasons for their failure. The thought that the entire South Jiang fleet might be concealing its power made his heart plunge into despair. However, before he could think of a solution, whoosh, the Song Wolf had arrived, and the blue flame on his right fist was the only light he would see before his life ended. Boom! The blue flame burned, and despite enduring the pain of annihilation, his previously lifeless eyes seemed to regain some clarity, reflecting relief and gratitude. In his final moments, he used his last bit of strength to say 2 words, big test. As soon as Sun Yu heard these 2 words, his pupils instantly shrank, and through the hollow gaze, he noticed Xie Zhihao's abnormality. Unlike Xue Lin, the other party seemed to be under control, recovering their awareness only at the end. Now, Sun Yu understood. Why? Your Majesty, with the title of Haoran. Why Xie Zhihao, known for his openness, joined that modified church. All of this was not their true intention. Thinking of this, a raging anger ignited, making his heart feel unbearably hot as he gritted his teeth. The scum of the modified church. He gazed at the Zhang Lang, which had not yet escaped far. Sun Yu hesitated, not knowing if Xie Wen was like Xie Zhihao also under control. Seeing Song Wolf kill Your Majesty, and then look towards him. Xie Wen had beads of sweat falling like beans from his forehead, driving Zhang Lang with both hands raised. Don't kill me. I was just controlled. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu let out a cold snort. With no hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! With a burst of flames, Xie Wen looked confused at the raging dark flames. He didn't understand why. Even after saying he was controlled, Sun Yu would still strike with such ferocity. Unfortunately, this question would remain unanswered for him forever. The flames consumed him, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Zhang Lang also ultimately turned into nothingness. Whoosh! After killing Zhang Lang, Sun Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. The previous pity was unnecessary. Xie Wen and Xie Zhihao were obviously different. He had willingly joined the modified church. He was willing to be used to harm the innocent. Anyone who was controlled could never admit to being controlled. After the battle ended, Sun Yu did not leave Song Wolf, but surveyed his surroundings before calling Zhang Lei only after confirming there were no hidden ambushes. Beep, beep, beep. Dozens of minutes later, Zhang Lei arrived at the scene with a law enforcement team. Seeing the surrounding devastation and the newly transformed Song Wolf, Zhang Lei felt a pang in his heart. It seemed the captain had been enhanced. How infuriating. I should have been able to enhance too. Forcing down the bitterness in his heart, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu, who had left Song Wolf. Captain, what is this? The Xie family has been corrupted by the modified church. Investigate everything related to the Xie family thoroughly. Do not miss any clue. Then have someone clean up the battlefield. At this moment, Sun Yu had regained the identity of a captain who strategizes and controls the situation. He directly arranged for Zhang Lei and the enforcement team to seal off the Xie family. Now, at least it was confirmed that there was a huge connection between the modified church and the Xie family. Since that was the case, everyone from the Xie family had to be investigated. The Chong was likely manipulated by Lin, but you still need to keep an eye on Vice Captain Ji. After the last battle, Sun Yu suspected that Chong who mostly came from Lin's hand, but he still needed to be cautious. Lin? He actually has a connection with the modified church. Hearing the name Lin, which had not been mentioned for a long time, Zhang Lei was surprised. But upon seeing Sun Yu's expression, he chose to keep silent. Things might not be that simple. He should focus on his work and strive to enhance himself as soon as possible. Thinking of his enhancement, Zhang Lei instantly felt motivated and began to arrange for the law enforcement team to surround the Xie family, leading the charge. Just as the law enforcement team was clearing the Xie family, on a distant mountain peak, a figure in a black robe fluttered with the wind, looking coldly at the busy law enforcement team and the ruined Xie family. Behind him, a strong man stepped forward, looking puzzled. "My lord, why let Sun Yu deal with the Xie family? If we act together, he would undoubtedly have no chance to escape. If we don't give some sweet taste, how could Sun Yu ever let his guard down? Moreover, are you sure we would succeed if we intervened? Do you believe you could break that Songyin power and that Songlan barrier? I wonder where Sun Yu got such power." At this point, the man in the black robe couldn't help but shake his head, his gaze slightly shifting towards the direction of the interstellar repair shop. Could it be him? No. After all, he is just a boy and cannot revive the broken star mecha. Now that the Xie family is destroyed, their clues are cut off, and it won't affect our grand plans. After a slight pause, the man in the black robe glanced indifferently at the strong man. "Zhou, I'll leave the matter of Yanhai to you for now. I will head back briefly." The strong man Zhou hurriedly knelt on one knee, lowering his head in response. "My lord, please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill your orders." Chapter 65. The old can't do it. The young can't do it either. As the man in the black robe departed, Zhou slowly stood up, with excitement filling his vertical pupils. "I didn't expect the master would hand such an important place as Yanhai to me. I must work hard and not let the master down. With the CF family base gone, I can only seek another location." The cold wind howled as the lights flickered. Inside the CF family, screams and explosions echoed from time to time. 2 hours later, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu with a troubled expression, shaking his head. "No one escaped. They are all from the modification church. I wanted to interrogate them, but..." As he spoke, Zhang Lei hesitated, as the scene inside was horrifying, and even though he had experienced interstellar wars and escaped beam blasts, he couldn't shake off a sense of heaviness in his heart. "It's fine. Since they are all from a modification church, we wouldn't get much information anyway. Let's have someone clean up the scene. By the way, let those young ones handle it." Sun Yu understood that trying to extract anything from the people of the modification church was almost impossible. Even the weaker ones would have been planted with bombs upon joining. Let the newcomers in? Wouldn't that be? Zhang Lei felt some reluctance at Sun Yu's suggestion of having new members enter to clean up the site, worrying they might not cope with it. After all, even he found the scene hard to face, and he was concerned the newcomers might not be able to handle it. Taking this opportunity to show them the harsh reality, confronting the truth is far better than having them go weak at the knees when it's their turn and losing their lives for no reason. Sun Yu's tone was very serious. They were the Yunhai fleet, and in peacetime, things might be fine, but now, it was an exceptional period. A star war could erupt at any moment, and if that day truly came, these newcomers who had never seen blood would pay a painful price. This was their experience. If he could, he hoped for peaceful days without turmoil. Unfortunately, some always wanted to shatter this peace. Hearing this, Zhang Lei stopped speaking. He understood Sun Yu was right. Compared to the price they would pay in the future, feeling disgusted right now was nothing. He immediately made arrangements. After assigning the newcomers to the CF family's cleanup, Zhang Lei quietly approached Sun Yu's side. Captain, how do you think I've been performing lately?" Sun Yu stole a glance at him. "Not bad." Zhang Lei. "Since it's fine, take a look at my enhancement matter." Zhang Lei looked at Sun Yu with great expectation, blinking continuously, his face full of flattery. "Sun Yu VV, I knew you had an ulterior motive. But Zhang Lei's performance has indeed been good lately, and in this situation, every bit of strength counts. All right, you can go tomorrow." Sun Yu said dan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei felt as if he had heard heavenly music and jumped up directly. "Thank you, Captain. The captain is a good person." "Sun Yu, how did I end up with such an unreliable right-hand man?" Thinking about the future of Yunhai relying on this kid to protect it, Sun Yu helplessly held his forehead. "Ugh, this is so disgusting. Quick, save me. Save me. I can't take it anymore, ugh." While the two were talking, sounds of gagging came from the Xie family. Clearly, these young enforcement team members were scared stiff by the scene inside. Sunyu, RSDQ. The old ones can't do it, and the young ones can't do it either. At this moment, he inevitably thought of Su Bai. If only Su Bai would join the fleet. Su Bai himself was currently busy practicing. As the last trace of star power surged in, his realm's shackles shattered with a bang, and he entered the Star Step 2-star realm in one go. After breaking through the realm, Su Bai let out a breath of turbid air. The star whale breathing method is very powerful, but the pressure is quite significant each time. Su Bai clenched his right fist, clearly feeling a bit fatigued. It is important to know that he indeed absorbed dozens of times more star power than others, but correspondingly, the pressure from this power was proportional. His pressure was many times greater than that of others. If it weren't for his high talent, he might not be able to bear it. It seems that the breathing method isn't necessarily better if it's stronger. One still has to find the right fit for oneself. Getting up to stretch, Su Bai directly logged onto the Star Network. He checked the comments and tomorrow's lottery situation. He saw that the reviews of the Interstellar Repair Shop had already surpassed 10,000. Su Bai immediately felt embarrassed. Why are there so many comments? It's only 3 drawn every day. Isn't that a bit excessive? Casually clicking into the comment section to take a look. I would trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for a chance to be drawn. The person above won't work. I would trade their whole life for a chance to be drawn. Haha, you guys still won't do? I would trade a 10 cm reduction of Chi Kuin's height for a chance to be drawn. Damn, brother, you are ruthless? If it weren't for deep enmity, I wouldn't believe it. You better be careful, or you might get knifed tonight. Looking at these comments, 2 black lines appeared on Su Bai's forehead. Are these customers serious? Of course, he was happy that business was good, but hanging in suspense like this wasn't a solution. It seems I must quickly find an assistant. Su Bai silently made up his mind. At that moment, his gaze froze as he noticed a pinned comment in the comment section. Haha, what Interstellar Repair Shop? I don't believe it. This store manager Su Bai is really that magical. If you have the ability, come and compete with me. Seeing this, Su Bai hastily clicked to check this person's information. Chu Ran, female, 20 years old, the youngest 1-star repair master in Huaxia, officially certified by Huaxia Repair Association. Upon seeing this, a gleam appeared in Su Bai's eyes. Is there really such a good thing? A 1-star repair master just shows up at my door? Originally, the most challenging task was to find a star-level repair master. Which star-level repair master is not treated as a treasure by their own repair shop? How could he recruit them to work for him? But now, it seemed a best candidate had appeared. Su Bai's lips slightly curled up. He immediately sent a message to the other party. Yindu, Repair Master Research Association. A short-haired girl with an exquisite face was watching a video on her phone frame by frame. In the video was Su Bai, who was operating 10 threads simultaneously to service the mechs for Zhou Yunzheng and others. As the video showed Su Bai using a mechanical arm to remove the abdominal king snake armor, the girl pressed pause. I said there was a problem, and this video is indeed fake. At this moment, Chu Ran noticed Su Bai's right hand was not resting on the control panel at all, which meant he was just pretending. Faking it damages the name of repair technicians. I don't know how such a person got popular. Seeing Su Bai like this, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She loved repairing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a 1-star repair technician at such a young age, and naturally, she wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish the profession of repair technicians. In her eyes, Su Bai was clearly using hype to make himself famous, and then charging high repair fees. Such a person was the one she looked down upon the most. Suddenly, her phone rang. Chapter 66. So, will you answer or not? Chu Ran, who was watching the video, frowned slightly. This pop-up directly interrupted her search for Su Bai's flaws. Who is it? She opened her star net with some impatience. Anonymous repair worker. Hello, I am Su Bai. Chu Ran. _ Su Bai. Which Su Bai? Her expression suddenly became a bit strange. Could it be that scammer? After thinking for a moment, she replied directly to the other party. Light of Repair. That scammer from the Interstellar Repair Shop? In the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su Bai, who was comfortably sitting with his legs crossed, suddenly saw Chu Ran's reply and was taken aback. The corners of Su Bai's mouth slightly lifted, his eyes flickering. Scammer? I haven't heard that title in a long time. Indeed, at first, some people might have thought he was a scammer. But after enhancing so many mechas and the maintenance video being spread, his reputation was already extremely high. The number of lottery numbers on the star net spoke for itself. Surprisingly, now there were still people calling him a scammer. This was just right. He initially thought of tempting her to come and work at the Interstellar Repair Shop, but it seemed he could change his approach now. Anonymous repair worker. I'm not a scammer. I heard Miss Chu wants to challenge my repair skills, so I came to meet. Chu Ran saw the message Sue by sent and instantly exploded with anger, her slender fingers non-stop tapping on her phone screen. Light of repair. Who is the miss? You are the miss. Your whole family is a miss. After sending that, she puffed up her cheeks in anger. Seeing Sue by ready to accept her challenge, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is this scammer trying to ride on my popularity? Speaking of which, Chu Ran was being somewhat unreasonable. Clearly, it was her who proposed the challenge, so how did it turn into Sue by riding on her popularity? After thinking for a moment, she finally nodded and replied, Okay, but if you lose, you have to close your repair shop and publicly apologize to the entire internet. Admit the fact that you faked something. I will never allow a scammer like you to tarnish the name of repair technicians. Just as Subai was about to propose adding some stakes, he saw the message from Chu Ran. Subai, _? What fake video? When did I fake anything? Tarnishing the name of repair technicians? And you want me to close the Interstellar repair shop? This person has a lot of resentment. Seeing Chu Ran's request, Subai silently deleted what he had previously typed. Initially, he thought as long as Chu Ran worked for him for 3 months, that would be fine. Now, anonymous repair worker. Alright, I can agree to your request, but I also have a condition. If you lose, you have to work at the Interstellar repair shop for 10 years. Originally, Chu Ran thought Subai had backed down since he hadn't replied for a while, but suddenly she saw Subai's response. This time, she was even more furious. 10 years? This person is simply... At the age of 20, Chu Ran became a 1-star repair technician. Her talent in repair was unparalleled. Normally, in 10 years, she could even aim to become a 4-star repair technician. This Subai actually wants to take advantage of her, making a 4-star repair technician work for him for free. Anonymous repair worker. So, what's it going to be? Will you accept or not? Of course, if you're too scared, just pretend I didn't say anything. When Chu Ran saw this sentence from Subai, while hesitating, in an instant I was elated. My silver teeth clenched tightly, almost crushing my molars. I don't dare. Do you know who you were talking to? Without any hesitation, I rapidly moved my fingers, striking the phone screen, almost breaking it. Machine repair light. I accept. You decide the time and place. Don't be cowardly then. Subai initially thought about adding fuel to the fire, but unexpectedly, Chu Ran took the bait, suddenly feeling hesitant. This person seems a bit not too smart. Is she really the youngest 1-star machine repair master? As a machine repair master, being calm, cool, and cautious is the most basic quality. Every machine repair master must possess the ability to remain unshaken even when faced with a great disaster. After all, machine repair is a meticulous job. Sometimes, a slight misalignment of a part or a gap that is too large between armors can lead to huge problems. This girl seems to easily ignite. I can't shake the feeling that she is somewhat unreliable. Subai misunderstood Chu Ran. As a machine repair master, her skills are beyond doubt, and every certified machine repair master has gone through rigorous testing. At least when it comes to repair, Chu Ran can guarantee absolute focus. But this time indeed, she acted a bit impulsively. Tomorrow afternoon, come to the Interstellar repair shop for the location. Seeing Subai's words, Chu Ran had a look of I knew it, she really wants to ride the wave. The chosen place is her own repair shop. Forget it. After tomorrow, your shop won't exist anymore. Thinking for a moment, Chu Ran openly announced her wager with Subai on Starnet to prevent the other party from going back on their word later. This announcement instantly stirred up a huge commotion. Chu Ran was like a rising star in the machine repair world, garnering attention from all sides. And although the Interstellar repair shop was somewhat obscure in the machine repair community, it was still very popular and sought after in Yunhai. This matter quickly climbed to the top of the trending topics in the Yunhai region on Starnet. Countless people participated in the discussion. Chu Ran is going to compete with the owner of the Interstellar repair shop. If she loses, she will work for them for 10 years? I know that what the heck is this Interstellar repair shop? Hey, how can you speak like that upstairs? I admit Chu Ran is very powerful, but she's nothing compared to Boss Sue. Ever seen 10-thread operations? 10 threads? What's that? Link click in and you'll know. After all this talk, it's just a video, right? Chu Ran is recognized as the youngest 1-star machine repair master by the China Machine Repair Association. Can Subai really compare? Indeed, isn't this just to gain attention? To boost her own shop's fame? Isn't it obvious? Of course it is. Chu Ran actually fell for it so easily. I can already imagine Subai hiding behind the screen with a smile, so easily getting an opportunity to advertise. But it can't be said that way, because if he loses, he has to close the shop and apologize. What's the use? After closing and apologizing, he can just reopen. Anyway, he's already famous. Aren't such things common nowadays? Forget it. We'll know who wins and who loses tomorrow. By the way, Where is this interstellar repair shop? I want to watch live. P, you want to go to Yanhai? Sorry, by the time I get there, there probably won't even be a place to stand. This is going to be entertaining. Can this be considered a competition for the title of the first machine repair master of the young generation? It shouldn't count. Although Chu Ran has great talent, she can't represent the younger generation. There are still plenty of machine repair masters stronger than her. As for Subai, we don't know her true strength, so we can't comment. Chapter 67. I suspect I've been hacked by the CPU, but I have no evidence. Subai naturally had no idea that this incident had already fermented online. She only posted a statement on her official website. Tomorrow, I have something to do, so the draw is postponed by 1 day. Although she felt a little sorry for her lucky fans, there was nothing to be done, right? From now on, Chu Ran will come to work, at most taking on a few more orders. After sending out this announcement, Su Bai went to rest. During this rest time, the impact of this matter was continuously expanding. In just a few hours, it reached a popularity of hundreds of thousands. There were tens of thousands of replies, and the post was being constantly shared. Shanghai University Training Field. The Platinum Valkyrie opened its wings on the back, flames flowing, bathed in golden light. Golden flames shone in the sky. The golden flame spear continuously thrusting out, several glowing spear light accompanied by golden flames, producing bursts of sound as they tore through the air, rushing straight towards the Winter Swordmaster. Just as it was about to hit the Winter Swordmaster, its blue eyes flashed, stepping sideways, instantly dodging the spear light, while firmly gripping the broadsword with both hands, slightly bending its body, the engine roaring, using its right hand to slash down with force. Ice blue sword light burst forth, sword intent crisscrossing, a white mist tail trailing behind, water droplets in the air continuously solidifying into ice and falling. Ice particles that touched the golden flames were instantly evaporated. Boom! Water vapor rose, covering the vast training field, as if in a fairyland. Swish! The Platinum Valkyrie swayed its body, particle accelerators behind it bursting forth, power fully on, almost instantly reaching behind the Winter Swordmaster. Inside, Xiao Mingyin's lips curled up, victory in her grasp. Lifting the golden flame spear high, she thrust down towards the Winter Swordmaster, the spear shooting out like a dragon. Using the boost of the instant step, the main strategy was to catch her opponent off guard. Just as the golden flame spear was about to touch the Winter Swordmaster, the Winter Swordmaster slightly leaned back, trying to extend the distance from the golden flame spear. Buzz! A sound of swords singing. The previously launched Winter Sword aura, like a boomerang, flipped in the air and instantly came to the back of the Platinum Valkyrie. At this moment, Xiao Mingyin's attention was entirely on the Winter Swordmaster, completely unprepared for the sword aura behind her. Bang! With a loud sound, the wings behind Platinum Valkyrie instantly solidified, the meaning of winter immediately enveloping it. The outcome has been decided. The winner is Winter Swordmaster pilot, Zhao Meng. The battle ended. Both sides left their mechs. Zhao Meng walked in front of Xiao Mengyin, slightly lifting her head. Now 110 matches, 26 wins, 58 ties, 26 losses. Xiao Mengyin bit her teeth, somewhat unconvinced. Airport. What dirty trick is this? Whose sword aura can still make turns? There was nothing to be done. Losing this time was indeed frustrating. She originally had victory within reach. But in the end, her sword aura unexpectedly came back to hit her down. Who could accept this? Zhao Meng scoffed at her words. Little shorty, your approach is neat, creating a visual blind spot, then using instant step to sneak attack me from behind. Xiao Mingyin's use of instant step surprised Zhao Meng as well. But this also clarified why her attacks had missed in that initial battle. Surely this was her special skill. The two faced off, appearing unwilling to yield to each other. Finally, with a tacit cold snort, they turned their heads to look aside. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyin's phone rang. Little assistant, Sister Yin Yin, it's bad. Our star network has been exposed. The live broadcast room has been rushed. Xiao Mengyin, /_. Ever since last time she advertised Su Bai's interstellar repair shop, she had hardly done any live streams, completely immersed in her training. Did the fans watch her for too long without a live stream and couldn't help it? That shouldn't be. This isn't the first time. That's right. Xiao Mingyin's live streams could be said to happen every 3 days of fishing and 30 days of casting nets. Logically, it was common to not stream for a month. Initially, fans complained about this, but later they got used to it. After all, Xiao Mingyin's main identity was a student of Shanghai University, and she was also the top student, so academics had to come first. After thinking for a long time and not figuring out the problem, Xiao Mengyin directly asked her little assistant. She seemed like a goddess. What's going on? Aren't our fans all very laid back? Little assistant, It's not the fan's fault. Sister Yin Yin, didn't you advertise that Interstellar Repair Shop last time? The Interstellar Repair Shop has a problem. Now, Xiaoming Yin was even more confused. The Interstellar Repair Shop has a problem? Is it possible that Su Bai's skills have issues? Didn't she see how the abilities of the airport soared after the enhancement? She looked like a goddess. What on earth is going on? Only then did the little assistant tell her about Su Bai's gamble with Chu Ran. After understanding the whole situation, Xiaoming Yin secretly glanced at Zhao Ming. Last time you sneaked away to do something big with Boss Su, and now it's finally my turn. Fortune cycles, it's not that I deliberately hid this from you. Just at this moment, Zhao Ming happened to meet Xiaoming Yin's gaze and showed a friendly smile. Little shorty, do you have some secret that you can't tell me? Why are you looking at me so suspiciously? Xiao Mingyun, Sigma, hurriedly waved her hand. No, why would I hide anything from you? We are childhood friends, we are allies. I can't hide anything from you, right? Zhao Ming, _ Don't play coy. If you're not feeling guilty, why are you so polite? Be honest. Zhao Ming saw through Xiaoming Yin's thoughts at a glance. Her politeness in speaking to her was suspicious. Saying this, she quietly moved beside Xiaoming Yin. If you don't say it, I will. Who? Xiaoming Yin felt the whisper by her ear and instantly shivered, helplessly informing Zhao Ming of the situation. So, it's like this. Chu Ran and Boss Su are at odds. After getting the answer, Zhao Ming was satisfied and then stroked her chin with her fair palm. This little girl probably hasn't experienced the hardships of society. She really doesn't know how high the sky is. How can she question Boss Su's repair skills? Let's go. Tomorrow let's go take a look. Can't let her deny it. If she loses. Xiao Mingyan, Originally, I should go alone. Next time, I need to act a bit more natural. All right. Let's go tomorrow noon. I also want to see that scum. Does Boss Su have anything to say to me? Thinking of how she had been endlessly messaging Su by these days, only receiving replies like, okay. Xiao Mingyan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She is Xiao Mingyan. She's an incredibly popular G. But just look at how Su Bai acts. He made her, the goddess pursued by thousands, turn into someone infatuated. She suspected she was being ignored, but had no evidence. This really made her lose her confidence. Chapter 68. Completely seal off Su Bai? The two quickly ended their practice for the day, tidied up, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yun City Repair Master Research Society. An old man with gray hair was leisurely sipping tea in his office. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound disrupted him, making him unhappy as he set down his teacup and resumed sitting upright. Come in. Tap, tap, tap. Hasty footsteps echoed, and a plain-looking young man rushed in, his face anxious, shouting, President, it's bad. Upon hearing this, the old man had veins popping on his forehead. I'm doing fine. Sure Ming. But soon he continued, No, that's not what I meant. I meant something happened to the president. Old man. Sure Ming. Degree. Realizing he had misspoken again, he quickly corrected himself. Not that. It's Chu Ran who is in trouble. Bang. Chase. Hearing the name, Chu Ran, Qian Yu immediately slammed the table and stood up, his tone filled with killing intent. Who dares to touch Chu Ran? I think he doesn't want to live. Chu Ran is their South River Repair Master Research Society's ace, an outstanding talent even among all of China and Blue Star. He usually coddles her, afraid she might break, treating her as a treasure. Now someone dares to touch her. It truly is a foolish act. Gulialu, feeling the imposing aura of the old man before him, Shiming couldn't help but swallow hard. This person is the president of their South River Repair Master Research Society. Not only does he have numerous disciples, but he himself is also a 5-star repair master. Once he gets angry, the entire repair industry will be thrown into chaos. Moreover, although he personally doesn't have much strength and cannot pilot mecha, but as soon as he spoke, the Starfall mech engineer was willing to give him face. No one moved against her. To be precise, she actively proposed to compete in repair skills. Shiming wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, fearing that if he delayed, it would lead to irreparable consequences. Oh, is that it? You're making such a fuss. Qian Yu coldly glanced at him, wondering if Shiming was too idle. Isn't it very normal for engineers to compete with each other? Moreover, Chu Ran was still young, at the age of youthful pride. Seeking sparring was even commonplace. No, this time is a bit different. Shiming knew he had been misunderstood by Qian Yu and quickly corrected. This time she even made a bet with someone. If she loses, she has to work at the other party's repair shop for 10 years. What? Qian Yu, who was about to sit down, suddenly stood up, his white beard blowing with his breath. Is this digging one's own grave? and digging at their own storefront's key player. Come on, tell me all about it. Now Qianyu was instantly interested, wanting to see which little brat dared to dig at his wall corner. President, look. The young man spoke and pulled out his phone, showing Qianyu the message from Chu Ran. Subai? Interstellar Repair Shop? Since when did Yunhai have such a repair shop? After reading, Qianyu's expression became a bit strange. He had never even heard of an interstellar repair shop, let alone the name Subai. Logically, he should know almost every famous star-class engineer in Nanjiang. Is this trying to ride on Chu Ran's popularity to make a shop famous? Due to his age, Qianyu usually didn't look at his phone or go online, which Shiming understood, so he immediately handed over a video of Subai at the interstellar repair shop. At first, when Qianyu saw Subai performing a 10-thread operation in the video, his brows slightly raised, clearly surprised. But soon his brows furrowed tight, displeasure showing on his face, a trick to fool people. Clearly, he noticed that Subai's right hand was not on the central control during the operation. One-hand 10-thread operation? Absolutely impossible. This is probably some composite video. Instantly, his interest vanished. This kid is flashy, just pulling these deceptive tricks. Our reputation as engineers is ruined by these vermin. At this moment, Qianyu had already returned to his seat, sipping his tea leisurely. Call that girl, Chu Ran, over to me. Hearing this, Shiming didn't ask any more questions and directly complied. A few minutes later, Chu Ran arrived at Qianyu's office with Shiming leading the way. Teacher, you were looking for me? Chu Ran was a bit puzzled, not knowing why her teacher was looking for her so early in the morning. She was supposed to go to Yunhai to teach that Subai a lesson, and if delayed, it wouldn't be good. I heard you want to compete with someone on repair skills today. Qianyu looked at Chu Ran with a beaming smile, the wrinkles on his face scrunching together. Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat. Her teacher hardly ever goes online. How does he know? Thinking this, she glared at Shiming. Seeing this, Shiming immediately turned his head aside. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Chu Ran, _ Case solved. It's this little brat who leaked the news. At the same time, she was also pondering how to persuade her teacher. All right, stop pretending you can fool me. This time, I'll go with you. Qianyu looked at Chu Ran's shifty eyes and knew exactly what she was thinking. Teacher, you want to go with me? President, you are going to Yunhai? Now, not only was Chu Ran baffled, but even Shiming felt confused. According to his thoughts, after informing the president about this matter, the other party would most likely stop this farce. It couldn't let that so-called interstellar repair shop benefit for free. But now, Qianyu actually wanted to go personally? Isn't this just giving the other party more attention? This was also what Chu Ran thought. She had already been a bit overexcited about accepting this challenge. Now that the teacher is coming along, isn't the attention going to be even bigger? If Subai finds out, he'll probably laugh his mouth off. If I don't go, who'll be the judge? Qianyu glanced at the two with a cold, murderous intent in his tone. If he bribes a few people to be your judges and rules that you lose, wouldn't you really have to work for him for 10 years? At this moment, Qianyu's opinion of Subai was at its lowest, since he would go so far as to create fake hype, fabricating fake videos. Who could say that he wouldn't use other means? Although Chu Ran had extraordinary mechanical skills, and under normal circumstances, she would never lose to him. But she was still inexperienced, and if she were tricked, she'd just end up losing for nothing. I see. Shiming, being a few years older than Chu Ran, immediately understood Qianyu's intention. The president plans to make sure Subai can't turn things around. All right, it's decided then. The time you agreed on is in the afternoon. We should head out now. Qianyu made a final decision. Just as Shiming said, his purpose was to make sure Subai couldn't make a comeback. Even if Subai didn't use any special methods to win, if he lost and his shop really closed, people would remember it. He could always start over later. But if he went, this would change everything. He was the president of the South River Mechanical Repairers Association. In South River, any mechanical or mech engineer had to give him some respect. A mechanical engineer he deemed to have no future, no matter how famous, could never stir up any trouble in South River. As for whether Subai could win, he hadn't even considered that. If he really had the skill, why would he go to the trouble of making fake videos to fool people? Chapter 69. No way. Getting outside help. While Chu Ran and the others were on their way, Subai just gotten out of bed. He stretched lazily and was about to open the door. It's about time. Didn't expect to finish this task so quickly. There was a slight smile on Subai's face, feeling quite lucky recently. Creak. However, when he opened the door, the scene in front of him left him stunned. The training ground was crowded with people again, and he had no idea when they had all shown up. Subai, _ Didn't I say no appointments today? And hasn't it all been changed to a lottery? From the looks of it, there seems to be even more people than before. The moment Subai stepped out, the crowd outside saw him and immediately burst into an uproar. Hey, Boss Su is out. Ha ha, look at Boss Sue's expression. Even after just waking up, Boss Sue's looks are still stunning. I'm dead. Why does Boss Sue look so cute? Ha ha ha, he must be stunned right now, seeing so many of us as soon as he steps out. He must have a guilty conscience for ditching us. That's why he has this expression on his face. Who ditched whom? I was the one ditched. Hashtag it you and at. I barely got chosen. Woo woo woo. Boss Sue, we're not here for repairs this time. Didn't you have a bet with Chu Ran? We're here to watch the fun. Hearing these words, Su Bai's face darkened. What do you mean by cute? I, Su Bai, am a grown man, and yet they're calling me cute? As for ditching, didn't I say I'd make it up later? So petty. Luckily, they finally revealed their true purpose. But this also left Su Bai a bit confused. How do you know I had a bet with Chu Ran? Su Bai looked at the people in front of him, puzzled. He hadn't told anyone about the bet. He was just looking for someone to work for him. No need to make it public knowledge. It was Chu Ran who told us. Boss Su, you've been hiding this from us so well. Yeah, your mouth is so tight. We're all on the same side. Couldn't you have just told us? Tight? I like to try. Seems like some strange things got mixed in. You can go check Chu Ran's Star Network. She has announced it. Exactly. Her fans are saying that Boss Su is riding on the hype. The matter was clearly announced by Chu Ran. What does it have to do with Boss Su? Our Boss Su truly has real skills. Does she need to ride on hype? I admit, Chu Ran is an excellent mechanic, but compared to Boss Su, she pales in comparison. Su Bai automatically filtered out some strange comments. Is Chu Ran crazy? She thought about not letting her be too embarrassed. After all, she would be an employee in the future, and as the boss, she naturally should care about her employees' feelings. But she insisted on making a big deal out of it. So I forget it. All right, but with so many of you, my shop can't fit you all, can it? Su Bai accepted their reason for coming, but with this many people, even if a repair shop were 10 times bigger, it still couldn't accommodate all of them. Are they just going to wait here? You don't have to worry about that. I'll just go inside later. I'll do a live broadcast for them. A pleasant voice came from the crowd, and Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Meng slowly walked out from the throngs of people. The crowd cleverly made a path for Xiao Mengyan and Zhao Meng. Xiao Mengyan smiled as she approached Su Bai. Boss Su, long time no see. Have you missed me? I'm definitely thinking about you, she said while blowing a kiss. Bang! Beside them, Zhao Meng couldn't stand it anymore and delivered a love fist directly to her head. Stop it. Speak nicely. Sorry, Boss Su. We came right away after seeing Chu Ran's post. Hope you don't mind. Zhao Meng pressed down on Xiao Mengyan's flailing hands while looking apologetically at Su Bai. Su Bai, it's fine. Actually, you've helped a lot. Since Xiao Mengyan is going to help with the live broadcast, then these people didn't come in vain? No, wait. It seems I could also watch from home? Boss Su, I'm quite thoughtful, right? About the discount. Xiao Mengyan finally broke free from Zhao Meng's grip and leaned in front of Su Bai to start talking about the discount. Oh, that's a no-go. Su Bai thought without hesitation and directly refused. It's a matter of principle, after all. Xiao Mengyan was left speechless, realizing it was indeed Boss Su. She was just saying it casually. Who told Su Bai to reply to her messages so slowly? She came this time just to tease him. But unfortunately, this guy just wouldn't budge. After all this, the crowd was a bit surprised. Many people blinked and whispered. It seems Boss Su and Xiao Mengyan have something going on. Wow, is it that explosive? I said, why is Xiao Mengyan suddenly advertising for someone? Turns out they are close. Aside with Boss Su, I would willingly step aside. Come on, even if it's not Boss Su, it wouldn't be your turn. Among them are many fans of Xiao Mengyan. After all, they initially came because they saw her advertisement. As for later, they were convinced by Su Bai's skills, although most had just watched and not personally experienced. But that does not hinder their trust in Su Bai. They are all from Yanhai, and with such a mechanic arising from Yanhai, they naturally support him unconditionally. Moreover, he saved their lives. Just the life-saving grace is beyond repayment. Just a little contest, and so many people came to watch, and still say you're not riding on hype. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Ran felt quite upset seeing so many people gathered outside the Star Mechanic shop. She truly didn't expect that Su Bai would promote this matter so blatantly for attention. How much would it cost to gather all these people? Little did she know, from beginning to end, she was the only one who publicly announced the bet. Qian Yu and Shiming walked in front and felt a bit dissatisfied with this too. President, I said we shouldn't have come. Look at this, aren't we just giving him free advertising? Shiming leaned over to Qian Yu's ear, still not in agreement with Qian Yu's decision. They should have just backed out and let Su Bai waste his money. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Qian Yu gave Shiming a bland glance. Shiming instantly extended his right hand in front of his mouth, mimicking a zipper motion. He was indeed a bit carried away. How dare he question this person's decision? When the crowd saw Chu Ran arrive, they all made way, but many were puzzled when they saw Shi Ming and Qian Yu. Who are these two? Could it be that Chu Ran brought helpers? Could it be that he's afraid of being outdone, so he called for outside support? No way, after all. He is a one-star mech mechanic. They were all ordinary people, and even if there were mech mechanics among them, they were just students who had recently become ground mech mechanics, so they naturally didn't recognize Qian Yu. Chapter 70. Who is this old man? Is he backing up Boss Su? But just because they didn't recognize him didn't mean no one did. When the three of them approached Su Bai, Zhao Ming, and Xiao Mingyan both bowed to Qian Yu, old Qian. They were quite unsettled inside. They never expected that just for a bet between the younger generation, they would actually bring this person here. What exactly was Chu Ran trying to do? Qian Yu glanced at the two, also a bit puzzled. Xiao girl, what are you doing here? As the president of the South River Mech Mechanics Research Association, he naturally knew Zhao Tianming, and he was also acquainted with Xiao Mingyan's father. He had seen the two before. It's just, he didn't understand what these two were doing here. Are they friends with this kid? After approaching, Qian Yu began to size up Su Bai, and he had to admit that Su Bai's appearance was indeed excellent. Moreover, Su Bai showed no signs of panic upon seeing the three of them, and there was even a hint of expectation in his brows and eyes. At this moment, Qian Yu recalled the details from the previous video, doubting whether he had misjudged the situation. We are here to watch Chu Ran and Su Bai compete. Zhao Ming politely answered Qian Yu's question. I'm in charge of the live broadcast. Xiao Mingyan waved her phone in her hand. You two are also involved in this matter? Qian Yu furrowed his brow. These two were no ordinary people, and if they were friends with Su Bai, maybe this guy really had some skills after all. Perhaps others might feel favorable toward the person due to their looks, but although these two girls were young, their experience was far from shallow. No, this is a competition between Su Bai and Chu Ran. We just came to enjoy the excitement. Zhao Ming smiled. Although she was uncertain of the other party's intentions, it was obvious they were here to support Chu Ran. But this is their business. Old Qian shouldn't interfere, right? She didn't believe that Su Bai would lose to Chu Ran, but if Qian Yu wanted to back out later, she wouldn't agree. At worst, she would tell her father about this matter. Even though Qian Yu was a 5-star mech mechanic, in Zhao Ming's eyes, Su Bai's mechanical skills weren't any worse than his. At the very least, Qian Yu definitely couldn't strengthen his Winter Sword Master to such a degree. Right, old Qian wouldn't interfere in the contest of the young ones, right? It wouldn't look good if this word got out. Xiao Mingyan also expressed her stance. They believed in Su Bai and also couldn't let him be bullied for no reason. Qian Yu, oh, why do these two little girls look at me like I'm the bad guy? Do I, Qian Yu, look like someone who would oppress others? Of course not. I'm here to be the referee. A competition among the young ones is certainly permissible, but if someone cheats, I will not let them off easily. Qian Yu's tone was light, but his words carried weight. As he spoke, he cast a faint glance at Su Bai, then changed the subject. However, if this little friend truly has skills, I, Qian Yu, am willing to vouch for him. This was also his principle. If Su Bai relied on deception to gain attention and tarnish the reputation of mech mechanics, he would not let it go easily. If Su Bai truly had skills and defeated Chu Ran, he would be willing to vouch for him. Even if he lost, he wouldn't hold it against him too much. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming and Xiao Mingyan were somewhat surprised. This was Qian Yu, a highly respected senior in the South River Mech Circle. With him backing it up, the Interstellar Mech Shop in South River would surely become famous. Indeed, Qian Yu did not come to deceive Chu Ran. After all, with Qian Lao's reputation, why would he need to deceive anyone? Sorry, Qian Lao, I have been rude. Zhao Ming clasped her hands in salute, then stepped aside. In her eagerness to protect Su Bai just now, she indeed overstepped. After all, he was considered an elder, and her tone was somewhat offensive. Xiao Mingyan also placed her hands together in front of her chest, smiling and apologizing. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Now, they were completely at ease. If it came to mechanical skills, 10 Chu Rans wouldn't be enough for Su Bai. That's right, she was that confident. Su Bai, underscore. After the three of them finished talking, Su Bai finally realized who this somewhat familiar old man was. Qian Yu was endorsing him? Wouldn't that be incredibly busy? Oh wait, he would have employees in the future too. For work matters, ask the staff. For no matters, ask the staff. Anyway, from today onwards, unless it's a custom request, he'd be looking for the staff. However, Qian Yu's words triggered quite a bit of discontent among many people. Who is this old man? What a big boast. Actually wanting to endorse Su Boss. Does Su Boss even need his endorsement? I don't know, but I don't recognize him, so he shouldn't be any big shot. Indeed, we all know Captain Zhonglei, General Zhao, even Captain Zhonglei, yet we don't know this old man's rank probably isn't even as high as Captain Zhonglei. This endorsement isn't needed. Qian Yu, his wrinkled fist had clenched quietly. You ignorant little brats. What Captain Zhang Lei? A minor character trying to pull a stunt. As for Sun Yu and Zhao Tianming, well, it's normal for people to know the fleet captain. Just as Qian Yu was about to signal Ming, a gasp finally emerged from the crowd. Qian Yu. He is the president of the Nanjiang Mechanical Repair Association. This is a big shot in our Nanjiang mechanical repair world. I can't believe he actually came. Qian Yu. Oh, D. Good kid, you're really something. Oh, is this old man famous? Quite famous. I just checked specifically. He seems to be considered a master craftsman in our Nanjiang mechanical repair world. Then having him endorse Su Boss does count for something. No, it's already tough enough to draw lots. If he gets more popular, when would we draw again? Hee, can you draw now? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Qian Yu slightly narrowed his eyes. Primarily, these people didn't seem to be invited by Su Bai. Even Su Bai was doing some lottery. These people were complaining about how hard it was to draw lots. Could it be he actually misjudged? Indeed. To simply conclude someone might be deceiving just from a video, maybe he was being a bit reckless. Gradually, a glimmer of expectation appeared in Qian Yu's eyes. He wanted to see what surprise Su Bai could bring him. After the commotion, Chu Ran was also somewhat surprised at her teacher's decision. Endorse him? Oh wait, the premise is he must win against me. That's simply not possible. She was proud, and she also had the capital to be proud, having always been the star child of others. Moreover, she had broken the record for the youngest one-star mechanic in Huaxia, raising the age limit by 6 years. Before her, the youngest one-star mechanic had successfully broken through at the age of 26. Such achievements had somewhat blinded her in the halo of glory. Wherever she went, she received praise. When she saw Su Bai's 10-thread operation, she initially had a learning attitude, and she was surprised that someone her age could achieve such a feat. Sadly, after careful watching, she was greatly disappointed. Not to mention that the video didn't clearly show Su Bai's mechanical skills. Even that 10-thread operation seemed a bit absurd. This was why she started to explode, even accepting Su Bai's challenge. Chapter 71. Qian Yu. Such hard work? Could it be I misunderstood? Chu Ran took a deep breath, throwing distractions out of her mind. No matter what, she absolutely could not lose this bet. Otherwise, would she really end up working for him for a whole decade? All right, without further ado, let's get started. Chu Ran fixed his gaze on Su Bai, his eyes ablaze with the fires of battle. Okay. Su Bai looked calmly at Chu Ran, his eyes unmoved. For Chu Ran, this was a betting fight. For Su Bai, however, it was a job interview. If Chu Ran's skills were too low, then after signing the contract and completing the task, she could just be an errand girl. If he was decent, then all the simple orders would be handed to her. Perfect. Soon, Xiao Mingyan and the other two, along with Qian Yu, followed Su Bai into the interstellar repair shop. Even Qian Yu was a bit surprised when he saw the equipment and decor inside the interstellar repair shop. Not only was the outer wall made of vibration gold, but the inside also used this material. Truly generous. Then, his eyes suddenly swept over to a side storage bed. His expression froze instantly. This boy actually sleeps and eats in the repair shop. Just this level of hard work does not seem like the behavior of fraud. It seems I was too hasty. He wasn't sure if Su Bai truly possessed the skill of a star-level mechanic, but his attitude was beyond doubt. That video was probably not fabricated. At least, it shouldn't have been him who faked it. Qian Yu's gaze towards Su Bai now carried a hint of apology. If he hadn't come personally, he might have made a regrettable decision upon learning this later. Now, even if Su Bai lost, he had dismissed the thought of blocking him. He even considered whether to let Chu Ran give up the bet. Just as Qian Yu was pondering this, Su Bai spoke Budun, his calm demeanor making it seem as if he was not involved at all. This attitude stunned Ming, making him dumbfounded. This was a bet that could determine whether his repair shop would close down. Why is he so relaxed, bro? Chu Ran stepped forward, just about to say something. But Qian Yu's voice came from behind her. Since this is a comparison of mechanic skills, let's start with the most basic thing, eyesight. Perfect. I have 2 small items here. Both of you look at the same time and state the issues you see. How does that sound, little brother? Qian Yu looked at Su Bai, having changed his perception of him, feeling curious. He's eager to see Su Bai's mechanic skill level. Don't worry. These items were just acquired, and Chu Ran has not seen them beforehand. It seemed Qian Yu was afraid that Su Bai might think he favored Chu Ran, so he directly explained. Elder Qian, you jest. I naturally trust your credibility. Su Bai responded with a light smile, not believing the other party would favor Chu Ran. Otherwise, there were still others live streaming later. Seeing Su Bai looking at her, Xiao Mingyan raised her right hand and waved, holding her phone in her left hand, recording the scene before her. At this moment, her live stream already had over 1 million viewers, with many outside the door also coming in to enjoy the excitement after being drawn by the stream. Oh, isn't this little Yinzi? Finally remembered she has a streamer job. Sister Yen? Sister Pi, you're the one who's my sister in the live stream. Finally waited for you to start streaming. Can we change the bad habit of streaming for 30 days in 3 days? Look at that sister next door. She doesn't sleep at all, focusing on providing company. Wait, where's little Yinzi now? Who is that handsome guy in front? OMG. Spread the word. Little Yinzi is officially announcing something. What? Little Yinzi is getting married? Spread the word quickly. What? Little Yinzi is having a baby? I can't accept that. Watching her viewers spread rumors, Xiao Mingyan felt quite helpless, but still didn't show her face. Only explaining, ahem, you little trolls are enough. Today's main characters are not me. It's those two over there. Thank me. Okay, you are about to witness a showdown of star-level mechanics, and it's free to watch. Of course, if you brothers want to send some gifts, that's fine too. Xiao Mingyan became an internet celebrity naturally because of her cheerful personality and her unique streaming style. Even though Mingming is a well-recognized beauty, she insists on taking the path of a funny girl. Of course, this interaction is also quite effective. The gifts in the live broadcast room skyrocketed instantly. Yinzi at 1.50 m sent an incredible super battleship. I'm a funny Yinzi, sending 10 long-range aircraft. Not sending coins means just being present, sending a little star. The live broadcast room is filled with excitement. In the maintenance shop, Su Bai and Chu Ran have also entered the repair area, and this time Su Bai did not close the glass of the live broadcast room. People outside can see the scene inside the maintenance shop. The equipment in the maintenance shop is seen by the live broadcast audience, and many knowledgeable viewers are praising. This boss is really rich, using only the best equipment. Where's this maintenance shop? I haven't seen it in Nanzhou. Ah, the maintenance shop on my doorstep suddenly feels unappealing. In the imperial capital, I say the equipment in the maintenance shops there isn't this good. Seeing that the two are ready, Qianyu takes out 2 metal pieces resembling mechanical skeletons from the star ring and hands them to Shi Ming for distribution. Your first match is to determine what type of mecha skeleton this belongs to among the 4 basic types and identify its problem, Qianyu says flatly as they receive the metal pieces. The time limit is 10 minutes. Since it's a competition, there must be a time limit. He can't let the two look at it indefinitely, so he restricts them to stating the information they see within 10 minutes. This round is a fundamental requirement for mecha engineers. If they cannot quickly identify the problem, how can they repair anything? After Shi Ming hands the metal pieces to the two, the countdown officially starts. Chu Ran looks at the metal piece before her, losing her earlier calm, her brow furrowed. This piece of metal is somewhat special. She can tell from the material that this is a skeleton of Earth-type mecha. Generally, the skeleton of armed and strength-type Earth mechas varies in diameter, depending on the part, usually around 1 to 1.2 meters, whereas speed and balance types are mostly between 0.5 and 0.7 meters. However, this piece is right in between, with a diameter of about 0.85 meters. Compared to the speed and balance types, its diameter is too large, but it is significantly lacking for an armed and strength type. Just as she ponders deeply, Su Bai in another repair room has already spoken his answer. I have a speed-type mecha skeleton. From my judgment, it has suffered thermal expansion followed by rapid cooling, resulting in structural deterioration inside. Chapter 72. Do you have to be so quick? As Su Bai's voice falls, the entire place goes silent. Everyone, even Chu Ran, turns their gaze towards Qianyu. At this moment, Qianyu is not calm either. He stares at Su Bai in astonishment. You, how did you find the problem with this skeleton in such a short time? After entering the interstellar maintenance shop, he thought Su Bai didn't seem like someone who would fake it. He must have some skill. But this is just too fast. You must know, even he took a minute to figure out the result after obtaining these 2 skeletons. Su Bai, 10 seconds. What level of eyesight is this? As soon as Qianyu's words fall, everyone realizes that Su Bai is correct. However, from Qianyu's tone, it's clear that Su Bai was a bit too quick. As the gaze of the crowd gathers on Su Bai, the audience in the live broadcast also focuses on him. It's very simple. Just pick it up and weigh it a bit, and you'll know, Su Bai shrugs. This should be the basic copper gold, but the weight is completely different from normal copper gold, so it can be deduced that it was damaged after thermal expansion and contraction. Upon hearing this, Qianyu realizes that he indeed neglected to handle it, which also proves that Su Bai not only has remarkable eyesight, but is also quite adaptable. Looking at Su Bai, his gaze grows more expectant. For the first round, Su Bai shown. First blood. Hearing Su Bai's answer, Chu Ran bit her lip tightly. She never expected she would lose so completely. She hadn't even carefully identified whether the metal was copper or gold, and the opponent had already given the answer. For the first time, her confidence was shaken. Was the gap really this big? Fortunately, this was just the first round. Chu Ran forced herself to cheer up. It's okay, there's still a chance. Now, she wouldn't say that Su Bai was a cheat. That would simply be insulting herself. She couldn't even compete with a cheat. How could she claim to be the youngest one-star mechanic? 666. This handsome guy is really strong. Strong? I don't know. But he's really fast. Just don't know if he's fast in other aspects too. Evil smile.jpg. Outside the ring, there was also a cheer of excitement. I knew that Boss Su was the best. Look how scared that old man is. No, wait. I always feel there's something off in that old man's gaze towards Boss Su. How do I put it? A bit covetous. I don't. The image is too beautiful. I can't dare to think. After the first round of competition, Qianyu looked at the two. Mainly it's Su Bai. So for the second round, let's test focus. I have 2 sets of basic electronic gun components. You need to complete the assembly under external interference, with a time limit of 1 hour. In the second round of the competition, Qianyu decided to increase the intensity. He specifically turned and looked at Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Ming. Xiao girl, we need your help for this round. You will enter the repair area, pilot the mechas, and push the power to the maximum. As mechanics, they all have a love for mechas, and being able to stay focused in front of what they love is also a basic quality of mechanic. Zhao Ming and Xiao Mingyan nodded. No problem. Xiao Mingyan then propped up her phone with a stand, fixing it in a position where she could see both sides. Airfield, I'm going to Boss Su's side. Xiao Mingyan took the lead and, after setting her phone, directly ran towards the #1 repair area where Su Bai was. Zhao Ming didn't expect that she would make such a surprise move, so she could only go to the repair area where Chu Ran was. Arriving at the repair area, the two touched the star ring. Platinum Valkyrie and Winter Swordsman made a stunning appearance, not to mention the people in the live broadcast room. Even Qian Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 mechas. What exquisite sky mechs! This material must be at least 1 level higher than ordinary sky mechs. However, when the engines of the 2 mechas roared, Qian Yu was completely stunned. This core power source is not right. Sky mechs cannot have such strong power. Mangzhou, as a 5-star mechanic, Qian Yu, after hearing the engine roar, roughly guessed its core power source. But this discovery completely unsettled him. Which good person would use Mangzhou for sky mechs? This was his first time seeing the 2 mechas, so he naturally didn't know this was the enhanced version after Su Bai's modification. He thought this was the trump card prepared for them by Zhao Tianming and the Xiao family. While Qian Yu sighed, Chu Ran was completely captivated. The icy blue body of Winter Swordsman and the lifelike snowflake patterns made her immensely obsessed. Not having the talent of mech engineer was her greatest regret in this life. She loved mechas and loved maintenance. But being unable to pilot the mecha she crafted was perhaps an unavoidable pain for every mechanic. As if trapped by the heavens, most mechanics with talent in engineering could not cultivate star power and could only improve theoretically. So beautiful. I wonder whose masterpiece this is. Chu Ran gazed obsessively at Winter Swordsman and asked the question everyone wanted to know. You're next door. Zhao Ming did not hide it from her, with a hint of mechanical sound coming from Winter Swordsman. Chu Ran, underscore? Shiming, underscore? Qianyu, underscore? Did I hear wrong? My neighbor? Chu Ran heard the voice, as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze, her eyes seemingly losing their light. Zhao girl, you mean this mech was made by Su Bai? Qianyu instantly leaped up, his tone filled with unexplainable excitement. He had thought it was crafted by a master, but it turned out to be this young boy in front of him? To be able to apply Mangzhou to the sky mech. How high must his mechanical skills be? Of course, but the base is I Swordmaster, and it was Basu who helped me enhance it into the current Winter Swordmaster. The Winter Swordmaster nodded. Oh, right, my Platinum Valkyrie was also enhanced from Golden Valkyrie by Isu by Xiao Mingyan in another repair room, added. But, hearing this, Chu Ran fell to the ground. Her pride and confidence were completely shattered at this moment. Her eyes lost their light. Murmuring, I actually provoked a master? Before, she could still comfort herself that perhaps Su Bai only had sharp eyes. But after hearing that these 2 mechs were crafted by him, she finally understood how limited her view had been. What meaning does this competition hold anymore? Not just him, Qian Yu, upon hearing that these 2 mechs were enhanced from Ice Swordmaster and Golden Valkyrie, was also stunned. For a moment, he doubted if he was really a 5-star mechanic. To be able to enhance a regular sky mech to this level must at least be in the 6-star realm. Su Bai, 6 stars. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Chapter 73. I still prefer your unrestrained appearance from earlier. While they were in shock, Su Bai had already completed the assembly of the electronic gun. He looked at the dazed Qian Yu and the Chu Ran who had collapsed to the ground, lost in thought. Su Bai, underscore? What happened? Didn't they say they would successfully assemble the firearms in a disruptive environment? Why is she kneeling down? What kind of expression is that? It's like finding out you won the lottery only to accidentally ruin the ticket by washing it, thinking you found a great love, but realizing you're the third wheel, believing readers would love it, yet no one give a 5-star review? What's with that look of being abandoned by the world? Everyone, Subai tentatively asked. This finally pulled everyone out of their shocking emotions. Qianyu immediately went to repair room 1, not even looking at the electronic gun in Subai's hands, and bowed to him. Sorry, we acted presumptuously this time. Master Su's ability far exceeds our imagination. There's no need for this competition anymore. I apologize on behalf of my foolish apprentice and concede. Seeing Qianyu directly apologize to Subai, Shiming quickly followed. Sorry, Mr. Su. I actually viewed you with a narrow mind. Your capability is far beyond what I could imagine. How foolish of me to think you wanted to fight with Chu Ran for attention. Nothing is more convincing than being able to enhance such two mechs, even having spotted the unusual metal skeleton in 10 seconds before, and now finishing the assembly of the electronic gun in less than a minute. For a master who can enhance mechs to this level, it's like child's play. There's really no need. Subai felt a bit embarrassed from their words, as the system had enhanced the mechs, and they were really just his current level. However, that was only for now. In the future, he might also be able to achieve these steps without the system, right? However, this scene didn't appear the same to the audience in the live stream. Qianyu, the president, actually apologized to Subai in public and even said he's not as good as him. Could this be self-directed and performed? Is this it? Refund, self-directed and performed? That's Qianyu, the leading figure in the non-Jiao mech industry. Can he really be so selfless to pave the way for a junior? So when you see that Chu Ran, what kind of state is she in? If it were acting, I would be willing to call her the best actress. The foolish ones, are still here debating if it's acting, while someone is smart, as I've already rushed to the Cloud Sea. The person is already at the airport, about to take off. Brother upstairs. You think you're on the 5th floor, but in fact you're on the 1st floor. The interstellar repair shop requires a token for service. Surprised or not? There's still time to change your ticket. By the way, I checked, and the number of people waiting has already reached 100,000. Good luck. The shock brought by the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Swordsman is far less than when Qianyu bowed his head. After all, the other side's identity is right there, and the two mechas are separated by a light screen. They can only feel very cool, but cannot see through it. Still not coming over. After hearing Subai's words, Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party would harbor resentment and angrily reprimand the sitting Chu Ran. This is a master of mecha repair. It's a realm that he himself has not yet reached. He actually wants to endorse Subai. How naive can one be? As for Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Minglai, that's impossible. Their identities are there. They don't need to lie in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran shuddered, and her vacant eyes regained a hint of spirit. With her head hanging low, she walked up to Subai. She was a bit afraid to look up at Subai. Thinking of what she had said before, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She actually questioned a master of mechas. She even bet against him. Her toes gripped the ground tightly, feeling embarrassed enough to dig 3 rooms and 1 hall out of the ground. After holding back for a while, she finally meekly spoke. Su Master, I'm sorry, I was rude. While speaking, she also lifted her head to gauge Subai's expression. She saw him looking at her meaningfully, and Chu Ran hurriedly lowered her head again, much like a defeated mouse. Subai, SDQ. What is this? I still prefer the wild and uninhibited look you had earlier. Don't forget our bet. Subai casually glanced at her and directly spoke. It was initially just to recruit an employee, but it became so complicated. Hearing this, Chu Ran suddenly raised her head and looked at Subai in surprise, her eyes blinking rapidly. Her face was full of joy. She thought he was just joking. He wanted her to understand that there are always larger worlds and better people out there. But does this really mean she has to work for him? No, wait. This is not just a job. This is a truly wonderful opportunity. Being able to work alongside such a master, in due time, her mecha repair skills would surely soar. Not only was Chu Ran thinking this way, but even Qianyu and Shiming were a bit surprised. Qianyu was the first to react. He patted Chu Ran's back. Hurry up and thank Master Su. Chu Ran also snapped out of her excitement. Thank you, Master Su. Shiming looked at Chu Ran with envy on his face. Sigh, her life is really good. I also want to learn from Master Su. Subai, _. It's the first time I've seen someone so happy about working for free. Ahem, it's okay. It's okay. Subai casually brushed it off. He hadn't seen Chu Ran's skill yet. But at least she is a 1-star mecha repairer. His task is considered accomplished, right? Sign this. Subai then took out a contract from behind and handed it to Chu Ran, the black and white writing stating to employ her for 10 years without pay. Chu Ran took the contract without thinking. She directly signed her name and handed it back to Su Bai. Boss, let me know when I start working. Si Bai O-N-O. All this. He took the contract back and looked at it repeatedly, confirming that he indeed said there was no salary. Why is she so eager? Haha, all right. You just need to follow Boss Su well from now on. What you learn will be passed on to me. Qian saw Chu Ran signing the contract, laughing heartily, quite satisfied. Sorry for the trouble this time. Boss Su, if you have time, come to our Mecha Repair Association to discuss. I also have many questions I need to ask you. The farce ended, and Qian directly bid farewell to Su Bai, inviting her to discuss some mechanical knowledge together when the opportunity arose. After that, he left with Ming. Once the two left, only Su Bai and her 3 companions remained in the interstellar repair shop. Zhao Meng and Xiao Mingyan exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and looked at Chu Ran with great vigilance as if facing a formidable enemy. Earlier, they only thought about how unjustly Chu Ran had treated Su Bai and that they must give her a stern lesson, completely forgetting about the bet between her and Su Bai. What to do? Are they going to work together for the next 10 years? This close proximity, a lonely man and a lonely woman. No matter how they looked at it, it was problematic. Hey, Chu Ran, do you have a place to stay? How about we go look for a house? Xiao Mingyan came over to Chu Ran with a friendly smile, immediately grabbing her hand, forgetting entirely that she was still live streaming. What am I seeing? Xiao Yan, let me take over. Haha, every day she tells us she has no money, and now she wants to take someone to buy a house. Is she using our money to support another little fairy? Chapter 74. This starship enhancement is a bit too expensive. Oh ho, it seems she thought of something, and Xiao Mingyan directly went to her phone, smiling and waving. Goodbye everyone, today's stream ends here, I'm logging off. After finishing, she closed the streaming room in less than a second, achieving a record speed. In the pitch-black streaming room, countless question marks appeared. Wait, I paid. What is there that I can't see? Xiao Yin is getting more and more arrogant. She used to count down before logging off, but now she just vanished? Unfollow. Block. Don't struggle. You can't see her anymore, just saying. QTND. But, did anyone record today's incident? I feel like it could go viral. Haha. Already posted for 10 minutes. Your reaction is too slow, bro. It's still you. It's strange. These people can chat for ages, just staring at a black screen. It can only be said that what kind of streamer, what kind of fans? After logging off, Xiao Mingyan directly hooked her arm with Chu Ran's. Let's go. Let's get down to business. Chu Ran, FN, RF, Q. She was shocked by Xiao Mingyan's sudden action. To be honest, it was their first meeting. Is it a bit inappropriate to get so personal right away? Before she could say anything, Zhao Ming also came over, standing beside them with a friendly smile. It's okay. We are rather familiar with Yanhai. Let us show you around and get to know each other. Finding a good place to live is very important. As she spoke, the two didn't give Chu Ran a chance to refuse, directly dragging her away. Su Bai, straight face. Her new employee hasn't even been tested for skill yet, and you've already taken her away? Oh well. Fortunately, Su Bai's mind was not on testing Chu Ran's skills at that moment. Just then, the system prompt arrived as scheduled. Congratulations to the host for successfully hiring a 1-star mechanic employee. Time taken, 2 days. Currently opening 4-star mechanic skills and rewarding 4-star inheritance skill. Wintai weapon forging method, fully mastered. System opens weapon enhancement branch and starship enhancement branch. Here it comes, here it comes. My reward has finally arrived. Now, several branches have appeared on the system panel. Weapon enhancement. Spend corresponding interstellar points to enhance based on weapon level. Earth 1 point, Sky 10 points, Star Step 100 points. Su Bai raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. For weapon enhancement, the interstellar points are about 1/10 of the mecha. Not too bad. But when he looked at the starship enhancement with eager anticipation, his face instantly darkened. Su Bai. Eh? P. Starship enhancement. Spend corresponding interstellar points to enhance based on starship level. Broken Star level 1 million interstellar points. Starfall level 10 million interstellar points. Constant Sky level 100 million interstellar points. Great, I could easily go grab some, and yet you want me to enhance it. Su Bai was livid. The interstellar points required for starship enhancement were actually 100 times that of mecha. A true money-gobbling monster. Forget it, forget it. Let's set starship matters aside for now. Su Bai helplessly spread his hands. Although the starships are mostly in the hands of the fleet, and the fleet is wealthy, but the cost of enhancing a Hung Tian-class starship is equivalent to trillions of star coins, which even the fleet would suffer. No, this is just the cost. He has to make some profit, right? I estimate that only the Imperial capital fleet within the entire Huaxiao Alliance can afford this expense, but it seems that only they own the Hung Tian-class starship. Subai slightly calmed himself down. He focused his attention on his last branch, the 4-star Mechanic Inheritance Library. Inside, every item of the 4-star Mechanic Inheritance had its price marked. Fortunately, it wasn't too expensive. One program was priced at around 1,000 interstellar points, which is about 10 million star coins. This price, once released, will be snatched up crazily. For those big families, a 4-star Mechanic Inheritance is enough to elevate their entire family's mechas, and with a bit of luck, they could even cultivate a 4-star mechanic. Don't mention 10 million star coins. Even if it were multiplied tens of times, they would be willing to pay for it. Subai simply browsed through it and did not rush to buy. Right now, he had just grasped the 10 3-star inheritance skills in hand. He could wait a day for the 4-star ones. Moreover, didn't he still have one with full proficiency? One-tie weapon forging method. Seeing this inheritance skill, Subai didn't understand whether this was intentional by the system, knowing that he couldn't enhance the starship, but could pursue the weapon route. As a 4-star mechanic inheritance skill, it certainly wouldn't be poor. 4-star mechanics are almost ranked with star-breaking mecha masters. Although he didn't know who this one-time mechanic was, but being included in the system proved that the other party indeed had the strength of a 4-star mechanic. Entering the virtual maintenance chamber, Subai took out the vibrating gold materials he had previously bought from the Interstellar Network. These materials almost filled half of the maintenance chamber. He spread them evenly on the ground, coming to the front of the vibrating gold. This forging skill mainly targets melee weapons. It doesn't have much effect on energy swords or guns, which are cold weapons. Subai took out a thermal knife, adjusting the power to the maximum, and directly struck down on the vibrating gold before him. He skillfully used his right hand to leverage the essence of everything, constantly sensing the feedback from the vibrating gold and adjusting in time. Both hands moved together, dancing gracefully in the air, dismantling, adjusting, and shaping the vibrating gold little by little. Once he confirmed one side was correct, he began to move and grind the next area. Sparks reflected on the fine sweat on Subai's forehead. His gaze was focused, not daring to be careless, as if he were carving a piece of art. Time passed little by little. Subai slammed his right hand down, striking directly on the weapon prototype before him, smashing prints into its grip connection. Then, he continuously copied, finally, forming an irregular matrix. Once everything was completed, Subai began to arrange the sensing components on each of the handprints, creating a circuit board. Then he covered it with a layer of vibrating gold. Looking at the cold, 15-meter-long great blade lying on the ground, Subai nodded with satisfaction. This is a broad knife, made entirely of vibrating gold, indestructible. Its blade, unlike traditional blades, is not narrow on one side and wide on the other, but rather almost equally wide. Weapons like this are prone to damage. But the one-tie weapon forging method shines here, as it uses density compression to embed a large amount of vibrating gold in the blade, self-adjusting to the sharpness level needed based on the added electronic components, and can even turn sharp implements into blunt ones, adapting to various battle scenarios. Not bad, it's quite presentable. Looking at the weapon he handmade, Subai was very satisfied. This also counts as his first time relying on his own strength. Create a Bo Xingji weapon. However, that's not all. He gazed at the large knife, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Let's test the effect of enhancement. Chapter 75, its name is South Candle. Plans for expansion. Subai placed his right hand on the hilt of the broad blade. 4th level weapon enhancement, enhancing the weapon by 1 level and providing a random attribute bonus. Upon seeing this, Subai raised his eyebrows. He had thought weapon enhancement was just an upgrade of materials, but he never expected there would be an attribute bonus as well. A weapon with an attribute bonus was something that every mecha master with the corresponding attribute could hardly afford, although its rarity was not as high as gifted skills and specific specialties. But the number of existing ones was quite limited. Boom! Unlike enhancing mechas, the moment Subai chose weapon enhancement, a loud explosion echoed, followed by a flickering red light that instantly enveloped the broad knife in front of him. From the tip of the blade to the tail, a visible change was slowly taking place. The original vibrating metal was replaced by a bright, glass-like material with a hint of purple. Purple crystal, one of the 7 colored crystal materials. Its characteristic was unmatched sharpness and extremely high ductility. The 7-color crystal was a material for mechs and weapons above vibrating metal, typically used only in starfalling mechas. Soon, the broad knife lost its original appearance. Boom! Another loud bang echoed. Its blade glowed like fire, and faint black flames instantly covered the blade. It was as if it wore a coat of flames. Golden patterns rose from the ground, hurriedly extinguishing the flames, leaving behind a hint of black flame retreating to the junction of the hilt and blade. Not bad. Looking at the broad blade ahead, Su Bai supported his chin with his right hand, thought for a moment, and decided on a name. The first weapon shall be called South Candle. The god of Zhongshan, named Candle Shadow, is rumored to have black flames as the Candle Dragon's flame. And South Candle comes from the South River and has black flames. Naming it South Candle makes perfect sense. Su Bai silently praised himself. He admired South Candle for a long time, then clicked his tongue in slight disdain. TSK, this mech shop is in need of an upgrade. Now, even a single weapon is almost too much to store. Indeed, when Sun Yu came before, he noticed that his repair shop seemed a bit small. Although it barely accommodated the broken star mecha, it did seem crowded. Now, with a broad blade lying on the ground occupying half the space, wouldn't there be no room left if more were added? With a plan in mind, Su Bai immediately took action. First, he called Sun Yu. Beep, beep, beep. As the phone rang, Sun Yu, who was in the office overwhelmed with thoughts about the CF family, frowned. Who is it? Calling now. But upon realizing it was Su Bai, his brows immediately relaxed in surprise. Su Bai? Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Su Bai. What do you need me for? Having experienced the powerful enhancement from Su Bai, Sun Yu was extremely satisfied. Not only did he escape danger and counterattack, but more importantly, he saw a glimmer of hope for breakthroughs. He wouldn't turn down Su Bai's call for help, as it was his previous promise. Captain Sun, I mainly wanted to ask if I can buy the suburban land near my interstellar repair shop. Su Bai got straight to the point. The interstellar repair shop is located on the outskirts of Yunhai City, with approximately 600,000 to 700,000 square meters of suburban land around it, which is equivalent to the area of an ordinary university. If he were to acquire all of it, it would be enough for the expansion of the interstellar repair shop. Sun Yu was taken aback for a moment. What do you want that land for? I plan to expand the shop. Su Bai answered directly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was so excited that he stood up. You want to expand? That's great. That's wonderful. Is 700,000 square meters enough? If not, we can add more. Su Bai wanted to expand the interstellar repair shop, and that must be supported, as it meant the other side was ready to take more orders. There might also be opportunities to develop other businesses. This not only made it easier for him to carry out the next enhancement, but also benefited everyone, so why not? After all, that area was unused, so what harm would it do to give it all to him? That's enough. Thank you, Captain Sunday. How many star coins do you need? I'll transfer it to you directly. Seeing Sun Yu agree, Su Bai finally relaxed. If there were no land, he worried that the system wouldn't recognize his expansion. Let me think, about 1,000 star coins per square meter, I guess. Sun Yu replied automatically without thinking, quoting the minimum standard to Su Bai. If possible, he would have liked to give it to Su Bai for free, but the land still belonged to Huaxia, and he only had the right to sell it at a certain price. The star coins had to be submitted in the end. If it weren't for the fact that it was an unoccupied area in the suburbs, he couldn't even lower the price this much. After hearing the price quoted by Sun Yu, Su Bai understood that the other side was doing him a favor and thanked him directly. Thank you, Captain Sun. I will transfer the money now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. 7 billion star coins have arrived. Soon, Sun Yu received the transfer from Su Bai. Little Wong come in for a moment and allocate the entire 700,000 square meters around Songhai Road to the interstellar repair shop. Almost at the same time that the transfer was received, Sun Yu instructed Little Wong to get it done. Thanks to the troubles brought by the CF family, his mind was somewhat eased by the news of Su Bai's expansion. This is good. Now that the undercurrents are surging, Su Bai's expansion can better strengthen our fleet, giving us a better chance in the upcoming war. Sun Yu sighed, slightly in relief. Although he had previously won against Su Lin and the others, he understood that it was mainly due to Su Bai's enhancement. If it had been his former self, he might have been finished. I wonder if that Zhang Lei kid went or not. He should have gone. After all, he's been shouting about enhancing every day and working so hard. Thinking of Zhang Lei, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile, as he really took enhancement seriously. However, Captain Sun obviously forgot. He was the last one who didn't need a lottery to undergo enhancement. Does Zhang Lei want to enhance? Of course. He dreams of it. What painful price did he pay for enhancement back then? Until now, his knees were still red. But yesterday, after finishing work, wrapping up the CF family's matters, and educating a few newcomers, he returned home to receive shocking news. The Interstellar Repair Shop will adopt a lottery system for reception, with 3 spots available each day. Having set the star network of the Interstellar Repair Shop for special attention long ago, Zhang Lei saw this news immediately. He hurried to participate in the lottery, but when he saw that the lottery had already ended, he lost all hope. And just now, he clicked on the lottery page again. After seeing the number of participants, his eyes completely lost their light. He could only pound his chest and stomp his feet, looking up and shouting, This is a sin. Chapter 76 New Business for the Interstellar Repair Shop. Inside the Interstellar Repair Shop, Su Bai's ears once again rang with a notification. Expansion area of 700,000 square meters identified, requiring 700,000 star points. Do you want to expand? Another 700 million. After just transferring out 700 million, his balance was down to 2.3 billion star coins. Now another 700 million. How could this be? It seems like spending money is indeed easier than earning it. Reluctantly accepting this painful fact, Su Bai still chose to expand. Expansion started. Estimated time, 20 hours. As the system notification dropped, centered on the Interstellar Repair Shop, a huge metal shell instantly spread over the suburban area behind. It resembled a giant egg, with sounds of trees collapsing and digging foundations echoing from time to time. Fortunately, since Sun Yu knew Su Bai was expanding, he had already announced that construction would commence on the area of the Interstellar Repair Shop. This did not attract much attention. Only occasionally did one or two passers-by stop to watch. Is this our Yunhai's latest technology? When did it become so advanced? They even used metal barriers for construction? I don't know, but maybe it's related to the previous weapons research. Perhaps the results we developed got recognized by Huaxia, and they're building it secretly. Hey, that makes some sense. Should we take a video? I see you're getting crazier. It was said to be a secret build. Not to mention if your video can be released. Even if it does, guess how long you can cover your food and lodging. I was just saying, it's all a misunderstanding. Recalling the earthquakes that had been constantly reported before, the crowd immediately thought it was related to the metal giant egg appearing now. Everyone silently chose to conceal it. Only when Xiamenjian and the other two girls returned did they look somewhat stunned at this scene. Su Bai, what is that thing behind? Xiamenjian was now completely confused. They just took Charon out to buy a house and hinted to the other party that Su Bai might not like being disturbed, asking her to be careful. Charon had directly acknowledged this. She couldn't afford to be disrespectful at all. After all, the other party was a master mechanic, surely someone who didn't like being interrupted. Being able to work in an interstellar repair shop was already her stroke of luck. She would definitely cherish this hard-won opportunity. Zhao Meng looked at the metal giant egg in front of her with a strange expression. Is this under construction? Strange, I didn't hear of any big project here. And it started so soon? Charon silently stood by, not daring to speak. She was afraid Su Bai was still angry. Keeping quiet to refresh her favor was the best approach. I'm expanding. Su Bai glanced at the three girls casually, his face indifferent. Expanding? Boss Su, are you preparing to start new business? Hearing this, Xiamenjian was very excited. Su Bai couldn't expand for no reason. Since he was expanding, he was definitely preparing to develop a new business. As the second customer of the Interstellar Repair Shop, how could she miss such an opportunity? Zhao Meng and Charon also perked up, focusing all their attention on Su Bai, their eyes filled with expectation. Well, I plan to sell some weapons and maybe auction off some mechs I've made. Su Bai directly stated his recent plans. The main reason for his expansion was indeed to develop new businesses. He still reinforced mechs 3 times a day. That would not change. As for maintenance, that would be left to Charon. In the remaining time, he planned to create more weapons and even mechs for auction. After all, this little money really doesn't last long. He had originally felt pleased to consider himself a minor millionaire, but today, his assets had halved. He had to make money. Weapons? Mechs? Are you selling directly? After hearing Su Bai's words, Charon couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at Su Bai with excitement, not expecting that she would witness Su Bai making weapons and mechs just after arriving at the Interstellar Repair Shop. How could someone like her, a mechanic fanatic, not be thrilled? So, does Boss Su have something ready for us to see? Xiamenjian looked at Su Bai with eager anticipation. They all knew Su Bai's skills were extraordinary, as he had only reinforced his own mech before. Now being able to see the creations he made by hand, she felt a stirring excitement. After all, during the chaotic construction, only that airport had seen it. This had always been Xiamenjian's regret. Zhao Meng, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. She had seen Su Bai's craftsmanship all too well. He could even produce combat mechs. What couldn't he do? But the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but feel excited. There are no mechs for now, but I do have a weapon. Su Bai did not refuse their request. As the size of Nanju was originally designed for normal star-breaking mechas and was not suitable for his own use. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Meng, both solid little rich ladies, might even help him promote it. With that, he took the 3 women into the #1 maintenance room. At this moment, the mechanical arm, originally used to secure the mecha, was used to lift Nanju, fully presenting it to the 3 women. Upon seeing the appearance of Nanju, the 3 women gasped. Hiss. Is this purple crystal? Chu Ran, as a mechanic, was the first to recognize the material used for Nanju. She was completely certain of Su Bai's identity as a master mechanic. Only a master mechanic could create such a weapon from the purple crystal of the seven-color crystal. Xiao Mingyan was a bit surprised, as her golden flame reacted upon seeing Nanju, as if facing a great enemy. She immediately asked, "Boss Su, is this weapon an attribute weapon?" She voiced the question that Zhao Meng wanted to ask. Unlike Xiao Mingyan, she felt a vague pressure from Nanju, making her chest feel a bit tight. It could be considered a fire attribute. Su Bai nodded. Fire attribute. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, but unfortunately, it quickly extinguished. What a pity. It's a cutlass, and it requires at least a star-falling mecha to use. She was indeed a fire attribute mecha engineer, but the cutlass did not match her platinum Valkyrie, and she truly could not use a weapon made from seven-color crystals, as that was typically the domain of star-falling. This is a weapon for the star-breaking mecha. Su Bai shook his head in response. The material of Nanju was indeed purple gold, but the circuitry components he initially embedded were compatible with the star-breaking mecha. In other words, there was no doubt that Nanju was a weapon for the star-breaking mecha. Chu Ran, _ Xiao Mingyan, _ Zhao Meng, _ Who on earth makes weapons for star-breaking mechas out of purple crystals? Chapter 77 Su Bai. It's just a weapon. But it shouldn't be possible. How can electronic components needed for a star-breaking mecha weapon be embedded in purple crystals? It simply cannot withstand the strength of purple crystals. Chu Ran was the first to voice her doubts. Even though Su Bai was a master mechanic, what was before her was truly beyond her understanding. Ordinary people look at the excitement. Professionals look at the details. After all, she was once the youngest star mechanic in China. Well, perhaps not anymore. But at least she was a one-star mechanic. She understood the strength of materials much better than Zhao Meng and Xiao Mingyan. Hearing Chu Ran's question, Zhao Meng and the two women turned their gazes towards Su Bai in unison. Su Bai's mechanical skills were evident to all, but they were also very curious about the intricacies involved. This is indeed a weapon for the star-breaking mecha. As for how it can withstand the strength of purple gold, that is currently beyond your reach. Su Bai shot an indifferent glance at Chu Ran, quietly placing his hands behind his back. How does it withstand it? It must be because it wasn't originally made of purple crystals, but how should I explain that to you? Seeing Su Bai with his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable, Chu Ran was completely awed, her eyes filled with admiration. Once again, she felt ashamed of her previous ignorance. At the same time, her heart was filled with anxiety. Does the boss think my skills are too low? He won't regret hiring me, will he? No, I must perform well from now on. I can't let the boss down. Zhao Meng and Xiao Mingyan heard it differently. After all, Chu Ran was a one-star mechanic. If even she couldn't understand it, it meant the technical difficulty level was incredibly high. Only to say, well deserved of Su Bai. By the way, Boss Su, I wonder how much you're planning to sell this cutlass for? Zhao Meng's talent may not be related to fire, but her father was the commander of Nanjing. Perhaps there was something useful in the fleet. The price of Southern Candle is probably around 800 million star coins. Su Bai thought for a moment and finally gave a relatively reasonable price. He spent 1,000 interstellar points, which is 10 million star coins, to enhance Southern Candle. But the price of the material Jinjin itself is not cheap. Based on the usage of Southern Candle, the price is probably 30 million star coins. Initially, selling it for 400 million star coins would be fine, but considering that the material for Southern Candle has been upgraded to purple crystal and it also used the one-tie weapon forging method, his final price was set at 800 million star coins. A little 20 times increase should not be excessive, right? This price is far more than just not excessive. So cheap. Chu Ran looked at Su Bai in shock. This is a purple crystal weapon that can be used by the Breaking Star mecha. Although there are no references in the market, general Breaking Star mecha weapons are usually around 40 million star coins. The craftsmanship involved in this Southern Candle is simply unimaginable. The store manager sells it for only 800 million? This is simply a conscience that is too good. It's true. With a store manager as young as this who has achieved the level of master mechanic, he probably has long lost the pursuit of wealth. I have to remember this, and I must become a conscientious mechanic like the store manager in the future. Su Bai's image in Chu Ran's heart instantly rose a few notches. Does the boss have more weapons like this? Are there any ice attribute ones? Zhao Meng asked directly after hearing Su Bai's quote. This price is just too tempting. If she tells her father, he would probably come to buy it without hesitation. Wait. Boss Su, I want this Southern Candle. I'm going to call now. Xiao Mingyan was even more direct. Upon hearing Su Bai's quote, she immediately decided to buy Southern Candle, not caring whether it was for a wealthy knife or whether it would be temporarily useless. If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another store. Hey, little shorty, I was the one who asked for the price first. What are you doing? Zhao Ming glared at Xiao Mingyan, looking furious. You won't even use it. A ling? Duh. She clearly asked the price. How could you just buy it? I may not need it temporarily, but you can never use it if I don't buy it. Does that mean you will? Xiao Mingyan refused to back down. After all, she had a fire attribute talent, and this Southern Candle could barely be used. Zhao Ming, however, had an ice attribute talent, and she would never be able to use Southern Candle in her life. As the two were confronting each other, Su Bai lightly coughed a few times. Ahem. You don't need to fight over it. This Southern Candle is a breaking star mecha weapon. Even if you buy it, it won't be useful. After some time, I will make sky mecha and step star mecha weapons, and you can wait until then to buy. Although Su Bai was happy to sell Southern Candle directly, he had indeed thought about suitable buyers. For a breaking star mecha master and someone with a fire attribute talent, the person he knows who is most suitable for Southern Candle is Sun Yu. His talent is fire control. Although it is not a special fire attribute talent, it is precisely because of this that he can accommodate different types of fire. With its Song Yin and High in Flames, having these two types of flames would make him even stronger. The other party just helped him solve the expansion issue of the mechanic shop, so it is reasonable for Su Bai to repay him in kind. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the two no longer clashed with each other, but instead looked at Su Bai simultaneously and said in unison, Really? There are weapons for the sky mecha. But I already have the Blade of Winter. Zhao Ming bit her teeth, feeling quite troubled. Strictly speaking, her Blade of Winter has already surpassed the level of the sky mecha. She doesn't really need melee weapons anymore. I'm not just selling melee weapons. I also have long-range energy weapons and large-scale remote weapons. Su Bai smiled upon hearing this. The main reason he chose Southern Candle as the first weapon he made was still to experience the Wuntai weapon forging method. But that doesn't mean he can't make firearms and energy cannons, especially the kind used for sky mechs. With his current mechanic level, it's quite easy for him. With a little system enhancement, won't that be perfect? The interstellar points needed to upgrade sky mechs are hardly worth mentioning. Rather, compared to high-end weapons, selling ground and sky mech weapons is the main event. After all, the number of strong people is limited. But there are still quite a few ground and sky mech masters. If everything can be sold out, the profit will be considerable. Sure enough, after Su Bai finished speaking, Zhao Ming's confusion faded away, and Xiao Mingyan beside her also grinned, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Really? Zhao Ming's words reminded her that she indeed didn't need close combat weapons. Instead, she lacked long-range output. Although her talent technique could achieve long-range attack effects, it consumed too much star power. If she could solve battles more easily and happily, why not? Of course. Su Bai looked at the two of them who were excessively excited, feeling a bit helpless. It's just a weapon. Why be so excited? Chapter 78, Shock. A 70-year-old man, actually, after agreeing to inform them once Su Bai finished making the weapons, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Ming left. Once the two left, only Su Bai and Chu Ran remained in the interstellar mechanic shop. With nothing to do, it was a good chance to test Chu Ran's mechanic skills. Su Bai glanced at her casually. Chu Ran, come in with me. Saying that, he headed toward the maintenance room. Hearing this, Chu Ran tensed up. She understood that the real test was about to come. Taking a deep breath to adjust her nervousness, Chu Ran hurriedly followed Su Bai's pace. This test was crucial for her and absolutely could not fail. The two arrived at repair room number 1. After thinking for a moment, Su Bai directly took out a pile of low-level materials. These are all materials used for ground mech weapons. Now, make me a battle blade, a firearm, and a heavy cannon to see. Saying this, Su Bai still held a bit of expectation. If Chu Ran could create weapons that satisfied him, then he could throw all the ground mech weapons to her. He would then focus on making weapons for the sky mechs. It's easy to guess. The number of ground mechs is likely more than the total of all sky mechs combined. For such a large quantity of work, Su Bai naturally didn't want to do it all himself. Hearing Su Bai's arrangement, Chu Ran did not hesitate at all and replied directly, No problem. Time waits for no one. She immediately went to the workbench in the maintenance room, looking at the materials on the ground, primarily copper and iron, along with the energy matrix for electronic guns. First, she picked up the pulse forging hammer next to her. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, she swung the heavy hammer, flattening the copper and iron. This was the first time Su Bai saw someone use a pulse forging hammer. After all, he didn't need to. Then Chu Ran took out a thermal knife and started thinning the edges of the materials, turning them into small components. Next, she began assembling around the energy matrix as the core. All one could say is that Chu Ran still had some skills. No wonder she could become the youngest star-level mechanic in the former China. Her technique was skilled, and she was very focused. She didn't seem at all like her usually fiery personality. About half an hour later, Chu Ran wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, looking expectantly toward Su Bai. However, that moment of expectation quickly vanished. Chu Ran. Oh, Su Bai had already picked up his phone, his hands repeatedly tapping the screen. Can you play or not? Aren't you going to catch this? Looking at Su Bai's expression, Chu Ran didn't know if she should disturb him. She thought of what Zhao Ming and Xiao Mingyan told her. Boss Su is very focused on everything he does. Never disturb him, or the consequences will be on you. However, at that moment, Su Bai suddenly raised his head and met Chu Ran's gaze directly. Casually putting his phone away behind him, his expression was indifferent. Ahem, are you done? Just leave it there. Next is the melee weapon. After you finish, I'll check it together. Chu Ran, San, Xiahua Shan. Son, is that action of putting away your phone serious? Why does it feel so skillful? There was no way. After seeing Chu Ran start assembling, Su Bai generally understood her mechanical skills. The rest were just repetitive, detailed tasks. Moreover, for him now, there was no difficulty, so naturally, he lost interest in watching. He just didn't expect Chu Ran's movements to be so fast. He had only just started making a firearm when she completed the electronic gun. Chu Ran said nothing in response, merely placing the electronic gun aside and continuing to forge the melee weapon. This time, she chose a battle blade. Luckily, the battle blade used by the Earth mecha didn't need to be too long. About 3 to 4 meters was enough. This time, Chu Ran's movements were even faster than before. Su Bai's earlier actions made her very anxious. She was worried that her own lack of skill made the other person lose interest in watching. Directly swinging the pulse hammer, she desperately smashed against the metal, almost finishing the blow when she raised the thermal knife to sculpt immediately, switching smoothly between both sides as if it was ingrained in her bones. Not bad. After being caught just now, Su Bai didn't take out his phone. Instead, he watched with great interest. This time, Chu Ran was serious, using the first star mechanic's inherited skill, dual skill connection. Using her hands to switch tools at high frequency greatly reduces the time needed to forge weapons or mechas. But unfortunately, this can almost only be used on Earth and Sky mechas. Higher level precision needed can't be satisfied. This time, it only took 20 minutes. A 4-meter-long battle blade quietly lay on the floor of the repair room. Su Bai waved his hand. Okay, I roughly know your skill level now. Not bad, but not very skilled yet. From now on, you will forge 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns for me every day. Su Bai directly assigned Chu Ran a task. Oh, by the way, I also plan to assign you some maintenance of the Earth mechas. Is that okay? Hearing this, Chu Ran hurriedly nodded. Don't worry. I guarantee I will complete the task. Seeing this, Su Bai smiled. She was quite obedient. This way, his burden would be significantly lighter. All right, there's nothing else today. Come back tomorrow. Saying this, he walked towards the hall to pack away the storage bed. Today, the repair shop was expanding. He planned to go home for a while. It had been several days since he last returned. Seeing Su Bai prepare to leave, Chu Ran naturally did not linger and left first. Chu Ran, keep it up. You can definitely earn Master Su's recognition. Chu Ran encouraged herself in her heart, her eyes filled with expectations, as if the future was promising. After she left, Su Bai directly closed the interstellar repair shop and returned home. Looking at this familiar place, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This place is still comfortable. Although the repair shop is safe, it always feels like something is missing. Su Bai couldn't say what. Maybe it's this familiarity. Here he can feel grounded, or perhaps it's a habit. After all, it was the place where he spent over 10 years. Today, Su Bai did not indulge. After finishing his star power cultivation, his strength had reached star step level 3. At this rate, in another 6 days, he would break through to level 4. By then, he could truly roam across the clouds and seas. Letting out a breath of stagnant air, Su Bai got up to stretch and then directly washed up and went to bed. He was quite tired today, mainly because forging the southern candle took a lot of effort. As he lay down, the nerves he had kept tense relaxed at this moment. However, while he was sleeping, several news stories suddenly exploded on the StarNet. Shocking. A 70-year-old man actually apologized publicly to a young man in his 20s. What a distortion of human nature. The mysterious master mechanic emerges from the sea of clouds. Even 5-star mechanics bow down in admiration. The intense clash between young men and women has surprisingly attracted millions of viewers. Chapter 79. Heaven did not give birth to me. Ouyang Xian. Mechanic repair lasts like a long night. This time, Xiaominyan's live broadcast was public. His fans quickly uploaded the video on the Star Network. Chu Ran is well known on the Star Network. After all, he holds the title of the youngest star mechanic. He is quite famous among the younger generation. And Qianyu, as the president of the South River Mechanic Research Association, is also someone that can be easily found with a quick search. Soon, it caused a huge sensation. What? Is this true? Did Chu Ran lose? Is it even about whether Chu Ran lost or not? That unknown boss, Su, turned out to be a master mechanic. Even President Qianyu feels inferior. I'm shocked. He looks at most 20. How can he be a master mechanic? By the way, do we still have master mechanics these days? There are, but they are all old-timers. The slightly younger ones have all gone to develop in other star regions, right? Sigh. After all, we're still a bit behind. It's no surprise we can't meet their demands. Nonsense. How come this young boss, Su, is a master mechanic, yet doesn't go to other star systems? They must have forgotten their roots. All right. The real question is about the authenticity of this matter. Stop guessing. The South River Mechanic Research Association hasn't come out to refute it yet. So, it must be true. No way. I have to investigate who this boss, Su, really is. A stone thrown into the water creates ripples, and naturally, everywhere in Huaxiao was buzzing. At the Mechanic Research Association in the imperial capital, an old man wearing glasses was browsing the news in front of him. His pupils widened, and the shock on his face was evident. What is that old rascal Qianyu up to? Master mechanic? So young? What a joke. No, he can't risk his own reputation just to boost a younger generation. Could it be true? As the president of the Imperial Capital Mechanic Research Association, Cui Xianlin is considered among the top 6-star mechanics. He cannot imagine that a level he has yet to reach in his lifetime has now been achieved by a young man. Is it really that the blue comes from the blue, but surpasses it? It shouldn't be like this. Even though the blue star has produced many talented mechanics, and some became master mechanics at 35 and went to the Central Star region, that is still at 35. How old is this Su Bai? Could he be a disciple of those legendary mechanics? Su Bai's talent made Cui Xianlin have such thoughts. He adjusted his reading glasses and eventually dialed a phone number. Come to my office. After a while, a well-proportioned young man with long hair tied in a braid arrived at his office, looking puzzled. Teacher, you called for me at night? Ouyang Xian, the former holder of the record for the youngest star mechanic in Huaxiao before Chu Ran, is still the top figure among the younger generation, even though his record has now been broken. The reason is simple. Ouyang Xian is a hidden talent. Although the age limit to break through to a 1-star mechanic is 25, he is now 28 and already a 3-star mechanic. Such speed is not inferior to those mechanic geniuses who have gone to the Central Star region. There's something I need you to do. It seems an interesting kid has appeared in the Sea of Clouds. You should check it out. Cui Xianlin looked at Ouyang Xian, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Also, can you cut off that braid of yours? It makes my head ache every time it sways. Sea of Clouds? What are we going there for? If I'm not mistaken, Chu Ran should be in Cloud City, right? Ouyang Xian automatically ignored his teacher's complaints and instead wondered why they had to go to the Sea of Clouds. Has another genius appeared? Teacher, let's just say, calm down, my apprentice. I am Ouyang Xian. Heaven did not give birth to me. Ouyang Xian. Machine repair lasts for eternity like a long night. Ouyang Xian forcefully swung his braid behind him, head held high, full of spirit and extraordinary confidence. Cui Xianlin. This kid is great in every way, but this eccentric personality really gives me a headache. Do you know why he's bald? It's all because I've worried too much about this kid. All right, enough nonsense. Once you finish building the mech in your hands, go to Yanhai. Cui Xianlin didn't want to chat any longer with Ouyang Xian and directly issued his command. Ouyang Xian slightly pouted, a bit unhappy, but could only agree. Fine. Who told you to be my teacher? I'm off. This mech probably won't be finished for another day. Cui Xianlin nodded and stopped looking at him, continuing to scroll through his phone. I say, teacher, at your age, surfing the star net every day, aren't you afraid of going blind? Ouyang Xian was very puzzled by Cui Xianlin's hobby. Other associations' leaders were clueless about the star net, but this one, for no reason, hugged his phone and browsed the star net, feeling even better than himself. You don't understand a damn thing. This is called gathering information. Hearing his hobby being criticized, Cui Xianlin exploded. What's wrong? Is there a rule that says you can't surf the star net when you're older? Ouyang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Isn't this for your own good? Although the current phones use light screens with no radiation. But staring at it for long periods isn't good either. That's why your head is bald. Really an old man who makes people worry. Coincidentally, The two of them shared the same views on each other. Can we say that birds of a feather flock together? Yunhai, northern suburbs, in an abandoned factory. From the rundown factory's bottom, mechanical rumblings occasionally echoed, as if machines were operating within. A thin man arrived at the factory, glanced around to confirm that no one was watching, and directly lifted a floor tile to go below. After passing through the tunnel, Zhou Wenjing stood with his hands behind his back. You've arrived. Speak. How's the situation at that interstellar repair shop recently? The thin man, Qin Kan, hurriedly revealed everything he knew. What? A master mechanic? You say that kid is a master mechanic? Upon hearing about Su Bai's actions, Zhou Wen's no longer maintained his previous calm demeanor. His hands that were behind his back dropped to his sides, fists clenched. Clearly, he was greatly shocked. Could it be that Sun Yu's mech suddenly becoming powerful really came from this kid's hands? The sudden emergence of a master mechanic in Yunhai might affect our plans. Tomorrow, you go check out that interstellar repair shop and probe Su Bai's true abilities. Zhou Wen's pondered for a moment and directly ordered Qin Kan before him to gather intel. Qin Kan, tomorrow you go to that kid for a repair and see. Qin Kan looked awkward. Boss, the interstellar repair shop requires reservations and a lottery. Zhou Wen's frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Then just enter the lottery. Do I need to teach you how to do it? It'll just take a few days. If he really is a master mechanic, there must be thousands of people in the lottery, right? Qin Kan, straight face. Well, before there were 100,000, now it seems to be approaching 200,000. Zhou wins. Chapter 80. Zhou wins. Master, please come back quickly. I can't handle Yunhai. Fine. Clearly he still underestimated the influence of a master mechanic. Even if it's just suspected, there are still so many people lining up for reservations. Mainly, from Zhou Wen's perspective, only a small number of strong individuals would actually need a master mechanic. The rest simply couldn't afford such prices. But unexpectedly, what? Is it free to find Su Bai for repairs and enhancements? Actually, Zhou Wen's was not wrong. After Su Bai's status as a potential master mechanic was exposed, most people had already given up hope of seeking him for enhancements. They were more interested. Of course, there are quite a few people who plan to take advantage of the situation, reselling the qualifications to others. That is why the number of people participating in the lottery will gradually rise. Some of them might even spiral out of control. You should try it first. Maybe we'll be lucky and get a spot. Zhou Wen finally gave up on directly going to the interstellar repair shop, as the master had repeatedly emphasized the need to stay low-key recently and focus on the bigger picture. Last time, because of that fool Duan Han, they lost the Xie family stronghold, and now, in order to avoid attention, they had to hide in this basement. If he defied the master's will again, death would probably be a small punishment. The Real warning was unimaginable. By the way, have there been any updates from Yu Meng recently? Zhou Wen put aside the matter of Su Bai, feeling a bit more relaxed after hearing that so many people were queuing for the lottery at the repair shop. At least, the Yunhai fleet's strength couldn't grow explosively in the short term. This greatly reduced the threat that Su Bai posed. After all, he's just a mechanic, not much a problem. Qin Kan shook his head in response. Since the master sent Yu Meng to Yunhai First High to meet Sun Han Yi, there seems to have been no further developments. I see. Keep an eye on her over there, and if she makes any moves, kill her immediately. Zhou Wen's voice was icy cold. Compared to Su Bai, he was more worried about Yu Meng. Her identity was too special, as she was sent by the headquarters of the church. No one knew her background, and no one knew her purpose here. Understood. Qin Kan accepted the order and left the basement, leaving Zhou Wen alone. After he left, Zhou Wen helplessly tapped his forehead. The master really didn't say when he'd return. Master, please come back quickly. I can't hold Yunhai. Forget it. Let's leave it for now. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. I'll stay calm and wait for any changes. From the beginning, it was clear that Zhou Wen wasn't a quick-witted person, and he was somewhat clumsy. In fact, this was why the man in the black robe had him handle the situation. What he wanted was to maintain the status quo. If someone like Duan Han, who acted on his own accord, was put in charge of the Yunhai situation, by the time the master returned, all the plans would probably be ruined. At least Zhou Wen knew how to follow orders. The one who was least surprised by this whole situation was Sun Yu. At this moment, he had just returned home after a few days of work and naturally saw the news. To this, Sun Yu simply curled his lips. They really don't know their place, daring to challenge Su Bai? Not even old Qian could do that. After Su Bai enhanced the Song Wolf, Sun Yu was certain that the other party must be a master mechanic. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to strengthen the Song Wolf to this level. He had seen Qian Yu a few years ago, and even had the privilege of watching him enhance mech for others. The enhanced mechs were indeed strong, but compared to Su Bai's, they were nothing. But now that this matter had come to light, Sun Yu felt a little uneasy. Now, the Interstellar Repair Shop is completely famous, and it won't be so easy to find Su-Bai for enhancements. I guess his expansion today is also related to this. Connecting the dots with Su by buying land for expansion, Sun Yu thought that this was probably the reason. Forget it. Let's still see how Yi's cultivation is going. The big exam is just over a month away. There can't be any mistakes. He then walked towards Sun Han-Yi's room. Sun Han-Yi's talent was above his own, and with the one June Red Moon enhanced by Su-Bai, it shouldn't be hard for her to get into Star Sea University. But, if possible, who wouldn't want their children to perform even better? At this moment, Sun Han-Yi had just finished her star power training for the day. When she saw Sun Yu return, she immediately smiled with joy. "Dad, you're back." She hadn't seen her father for several days, but had heard about the Interstellar Repair Shop incident. The mention of Su-Bai's name made her very concerned. Unfortunately, when she sent Su-Bai a message, he only replied briefly. She couldn't figure out what had happened. "Now, I can finally understand. I heard you've been busy for so many days because of the Interstellar Repair Shop. Did something happen over at Boss Su's side?" As soon as Sun Yu heard this, his face darkened. He hadn't returned home for days, and his daughter was asking about another man. Is this what it feels like when a girl grows up? The little cotton-padded jacket is getting a draft. He's fine. But since it was Su-Bai, Sun Yu couldn't just stab him. He could only forcefully change the topic. "How is your training going recently? Do you have confidence in the big exam?" Sun Han understood that her dad was changing the topic, so she could only shrug. "It's going all right. I'm at Earth 5 stars now, and I should be able to reach Earth 9 stars by the time of the big exam. The Earth stage is almost just a transition for A-level talents. Training is still quite fast." But as if she thought of something, Sun Han looked a bit troubled. "It's just that I can only fight hand-to-hand during sparring and can't use my talent skill, which feels a bit unfair. I've been thinking about buying a weapon lately." That's right. The fact that Earth mechs have talent skills is too shocking, and Sun Han wasn't prepared to reveal it unless necessary. Keeping it for the big exam is definitely a trump card. This also caused her to be somewhat timid during sparring. If only she had a weapon. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu nodded. "That's true. I'll go back and ask around for you. What kind of weapon do you need?" Sun Han thought for a moment. "A war dagger, maybe?" The vast Red Moon is a speed-type mech, and a war dagger can play to its strengths. What about an electronic sniper for long range? Electronic sniper? Sun Yu wasn't surprised by Sun Han choosing a war dagger, but he was somewhat astonished when he heard her choice for a long-range weapon. The power of a sniper is strong, but your speed type, that's way too heavy. Sun Han hurriedly expressed her thoughts. "Exactly because I'm speed type, that's why I thought of using a sniper." Think about it. Most mechs that use sniper rifles are arm type, and if the enemy assumes I'm close range, I'll be able to catch them off guard. Not bad. Truly my daughter Sun Yu. This method is worth a try. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Sun Han to have her own ideas. This indeed could be a way to confuse the opponent, broadening her strike range. After agreeing, the two chatted for a while longer, and Sun Yu went to report his work summary to Ms. Zhongyi. Not coming home for a few days, if this isn't sorted out, life will become tough. Yanhai, a certain apartment. Looking at the ever-growing number of people on the lottery page, Zhang Lei's face turned ashen. Once, a chance to enhance was right in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. Now, it's too late for regrets. If the heavens could give him another chance, he would immediately ask his wife to transfer money. Zhang Lei. Carrot? It's gone, my enhancement is gone. Chapter 81. The Expanding Repair Shop. First batch of lucky customers arrive. The next morning, Su-Bai got out of bed, washed up, and headed to the Interstellar Repair Shop. As soon as he arrived at the shop entrance, he couldn't help but blink. After a night of expansion, the huge metal egg behind him had disappeared. In its place was a giant building that looked like his repair shop. Starting from the Interstellar Repair Shop, the area within 700,000 square meters was filled with buildings made of vibration gold. Although it was only one story, the height of the repair shop rivaled skyscrapers, standing at about 60 to 70 meters tall, not inferior to the towering buildings in the city center at all. In fact, it looked even more spectacular. TSK, this looks a bit like an interstellar fortress, Su-Bai said as he clicked his tongue. Originally, he didn't feel much about the size of the repair shop, but after such a dramatic increase, the sensation was entirely different. Entering the repair shop, the original repair area began to expand outward on both sides. A passage flowed out in the middle, followed by various maintenance rooms arranged in order, and at the far end was a giant warehouse. Su-Bai looked at the newly renovated repair shop, resting his chin on his right hand, and pondered for a moment. Let's not touch the back for now. I will leave it as a maintenance area for the starship. Soon, he decided to partition the back as a maintenance area for the starship, which, considering the size of the starship, would occupy at least 4/5 of the current total area of this repair shop. Upgrade the maintenance rooms to 20 and 100 rooms for displaying weapons and mechs, Subai said, and immediately the central control began to manage the layout of the interstellar repair shop. Quickly, the 700,000 square meter repair shop was cut from 4/5, with the back section concealed by metal barriers and double doors. The front 20 rooms transformed into maintenance rooms, while the back 100 rooms turned into exhibition halls. After finishing all this, Subai nodded in satisfaction, and it was worth his effort to arrive 2 hours early today. The interstellar repair shop now looked just like he had envisioned. A few minutes later, the sound of swallowing saliva came from behind Subai. He turned around to find Chu Ran frozen in place, her eyes shining, the slight movement in her throat revealing what she had just done. Chu Ran was truly amazed. The previous interstellar repair shop had given her a sense of advanced sophistication, but it still felt somewhat small. But she had only taken a nap. This interstellar repair shop had completely transformed. Not only had the number of maintenance rooms doubled, but more importantly, the back exhibition hall made her anxious, and she couldn't help but look towards Subai. Manager, is the back for auctioning mechs? Subai nodded in response. That's right, but not just mechs. I will also display weapons over the Starbreaker level in there. That's great. Chu Ran couldn't help but cheer, then hurriedly silenced herself. She cautiously gauged Subai's expression. Seeing he had no reaction, she finally relaxed. So when do we start today's work? Chu Ran was full of energy now. She couldn't wait to build mechs with Subai. Oh, you can start now. Remember the task I gave you? That number 11 maintenance room over there is yours, Subai said, pointing to maintenance room 11 across from room 1, signaling Chu Ran to start working. Chu Ran nodded and entered the maintenance room directly, but quickly poked her head out again. Manager, it seems there are no materials here. Subai nodded. Central control, prepare 8 blades and the materials needed for 8 electronic guns for maintenance room 11. Okay. The response from central control startled Chu Ran again. Is this the setup of a master mechanic? Why is it so smart? She had heard of such central control before. Supposedly the developed star systems in the central star domain have this kind of technology. To go to the central star domain, one must reach the level of a master mechanic, a 6-star mechanic, which is her goal. Although many people said that mechanics who go to the central star domain forget their roots, more of them pursue more advanced mechanical techniques, and the technical shortcomings of Blue Star cannot be made up for now. If they don't go, it will be hard for them to progress. But once they go, many never return. Some are lost in the allure, while others fall along the way. Manager Su, I've actually always wanted to ask, did you come from the Central Star Domain? Chu Ran couldn't help but ask. It was just that Subai was too young. She found it hard to imagine where else could train such a young mechanic aside from the Central Star Domain. Subai laughed lightly, sort of. He rarely explained too much. Having the Central Star Domain take the blame for the system is also pretty good. Sure enough, Chu Ran's eyes lit up when she heard this, and then she began to complete the tasks assigned by Subai. Seeing her diligent appearance, Subai couldn't help but sigh. This employee is pretty good, quite motivated. I can also get ready to work. After resting yesterday, today was the first day for the 3 selected individuals. They didn't know what kind of requests each of them had. Soon, outside the interstellar repair shop, 3 young men gathered together. The leader was Zhou Yunzheng, a regular customer of the interstellar repair shop. The 2 people behind him also seemed to know each other. The 3 of them stood there dumbfounded, staring at the interstellar repair shop in front of them, looking at each other, their little heads filled with big doubts. Underscore? Is this the interstellar repair shop? I remember it didn't look like this yesterday. Isn't this almost a fortress? If it weren't for the entrance of the interstellar repair shop still being there, they would have doubted whether they had walked into the wrong place. However, they quickly managed to suppress their astonishment and said to Zhou Yunzheng, Old Zhou, this time we owe it all to you. We didn't expect that we, the 3 of us, would be selected on our first try. Yesterday, I was truly amazed. I never thought there would be a master mechanic in Yanhai. The first to speak was Du Feng, the little chubby guy who had been lamenting in the crowd yesterday. The next to speak was a tall, skinny youth with a trendy hairstyle, Wang Bo. It could be said that their simultaneous selection was either a coincidence or not. The reason was simple. The rule for Subai's first day of drawing was actually based on the order of drawing, and Zhou Yunzheng was the first to draw. At his invitation, Wang Bo and Du Feng became the second and third individuals to draw in succession. All right, enough chit-chat. Have you thought it through? Do you want maintenance or enhancement? Upon hearing the praise from his friends, Zhou Yunzheng smiled faintly and adjusted his glasses. Is there any question? Of course, we want enhancement. Without thinking, the 2 answered when they heard Zhou Yunzheng's question. What kind of joke is this? Who wouldn't be tempted after seeing the Platinum Valkyrie and Winter Swordsman? After finally getting a chance, wouldn't it be too much of a pity just to go for maintenance? Zhou Yunzheng nodded upon hearing this. He also came this time for enhancement. Actually, he had wanted to enhance before, but just happened to miss out every time. Today, he could finally fulfill his wish. Chapter 82. Subai. The mechanic who crafts the abdominal king snake is a genius. The three of them gathered their emotions and directly entered the interstellar repair shop. Kacha. As the door opened, looking at the interstellar repair shop, which was completely different from before, Zhou Yunzheng couldn't help but adjust his glasses. When he first came, the interstellar repair shop was definitely not even 1/10 of its current size. This does not even count the space behind the metallic door at the back. However, the materials had not changed much, and the overall style was still the same, aiming for low, paving key display. Luxury waste. This was not Su Bai's intention. It was all the work of the system, and he wouldn't take the blame. Everyone knows that he Su is frugal. Compared to Zhou Yunzheng, Du Feng and Wang Bo were doing fine since they had only seen the interior's decoration in the live stream before and didn't feel as strongly about it. Oh, it's you. Su Bai was a bit surprised to see Zhou Yunzheng, not expecting that the first customer to arrive after he implemented the drawing method would be him. It seemed he was the one who directly chose maintenance earlier. Boss Su. Zhou Yunzheng did not expect that Su Bai still remembered him, and he suddenly felt flattered, quickly greeting him. Du Feng and Wang Bo quickly followed suit. Boss Su. Compared to Zhou Yunzheng, they appeared a bit awkward, standing before them with a master mechanic who even Xin Yu felt inferior to, so their attitude was naturally very respectful. Su Bai also sensed the change in these customers' attitudes and felt a bit dazed, as he remembered that when Sun Han and Xiao Mengyan first came to the shop, they regarded him as a fraud. Time has passed, but it feels like not much time has gone by. Throwing these thoughts aside, Su Bai smiled and said, "Do you need anything today?" He had already thought it through. If they were here for maintenance, he would pass them to Chu Ran. A first-star mechanic handling maintenance for a Terramech is far too easy. I'm here to enhance, Zhou Yunjin said directly. He had inquired about the prices for enhancement at the interstellar repair shop beforehand. He thought he would have to beg his parents for money to pay for the enhancement. But when the parents heard he was going to the interstellar repair shop for enhancement, they immediately took out all their savings from the past 2 years without a second thought. Their family wasn't rich. They couldn't compare to people like Xiao Mengyan or Sun Han, nor did they have income like Xing Yunlong and his team. 1.5 million was indeed a lot. We are the same, the two people behind him said in unison, their tone very resolute. Du Feng and Wang Bo were in a situation similar to Zhou Yunjin. They had gathered this money out of sheer determination to tighten their belts. But they all believed it was worth it. If they could get Su Bai's enhancement, perhaps they could shine brightly in the big exam. If they could enter the top 10 in South Jiang, the prize money would definitely cover this enhancement cost. Alright, knowing he couldn't slack off, Su Bai felt a bit disappointed, but still kept a smile in response. He also saw the determination in the eyes of the three, remembering how he was once the same, stubbornly wanting to awaken his mech talent. Then you go first, Su Bai looked at Zhou Yunjin. Being a long-time client, it was not a problem to give him some priority. The price for enhancing a Terramech is 1.5 million star coins. You were clear about that, right? Su Bai was just symbolically asking. After all, his enhancement price list was already posted on the StarNet. Terramech, 1.5 million star coins. Sky Mech, 20 million star coins. First Star Mech, 180 million. Broken Star Mech, 2.5 billion. As for the price of mechs above Starfall, he didn't list them because currently, there weren't many Starfall level experts on Blue Star needing his help with enhancement. Initially, the price list looked somewhat absurdly expensive. Now, even without noting that there would be talent skills, no one complained about the cost. The reason was simple. This seemed to come from the hands of a master mechanic. It was worth this price. I know. Zhou Yunjin nodded. Only then did Su Bai hand over the contract in his hand, and Zhou Yunjin signed it without even looking. Then he made a transfer to Su Bai. Stellar Treasure received 1.5 million star coins. Payment successful. Su Bai directly led Zhou Yunjin to the first repair room. Having gone through the process once, Zhou Yunjin didn't hesitate, taking out the abdominal king snake and stepping out of the repair room. Even after seeing the abdominal king snake, with its unique upper limb structure and skeleton for the second time, Su Bai still felt it was fascinating. The mechanic who built the abdominal king snake is indeed a genius. This time he didn't rush to enhance directly, but instead analyzed the structure of the abdominal king snake before taking action. He had disassembled it once before, but at that time, he lacked the discerning eye he had now. Many things didn't make sense to him back then. Indeed, it uses compliant alloy skeletons, allowing the skeleton to maintain this arc without breaking. The connections are very clever. The upper body skeletal structure uses 3 connection points to link with the lower body, ensuring it can rotate and hit suddenly. But this technique is still a bit rough. If another connection point were added at the joints, it could possibly fold down directly, achieving a 360-degree surprise attack. And the light armor polishing isn't good either. I guess the mechanic who made this mech is just a first-star mechanic. However, this idea is quite interesting. I'd like to meet him if there's a chance. As Su-bai examined the abdominal king snake, he summarized his thoughts. The conclusion is that the mechanic who made the abdominal king snake is undoubtedly a genius. His imaginative ideas are much stronger than those of many seasoned mechanics. However, due to his own skills, the king cobra has its merits, but it still has plenty of problems. In response, Su-bai made comments while quietly taking notes. He's going to auction off the mech later, so learning more about the various structures of ground mechs now will be very helpful for the future. In the imperial capital, the Mechanic Research Society, Ouyang Xian held a thermal knife in one hand and a pulse hammer in the other, constantly striking and polishing a piece of metal skeleton. Achoo! Suddenly feeling a tickle in his nose, he sneezed, almost slicing the metal skeleton right in the middle with the thermal knife. Startled, he quickly stopped. Looking back at the nearly 30-meter mech prototype, he felt a surge of pride. It seems that wherever I go, Ouyang Xian is sought after. I guess another buyer is in awe of my masterpiece. Being outstanding comes with its troubles. As he said this, his braids swayed behind him, and he returned to his work again. Indeed, the King Cobra was crafted by him, but it was not specifically made for Zhou Yunqing. His original intention was to create a mech with bizarre attacking methods, which led to the extravagant design of the King Cobra. After finishing it, he was very satisfied. The very day he listed it on the Star Network, Zhou Yunqing bought it right away. That was also the first mech he built. Chapter 83. Purple Flood Dragon. A meat and egg impact, huh? Taking note of the strengths and weaknesses of the King Cobra. A lot of time has passed. Only then did Su-bai take a step forward and touch the body of the King Cobra. Stage 1 enhancement activated. The familiar light flickered once more. The King Cobra was shrouded in white light, and the entire body began to swell gradually, noticeably exaggerating the arc of its form, as the paint and armor changed accordingly. Most importantly, the poisonous mist injector that resembled a snake head disappeared, replaced by a bloody red snake tongue. Outside the door, Wang Bo and Du Feng, who had been waiting anxiously for some time, were a bit restless, occasionally peeking towards the direction of repair room number 1. Du Feng patted his belly and glanced at Zhou Yunqing, who was calm and composed, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Zhou, this is your mech being enhanced. Aren't you a bit anxious?" "Yeah, if you're not anxious, then I am. I can't wait for it to be mine." Wang Bo also marveled at Zhou Yunqing's composure. Is there really someone who can stay so calm during mech enhancement? This is the enhancement by a master mechanic. Zhou Yunqing glanced at the two through the thin lenses. What's the point of being anxious? Now is the time to stay calm. Only then will there be a bigger surprise. If you two are so restless, won't you just jump when it's your turn? Zhou Yunqing's tone was gentle and steady. If not for his hands that were secretly clenched behind his back, almost turning purple, one might truly think he didn't care at all. Not nervous? How could that be? He indeed has a relatively stable and calm personality, but this is his own mech, and just a moment ago the contract stated. After this enhancement, the King Cobra will awaken its talent skill. At that moment, he was already extremely excited, just forcing himself to remain calm. You really are something, old Zhou. Du Feng patted his belly with one hand and gave Zhou Yunqing a thumbs up with the other. Wang Bo, Mega. Du Feng, Huo. Well, you got us this time. Thought you really didn't care. The two exchanged glances and hurried to follow, ready to see the true form of the King Cobra. When the two entered the repair room, the abdominal king snake in front of them caught their eyes. Once purple and green armor, it had now completely turned dark purple, adding an air of majesty and mystery to the abdominal king snake. The scales on its lower body were similar. The previously rough tail scales now shone anew, deep and metallic, even taking on a slightly reflective quality. The curvature of its entire body had increased, making it look even more ferocious. The finishing touch was the poisonous mist sprayer that once lay in its mouth, which always felt slightly out of place. But, now transformed into snake fangs, they harmonized with its snake head, as if it were a real snake. No, it was no longer just a snake. It resembled a dragon, because atop its head sprouted a dark purple horn. Is this really still the abdominal king snake? Du Feng halted his rhythmic clapping on his belly, gesturing wildly in the air. Wang Bo shook his head at this. I think we can no longer call it the abdominal king snake. At that moment, Zhou Yunzheng, despite his extreme restraint, could not hide his excitement as he exclaimed, "From now on, let's call it the purple dragon." Saying this, he directly approached the purple dragon, leapt up, and entered inside. Nerve connection successful. A flash of purple light flickered in the purple dragon's eyes, and then the skylight in the maintenance bay opened wide. Its tail particle accelerator erupted. It shot straight up into the heavens, overlooking everything below. Whoosh! A dive, like a dragon soaring across the land. It smashed straight down onto the training ground. At this moment, Wang Bo and Du Feng had already arrived at the training ground. Watching the might of the purple dragon, they felt an irresistible urge. This power has at least doubled, right? Is this the enhancement from the master mechanic? However, what surprised them more was the scene that followed. They saw the purple dragon slightly flicking its tongue. A burst of purple mist instantly poured out, which they initially thought was just Zhou Yunzheng testing the effect of the heart-devouring poison. Yet, they had no idea this purple mist rapidly spread, enveloping the training ground like a purple sea. The mist coalesced and did not disperse, lingering for a long time. This clearly exceeded Zhou Yunzheng's capabilities. An astonishing thought leaped into their minds, and they blurted out, "Talent skill?" That's right. Zhou Yunjing's voice came from within the purple dragon. This was the talent skill he had acquired, mist envelopment. Not only could it greatly increase the quantity of his heart-devouring poison, but more importantly, it could also extend its duration. In this way, he could have more options in battle. He could even catch surrounding enemies off guard with great effects. Seeing the scene before them, Wang Bo and Du Feng exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they rushed into the interstellar mechanics shop. Having witnessed the talent skill, they could not wait another second. Due to his size advantage, Wang Bo was clearly faster. But, suddenly, Du Feng behind him shockingly broke the unspoken rules and slammed into him. Wang Bo fell to the ground, and then Du Feng took off running, entering the interstellar mechanics shop first. Lying on the ground, Wang Bo glared at the round figure as it entered the shop, fury burning within him. "Fatty, so you have no honor. You want to use a body slam? You. Next came his moment of showcasing his linguistic skills. Finally, Zhou Yunzheng, who had also left the purple dragon, came over to his side, allowing Wang Bo to stop his outburst. Looking at him with a pitiful expression, "Old Zhou, you have to help me out here." Zhou Yunzheng D_. This matter was beyond him. He could only chuckle lightly. "Haha, let's just forget it. It's only a bit of waiting. Today, only the three of us have made a successful reservation, and you're next." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's mood stabilized slightly, getting up to pat his pants, looking fiercely at the direction of the interstellar mechanics shop. "Fatty, you wait. I will definitely tell Asian about you wetting the bed at 8. Zhou Yunzheng. As expected, one must never offend a good brother. He knew far too much. In the interstellar repair shop, Du Feng still didn't know what awaited him. At this moment, he was filled with joy as he signed a contract with Su Bai and set out to change his job. Starry Sky Treasure. 1.5 million star coins credited. After receiving the money, Su Bai took him to the #1 repair room. Du Feng immediately summoned his mech. Chapter 84. Sure enough, the end of Brotherhood is all. What caught Su Bai's eye was a very interesting mech, its body swollen like a gourd, with long upper limbs and slightly short lower limbs, all covered in yellow heavy armor, and its head was also round and plump, looking very heavy. By 256 strength type Earth mech, yellow gourd. 12 meters tall, weighing 25 tons, with an engine power of 340,000 kilowatts and a thrust of 40 million kilograms. Sure enough, it was a mech very suitable for Du Feng. After retrieving the yellow gourd, Du Feng waved his hand and left the repair room. "Boss Su, I'll leave it to you." As soon as he stepped out, he met Wang Bo's gaze, which seemed ready to swallow him whole. Du Feng slightly turned his head, avoiding direct eye contact, patted his belly and laughed. "Huh? What a nice day today." Wang Bo directly stepped in front of him and grabbed his collar tightly. "Look me in the eyes." Knowing he was in the wrong, Du Feng didn't want to argue and just puffed up his belly, bouncing himself away. "Pat, pat." Stumbling back 2 steps, Wang Bo looked at his somewhat thin figure, gritting his teeth. "Just wait, I'll start working out today, and one day I will definitely lift you up with one hand and dangle you like a basketball. Hee hee, you little dark one." Du Feng sneered at his words. It was Zhou Yunzheng who broke up the two. "So, has your enhancement started?" "Of course. I didn't expect that the contract actually stated that it could awaken talent skills. Boss Su is indeed a true master of repair. This is thanks to Lao Zhou. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know how long we would have to draw lots." After confirming the terms of the contract, Du Feng was extremely grateful to Zhou Yunzheng. If he hadn't thought of him and Wang Bo right away, they probably wouldn't have had this chance at all. Now the number of people signing up for lotteries at the interstellar repair shop had surpassed 200,000 and was steadily moving toward the higher number. "What? You mean to say that the contract includes a clause for awakening talent skills?" At this moment, Wang Bo no longer cared about being angry with Du Feng, as he had sharply captured the key word from his previous statements. "Want no? Call me daddy." Du Feng, puffing out his belly and raising his head, looked at Wang Bo teasingly. Sure enough, the end of brotherhood is all about being like father and son. Get lost. If you don't want your 8-year-old bedwetting story to be known by a Jean, I advise you to confess honestly. Wang Bo used his killer move directly. Indeed, upon hearing this, Du Feng's arrogance vanished, replaced by disbelief on his face. Are you really going to be so ruthless? No. Do I have to say it? I pursued a Jean for 8 years. How can I live without her? Du Feng instantly changed from his previous demeanor to one of great humility. Seeing him like this, Wang Bo had a bit of a heartache and vigorously patted his shoulder. Brother, listen to your big brother. Women will only affect your speed in drawing your sword. What you force will never bring happiness. You need to let her know your truest side. Du Feng shook his head straight away. You don't understand, this is love. Zhou Yunzheng. Well, chatting and suddenly talking about life, huh? Why believe in anything? Why believe in that damned love? As the three of them joked and played around, Subai also began his own recording. He first walked around the yellow gourd, examining the arrangement of armor on it. Although it looks bulky, most of the armor has good cushioning, seeming to have elastic devices. Choosing such a structure for the upper and lower limbs while maintaining balance shows that the density of the lower limbs is extremely high and very strong. If you're deceived by its exterior and underestimate the strength of its lower half, that is just falling for the trap. The repairman who built the yellow gourd is indeed an imaginative person. Subai's final assessment was that this had to be crafted by an experienced mechanic, likely built after the person became a high-star mechanic. After all, from some small details, that mechanic didn't seem too focused. It's a pity that Huanglu isn't flexible enough. The seemingly strong and sturdy upper limbs affect its coordination. That Du Feng's talent is quite interesting. Subai recalled Du Feng's talent. B-level talent, hardness enhancement. This talent is an extremely strong support ability for mechas, allowing equal mechas to have stronger defensive capabilities suitable for being a shield. After some thought, Subai still thought of the most suitable talent skill for it. His right hand gently touched Huanglu. First level enhancement activated. Light flickered through the brightness. The original gourd shape of Huanglu became more three-dimensional. The size difference between the upper and lower parts became more obvious, and a layer of soft, mud-like material covered the short and small lower limbs, making it look weaker. The upper limbs gradually covered by a layer of yellow-brown heavy armor, bursting with strength. On its signature round face, a golden thread suddenly appeared connecting its eyes, making it look more silly and cute. As time passed, second by second, Du Feng paced back and forth. He couldn't be as calm as Zhou Yunzheng, nor could he pretend. The time seems about right. Is the enhancement almost finished? Old Zhou, what do you think Huanglu will turn into? While pacing, Du Feng's mouth kept moving, chattering away. Zhou Yunzheng. Wang Bo. Under sir. Seeing such a large chunk wobbling in front of him, Wang Bo couldn't help but say, Don't rush, it should be soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Kacha, the door of the maintenance room, swung open. Whoosh. Du Feng and Zhou Yunzheng turned to Wang Bo at the same time. Prophet, it's done. Wang Bo. I just said that casually. Who knew it would be this coincidental? However, in just an instant, almost as soon as the door fully opened, the three rushed in. Seeing Huanglu in front of him, Du Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What he was least satisfied with about the previous Huanglu was that it looked like a gourd, but also a bit strange, resembling a... Now it finally looked like a real gourd. Moreover, the armor on the upper body looked extraordinary, adding a sense of power. Du Feng naturally noticed the details of the lower limbs as well. He even stepped forward to try it out. Using hardness enhancement, he punched out. Bang! It's so hard! Du Feng rubbed his somewhat reddened fist. That punch had used all his strength. If it were the old Huanglu, although it wouldn't have been damaged, it wouldn't have given him this big of a response. This seemingly soft lower limb actually hid unimaginable hardness. This made him even more excited. Just as he was about to enter Huanglu to experience it, he was stopped by Wang Bo. Fatty, don't rush. Wait until I finish enhancing. Shall we have a match? Oh, hearing Wang Bo's challenge, Du Feng became interested, his eyes darting between Huanglu and Wang Bo, finally gritting his teeth. All right. Chapter 85 Not. What are you proud of? He also really wanted to know how strong his Huanglu had become. But since Wang Bo said so, he could only suppress his eager heart and wait for him to finish enhancing before confirming together. Getting Du Feng's response, Wang Bo smiled. Okay, I promise to keep your bedwetting at 8 years old secret. If one day, a Jean really. An orange-yellow armored mech, with armor resembling a formal dress, topped with a tall hat and seemingly surrounded by a halo of sunlight, appeared in the repair shop. JK, 354 speed-type ground mech, Orange Duke. It stands 12 meters tall, weighs 24 tons, has an engine power of 350,000 kilowatts, and a thrust of 65 million kilograms. After summoning the Orange Duke, Wang Bo also left the repair shop. Su Bai's gaze fell on the Orange Duke, examining it intently. Is this a speed-type mech? The feeling he got from the Orange Duke seemed more like a balance type rather than a speed type. Both the proportions and skeletal structure of the mech were extremely aligned with a balance type. It was covered entirely in lightweight armor. This left Su Bai somewhat confused. It felt as if the creator of Orange Duke aimed to create a contrast. There was a hint of rebellion in it. This is a highly skilled mechanic, but it's a shame, Su Bai remarked after carefully inspecting the Orange Duke for a while. This mechanic was not simple. The Orange Duke was also the mech that brought Su Bai the most gains. Whether in overall design or in the distinctive choice to build a speed mech with balanced type bones, it was indeed eye-catching. But it's a pity that while the idea was good, the final effect was disappointing. The balanced type bones could not showcase the speed type mech's strongest features. It wasn't fast enough. And the other advantages of the Orange Duke weren't particularly outstanding, which meant it could not reach the top tier among ground mechs. However, this idea still provided Su Bai with significant inspiration. It would also suit Wang Bo. Su Bai thought for a moment and made a decision. B-level talent for short-term transformation, this should be the talent skill. Wang Bo's talent was an unusual type of B-level talent, belonging to the shape-shifting category, able to transform his weapons. It was regrettable, however, that it came with a very serious time limit. Otherwise, his short-term transformation rating would certainly not be B-level. He could only transform his weapon into another weapon for 1 minute. 1 minute was simply too short. It was very likely to end before it even began. This was also the reason why opinions on short-term transformation were mixed. Some praised such abilities, focusing mainly on quality, regardless of duration. But more people held the opposite opinion. What use is it for such a short time? 1 second, it's a mighty spear. The next, it's a flimsy short stick. Not caring whether Wang Bo's talent was strong or weak, Su Bai stepped forward and reached out to touch the Orange Duke. Level 1, strengthening initiated. Familiar light flashed. The body of the Orange Duke began to change, as its form, which leaned more towards the balance type, gradually shifted towards the speed type. The boxes at its waist began to compress. Its leg covering slowly turned orange-red. The tall hat on top gradually lowered, and sharp points extended from the collar. In the hall, Wang Bo's actions were strangely similar to those of Du Feng before. The only difference was that he didn't chatter and distract Du Feng and Zhou Yunjia. Instead, he muttered repeatedly, "It must succeed. Should be almost done, right? It'll be ready soon. There's no problem." Du Feng, Zhou Yunjia, _ where did that comforting spirit just go? Truly, it's easy to be detached when it doesn't concern you, but when it does, you're as anxious as an ant. While the three waited, click, the door of the repair shop opened. Wang Bo, who was ready to charge in, turned gloomy when he realized the door to room 11 was opening. He frowned, looking at Chu Ran, who walked out. Chu Ran looked at the three. The three also looked at Chu Ran. In an instant, the air fell silent. Ahem, you were the guest who made an appointment today, right? Finally, it was Chu Ran who broke the silence. She was now an employee at the Interstellar Repair Shop. No longer the genius girl from before. In front of her are the customers in the shop. She naturally needs to be polite. Zhou Yunjin nodded. Du Feng then glanced at her. Hey, aren't you the proud sister from yesterday? Why are you working here? Wang Bo rolled his eyes at the words. Did you forget about our bet with Boss Su? Du Feng suddenly patted his belly, realizing, right, you lost, so you have to work for Boss Su for 10 years. Listening to their conversation, if it were a day ago, Chu Ran would have definitely exploded. But she quickly adapted. That's right. I'm now also a member of the Interstellar Repair Shop, and it is my honor to work for the store manager. As she spoke, a smile appeared on her face, as if she were quite proud. Zhou Yunjin, _ Du Feng, Wang Bo, _ Wait, what are you so proud of? Chu Ran didn't notice their expressions change. Instead, she took the initiative to ask, is the store manager helping you strengthen your mechas? Her tone carried a hint of expectation. Today she worked very hard, and her goal was to witness Su Bai's strengthening process with her own eyes. Now it seems she might be in luck. Yes, it's my turn now. Wang Bo saw Chu Ran's attitude was so good and no longer cared about her bet with Boss Su. Technically, she was one of their own now. I just don't know how long we will have to wait. Really? Can I go with you to take a look? Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Wang Bo, hoping for his approval. After all, she wasn't the mecha repairman helping Wang Bo. According to the rules of the repair circle, if she didn't get the mecha master's permission, she couldn't go watch another repairman strengthen or construct a mecha. Okay, okay. Wangbo ultimately did not refuse Chu Ran's request. It was just a matter of watching, not a big deal. Gotcha! At this moment, the door to the repair room finally opened. The four of them rushed in together. Chapter 86, Guardian of the Rock Wall. The universe turns, extra update. Looking at the orange duke in front of him, Wangbo blinked. For some reason, he felt that his orange duke had become a bit thinner, but its overall shape was far more imposing than before. The red box at his waist, which he used to critique, now looked like two playing cards quietly inserted at his waist. The tall hat on his head had also been changed to a shorter one, no longer as extravagant as before. The orange-red light armor of the mecha now resembled the texture of a sunset, losing much of the previous paint pile effect. Overall, it added a touch of nobility. The previous Orange Duke looked like a sunny young boy, while the current Orange Duke had an air of nobility. As expected from a store manager's touch, Chu Ran exclaimed in amazement. Even though she had seen Subai strengthen the Winter Swordmaster and Platinum Valkyrie before, but it still didn't stop her from giving Orange Duke high praise. Indeed, the materials have all been upgraded. The core power source has also been enhanced. Her gaze scanned Orange Duke from top to bottom repeatedly. This action successfully drew Subai's attention. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Ran. Have you completed your task? Hearing Subai's inquiry, Chu Ran immediately felt like a little quail caught doing something wrong, her neck shrinking. But she quickly reacted. Wait, why am I feeling guilty? I completed the task. She immediately raised her head, puffed out her chest, and said with confidence, I completed it. Subai's lips curved into a slight smile, almost like a devil's whisper. Not bad. It seems I underestimated you. In that case, tomorrow you should be able to challenge the same 10 items, right? Subai's tone was very light, but to Chu Ran, it sounded as heavy as a mountain. Hiran oinio. But she still had to bite the bullet and respond, I guarantee to complete the task. Subai oide. This employee is really good. As the two were conversing, Wangbo wasted no time and jumped into Orange Duke directly. The neural link connected successfully. Orange Duke's eyes flashed with orange light. Wangbo's voice came out. Come on, fatty, it's time for a showdown between men. Du phone, oomph. Who's afraid of whom? Let's go. Saying this, he headed toward the training ground outside the repair shop. At this moment, the skylight in the maintenance room was wide open, and Orange Duke leaped up, also heading straight for the training ground. Seeing the two about to engage in a mech battle, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chu Ran. Manager, can I go watch? She hadn't seen a mech battle in a long time. For the past few months, she had been busy improving her mech repair skills and had finally become a star-level mech repairer. But now, she was back working for Subai. Now, she could watch a mech battle up close, and it was a mech battle using the machines enhanced by Subai. She really didn't want to miss it. Sure, Subai nodded. This employee worked so hard. He couldn't be too harsh. The benefits that should be given had to be given, right? He was also quite curious about whether Orange Duke had a stronger attack power or if Yellow Lu had better defense. Zhou Yunjin was equally looking forward to it. He didn't choose to fight Du Feng or Wangbo because his Purple Flood Dragon could inflict considerable damage to mechs. A-level talent, the poison of obsession was no joke. He couldn't bring himself to harm his good buddy. The three of them, Subai, Zhou, and Chu, arrived outside the training ground. Du Feng had already entered and faced off against Yellow Lu and Orange Duke from a distance. Looking at another mech that had been enhanced by Subai, Chu Ran got excited again. Is this really Yellow Lu? It's like a different mech. If the teacher knew his Yellow Lu had become this perfect, he would definitely be very happy. She was talking to herself. Subai caught some information. Yellow Lu was created by President Qian. He had guessed Yellow Lu was made by a high-star mech repairer, but he didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Of course. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Before Subai, she admired Qianyu the most, and speaking of Yellow Lu also had a filter. Yellow Lu was just something the teacher made a few years ago, but even as an Earth mech, its design is very clever. It's just that, in the end, the teacher didn't really pay much attention, so some details aren't perfect. Subai smiled. This was quite similar to his own judgment. Ready to get hammered? Du Feng's somewhat cheeky voice came from inside Yellow Lu, filled with gunpowder smell right from the start. This was his usual trick, getting the opponent riled up to attack him recklessly. Unfortunately, this time he was facing Wangbo, a good buddy who had grown up together with him. Wangbo was already very familiar with Du Feng's tricks. Buzz buzz. The engine of Orange Duke roared, full power engaged, and the particle accelerator behind its legs erupted, rapidly retreating. As it quickly distanced itself from Yellow Lu, it left behind a glowing arc in the air, with both hands touching the playing cards at his side, crossing them in front of him. With a strong throw, two red playing cards intertwined mid-air, swirling like two rainbows. They shot towards Yellow Lu's weakest point, its head. Du Feng inside Yellow Lu showed a slight smile. He stomped his short legs, and suddenly a giant stone wall rose from the ground. A 20-meter-high rocky wall instantly rose, reflecting the setting sun like metal. Bang! Bang! The playing cards struck against the rock wall and were immediately bounced back. How about that, little Bo? How are you going to break through my talent skill, the rock wall guard? Du Feng inside Yellow Lu laughed like a villain. Defense had always been his strong suit, but unfortunately, the coverage wasn't wide. Now with the rock wall guard, he could not only compensate for his own shortcomings, but also had stronger means to protect his teammates in battle. As the first attack missed, Wang Bo and Orange Duke was not discouraged at all. Instead, he let out a meaningful tone. Oh really? It's a trap. Hearing Wang Bo's words come from behind, Du Feng's heart sank. He hurriedly turned to look. Unfortunately, what awaited him were two dark cannon muzzles, and at the position of the two playing cards ahead, then appeared the figure of Orange Duke. Talent skill, Universe Reversal. It can instantly swap the positions of Orange Duke and two playing cards. Wang Bo's talent is short-term illusion, and because of the time limit, opinions are mixed. But when combined with Universe Reversal, it's completely different. Just imagine a weapon that was blocked by you just a second ago appears behind you in the next second. Who can defend against that? Everything happens in an instant. There's simply no issue of not having enough time in 1 minute. One could say this moment completely changed Wang Bo. Faced with the threat of two electronic cannons, Yellow Gourd hurriedly blocked with its heavily armored arms in front of itself, just as it was about to use Rock Wall to isolate the attack. Boom! The two electronic cannons fired explosively, with scarlet light beams spewing from their barrels, instantly striking Yellow Gourd. Chapter 87. This job, she is willing to do for a lifetime. Bonus update. Match over, winner Orange Duke, piloted by Mecha Master Wang Bo. Even with strength and hardness, taking two electronic cannons up close would still result in serious injury. The arena has now turned into a standard training ground, immediately moving Yellow Gourd and Du Feng out of the field. When Zhou Yunzheng saw Wang Bo and the cards switch places, instantly transforming into two electronic cannons, his pupils, hidden behind glasses, couldn't help but narrow. This strike seemed incredibly clever to him. It had the potential to turn the tide of battle. True to the name, Universe Reversal. If he hadn't seen the cleverness of this move beforehand, he probably wouldn't have fared well. Looking at Du Feng, who appeared dejected, Zhou Yunzheng patted him on the shoulder. No need to be upset. Your Yellow Gourd is not worse than Orange Duke. It just suffered because it didn't understand the opponent's talent skill. Don't say that. Anyone who didn't know about the capability of Universe Reversal in advance would fall for it. No, I'm not upset. I just should have engaged from the start. Exactly, Du Feng was not dejected because of just losing, but because he realized that if he faced a familiar opponent, the other side wouldn't foolishly rush in. Sometimes attacking is the best defense. If he could attack while using persuasive words, the effect might have been even better. Just defending might work in team battles, but certainly wouldn't do in individual battles. No worries, you are originally a tank, and the big exam allows you to choose between individual or team battles. Zhou Yunjing didn't care much about this. Du Feng was someone he recognized as a tank. The three of them were also preparing to participate in the team battle of the big exam. If he previously had a hint of uncertainty about the top 10, even if Su Bai was a mecha repair master, he might not necessarily be able to enhance a mecha that perfectly fits him. But after today, that thought completely vanished. Not only did the three of them gain talent skills, but they were also the most suitable talent skills for themselves. This way, don't even mention the top 10. Even the champion of Nanjiang might not be out of reach. Naturally, Wang Bo, just coming down from Orange Duke, shared the same thoughts. He didn't comfort Du Feng, nor did he ridicule him. To be honest, Rock Wall surprised him as well. Originally, he planned to use Universe Reversal directly as the cards approached Yellow Gourd. But that sudden Rock Wall caught him off guard. Had he reacted a bit slower, he would have been hit. One could only say it was a mix of luck and misfortune. Alright, in a few days we need to work hard to merge our skills and aim to establish multiple tactics that belong to us before the big exam. Zhou Yunzheng began to take on the role of a captain, directly organizing the upcoming plan. At this moment, Chu Ran, next to Su Bai, had her mouth slightly open, as if it could fit a fist. Everything that happened earlier was just too unreal for her. This is a talent skill? Shopkeeper, you simultaneously enhance two Earth mechas that have talent skills? Ow, is this even possible? She did not understand. She really did not understand. If it was just one, it would be fine. After all, Su Bai was a machine repair master and had a certain chance to awaken the talent skill of the mecha. Even if it was a Terran mecha, she would accept that. But strengthening two mechas at the same time, both having talent skills? What kind of probability is this? Even for a machine repair master, this is just too dreamlike, right? No, my purple flood dragon also awakened its talent skill. Zhou Yunjin came over to add more shock. This completely petrified Chu Ran. Chu Ran, Sigma, asterisk. TH3 mechas? Chu Ran's voice broke. As a one-star machine repair technician, she was a bit confused about what machine repair really meant. Strengthening 3 Terran mechas in one day was not a problem she couldn't manage. But strengthening them to this level, and they even had talent skills? Is a shopkeeper really a god? Her gaze towards Su-bai changed again and again, filled with surprise, respect, fear, as if he were a deity. No, I'm definitely going to cling to this big leg of the shopkeeper. I must perform well and not disappoint the shopkeeper. Isn't it just 10 blades and 10 electronic guns? I am not afraid. Chu Ran completely ignited her fighting spirit, as long as she could learn from Su-bai. Even if it was just a little bit, she believed it would not be worse than going to the Central Star Domain. In fact, she was afraid that the progress at Su-bai's side would be faster than in the Central Star Domain. Ignoring Chu Ran's shock, the three of them bowed deeply to Su-bai. Thank you, Boss Su, for your life-giving grace. They came to Su-bai for strengthening, almost using up all their savings back home. Now it seems it was not just worth it. It was simply a huge profit. They certainly remembered this favor in their hearts. Su-bai smiled and waved his hand. It's just business. You pay me, I help you strengthen. It's all reasonable. Su-bai felt indifferent about this because his goal in helping them strengthen was also to earn money. There was no such thing as gratitude or obligation. After Zhou Yunjin and the others thanked him again, they no longer lingered. Now, it was already evening. They had spent the whole day at the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. It was time to go home and share the good news. However, regarding the talent skill, they had tacitly decided to keep it a secret. Not because they were afraid their parents would talk, but mainly because they wanted to keep a little surprise. Watching the three leave, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. Being a mecha master is really a happy thing. What? Aren't you a fan of machine repair? Su-bai looked at Chu Ran curiously, from how she had bet against him at the start to her performance over the past 2 days. She was obviously extremely passionate about machine repair. Of course I love it, but if I get the chance, I still want to try driving a mecha. Chu Ran shook her head and smiled lightly. She certainly loved machine repair, but she also loved mecha. Just as she had said at the beginning, no machine repair technician could resist the temptation of driving a mecha they built themselves. Then you perform well, and maybe you'll have a surprise. Su-bai's lips slightly curved up, painting a dream for Chu Ran. The previous case of the modified Holy Sea's Duan Han being able to drive a mecha caught his attention. Since the modified Holy Sea was able to do it, perhaps one day he could also create a mecha that can be driven without talent and is harmless? But for now, that was definitely not possible. However, this statement did not resonate with Chu Ran. Her eyes widened, staring blankly at Su-bai. Shopkeeper, do you mean you have a way? Ahem, I didn't say anything. Su-bai did not answer her question and walked directly into the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. By the way, show me the results of your work today. Looking at Su-bai's back, hope ignited in Chu Ran's eyes. Hearing his words, she immediately smiled and replied, Okay, if there ever comes a day when Su-bai truly allows her to successfully drive a mecha, this job she would be willing to do for a lifetime. Chapter 88. Su-bai, we are not the evildoers. Chu Ran bounced along, following Su-bai back into the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop. Then came to Repair Room 11. Looking at her masterpiece on the ground, she couldn't help but slightly raise her head, showing a look that sought praise. This was a total of 16 Earth mecha weapons. It would be impossible for anyone else to finish in such a short time. Of course, except for Su-bai. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Su-bai didn't even glance at her, but walked forward to evaluate the weapon she made. Su-bai reached out, grasping the hilt of one of the blades, lifting it up with force. The blade, nearly 4 meters long, was instantly raised for inspection. Not bad. However, it seems a bit rough. Su-bai frowned slightly and directly gave his evaluation. When Chu Ran heard this, her heart sank, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, I was a bit careless while making this one. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Originally, she wanted to defend herself, but under Su-bai's somewhat deep gaze, her courage instantly vanished. This was the last blade she crafted, so it inevitably had hints of being rushed. But she didn't expect that Su-bai could see through it. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the shopkeeper. Pay more attention next time. Su-bai did not blame her too harshly, and even though it was a bit rough, it was still usable. He directly moved to the next blade's position, lifting it up with both hands. This one is good. After evaluating all the blades, except for the first one, which was a bit rough, the rest were deemed acceptable. Su-bai then walked in front of the electronic gun, and the craftsmanship of the gun was superior to that of the blades. Subai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems firearms are your main specialty? Yes. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. She primarily relied on gun manufacturing and equipping mechas to pass the Level 1 mechanical repair test. Compared to melee weapons, firearms were undoubtedly her strong suit. Not bad, Subai said with a smile. Chu Ran's firearm manufacturing level was quite good among Level 1 mechanical repairers. Receiving Subai's praise, Chu Ran's confidence, previously shaken, was finally restored, and she replaced it with a bright smile. Shopkeeper, does this mean I've completed my work? All right, you can clock out. Come back tomorrow, but it'll be another 10 pieces. After accepting the weapons, Subai prepared to let Chu Ran go home to rest. He wasn't that cruel. Finish work and leave. Though, it had already been over 10 hours since they started working, but that wasn't a big deal. Okay. Chu Ran felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. She thought Subai would give her some guidance. But thinking about it, this was only her first day. She shouldn't rush. Tomorrow, she must work hard and not make mistakes again. After Chu Ran left, Subai closed the door to repair room 11. He planned to directly enhance these weapons. First, he approached the blade, extending his right hand, and selected enhancement. Level 1 weapon enhancement initiated. Galactic point -1. This feeling of deducting just 1 galactic point for an enhancement was somewhat addictive to Subai. With a flash of white light, the low-level alloy blade transformed into a titanium blade. The overall appearance didn't change much, but for the Earth mecha, this was an excellent weapon. Generally, titanium weapons were mostly used by Sky and Stardust levels, but the Earth mecha, as the lowest-tier mecha, had difficulty matching high-end circuit boards in various aspects. The low-end circuit boards had a common problem. They can't conduct electricity with any metal other than copper and iron alloys. Now, with the system breaking the technical barrier, this problem had been completely solved. Once this was popularized, the Earth mecha gear across Huaxia and even the Blue Star Alliance would take a step up. Looking at the titanium blade ahead, although its exterior was not much different from ordinary titanium weapons, its interior was an entirely different world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Subai completed the enhancement of all the blades. He immediately arrived in front of the electronic gun, the length of which was about the same as the battle blade. With Subai's current strength, lifting it was not difficult at all. Sure enough, her understanding of firearms is much stronger, even considering the projectile deviation. After holding it up and examining it closely, Subai noticed details he had overlooked earlier. Electronic guns usually have problems with muzzle shake and projectile deviation. This issue was handled very well by Chu Ran. The key lies in the grip, which automatically corrects itself based on the current aiming direction, changing the projectile path. After playing with it for a while, Subai still chose not to test fire. He directly reinforced it. Soon, 8 electronic guns were fully reinforced. The material was changed, and the energy matrix was slightly upgraded. As a result, their power instantly soared. Now the sun had already set, the crescent moon had risen, and the stars dotted the sky. That's enough. Move to the exhibition hall. Then we can sell them. Subai rubbed his chin and issued a command to the central control. Move the equipment from repair room 11 to exhibition stand 2. Receiving host command, starting the transfer now. With the central control's voice response, mechanical arms began to operate, lifting a total of 18 weapons from the ground. Click! The window opened, and the mechanical arms in the neighboring repair room received the weapons, then passed them to the next repair room. After several transfers, these 16 weapons were neatly displayed on exhibition stand 2. Looking at the arrangement of the battle blade on the left and the electronic gun on the right, Subai took out his phone and snapped a photo. He then posted it in his friend circle. Silent Mechanic, Interstellar Repair Shop's new business, starting today, selling weapons currently selling Earth mecha weapons, battle blade, 60,000 star coins, electronic gun, 80,000 star coins, currently 8 pieces of each category. Image.jpg. With Subai's friend circle post, it didn't take long for someone to quickly hit like. Queen of Thunder. First. Awesome. Sue Boss is actually selling weapons? I was just about to buy some. Do you have battle daggers and sniper rifles? She seems like a goddess. Has Sue Boss's business officially started? A Generation Swordmaster. Wishing you booming business and lots of weapon sales. Xing Yunlong. Does Sue Boss only sell Earth mecha weapons? Is there anything else? Yunlong Squad Housekeeper. Sue Boss, if there are weapons for star-treading mechas, please let me know. I will definitely buy. Replace Captain is my lifelong dream. Yeah, when will Sue Boss get some star-treading mecha weapons, so we can benefit too? Light of Mechanics. Manager, are these the weapons I crafted today? You actually reinforced them so quickly. Com Xiao Zhou. Sue Boss actually has this business? Du Feng forever loves Asian. What a pity I don't really use these, otherwise I would definitely support Sue Boss. Wombo needs to work hard on fitness. Sigh. Mainly because buying weapons is not really useful for me. Chapter 89 Sun Yu. This concerns the future of China. Do these people have so much free time? Subai looked at the many comments that appeared in just a second, a bit astonished. Chu Ran could understand. After all, he had told her to go home and rest, and she had nothing much to do. But Sun Hani and Zhou Yunqing should be candidates, right? Aren't they supposed to be rushing to train for the big exam? And the Yunlong squad members don't need to carry out missions? As for Zhao Meng H and Xiao Meng Yin, they had indeed entered Star Sea University and were relatively free. It was said that students before the interstellar era were like this. With too many comments, he was too lazy to reply one by one, just choosing a few potential customers. For example, the battle dagger and sniper rifle that Sun Hani asked about. This was naturally no problem. He could arrange for Chu Ran tomorrow. Silent Mechanic. Yes, we do. At this moment, Sun Hani at home saw this message and without thinking dashed to Sun Yu's study, bursting through the door with excitement. Dad, no need to buy weapons now. At this moment, Sun Yu looked at the Cloud Sea map in his hands. In the past few days, he had arranged for people to conduct a large-scale cleanup of the suspicious locations in the Cloud Sea, but there were no gains. It was as if the transformed church really had disappeared from the Cloud Sea. This made Sun Yu feel very uneasy. Suddenly, he heard his daughter shout and frowned slightly. What's going on? Didn't you insist on going to buy weapons yesterday? You can't have a different idea every day. Even though he spoiled Sun Hani, this bad habit of changing ideas daily could not be indulged. Sun Yu's tone was very serious. No. What I mean is you don't need to go out to buy it for me anymore. Sun Hani saw that Sun Yu was a little angry and hurriedly explained, Look, Boss Su is also selling weapons now. As she spoke, she took out her phone and handed it to Sun Yu. When Sun Yu heard the name Su Bai, the seriousness on his face finally faded, his eyebrows raised, and he looked at the phone Sun Hani handed over with interest. He did have Su Bai's contact information, but naturally, he didn't know about this matter before checking his phone. After he saw the material of the weapon in the picture, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This is a titanium weapon. You won't be able to use it. Indeed, the weapon in the picture was well crafted, and it was created by Su Bai, but it was a titanium weapon. Sun Hani was only an Earth Mecha Master and had no need for it. Dad, you aren't looking closely enough. Take a good look at what Boss Su said. Sun Hani's lips slightly curled, clearly noticing that Sun Yu hadn't read what Su Bai wrote. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu finally looked at the text on the picture, and at that moment, his pupils contracted. This is a weapon for the Earth Mecha. The Earth Mecha can use titanium weapons now. As the captain of the Cloud Sea Fleet, he understood very well what this meant. If Su Bai could really produce titanium weapons that the Earth Mechas could use, combined with the number of Earth Mecha Masters, this was enough to change the battlefield. Don't underestimate the Earth Mecha Masters. They're the most numerous among the Mecha Masters. There are only 5,000 people in their Cloud Sea Fleet, which might be above the Sky Mecha Masters. But there are 25,000 Earth Mecha Masters. That is 5 times the number of other Mecha Masters. If these mechas were equipped with more advanced weapons, even if they couldn't match in terms of capabilities, they could still fight multiple mechas against a powerful mecha. Without wasting any time, Sun Yu directly ignored his daughter Sun Hani and dialed Su Bai's number. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief prompt, Su Bai's voice came from the other end of the line. Captain Sun, you looking for me? Trying to steady his emotions, Sun Yu finally spoke. Su Bai, I want to ask you, how many of those Earth Mecha weapons can you produce at most? After asking, Sun Yu became nervous again. Even with Su Bai, he wasn't sure if the other party could really achieve mass production, but this concerned the entire Cloud Sea Fleet, even the future of all of China, and he sincerely hoped to hear the answer he wanted. As for production, I can produce a maximum of 4 or 50 a day. Su Bai thought for a moment and gave a number, and this counted while he was producing weapons in the virtual maintenance warehouse. I see. Upon hearing Su Bai's answer, although it was within reason, Sun Yu felt a little disappointed. It was also true. Even someone as strong as Su Bai could not produce thousands of such weapons in a day. It was he who had been thinking too fantastically. Just then, Su Bai's voice came again. However, if you have basic Earth Mecha weapons, I can also strengthen and modify them. The speed should be much faster. At this moment, Su Bai also understood Sun Yu's intentions. His inquiry about the quantity was probably to prepare to equip the fleet. This was a big order, and he was not planning to let it go. Moreover, raising the equipment of the Cloud Sea Fleet is also beneficial for Cloud Sea, and it can enhance its own safety. Why not do it? Really? Hearing Su Bai's words, Sun Yu's hope reignited in his eyes, his whole body trembling with excitement. Then, if I want 25,000 war blades and electronic guns, how long will it take to finish if you prepare the basic weapons? How long? This indeed caught Su Bai off guard. Theoretically, the time needed to reinforce these weapons should take at most 1 or 2 days. After all, it's the system doing it. But, if I say it like this, the Research Institute can't be avoided. After a slight pause, he still gave a rather conservative estimate, calculating it according to the production time of the repair shop. About a month or so. Silent. After Su Bai mentioned the duration of a month, Sun Yu on the other end of the phone fell silent. Sun Hani could clearly see her father's chest rising and falling continuously, with a slight hint of green light in his eyes. It looks quite creepy. Okay, no problem. Just at your selling price. I'll place the order right now. Sun Yu prepared to place the order without a second thought. He had seen the price Su Bai set for the weapons before. Theoretically, if he prepared the basic weapons, the price should be lower. But considering such a large quantity and the requirement to complete it in a month, it's understandable to give a bit more. All right, then come to sign the contract tomorrow, Su Bai said without much further talk, directly arranging the time for Sun Yu to come over. No problem. I'll have someone prepare everything for you tomorrow. Su Bai, you should get some rest early. Sun Yu was quite cheerful at this moment. After a few pleasantries with Su Bai, he hung up the phone. Moments later, he immediately called Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, now let the fleet's equipment warehouse count all the weapons of the Earth mechs and pack them up. Xiao Wang. Underscore? What's going on with Captain Sun? Arranging this work late at night? Captain, isn't it a bit late now? How about tomorrow? Xiao Wang tentatively asked. Can't you understand? Now, right now. This concerns the future of our Cloud Sea. If something goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Sun Yu's roar came from the other end, and then he hung up the phone. Xiao Wang. Oh, I know. What happened to the promised light work? Chapter 90. Headache for Zhao Tianming. Su Bai is targeted again? After the call ended, Sun Yu still maintained his previous appearance. Furrowing his brow, the authority of the Cloud Sea Fleet captain burst forth. This concerns the entire fleet. How could it be delayed until tomorrow? Sun Hani blinked her long eyelashes continuously, looking at her father in front of her. This was the first time she saw Sun Yu working. His authoritative demeanor was completely different from at home. It turns out every person actually has another side. Dad, did you forget something? Sun Hani slowly spoke after Sun Yu sat down and calmed his emotions. Did I? Sun Yu was puzzled, thinking he had said everything he needed to say. Did you forget my weapons? Sun Hani puffed her cheeks and pointed at herself. Sun Yu awkwardly patted the back of his head. Aha, you see, I got so anxious just now that I forgot to ask. It's okay. I'll help you buy the weapons you need when I go to sign the contract tomorrow. By the way, what do you need? Sun Hani, straight face. All right, I won't hold it against you since it's for the fleet's sake. I want a war dagger and a sniper rifle. You must not forget. Sun Hani emphasized again what weapons she needed, afraid her father might accidentally forget this matter. Sun Yu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I got it noted. Only then did Sun Hani leave the study. She was looking forward to the new weapons that were about to arrive. After she left, Sun Yu. He looked back at the map in front of him. We have searched all the hiding places thoroughly. The places we haven't checked are the tall buildings and schools in the city center. Where could they possibly be hiding? He cradled his chin in his hands, his eyes deep in thought. The uproar caused by the reform of the church could not just end like this. Sun Yu was troubled by the church reform on one side. On the other side, Zhao Tianming was also in a similar predicament. At this moment, he was in a meeting room crowded with people, all wearing serious expressions. They stared intently at the dense cluster of red dots on the screen behind them. According to our estimates, the Beast Tide is expected to arrive in a month. We have already contacted the China Fleet headquarters, but they seem unable to provide support due to various issues. The first to speak was an elderly man with graying hair, sitting across from Zhao Tianming, his tone very pessimistic. What about our Star Trail cannon? Can't we eliminate those monsters before they reach Starry Sky 1? A man with a scarred face and a square jaw spoke calmly, advocating for a preemptive strike to take out the beasts with the cannon. Not feasible. The beasts have a sharp crisis sense. They cannot be targeted from too far away. If we wait until they get within hitting range, innocent lives could be at risk. Across from him, a middle-aged woman shook her head, dismissing his suggestion. Bang! The scar-faced man slammed the table. So what do you suggest we do? Wait until they are really close to Starry Sky 1 and send Mecha Masters to sacrifice themselves. There are thousands of these beasts. How many lives would be lost if we engage them in battle with mechas? The middle-aged woman was momentarily speechless, her expression dim. Right now, they were indeed in a difficult position with no way out. As the Beast Tide approaches, it seems like there will inevitably be damage no matter what. All right, for now, we will observe. Let's set aside the situation at the headquarters and send unmanned ships to lure the beasts away. The best outcome is for them to be lost in the Starry Sea and for us to redirect them. As for the worst case, they're indeed coming for us at Starry Sky 1. This battle will be unavoidable. In any case, this month, all mecha pilots of the Nanjiang fleet will enter combat readiness status 1. After everyone spoke, Zhao Tianming directly issued the command. No one dared to defy his words. Even though the scar-faced man was reluctant, he said nothing more. He did not believe they could truly lure the beasts away. The behavior of these creatures was very peculiar. Although they had low intelligence among star beasts, they were quite troublesome. Most of the time, encirclement tactics could successfully defeat them. However, the number of beasts this time was simply too overwhelming. In the past, only 2 to 30 beasts would appear together, but now there were as many as 1,000. This was truly unlike random behavior. But since Zhao Tianming had given the order, this meeting was concluded. As the crowd gradually left, Zhao Tianming leaned back in his chair, continuously rubbing his temples to relax. Looking at the situation, it seems the headquarters is being restrained. Is it the Starry Sky Alliance? Or someone else? Zhao Tianming's gaze turned cold. This matter was definitely not as simple as it appeared. But he couldn't think of what kind of power could incite such a massive beast tide. I hope I am just overthinking. He sighed helplessly, dropping his hands. If only there were a way to instantly increase the strength of the Nanjiang fleet. In the end, our overall strength is too weak. Otherwise, this mere beast tide will be nothing to worry about. At the same time, he was puzzled. Why has everything been fine before? I have not even been the commander for long. One thing after another, isn't it? I've heard that the CF family has been wiped out by Sun Yu, and the clues about the Transformation Church have also been cut off. Zhao Tianming thought about this series of events and felt a headache. Receiving an order from Sun Yu, Su Bai felt quite good. He went straight home. After getting home, it was still the time for daily practice. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, after days of practice, he could now control the tidal forces of star power without causing much noise. 2 miniature star clouds instantly condensed in his palm, and the star power surged in. His realm rose again. After stabilizing at 3 stars, he directly launched an assault towards 4 stars. However, at this moment, the faint starlight flickering in his room was still captured by Qin Kan, who was waiting downstairs. Qin Kan was extremely puzzled. What's going on? He even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. How can there be fluctuations of star power in the home of a machine repairman? Oh, it's gone again. Could it really be my illusion? Qin Kan looked again at Su Bai's window and found the previous starlight had dissipated, making him even more confused. I guess I've been too nervous lately. Also, at this age, to be suspected of being a machine repair master is terrifying enough. If he can still cultivate star power, then he can't be called a human. He's simply a monster. Qin can continue to hide in the shadows, silently observing the movements of Su Bai's home. Little did he know, his figure had already appeared in the light screen in front of Su Bai. Chapter 91. Zhang Lei, waiting for the clouds to part and the moon to shine. What is this person doing, sneaking around on my doorstep? After finishing his practice, Su Bai discovered Qin Kan through the hidden surveillance at the door. At first, he thought it was just a nearby passerby. But the other party had been standing downstairs, constantly changing positions while occasionally looking up. Who wouldn't feel suspicious? I'd better contact the law enforcement team. Su Bai thought for a moment and decided to call a team member to handle the situation. He could also go down and confront the person directly, but there was no need for that. After thinking, he directly dialed Zhang Lei's number. Do. At this moment, Zhang Lei was holding his phone, staring intently at the lottery draw page for the Interstellar Machine Repair Shop, murmuring, I must win. As he watched the countdown about to hit 0, suddenly his phone rang. He was so angry that he almost wanted to throw his phone. But catching a glimpse of the caller ID, Zhang Lei hurriedly stopped his throwing motion. He quickly answered the call, his tone warm and friendly. Hello, Mr. Su? Look at you, why be so polite? Is it just a lottery win that you have to specially call to notify me? The timing was so coincidental. The previous moment was the draw, and the next moment Su Bai called. Zhang Lei instinctively thought this was to notify him about winning. Su Bai, underscore? What is going on? He was somewhat confused by Zhang Lei's words, but directly stated the situation. No, I'm here to report a case. There's a suspicious person standing downstairs for a long time. I need the law enforcement team to come and handle it. What? Hearing it wasn't to inform him of winning, Zhang Lei felt a little disappointed, but when he heard Su Bai say there was a suspicious person downstairs, he instantly became serious. I understand. I'll come right away. To think they are targeting Mr. Su? Could it be the remnants of the Transformation Church? No wonder it's Mr. Su. We searched for 2 days and found no clues, yet he discovered the person right at home. Hearing there was a case, Zhang Lei was quite reliable, immediately connecting it with the Transformation Church. If he knew that Su Bai found the person because of hidden surveillance, he wouldn't know what to think. Half an hour later. At this moment, Chin was still quietly guarding downstairs at Su Bai's home. He absolutely could not have imagined that his every move had already been exposed. It's not his fault. Before coming, he had already checked the surveillance situation around him, deliberately avoiding all the cameras that might expose his whereabouts. And after arriving downstairs, he didn't stay in one place, constantly changing positions to ensure the cameras couldn't find him. But unfortunately, the cameras at the Su family's place were set up personally by Su Nantian. Let alone him. Even if a breaking star mech master came, they would still be caught red-handed. It's you, isn't it? Suddenly, a pair of hands locked his arms, and a cold voice came from behind him. Startled, Chin can try to break free and escape. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape Zhang Lei's grip. Zhang Lei's arms were like giant pincers, locking him tightly. This was also Zhang Lei's talent, the B-level talent Iron Wall Restraint. As long as he got close, unless one's strength could crush him, it was impossible to break free from his grip. No, Captain Zhang, what did I do wrong? Seeing no hope of escape, Chin instinctively looked at Zhang Lei with an innocent expression. Although he didn't know why the other person suddenly appeared behind him, he hadn't done anything. Surely, the other wouldn't just capture him for no reason? Done nothing? You were suspected of plotting against the protection target of Yanhai. Without thinking, Zhang Lei blurted it out. Are you kidding? At this hour, in a place avoiding all monitoring, sneaking around. You say you did nothing? Does he think he's a fool? Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 minutes after Zhang Lei captured Chin Can, the law enforcement team's hover car arrived at the scene. 2 law enforcement team members directly handcuffed Chin Can's arms with star energy handcuffs, then took over from Zhang Lei to restrain him. Seeing this, Chin Can knew he was in deep trouble, but he truly didn't understand why he was exposed. Zhang Lei. This time, I admit defeat. But I'm really curious. How did you find me? At this moment, he also let down his disguise, gazing coldly at Zhang Lei, questioning himself as to whether he had done everything flawlessly. About that, we will discuss it slowly after you arrive at the law enforcement team's detention center. Zhang Lei naturally wouldn't answer his question, just casually brushed it off. Hearing this, Chin could only grit his teeth, unwillingly being pushed onto the hover car by the law enforcement team members. At this moment, Su Bai also came down from upstairs. Captain Zhang, thank you for your hard work. It was already quite late, and the other party could arrive so quickly, showing their dedication to the job. Haha, it's our duty. Rather, I should thank Boss Su for helping us catch the target's tail. Zhang Lei shook his head, not claiming credit. As the captain of the law enforcement team, his job was to protect the peace of Yanhai. Rather, it was Su Bai who helped him. By the way, what did you mean by drawing lots just now? Seeing this, Su Bai didn't say more and instead asked about what he previously mentioned over the phone. Zhang Lei. Omega? This isn't your interstellar repair shop supposed to draw lots? It just so happened that the results were announced when you called, and I thought I had one. Haha, a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Zhang Lei kept scratching the back of his head to cover his embarrassment. Drawing lots? You don't need to draw lots. Su Bai seemed a bit surprised. Junli, Sigma, E. He quickly waved his hand. No, Boss Su, you don't need to make an exception for me. If you break the rules for me, wouldn't it lead to chaos later on? Though he really wanted to enhance his mech, Su Bai's rules couldn't be broken for him. If someone else wanted to cut in line later, it would certainly cause dissatisfaction among others. No, didn't you already make an appointment? Su Bai said, somewhat confused. He certainly wouldn't make an exception for Zhang Lei. But indeed, he had made an appointment before he started the lottery. According to the rules, he should be scheduled for strengthening on the same day as Sun Yu. Hearing this, Zhang Lei was stunned in place. After a moment of shock, his voice trembled a little. You mean, I'm out of the lottery range? Yes. After seeing Su Bai nod, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Then came an indescribable joy. This sudden surprise caught him off guard. He didn't even know how to describe his feelings. After hardship comes sweetness. When despair turns to bliss, dreams come true. Good fortune is here. All of these seem too light. Waiting for the clouds to clear and the moon to shine isn't enough to describe his mood. God knows how he has endured these days. Fortunately, everything was worth it. I can't thank you enough. Zhang Lei's eyes were slightly moist, directly gripping Su Bai's hand and shaking it continuously. Si Bai, what's going on? Is he that happy? Chapter 92. Captain, I'd like to take a day off. While Zhang Lei shook Su Bai's hand, his body occasionally trembled slightly, until Su Bai interrupted him. Okay, Captain Zhang, it's getting late. Don't you have things to do? If this keeps going, he might mess up his operations. If he didn't stop him, Zhang Lei would probably shake for a whole day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei reluctantly let go of Su Bai's hand. Right, then I'll come find you tomorrow. He looked at Su Bai with hopeful eyes, wanting to set a time for strengthening right away. Sure, Su Bai didn't mind, but thinking there might be other guests tomorrow. How about this? You and Captain Sun come together tomorrow morning. After all, Captain Sun should be delivering weapons tomorrow. He could strengthen Zhang Lei first then. The people in the queue were scheduled for the afternoon. It shouldn't be a problem. Su Bai quickly made plans for tomorrow. No problem. Zhang Lei didn't hear clearly what Su Bai said, but upon hearing tomorrow, he didn't hesitate at all, directly agreeing. He was afraid that if he delayed in agreeing, Su Bai would regret it. The other one is left boss Su, goodbye. At this moment, Zhang Lei was in a good mood, walking with pride, heading straight to the hovercar's cockpit. Get down. Let me drive it. He directly replaced the original driver and entered the cockpit. Virum. He slammed the accelerator and shot out. Watching the hovercar disappear in an instant, Su Bai couldn't help but blink. Does Captain Zhang count as speeding? He had never seen anyone drive a hovercar so recklessly. But soon he stopped thinking about it, returned home, washed up, and went to sleep. More than 10 minutes later, the hovercar driven by Zhang Lei arrived at the law enforcement team. He casually walked out of the cockpit. Ugh, yuck, I can't take it anymore. Help, help. I feel so dizzy. I can't. I must note down Captain's speeding. Ugh, find him, deduct 12 points. Inside the hovercar, team members of the law enforcement squad got off, their legs trembling as if they had just walked on the edge of life and death. Seeing this, Zhang Lei's mouth slightly curled up. I was driving strictly according to the standards. The maximum speed of a hovercar in open areas is 360 miles per hour. You all know that, right? And why is everyone so weak? After all, you are all ground mech masters. It seems you don't train enough. You need to practice more. Seeing Zhang Lei actually fight back, the mentally weaker, less capable team members directly fell to the ground with a thud, and the ones with slightly better physical condition gritted their teeth in anger. But they had no choice. They could only silently note this down in their hearts. Soon, the team members recovered and came to the compartment where Qin was detained. They opened the door, and the scene inside was truly unbearable. Everyone ugged. After they barely recovered, seeing this scene made them vomit again. They gradually regained composure after a long time. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Well, it seems the captain showed mercy after all. They were just a bit unwell. Looking at this Qin, he was actually blown away by the captain's driving skills. Zhang Lei, seeing their reaction, also came to the compartment entrance, staring at the scene in front of him, his brow furrowed. Indeed, still not enough? The madman from the Church of Transformation will self-destruct as soon as he realizes he is caught. It is impossible to extract any information from them. This has always been the most troublesome point for them. All clues need to be discovered on their own. There is no possibility of any authentication. Forget it. Let's inform the captain first. Zhang Lei looked at the chaos and instructed the team members at the back. Clean the carriage, and don't overlook possible clues in his clothing. Everyone. Siguma. Duh. No. You want us to clean this thing? They all looked at each other, signaling for the other to go first. Look at you, is this proper? Zhang Lei couldn't hold back his anger. I just asked you to clean, and you're trying to shirk your responsibility. If in the future you're on the battlefield and see scenes worse than this, what will you do? Run away. What if you have to clean up the bodies of your comrades? It was already forgivable the last time at the CF family. After all, they were seeing such a scene for the first time. But having gone through it once, they were still like this. This made Zhang Lei very disappointed. Their law enforcement team was part of the Yinhai fleet, and protecting the people was their duty. How could they bear such a heavy burden while maintaining this attitude? Hearing Zhang Lei's scolding, the law enforcement team members lowered their heads. They felt a bit ashamed. These words struck right at their souls. Soon, a law enforcement team member gritted his teeth and entered the carriage, rummaging through the clothing fragments. With the second law enforcement officer quickly followed. The role of a role model is very strong. With their example, the remaining law enforcement team members also started to take action. Even if some were still frowning, as long as they took that first step, they would eventually improve. Seeing this, Zhang Lei finally relaxed his furrowed brow, his eyes filled with relief. Leaving this to these team members, he walked aside. He still needed to inform Zhao Tianming about what happened today. After all, he had just been docked 2 years' salary last time. If he didn't report this time, it would probably turn into 2.5 years. As everyone knows, 2.5 years is a hurdle that cannot be easily crossed. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was quickly dialed, and Sun Yu's slightly impatient voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Do you also want to say that the weapon inventory can wait until tomorrow? Zhang Lei. What? I haven't said anything yet. Weapon inventory? What weapon inventory? After a brief moment of shock, he hurriedly spoke. No, it's about the Church of Transformation. Did you find something? Upon hearing about the Church of Transformation, Sun Yu's voice turned low and serious. Yes, I just received a report from Boss Su, saying that someone was acting suspiciously downstairs at his house. Zhang Lei recounted what had happened earlier, just as he mentioned suspicious behavior downstairs at Su Bai's house. What? They're targeting Su Bai again. What's going on? Is Su Bai okay? Sun Yu's tone was extremely tense. Su Bai was just too important. Not to mention his mechanical reinforcement strength. Merely the fact that the opponent might enhance all the weapons of the Yunhai fleet by 1 rank was absolutely unacceptable. He's fine. We have already subdued him. Sensing Sun Yu's anxiety, Zhang Lei didn't hesitate and quickly divulged all the information in one breath. The air fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of summer wind rustling the surrounding trees remained. Sigh. After a long time, Sun Yu's sigh came from the other end of the line. Forget it. These pests are indeed difficult to deal with. You handle this matter first and inform me of any progress. All right. Hearing Sun Yu's command, Zhang Lei quickly agreed, but soon his gaze shifted. Captain, I'd like to request a leave for tomorrow. Chapter 93. The Crumbling Zhou 1. Request leave. Do you want to take leave at this critical moment? Sun Yu's tone was somewhat serious upon hearing that Zhang Lei wanted to ask for leave after just making some progress. Zhang Lei could only explain immediately. I have an appointment with Boss Su tomorrow, and I need to go to the interstellar repair shop to upgrade the mech. Oh, I see. Hearing it was an upgrade for the mech, Sun Yu's tone returned to normal. Haven't you gone to upgrade yet? You put it off for so long. Zhang Lei. S.F.S. Who should I blame for not upgrading? Who should I blame? He almost lost his cool. The first time he planned to go, he was denied by Sun Yu. And then there was that lottery. Now Sun Yu was actually asking him why he hadn't gone for an upgrade. I just didn't have time before, huh? Of course, Zhang Lei didn't directly argue. He could only think it in his heart. Otherwise, he would end up with no 2.5 years' salary. All right, then come with me tomorrow. This time, Sun Yu didn't refuse Zhang Lei's request to upgrade. It's the same saying. Nowadays, improving strength, even a little, is better than nothing. Moreover, after experiencing the benefits of Su Bai's upgrade, Sun Yu understood that it was not just a small increase. Captain, are you going too? Hearing Sun Yu say he would go with him, Zhang Lei felt a sudden thud in his heart. He swore he absolutely had no prejudice against Sun Yu. Mainly, it was a reflex. What? Can't I go? Sun Yu teased him a bit. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Tomorrow I'll be moving all of the ground weapons of the fleet to have Su Bai upgrade them. You can help carry them. Oh, sure, no problem. Hearing that Sun Yu wasn't deliberately following him, Zhang Lei felt a lot more relaxed, but quickly reacted. All ground weapons need to be upgraded? Unfortunately, before he could finish his question, Sun Yu hung up the phone on the other end. All ground weapons? How long will that take to upgrade? Wait, when did Boss Su start being in charge of weapon upgrades? In Zhang Lei's mind, it felt like there was a book of 100,000 whys. These few days he had either been searching for the traces of the Reformed Church or waiting impatiently in front of the lottery page. He didn't even know the interstellar repair shop had a new business. Never mind. Since it's Boss Su, it's not surprising that he can upgrade weapons. In the end, Zhang Lei threw these questions aside. After witnessing Su Bai's repair skills, nothing Su Bai wanted to do could be considered strange. In the northern part of Yunhai, an abandoned factory. Bang! The sound of breaking items kept echoing. The burly Zhou was currently in the basement, his chest heaving, his vertical pupils contracting, breathing heavily. Waste. Letting it watch a mechanic was enough to expose itself. It even got caught by the enemy. Zhou was truly furious. He repeatedly emphasized that it should only monitor from a distance. Knowing Qin Can's character, he believed that she would follow orders. But even so, Qin Can still self-destructed. In the Reformed Church, there was an explosive monitoring device. If the corresponding target's self-destruct device was damaged, it could be remotely detonated if the opponent's self-destruct did not activate. This was set up to prevent those who wanted to drop out midway from hiding. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that Qin Can's device was damaged. This situation indicated that Qin Can was gone. The reason why self-detonation could be triggered without him detonating was simple. He inadvertently revealed information about the Reformed Church when questioned, or he was captured and lost the ability to act. No matter which situation, it was a major mistake. After venting the anger in his heart, Zhou felt some helplessness. There really aren't many people available now. So what kind of magic does the interstellar repair shop have? Every time we go, we lose a person? He felt a headache coming. Qin Can could count as his trusted aide. The Reformed Church's layout in Yunhai was naturally not just these people. But there were really not many he could mobilize and trust. Sigh. Master, couldn't you have arranged things before you left? Should we monitor the interstellar repair shop or not? Or do I need to go myself? Zhou was greatly troubled, not knowing what to do. Big fool. Why are you torturing yourself here? At that moment, a pleasant voice came out, and Yu Meng slowly walked out from the darkness. Seeing Yu Meng, Zhou instantly changed his gloomy demeanor, putting his hands behind his back and displaying an air of authority. Yu Meng, you'd better show some respect. Don't forget, I am currently in charge of Yanhai. These days, the master asked you to infiltrate Yanhai No. 1 high school. How's it going? Hearing Zhou Wen's words, Yu Meng looked at him disdainfully, even showing a hint of contempt in her eyes. She knew Zhou Wen's character very well. He was dull and sometimes reckless, with hardly any strengths besides obedience. That the black robe chose him to be in charge was something Yu Meng didn't expect. Everything is going well. I'm not like you, who can't even keep an eye on one person. Yu Meng smiled playfully, full of mockery. Let's leave the interstellar repair shop alone for now. Your continuous failures have surely drawn the attention of the Yanhai fleet. It's best not to take any action at the moment. Are you teaching me how to work? Don't forget, Yanhai is... Zhou Wen was interrupted before he could finish. I know the master assigned you to be in charge, but you should realize what trouble you've caused. If you really get exposed, can you handle the consequences? The smile on Yu Meng's face vanished, replaced by an incredibly cold gaze that fixed on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked into those icy eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine, and finally helplessly shook his head. I understand. Don't slack off at Yanhai No. 1 high school. Of course, I'm not like you guys. After saying this, Yu Meng turned and left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Watching her figure fade away, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. You better not let me catch you with any flaws. Looking again at the basement, it now felt like a cage imprisoning him. Master, please come back soon. He missed the days when he simply followed orders by the master's side, not having to think at all. He could manage tasks, but placing him in charge was indeed a bit difficult for Zhou Wen. Why did you arrange this big fool to be in charge? What are you thinking? After leaving the basement, Yu Meng looked at the starry sky, her brows slightly furrowed, filled with suspicion. Forget it. I won't worry about so much. Interstellar repair shop? A master mechanic? One interesting person. Mentioning Su Bai made Yu Meng raise her eyebrows. She was also very curious to know who could repeatedly make the black robe suffer. Chapter 94. The Fleet Dragon. Sun Yu's intent. The next morning, Su Bai went directly to the interstellar repair shop, waiting for the arrival of Sun Yu and Zhang Lei. Yesterday, he had already informed the lucky customers to come back in the afternoon, so he was quite relaxed at the moment. Soon, Chu Ran arrived at the repair shop. Seeing Su Bai already waiting there, she was somewhat surprised. Why is the manager here so early? According to Zhao Meng and the others, Su Bai usually starts operating after 10, and he set his own working hour to be 10:30. She specially hurried in early today, arriving at 9, and yet Su Bai came even earlier? All right, manager, the weapons you sent yesterday, did I make them? Chu Ran asked Su Bai directly about her most concerned issue. After seeing Su Bai's post in the Douyin circle yesterday, she had examined it carefully for a long time. She still wasn't sure about the battle blade, but every gun she made had a small logo, so she couldn't possibly mistake it. Yep, that's right. I just reinforced them. Su Bai nodded. There was nothing to deny, and it might even motivate Chu Ran more. Sure enough, so today's weapons will also be reinforced. Hearing Su Bai's answer, Chu Ran became excited, clenching her fists tightly against her chest. In his eyes, little stars twinkled, looking like a prayer. Su Bai, straight face. What kind of expression is that? Chu Ran's fiery gaze made him a little overwhelmed, and he could only nod helplessly in the end. I will. Great, then I will go to work. After getting Su Bai's confirmation, Chu Ran was indeed full of energy and directly rushed to the maintenance workshop number 11. Su Bai, straight face, so full of vitality. At the same time, on the streets of Yunhai, countless people looked up at the shadows in the sky as they saw one transport ship after another slowly passing through the high altitude. These transport ships were at least 300 meters long and 70 to 80 meters wide. There were actually 10 such transport ships, neatly arranged, sailing in an orderly manner, like a dragon soaring in the sky, making it hard not to notice, especially with the prominent Yunhai fleet markings on top. People could not help but discuss. Is this a transport ship for the fleet? So many. Where are they going? It seems they're transporting some important items. It's the first time I've seen so many transport ships leaving at once. Their direction seems to be towards that construction site. That place, it seems to be behind the interstellar repair shop. I saw it before. It seems there's an interstellar fortress added. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? It was just yesterday. I didn't dare to take photos because I was afraid it was a confidential project. Really? Is it developing a new type of weapon there? Don't tell me. Someone among us studied earthquake investigation, and it is said that the previous earthquake sources were all from the interstellar repair shop. I said, how could our Yun Hai suddenly have a master mechanic? Turns out, it's the Yunhai fleet specially invited to develop new weapons. Oh, you don't say. That seems a bit reasonable. Connecting the previous weapon research, the expansion of the interstellar repair shop, plus this time, the Yunhai fleet personally transporting a large number of weapons towards the interstellar repair shop direction. Most people believed they had grasped the truth of the matter. The master mechanic of Yunhai, Su Bai, is the one specially invited by the Yunhai fleet to develop weapons. I didn't expect. Our Yunhai is actually so impressive. Being able to invite a master mechanic who would still say there's nobody in our Yunhai. At this moment, I feel so proud. By the way, when will this new weapon be released? I would like to see it. Don't think about it. The confidentiality level must be very high. People were shocked by the scene before them and kept discussing it. On the transport ship, Zhang Lei stood behind Sun Yu, with staff from the Yunhai fleet behind him. Some were responsible for checking the equipment, while others were double-checking, afraid of making a mistake. Captain, aren't we being a bit too high-profile? Zhang Lei always felt that this grand movement was a bit too ostentatious. Logically speaking, upgrading weapons shouldn't be done so obviously, right? Why does it have to be known by everyone? Sun Yu glanced at him lightly and said, I want it to be high-profile. Don't you understand the principle of shaking the mountains and striking the tigers? If the Reformation Church continues to target Su Bai repeatedly, would they give up if we don't show them our attitude? Let alone, after today, even if they still have their eyes on Su Bai, they must think twice about what we actually transported today. Hearing Sun Yu's explanation, Zhang Lei's eyes brightened. He really only saw the ostentation in front of him, but he didn't consider Sun Yu's meaning. Quickly speaking, as expected, the captain is wise. This way, they should not dare to be too unruly. Such a scale of transport ships, anyone interested in the fleet would know, must be large-scale weapons or mechas. Whichever it is, it represents the Yunhai fleet deploying extremely strong firepower outside the interstellar repair shop. If they have any other thoughts, they must have a response plan as well. Clearly, Sun Yu's plan was successful. Within the crowd, several figures had already gone to the basement to report the situation to Zhou Wen. Soon, the basement of the abandoned factory was crowded, with dozens of hooded figures of different shapes gathered together. Their tone was very anxious. Zhou Wen, the agent, it seems that the Cloud Sea fleet is deploying large-scale weapons near the interstellar repair shop. My suggestion is to withdraw all personnel around there. Exactly. I saw it too. That's 10 large transport ships. Who knows what's inside them? I suspect someone among us has leaked the operation target. These weapons might be aimed at us. Evacuate. We must evacuate. We cannot expose ourselves. Listening to the words ringing in his ears, Zhou Wen stood frozen, feeling a bit dazed. Yesterday, Ken was taken down, and today the Cloud Sea fleet pulls this stunt? What went wrong? Did Ken spill? Impossible. Not to mention he had self-destructed. If he really had spilled, Zhou Wen would probably have been dead by now. His head buzzed, deeply realizing the difficulties of being a leader. I know about this. Immediately arrange for our people to evacuate from the vicinity of the interstellar repair shop. The further away, the better. Also, let the people inside try to find out what's going on. All actions remain as planned. We'll discuss the rest once the master returns. Chapter 95. Interstellar Ship Repair Shop? Can it really strengthen starships? Zhou Wen immediately gave the order. The interstellar repair shop was like a nightmare for them to transform the Holy See. Anyone who got involved would suffer. Since this is the case, then let's avoid the sharp edge first. Although it felt a bit suffocating now, when the plan was executed, he would definitely make Su Bai pay the price. By then, the Cloud Sea, and even the entire Nanjiang, would be thrown into chaos. He didn't believe anyone could care about a repairman. Well, this is the best way. All right, I'll arrange it right away. The other plans remain unchanged. Just recall all the people near the interstellar repair shop. Most people present were not convinced by Zhou Wen. In their eyes, Zhou Wen was merely brave but lacking wisdom. However, Zhou Wen's decision was not wrong this time. At this crucial moment, if they lost too many personnel, the impact would be too great. After all, they had just lost the significant support from the CF family. Their current manpower was quite tight. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Zhou Wen helplessly slumped in his seat, his gaze vacant. He didn't want to consider anything now. He just wanted to wait for the black robe to return. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea fleet's transport ship had already arrived above the interstellar repair shop. Looking down from the sky, the full view of the interstellar repair shop was even more shocking. Even though Sun Yu had known in advance that Su Bai was going to expand. But he didn't expect Su Bai to expand to this extent. He thought he needed this much land just to be safe. As a result, this really became an interstellar fortress. This is the interstellar repair shop? Sun Yu was somewhat prepared, but Zhang Lei was completely unaware. Seeing the interstellar repair shop in front of him, he was stunned. Sigma, has the era changed? He was a customer of the old era. The new era didn't have a repair shop that could accommodate him? No, this change is too big. Seeing Zhang Lei's surprised expression, Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't be so surprised. You are the captain of the Cloud Sea Law Enforcement Team. Okay. Zhang Lei could only suppress his shock and regain his composure upon hearing this. Having expanded is fine. At first, he had some doubts about where Sun Yu would park these transport ships. Now he wasn't worried anymore. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The transport ship slowly descended, and then the landing gear suddenly dropped. Sun Yu and Zhang Lei followed the landing gear to the front of the interstellar repair shop. Subai was already waiting for them at the door. After all, the noise made by the transport ship was too loud. From a distance, he saw the long line of transport ships. Subai, why are you here? Why such courtesy? Sun Yu saw Subai as soon as he landed. To his surprise, the other party actually came out to greet him. Yes, Boss Su, you could just stay inside and be busy. We'll unload these weapons and then come in, Zhang Lei said, directing the transport ship, indicating that Subai didn't need to wait outside with them. Subai smiled at the two, then looked up at the airship in the sky. There are quite a few weapons. Yes, there are 20,000 battle blades and 26,000 firearms. Zhang Lei directly responded upon hearing this, which was the specific number they had counted. The reason the number of battle blades was less than that of firearms was mainly because many mecha masters operated armed and defensive mechs, which didn't require battle blades, whereas the number of firearms used was relatively high, creating a gap between the two. Upon hearing this number, Subai raised his eyebrows. He also hadn't expected there to be so many firearms. In that case, his profit would increase quite a bit. After some thought, Subai stopped the crew members who were about to unload. No need to put them here. Go to the back. Boom. As he spoke, a loud sound echoed out. The ceiling of the large isolation area behind the interstellar repair shop opened with a loud bang. A starship maintenance area, resembling a small town, unfolded before everyone's eyes. Sun Yu and Zhang Lei exchanged glances as they looked at the space in the back, and Zhang Lei directly asked, Boss Su, is this space behind you? He had a bold thought. Such a large space used for mech maintenance must be a waste, and the equipment inside didn't look like a warehouse. Most importantly, there was a long strip in the middle with metal fences on both sides. This was obviously a maintenance area. Moreover, it was very likely for repairing starships. That's right, it's a starship maintenance area. Subai didn't hide it. Only fleets owned starships, and they were his potential customers. It was better to promote it first. Really? Sun Yu looked at Subai with wide eyes. Subai's strength was evident, but to say he could repair starships, he was still a bit skeptical. The complexity and size of starship were dozens to hundreds of times that of a mech. No matter how strong a single person was, it would be incredibly difficult to complete the repair and maintenance of a starship. Even within a fleet, they needed a team of hundreds to manage everything and ensure the starship could operate normally. Such work generally took place in interstellar spaceports. Now, Subai had actually included starships in the business of an interstellar repair shop. Of course, otherwise, why would I need such a large place? Subai wasn't surprised by their reaction. After all, the gap between mechs and starships was too large. Having doubts was normal. Ha. If there's a chance, I'd love to see your expertise on starships, Subai, Sun Yu laughed heartily. Although starships didn't need maintenance recently, if the opportunity arose, he would still like to give Subai a try. After all, the other party's ability to enhance mechs was so amazing. Even if a starship wasn't exactly like a mech, as long as he had 1/10 of that capability, he would make a huge profit. Zhang Lei nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, his evaluation of Subai increasing once more. The gate of the starship maintenance area opened wide, and the transport ships, under Zhang Lei's command, orderly began to place the materials inside. Then, he followed Sun Yu into the interstellar repair shop with Subai. Looking at the refreshed interstellar repair shop, the two felt as if they were in another world. They felt that Subai was becoming more and more unfathomable. All right, the price will still be according to what we agreed before. Shall I transfer it now? Once the weapons were in storage, Sun Yu prepared to make the payment directly. No rush. Subai smiled and interrupted him. I have one more weapon. Captain Sun, see if it's to your liking. Sun Yu was taken aback upon hearing this and hesitated. Well, Subai, I generally don't use. His words hadn't even finished before they were abruptly cut off. At this moment, Subai had already led Sun Yu to the exhibition hall, displaying the southern candle. Feeling the power of the black flame on Nanju, Sun Yu's eyes instantly burst with brilliance. Subai, is this what you meant? Isn't this made of purple crystal? Can I really use it? Sun Yu's tone was somewhat hurried. The main reason he didn't use weapons was that there weren't many that could carry the attribute of the azure flame. Even general vibrating gold materials couldn't sustain too much azure flame power. But if it's purple crystal, then that's a different story. Chapter 96. Dark Flame Rises. Azure Flame burns the heart, helping Zhang Lei strengthen. Sun Yu looked forward at Ninju and couldn't help but raise doubts. Of course, this is undoubtedly the weapon of the Break Star mecha, Subai smiled. Sun Yu's reaction was exactly as he expected. It was worth it for him to leave Nanju behind for Sun Yu. He personally enhanced Songlang, and he knew better than anyone that the Azure Flame of Songlang was not something an ordinary Break Star mecha weapon could withstand. That's why he decided to leave Nanju for Sun Yu to see. After all, he was his best customer. Picking the good stuff first was no problem. I want to buy it. How much is Nanju? Sun Yu showed no hesitation and immediately prepared to place an order. Just feeling a bit worried, he still asked for the price. After all, he had just enhanced Songlang once, and if Nanju was too expensive, he needed to think again. He is indeed the head of the Sun family and the captain of the Yunhai fleet, but even spending money must have limits. 800 million. Oh wait, how much did you say? Hearing the price, Sun Yu first felt a bit dejected, but quickly reacted, looking at Su Bai in disbelief. A property weapon made of purple crystal, and it can be used by the Break Star mecha? 800 million. Just like before when Zhao Ming and Xiao Mingyan heard the price, his first reaction was that it was too cheap. Although this price was more than 10 times that of ordinary Break Star mecha weapons, this was, after all, a weapon made of purple crystal. How could it be sold so cheaply? Suddenly, Sun Yu felt warmth in his heart. He understood that this was Su Bai taking care of him by setting the price so low. In any case, he accepted this kindness. Thank you. I'll transfer the money right away. Starry Sky Treasure received 3.08 billion star coins. Another large sum of money had entered, finally making up for the loss caused by the expansion of Interstellar Repair Shop. Soon, Su Bai took Sun Yu to the exhibition hall of Nanju, and as Sun Yu watched closely, the black flame ignited at the joint between the handle and the blade, like a black dragon soaring, examining Sun Yu before it. Seeing this, Sun Yu was not ambiguous and directly summoned Songlang, wrapping himself in star power, entering within Songlang. Songlang and Nanju gazed across the air. The azure flame rising met the black flame, bursting forth with endless light. The entire exhibition hall was like a sea of fire, azure flame and black flame each occupying half, opposing each other. As the two connected, flames shot out in all directions. Dark flames rose, azure flames burned at the heart. Boom! Boom! The sounds of collision echoed, one after another. The two utterly different flames, each trying to subdue the other. The azure flame wolf and the pitch-black flame dragon were constantly tearing at each other within. Inside Songlang, Sun Yu was already covered in fine sweat on his forehead. Continuing to use the azure flame clearly consumed a lot of him. But to obtain Inju, he could only grit his teeth and endure. It was rare to find a suitable weapon, and if he failed to bind it because he couldn't hold on, Sun Yu would surely regret it for a lifetime. Both sides began a desperate competition, as if caught in a tug-of-war. The temperature in the exhibition hall kept rising, causing golden patterns to appear and suppress it. Su Bai had anticipated this long ago, standing outside the exhibition hall with Zhang Lei. This exhibition hall was different from the repair room. There were no machines, and it had protective barriers, so it wouldn't cause any damage. Looking at the scene, half azure blue and half dark black inside. Gulps! Zhang Lei couldn't help but swallow hard. If it weren't for the barrier between them, just the hot air escaping would be enough to seriously injure someone. He had witnessed Sun Yu's azure flame. It was a flame that could easily melt vibrating gold. And this black flame was actually on par with it. What was happening in front of Zhang Lei was already beyond his understanding. Boss Su, is this really just a weapon? He was a bit unsure. At least in his experience, he had never seen a weapon with such powerful attributes. Su Bai nodded. Of course, what else could it be? Zhang Lei. All right, talking to this person like this was unrealistic of me. After all, this was a weapon crafted by him. What a pity. This was the weapon of the Broken Star mecha. If only the star-treading mecha also had such a powerful weapon. Zhang Lei felt a bit regretful. Of course he knew. Su Bai could definitely make weapons for the star-treading mecha, but they would absolutely not reach the power of Nanju like this. Boom! A loud explosion. The Tsang Yin in the exhibition hall gradually gained the upper hand, pressing the black flame into a corner. Bit by bit, it devoured the opponent, expanding its territory. In the end, the black flame inside the exhibition hall completely retreated, returning to Nanju. As the victor, Songlang stepped forward to Nanju. He gripped its hilt tightly. Roar! Like a dragon roaring in the heavens. A sword chant erupted from Nanju. Then, purple light flickered, matching the circuit matrix of Nanju with Songlang. From this moment on, Sun Yu had completely mastered Nanju. Song Lang raised Nanju high like a king descending to the world, then placed it before him to examine carefully. He couldn't put it down. All right. Now the link binding is successful. Captain Sun, you can come out now. After successfully controlling Sun Yu, Subai softly reminded. Looking at Sun Yu's appearance, if he didn't say anything, he might still be playing inside for a long time. Haha. It's been too long since I've used a weapon, so I'm a bit excited. Sun Yu's voice left that Song Lang after he finished. After saying that, he left Song Lang and came outside the exhibition hall. His face was full of smiles, obviously still in an extremely excited state. Seeing that Sun Yu had gained something again, Zhang Lei could no longer suppress his restless heart. Boss Su, what about my enhancement? He pointed his right index finger at himself continuously, eager to proceed with the mecha enhancement. This was the purpose of his visit today. For this, he had even tossed and turned yesterday, unable to sleep, his mind full of today's enhancement matters. Today he even got up early to check the fleet and ensure their weapon inventory was clear. All for today. Today would be the rise of Zhang Lei. Subai maintained a smile, nodding. Let's go, I'll help you enhance now. This sentence sounded like heavenly music to Zhang Lei. He immediately followed Subai closely. The wind seemed to lift him off the ground. He felt a bit dizzy with excitement. Sun Yu watched everything, feeling a little amused. Impulsive, doesn't know when he'll grow up. Zhang Lei, he had great potential. If nothing unexpected happened, the position of Captain Yunhai would likely fall to him later. But the current Zhang Lei was still a bit immature. In terms of workability, he was outstanding, cautious, and serious. It was just his personality that still needed some polishing. He hoped that before he retired, Zhang Lei could become a bit more steady. Watching the two figures, he shook his head and immediately followed. Soon, the three arrived at the #1 maintenance room. Zhang Lei did not hesitate at all and directly touched the star ring with his right hand. Chapter 97. Truly overwhelming. The starlights flickered, and then a white-based mecha with black armor accents emerged, mainly covering the head, shoulders, waist, and knee joints, standing in a humanoid battle posture, with two semicircular metallic arms hanging at its sides and two black antennas shaped like horns behind its head. Above its eyes were golden drop-shaped ornaments, and two black ribbons extended from its waist to cover the ankle armor. PL 546 Strength Type, Star, Treading Mecha, Capturing Sky. Standing 32 meters tall, weighing 600 tons, the engine power is 32 million kilowatts, and the thrust is 700 million kilograms. This was Zhang Lei's mecha. To match his talent for iron wall confinement, the semicircular arms could expand freely to bind. On the battlefield, together with other mechas, it can achieve point control kill effects. It is generally used in king capturing tactics. After taking out Qin Kong, Zhang Lei reluctantly left the maintenance room. As he left, he looked back 3 times towards its current appearance. After all, it had accompanied him for many years, and there were feelings involved. Everyone was clear about Su Bai's enhancement. The change was huge, and perhaps when they meet again in a while, it would look completely different. This shows that Zhang Lei's love for mechs is actually greater than that of others. This can be seen from his constant thoughts about enhancements. In the end, Sun Yu could no longer stand it and pushed him hard. All right, go wait outside. After the enhancement, won't it be stronger than now? I know. After being pushed, Zhang Lei no longer looked back, his steps firm as he moved forward. As the two left, the door of maintenance room #1 shut instantly. Observing Qin Kong ahead, Subai saw that it was different from the previous Earth mechs. The tuxing mech requires at least a 3-star mechanic to create. Indeed, its craftsmanship is much more refined than that of Earth mechs. Subai circled Qin Kong and reached out to touch the ribbons at its back, then furrowed his brows. Is it just for decoration? Upon touching it, he realized that the ribbon that had intrigued him most before was actually just decorative, inevitably feeling a bit disappointed. In his opinion, it could have been made with stronger materials to become binding tools, raising the control range to another level. However, the joint connections and bone crafting are indeed much more precise. This doesn't seem like the arm of an ordinary 3-star mechanic. After making this critique, Subai also noticed that the details of Qin Kong were stronger than a typical tuxing mech. It was likely crafted by a 4-star or even 5-star mechanic. Every connection was incredibly natural, and the reserve space was very precise, with key nodes polished perfectly. These are worth learning from Subai. He could barely consider himself a 4-star mechanic now, but his foundation wasn't solid. Now he could only work hard to improve himself. After memorizing these details and summarizing some experiences, Subai finally moved forward, arriving in front of Qin Kong. He reached out to lightly touch its knee. Third stage, enhancement, initiated. White light instantly filled the entire maintenance room. Beneath it, Qin Kong's shape began to gradually change. First, its base color seemed polished, closer to a ceramic feel, becoming more translucent, while the black armor became closer to transparent. The metal semicircular arcs on its arms were also gradually becoming thinner, as if a silver thread was passing through. The ribbons behind were the same. The originally decorative ribbons turned fully into black gold material. Time passed second by second. To prevent Zhang Lei from being unable to sit still, Sun Yu took him directly to the starship maintenance room to supervise the unloading of the transport ship. Even so, Zhang Lei's thoughts were still in the maintenance room. Captain, how much longer do you think it will take? We can see that the cargo is about to be unloaded. You think, what kind of second talent skill can I awaken? All right, there seems to be a special trait as well, right? His eyes were fixed on the weapons ahead, but his mouth never stopped talking. Sun Yu, can he really bear the future of Yanhai? Do I need to reconsider this? In the end, he still chose to use a physical seal, giving Zhang Lei a good smack. Bang! A loving iron fist directly hit Zhang Lei's head, and it seemed like it had been 2 or 3 years since the last time he did this. This familiar feeling made Sun Yu feel a bit sentimental, looking at Zhang Lei, who was holding his head and making a hiss-hiss sound. All right, when the time comes, it will enhance naturally. Your talent skills will not be few. Don't you know what level Su Bai is? I guarantee it will surprise you. And you say you are usually quite stable, but why do you get so anxious when it comes to mechs? You can't be like this. Next time, I'll dock your salary for another 6 months. Swish. Hearing that his salary might be docked again, Zhang Lei instantly snapped back to attention. He shook his head, no longer thinking about the situation in the maintenance room, focusing entirely on the fleet members unloading cargo ahead. Hey, you can't do that. Firearms shouldn't be placed on the combat blade. They can get damaged easily. And you, who taught you to hold the trigger while unloading? What if it goes off? Right? Look at him. His movements are perfect, gentle, and careful, avoiding dangerous actions. Seeing Zhang Lei commanding the crowd, Sun Yu's mouth curved up slightly. Without refinement, jade cannot become a gem. This kid is starting to show some command skills. Soon, the last firearm was unloaded. It matched exactly what they had previously counted. Zhang Lei then instructed the fleet members to return to the transport ship and stand by. Together with Sun Yu, he headed towards maintenance room number 1. Coincidentally, just as they arrived at maintenance room number 1, click, the door of the maintenance room swung open suddenly. Sun Yu felt a whirlwind brush by him, followed by a shadow darting out, directly entering maintenance room number 1. Sun Yu. He slightly shook his head, helplessly smiling as he followed. He truly doesn't know how to be humble. He's still far from it. Upon entering the maintenance room, seeing the capture void, Sun Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though it was not his first time seeing Su Bai's enhancements, and his own Song Wolf had also been enhanced, he still couldn't help but admire Su Bai's incredible skills. Now, the capture void hardly resembled its previous form at all. Not only had the bulky metal semicircle on the arms transformed into 2 thin lines that were hard to notice, but the entire body also leaned more towards a classic style. Especially when he saw the 2 black ribbons behind it, Sun Yu's pupils involuntarily shrank. Swish! He looked directly at Su Bai. Su Bai, are these ribbons black gold? Su Bai smiled and nodded in response. Yes, I thought those 2 ribbons were just decorations without any function, which seemed wasteful, so I improved them a bit. This point, he spoke half-truths. Indeed, it was because he provided the direction that the system enhancement moved in that way. Chapter 98. The Network of All Things. Transformation. Su Bai's indeed a great talent. Sun Yu admired Su Bai's idea. He had previously thought Capture Void was somewhat flashy but impractical. Although the craftsmanship was exquisite, both the semicircles on the arms and the ribbons behind had some issues. The semicircles seemed to tell opponents that this was his main attacking method. While the ribbons behind did play a role in confusion, they were more of a burden and sometimes could even affect subtle operations. At their level, advanced mech techniques like the Z-step or lateral shift, jet jumps, and so on were routine operations. In such moments, even a little distraction could expose weaknesses to the opponent. Sun Yu had reminded Zhang Lei more than once to cut off the ribbons, but he refused, insisting that this was the soul of Capture Void. Sun Yu had no way to deal with him. Fortunately, this burden, which had only decorative function, had now become a true weapon, making good use of resources. Sun Yu was marveling at Su Bai's repair skills. Zhang Lei, on the other hand, wasn't in the mood to admire. He had circled around Capture Void several times. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. As if remembering something, he quickly gathered his star power and leaped into Capture Void. As Zhang Lei entered, the neural link successfully connected. The golden light flashed in Capture Void's eyes, and the concave device on its eyes flipped down, covering its eyes like sunglasses. Seeing this, Su Bai finally understood what that concave decoration was for. Subai. It seems the maker of Capture Void has some peculiar quirks. Always loves to add some little props. Click, click. Soon, the heavenly gate of repair bay number 1 opened. King Kong shot up into the sky, instantly passing through the transport fleet that had just taken off. The fleet members only saw a shadow flash by. Boom! Then a whirlwind blew up, nearly toppling many people. What's going on? Enemy attack. Alert! Immediately go on alert. Hurry and notify Captain Sun and Team Leader Zhang. They immediately suspected it was an enemy attack and quickly entered a state of readiness. His right hand gently touched the star ring, ready to summon his mecha. Wait, that seems to be King Kong. Fortunately, someone in the crowd recognized King Kong. But after a closer look, they were confused. King Kong. I remember King Kong didn't look like this, right? It seems different. It has indeed changed a lot. But look at that ribbon behind it. Exactly. And that frame. It's definitely King Kong. It seems Team Leader Zhang's King Kong has been enhanced. After confirming it was King Kong, they finally relaxed. King Kong quickly dove down, smashing rapidly towards the training ground. Even with preparation, many were still caught off guard by the whirlwind it stirred, unable to open their eyes and only able to shield their faces with their arms. King Kong entered the training ground, and Subai and Sun Yu also came out from the interstellar repair shop. They watched King Kong fly and frolic in the air. Sun Yu felt his blood pressure rising. Hehashtagu. Have you played enough? A cold voice came from his throat. Only then did King Kong stop. Inside, Zhang Lei nearly reacted instinctively and stood up. Seeing it finally stop, Sun Yu's expression improved slightly. Try your special talent technique. Okay. Sun Yu nodded at the order, then opened his hands and pushed forward with all his might. Boom! With a loud explosion, silver threads quickly spread from his arms, swiftly weaving into a giant net. Looking at this giant net, Sun Yu felt slightly disappointed. He figured this was just another binding type skill, but it wouldn't be able to control many people. It seemed a bit useless. After all, one can't expect Subai's enhanced talent techniques to always be incredibly powerful, right? However, soon his pupils contracted rapidly and his eyes widened. He watched as the silver giant net directly covered the training ground barrier, then passed through it as if it were nothing. How is it possible? Sun Yu exclaimed in shock. This was a standard training ground, capable of stopping a full force strike from a Starfall mecha, and now was actually. After seeing the talent skill of Sky Capture, Sun Yu became interested in its acquired traits. Zhang Lei nodded upon hearing this, immediately controlling Sky Capture to rise into the air. He saw the ribbon at his waist gradually ascend, spinning around him like a living creature. Crack, crack, crack. The ribbon began to embed, wrapping around the body of Sky Capture. Then the sound of the mecha's skeletal structure twisting kept echoing. Moments later, a black and white warplane suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing the sudden appearance of the warplane, Sun Yu couldn't help but rub his eyes. Is this transformation? Exactly. A voice from within the Sky Capture warplane spoke with surprise from Zhang Lei. He was also shocked upon seeing this special trait. He didn't expect it to be transformation. After transforming into a warplane, Sky Capture could even reach a speed of 10 Mach. Whether it's the sudden change in shape that takes people by surprise, or its extremely strong mobility, it is enough to make it an excellent troublemaker. Combined with Zhang Lei's own locking effect, he is now enough to become a surprise force on the battlefield. Chapter 99. Sun Yu. Did I forget something? Sun Yu begun to find it hard to understand Zhang Lei. With new talent skills and special traits, Zhang Lei's position couldn't be too rigid. Although his single combat ability might not be the strongest, he could very likely influence the battlefield and become a key player. Compared to team battles, he seemed to be more suited to the role of scout. Buzz. After demonstrating the special traits, Sky Capture returned to its original form. Zhang Lei left Sky Capture and went directly to Subai. Grasping his hands tightly, he shook them repeatedly. Subai felt as if this scene was familiar. Boss Su, I really thank you so much. Although this path of enhancement has been a bit bumpy, the result is good. Zhang Lei was very satisfied with Subai's enhancement. Seeing Zhang Lei looking like he didn't want to let go, Sun Yu stepped in. He directly grabbed his collar and dragged him back. At the same time, he waved his hand to say goodbye to Subai. Then I will trouble you, Subai. I will come back to get these weapons in a month. No problem. Subai also smiled and waved his hand. This morning, he joyfully received 3.26 billion star coins. That is more than he had earned before. When the two of them stepped on the transport ship, and the transport team returned the same way, Subai finally returned to the repair shop. Looking at the number 11 repair shop, he found Chu Ran focused on forging weapons, and Subai nodded with satisfaction. Good. Not slacking off. This look resembled a boss suddenly appearing behind to check if employees were slacking. Confirming he had nothing to do, Subai entered the starship repair room. Looking at the pile of weapons, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Sounds like not much, but when it's right in front of you, it's quite spectacular. A total of 46,000 weapons simultaneously came into view, creating a strong impact. If these weapons were all equipped on mechs and the entire fleet launched together, the scene would surely be even more shocking. He originally thought there wouldn't be too many mecha engineers in the Cloud Sea fleet. Unexpectedly, there were more than 20,000 Earth mecha engineers alone. Adding the other mecha engineers, the approximate scale of the Cloud Sea fleet should be around 30,000. Just imagine 30,000 mechs soaring into the sky, lined up in formation, sweeping the battlefield. It would surely be magnificent. There probably won't be an opportunity to see that. Subai smiled, realizing he was overthinking. Currently, there was no news of any possibility of a star war breaking out, so such a scene would be hard to see. Let's rest a while and wait for the customers to arrive in the afternoon. Subai looked at the weapons in front of him, not in a hurry to enhance them. A month's time should still be ample. At this moment, on the transport ship, Sun Yu stood at the very front, seemed to think of something, and turned back to look at Zhang Lei. Did I forget something? Zhang Lei was a bit astonished upon hearing this, but still pondered seriously. Shouldn't be. We haven't overlooked any weapons. My enhancement is complete. Captain, you have also received the South Canal. This trip should be considered quite complete. Sun Yu thought for a moment and realized there was indeed nothing overlooked. It seems I was overthinking. Cloud Sea number 1 High School Playground. Sun Hani had just finished today's morning exercise when a group of people surrounded her to praise. I think this year's South Jiang top scholar must be you. Sun Hani, your 10,000 June Red Moon is too powerful. The speed is unbelievably fast. We are simply no match for you. Sigh. I originally thought we weren't too far apart in strength, but I didn't expect the gap to be this big. You could say this is a blessing in disguise, right? At first, when the Red Moon was pierced by the C-Core ray, I thought you would give up. Now, Sun Hani had firmly secured her position as number 1 in Cloud Sea number 1 High School. Maybe some people were still unconvinced before, but since the emergence of the 10,000 June Red Moon, such opposing voices had become increasingly rare. Even many had started to consider upgrading at the Interstellar Repair Shop. But unfortunately, even if one could afford the upgrading costs, the probability of being selected was daunting. Over 20,000 people are already participating in the lottery, and it's unknown how much that will increase. There's only 1 month left until the big exam. The chances of winning the lottery are too slim. You're all here at this moment. A pleasant female voice rang out. As soon as the crowd recognized the voice, they instantly turned. Hello, Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu. Are you also here for morning exercise today? Teacher Yu, would you like to see how I've improved recently? I feel like I've made significant progress. When Yu Meng arrived, many boys swarmed around to ask various questions. In their spirited age, how popular a young, beautiful teacher with a good personality can be needs no further explanation. Moreover, Yu Meng's popularity was not only high among the boys, but even the girls liked this new teacher very much. When Sun Hani saw Yu Meng arrive, her eyes turned into crescent moons, and her mouth curled into a smile. Teacher Yu, I was just practicing with them. How come I didn't see you? Yu Meng shook her head at her. I just arrived, but your progress recently is quite remarkable. Have you resolved the weapon issue I mentioned before? The reason Sun Hani suddenly wanted a weapon was actually influenced by Yu Meng's guidance. She pointed out that her attack pattern was too singular, as if she were trying to imitate Sun Yu. But the two were different. That Song Wolf had no suitable weapon and was originally a power-type mecha. The 10,000 June Red Moon was a pure speed-type mecha, and without a weapon, its attacks indeed felt a bit weak. Yes, I've already asked my dad to go to Boss Su to help me buy one. Sun Hani directly shared how she had asked Sun Yu to help buy a weapon, feeling very trusting of Yu Meng after spending time together. Oh, upon hearing Su Bai's name, Yu Meng raised her eyebrows. The Interstellar Repair Shop has started selling weapons? This was new information. Is that true? I didn't see any announcements on StarNet. Yes, if they really start selling, then I definitely have to buy one. Exactly. If we can't upgrade our mecha, buying a weapon should still be possible, right? Upon hearing that the Interstellar Repair Shop had begun selling weapons, everyone was instantly excited. Boss Su from the Interstellar Repair Shop. He was suspected to be a master mechanic. The quality of the weapons he offered would certainly be top-notch. They all felt a surge of excitement. Quick, Hani, spill the details. Sun Hani realized she had let something slip, but then thought, since Su Bai had made it public, he must be preparing to officially launch this business. So it was not exactly careless chatter, right? Under everyone's questioning, she helplessly shrugged. Maybe it's because the current production isn't sufficient, so Boss Su hasn't announced it yet? I guess an announcement will come out in a while. Chapter 100. He really had never seen such a scene. When did this happen? Is it recent news? Alas, what a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have tried to get first-hand information. Is it true that weapons are for sale? Then I need to get some money ready. Are the weapons in the interstellar repair shop expensive? Yes. Can you leak a bit more inside information? Surrounded by everyone's questions, Sunhani felt a bit helpless. No. In the end, it will depend on what Boss Su announces. I definitely cannot overshadow him. She was quite firm on this point. Since Su Bai decided to sell weapons, it was fine for her to mention it. But she didn't dare to casually mention the price. What if the price Su Bai shared in the circle was just an internal price? Although the possibility was slim. Still, everything had to be based on what Su Bai said. Seeing Sunhani like this, everyone understood they couldn't pry more information out of her and could only give up. Okay, you all go back to class quickly. Sunhani, come here for a moment. Yumeng directly drove everyone away and left Sunhani alone. Although Sunhani was confused, she followed Yumeng to her office. After entering the office, Yumeng sat in her seat and smiled gently at Sunhani. Don't be nervous. I mainly want to ask, what kind of person do you think that Boss Su is? Sunhani thought Yumeng would ask her about the business of the interstellar repair shop, like everyone else. But unexpectedly, the other party directly asked about Su Bai. What kind of person is Su Bai? A powerful mechanic? Very principled? And what else? She actually wasn't very clear. Su Bai had saved her life. He fixed the Wanjun Red Moon, so she didn't have to change mechas before the exam. He even gave her a special talent skill. Now she firmly held the top position in Yunhai No. 1 middle school. Although Yumeng treated her well, Su Bai's status was clearly higher in Sunhani's heart, making her slightly wary of Yumeng. Teacher Yu, why are you asking about Boss Su? Seeing Sunhani like this, Yumeng smiled. Don't worry, I'm just a bit curious about that mysterious Boss Su. He is suspected to be a master mechanic, at the very least a 5-star mechanic. So of course, I'm curious about what kind of person he is. Of course, if you don't want to say, that's okay too. As Yumeng spoke, Sunhani kept observing her and saw that her expression was normal, which made her relax a bit. After all, she had grown up under Sun Yu's influence. Sunhani was quite confident in her investigative skills. Confirming that Yumeng had no ill intentions towards Su Bai, she helplessly shook her head. Actually, I can't really say. Boss Su, how should I put it? Sometimes he feels very laid back, and other times he can be quite serious. Ultimately, Sunhani gave this answer. Laid back was, of course, referring to Su Bai's response speed. Generally, the owner of a repair shop would do their best to meet customer needs. But Su Bai was different. Unless you actively inquired, he probably wouldn't say anything. Occasionally posting on social media was his limit. As for being serious, it meant that whenever he promised to do something, he seemed to do it to the best of his ability. So far, no one was dissatisfied with Su Bai's enhancements. His mechanical skills were one thing. Being able to enhance the mechas to suit each person was another. Laid back yet serious? What an interesting person. Upon hearing this, Yumeng chuckled. After Sunhani's evaluation, she became more and more interested in Su Bai. At such a young age, achieving such accomplishments, most would have their noses in the air, looking down on others, considering themselves extraordinary. In this regard, Su Bai was indeed quite special. Then may I ask you to do something for me? Yumeng changed the topic, her tone carrying a request. Next time you go to the interstellar repair shop, take me with you. Whether it's intense or not doesn't matter. I mainly just want to see the world. Hearing Yumeng's words, Sunhani fell into struggle. But upon looking at the eager gaze of the other, she eventually softened. Sure, I can, but Boss Su may not necessarily welcome us. Moreover, I don't know when I'll go next time. It's a deal. Before Sunhani could finish her sentence, Yumeng directly spoke up. She just needed an opportunity. As for when Sunhani would go, she had a premonition it shouldn't take long. A whole morning soon passed by. Su Bai was about to welcome a new batch of customers. Outside the interstellar repair shop, 2 children stood in front of the store, continually playing and horsing around. They were taking photos of each other as keepsakes, occasionally changing poses. However, their ages seemed not to meet the standards of a mech engineer. Behind them, a young couple appeared somewhat nervous. Do you think since we're not mech engineers, we'll be kicked out for taking up a slot? What are you afraid of? The drawing doesn't state that only mech engineers can participate. It was originally planned to draw and sell. Who would have thought this drawing qualification is actually bound to the individual? We're not mech engineers. There's no need to be afraid of those repairmen. It's just fixing mechs. It's not that complicated. We're here now. This shop has so many people in line. It must be very popular. Let's just go in, take some photos, and maybe we'll get lucky. Hearing his wife's words, the young man appeared somewhat worried. They were not mech engineers. Their main job was running a material shop. They had simply heard that the winning slot at this interstellar repair shop was very valuable, with people offering high prices for a chance. This sparked their thought of entering the draw, hoping for big profits. However, Subai seemed to have anticipated this. After all, he hated scalpers the most. He vaguely remembered once snatching a concert ticket for his favorite singer, and the last ticket was taken by a scalper. Although in the end, after he cried, threw a fit, and pleaded, Su Nantian and Zhou Moyun still took him to see it. But this incident left an indelible shadow on young Su Bai's heart. Now, at his own shop, he would not allow scalpers to appear. Ding dong. The young couple rang the doorbell with their 2 children. Subai had long been waiting in the lobby. Welcome. As soon as the family of 4 entered the repair shop, Subai smiled and spoke. Boss, do you need any materials here? The moment she saw Subai, the young woman spoke directly. Silence. Endless silence. At this moment, the interstellar repair shop fell into dead silence. Just like the night at Conxiao, there was no sound for a long time. As Yubei, Sigma, he had truly never seen such a scene. Chapter 1, Owen, I'm going to sue you. This was his first time being approached to sell goods in his own repair shop. While it was a bit fresh, it also puzzled Subai. He could tell that this family did not seem to be mech engineers. So why enter the draw? The answer was obvious. We don't need any. If you aren't here for mech-related business, please leave. Subai's tone was somewhat cold. His aversion to scalpers at this moment drove his attitude down to freezing point. This immediately made the young woman blow her top. Huang Hui glared at Subai. Why are you being so unreasonable? We're here to do business. What's with this attitude? Behind her, Chun Han tugged at Huang Hui's sleeve and whispered, Don't be impulsive. This is a big deal. He was now sweating profusely. Standing outside earlier, the pressure from the interstellar repair shop was already intense, and stepping inside was even more so. Such a large area, the size of an interstellar fortress, and the decoration inside. As a material merchant, he naturally understood the high cost of the interstellar repair shop. Subai in front of him was definitely not simple. What a big shot. We haven't done anything illegal. How could he possibly use his power to oppress others? Huang Hui said, her gaze occasionally drifting to the phone in her son's hand, confirming that they were live streaming, before looking back at Subai. What's the matter? Do you really expect such a big store to drive away customers? She was convinced that Subai wouldn't easily offend a customer. She was certain she could ride this wave of popularity. Send them away? Subai naturally noticed her little movements and stopped chattering. He directly gave orders to the control center. Click, click, click. However, suddenly, mechanical arms stretched out from the maintenance room, grabbing the collars of the 4 and lifting them up. Huang Hui felt herself suddenly lift off the ground, and her whole body jolted in shock. Her limbs flailed about, and so did Duan Chun. As for the 2 boys, they weren't as nervous as the others. The sudden feeling of flying excited them. Wow, I'm flying. Brother, do you think I have awakened? Oh, I've also flown. Bang, bang. The door of the repair shop swung open, and the mechanical arms directly threw Huang Hui and Duan Chun outside. As for the 2 kids, Subai didn't throw them out directly. Instead, he had the mechanical arms gently place them outside the door. He had satisfied their dream of flying. This, being thrown down suddenly, Huang Hui felt like her bones were about to fall apart. She propped herself up and immediately started cursing. You wait and see. I recorded a video. I will expose you. I will sue you. I will sue you for your terrible attitude toward customers. Oh really? I saw everything just now. It seems someone wanted to pull a fast one and ended up with a face full of dirt. At that moment, a sarcastic voice arose behind Huang Hui. What does it have to do with you? As soon as she heard someone meddling, she immediately protested and turned around. Almost the moment she turned, she shut her mouth. Now, 5 black, shiny electronic gun barrels were aimed at her. 5 muscular men held electronic guns, their index fingers resting on the triggers, and there were even faint arcs of electricity swirling in the gun barrels. If they slightly pulled the triggers, it would shoot through her forehead. The normally hesitant Chun Han stepped forward, blocking Huang Hui, and quickly apologized. Sorry, we weren't intentional. The 2 kids, already frightened, huddled behind Huang Hui, clutching her trembling legs tightly. Scram. Little Master doesn't have the mood to waste time on you. If today's events leak out, you know the consequences. A man dressed in a white suit walked out from behind the 5 black CL.